Chapter 1 Rebirth. This station reports that at 7:12 p.m. last night, a shocking murder occurred in S City, where the victim's limbs were severed and multiple fractures were found throughout the body. The police have initially determined it to be a case of personal vendetta. In the dimly lit room, the old secondhand radio emitted intermittent sounds. A gloomy man clad in a shirt raised his bloodshot eyes, as though he had summoned all his strength to tremble and rise, taking one step at a time, barefoot, into the bathroom. In his hand, he held an extraordinarily sharp utility knife. "Wan, I have finally avenged you." With a splash, the bathtub erupted in water, and soon, crimson liquid overflowed onto the pristine white tiles. "Kwang Yi, someone hurry, someone save him, please save him." Outside the bathtub, the deceased Mu Wan sobbed uncontrollably, her heart filled with guilt and sorrow. She desperately attempted to retrieve the person from the water, but her hands grasped nothing but air. Before long, the man sank to the bottom, devoid of breath. She collapsed to the ground, her heart pierced with unbearable pain. Rustle, rustle. The silent room was left with only the sound of the radio, and after a burst of white noise, an impassioned commentary emerged. Good evening, dear listeners. Welcome to the broadcast of the Hero World Global Finals. This year, the ST team has bravely forged ahead, representing LPL to reach the global finals for the first time. Captain Kwang Yi possesses exceptional skills and unparalleled awareness, mastering the jungle with divine prowess, and his hero pool is deeper than the Mariana Trench, and now the mid laner. The commentators seem to receive some news, pausing momentarily before exclaiming softly, "What? Kwang Yi hasn't arrived yet?" In the next moment, the incessant buzzing of a mobile phone rang throughout the room. Mu Wan felt her head spinning, surrounded by silence, as if she were sinking deeper into water. She suddenly opened her eyes. A cacophony of sounds flooded her ears, and she froze momentarily, realizing she was in a bar, somewhat dazed, when she overheard someone nearby saying, "The engagement banquet must have already started, right? That country bumpkin from the Kwang family wants to climb up to our Wan. It's like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Indeed, I heard he doesn't even work at the company, dabbling in esports instead. No wonder the Kwang family dislikes him. Wan is too unfortunate. She clearly likes the refined Kwang Shuyu. Yet it turns out she ended up with someone else due to a case of mistaken identity. 5 years ago, a significant incident occurred in S City, where the young master of the prestigious Kwang family was discovered to have been swapped at birth. The true young master, Kwang Yi, grew up in the countryside, coarse and unrefined, practically a delinquent, causing the Kwang family to shake their heads in disdain whenever he was mentioned. Mu Wan trembled slightly, the familiar scenery and dialogue igniting an unbelievable thought in her mind. She abruptly turned to the entrance of the bar. Before long, Kwang Xingran, dressed provocatively, entered through the door. Upon seeing Mu Wan, her eyes lit up as she approached with a smug expression. "Wan, it's all set. I arranged for someone to send the video of Kwang Yi working as a bouncer in an illegal internet CAF to the engagement banquet. This way, even if you skip the engagement, your parents won't blame you." Mu Wan's eyes instantly turned red. It was exactly the same as the scene etched in her memory. She had truly been reborn. Reborn on the day of her engagement to Kwang Yi. She glanced at the time on her watch, her expression shifting in alarm. Without waiting for anyone to react, she grabbed her bag from the booth and dashed out. Everyone was taken aback and quickly followed her outside, where they found Mu Wan hailing a taxi at the entrance, questioning her curiously. "Wan, where are you going?" Mu Wan casually hailed a taxi and took the passenger's seat, her voice resolute. "To get engaged to Kwang Yi." The green taxi sped away, leaving her friends frozen in place, stunned by Mu Wan's words. "I must be hearing things. Did Mu Wan just say what I think she said? She said she's going to get engaged. OMG, has Wan lost her mind?" Mu Wan was certainly not mad. In her previous life, out of affection for Kwang Shuyu, she stood up Kwang Yi on the very day of their engagement. As a result, not only did her father become furious, but the elder of the Kwang family nearly ended up in the ICU, and Kwang Yi became the subject of ridicule within high society. Yet, it was this very Kwang Yi who, after she was kidnapped and murdered, abandoned everything and resorted to any means necessary to avenge her. Meanwhile, the man she had loved for years, Kwang Shuyu, despite receiving her desperate call for help, concealed the truth, causing her to miss the prime opportunity for rescue and resulting in her brutal murder at the hands of the kidnappers. Tears involuntarily fell from her eyes, as memories of torment from her past life and the haunting image of Kuang Yi sinking beneath the water flooded her mind. This time, she would not allow his hands to be stained with blood. At that moment in the Kuang family villa, under the opulent crystal chandelier, numerous men and women in tailored suits and elegant dresses raised their glasses, engaging in lively conversation, embodying a scene of lavish splendor. As the engagement banquet was about to commence, the bride Tobe, Muwan, had yet to arrive, causing the elders from both families to grow frantic. This reckless girl, her usual capriciousness is one thing, but now that the guests have arrived, why hasn't she shown up? I called her, but her phone is off, I can't reach her. Try calling Xingran, they usually get along well. She might know where Wanwan is. Although the Kuang and Mu families intended to keep things under wraps, their anxious expressions revealed enough to alert several guests, prompting whispers among them. What's going on? The engagement banquet is about to start. Where is the young lady of the Mu family? I heard the Mu family's young lady and that fake young master of the Kuang family are childhood sweethearts. They've had an unspoken bond since high school due to their engagement and both studied abroad in college. They might have been together long before, so it's understandable for her to be unhappy about suddenly switching fiancés. Still, she can't just run away from the wedding. What about the reputations of the Kuang and Mu families? Both the Mu and Kuang families were prominent and illustrious in S City, and the elders of both families had been formidable figures in the military during their youth. The alliance of these two powerful families had caused quite a stir in high society. As the crowd murmured, they failed to notice that the other protagonist of the engagement was standing right behind them. Chapter 2. Hello, my name is Mu Wan, and I am your fiancé. Kuang Yi donned a well-tailored gray-blue suit, his handsome features and slender physique entirely at odds with the rumors of him being coarse and unrefined, someone who had never even attended university. Especially as he held a high-stemmed glass. His long, slender fingers showcased distinct knuckles, and in the radiant light, the subtle veins on the back of his hand were almost a delight for hand enthusiasts. A smirk of irony graced his lips as he stepped away, seeking a quieter corner. Unbeknownst to him, he soon crossed paths with his mother, Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun's face was filled with displeasure. I fear Mu Wan will not be coming today. I have always said that she has feelings for Shuyu, yet your grandfather insisted on placing the engagement upon you. Now look, both families are suffering such embarrassment together. Kuang Yi's gaze darkened slightly. Then he grinned, his demeanor shifting from that of a refined gentleman to one imbued with mischief and provocation. If she doesn't come, then she doesn't come. It's not like the guests here aren't rich and influential. Do we really need her presence? Perhaps I should take the stage and organize a 5v5 game, with the winner receiving a kiss from a Kuang family lady? Zhou Yun gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't bring your unsavory ideas to such an occasion. Kuang Yi shrugged, feigning innocence. I'm just giving you an idea, but you never listen. You're truly difficult to please. Zhou Yun was fuming, her chest heaving, as if she might faint on the spot. Mom, what's wrong? Suddenly, a man in a tailcoat, elegant in appearance and possessing a gentle demeanor, approached, supporting Zhou Yun and casting a disapproving glance at Kuang Yi. Xiao Yi, Mom has a heart condition, you shouldn't always provoke her. Onlookers nodded in agreement, noting that this adopted son seemed to be more considerate than the biological one. Kuang Yi, however, pulled out a small ceramic medicine bottle from his pocket. No worries, I brought some quick-acting heart pills. The crowd. It was hard to tell whether he was serious or merely being absurd. Zhou Yun felt utterly embarrassed to acknowledge that this reckless individual was her own son, turning away as she pulled Kuang Shuyu with her and hurried off. Kuang Yi watched the mother and son duo depart, then opened the bottle of heart pills, tossing one into his mouth and chewing as he walked aside. Time slowly passed. As the engagement banquet was about to conclude with the bride running away, the face of the elder of the Kuang family turned ashen, while the expressions of Mu Wan's parents were equally grim. Yet, the most derisive, disdainful, and contemptuous glances fell upon Kuang Yi. The true young master was overshadowed by the false one, and even his fiancée had run off with someone else. What a pitiful predicament. Just as Kuang's father picked up the microphone, preparing to cancel the engagement banquet, the villa's grand doors swung open, revealing Mu Wan in a striking red dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her beauty reminiscent of a red rose. She entered, breathless. I'm sorry. I was caught in traffic. I'm late. A sudden silence enveloped the villa. In a corner of the banquet, a pair of dark eyes lifted abruptly. Regardless of the astonished expressions of the crowd, Muon thought to herself how fortunate it was that she had arrived just in time. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her racing heart. The expressions of Kwang's father and mother softened as Wang Lan approached, chiding her in a tone that was neither too harsh nor too gentle. Arriving late to your own engagement? You'd better go properly apologize to Grandpa Kwang and Xiao Yi later. Muon grasped her mother's hand, gazing at her lustrous black hair. A wave of emotion washed over her, and she nearly shed tears. In her past life, after being kidnapped, the abductors demanded an exorbitant ransom from the Mu family, leading to their bankruptcy. Yet, in the end, the kidnappers tore up the ransom note. Her mother was heartbroken, turning gray overnight. Her father and brother were consumed by guilt, leaving the family in shambles. With a voice tinged with sorrow, she said, "Mother, I promise to listen to you from now on and will no longer be headstrong." Wang Lan gently tapped her forehead, reflecting on how her little one, whom she had nurtured with such care, was now on the verge of engagement, and her eyes grew misty. With a hint of exasperation, she remarked, "As long as you don't cause me any trouble, that will suffice." She then whispered, "Regarding the rumors about Kwang Yi, I've asked your brother to investigate, and they are merely malicious fabrications. He is a good boy, do not harbor prejudice against him." Muon nodded. In her previous life, her mother had voiced similar sentiments, which she had dismissed as mere excuses to persuade her to marry. However, upon reflection, it was evident that her family loved her dearly. How could they possibly wish for her to be with someone of ill repute? Upon reaching the center of the banquet, Muon politely apologized to old Master Kwang, who mistakenly believed she was truly late and scolded her lightly, though he bore no real anger. As she scanned her surroundings, her gaze fell upon Kwang Yi, sitting alone on a semi-open balcony, clutching his phone, his eyes slightly reddened. A sense of relief washed over her as the tension that had gripped her heart began to ease. How wonderful it was! He was still alive. When Kwang Shiyu noticed Mu Wan's arrival, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He wore a gentle smile as he approached her, greeting her, "Wan Wan." However, his smile faltered as Mu Wan bypassed him, making her way directly towards the corner where Kwang Yi sat. Extending her hand, she introduced herself. "Let us formally meet. I am Mu Wan, your fiancé." Kwang Yi was found at the age of 18. Even in her previous life, this was not the first instance Mu Wan had seen him, but her studies abroad and her closer connections with Kwang Shiyu and Kwang Xingran had resulted in minimal interactions with Kwang Yi. Thus, when her spirit drifted in the afterlife and she witnessed Kwang Yi avenging her, her astonishment was warranted. Kwang Yi looked at her with a hint of bewilderment, his gaze lingering on her for a moment before he reached out to clasp her hand in return. "Hello, Kwang Yi, your fiancé?"
Chapter 3. In her eyes, he embodies this persona. Observing the man's bewildered expression, Muon grasped his wrist and led him from the dim corner towards the most dazzling and radiant center of the banquet. Along the way, she leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Rest assured, I will protect you from now on." He was someone who would risk his life for her in a previous life. And in this life, she too was willing to love him with her very existence. The woman drew near unexpectedly, her breath brushing against his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Kwang Yi watched Muon as she pulled him into the crowd. Blinking in surprise, before a smile slowly crept onto his lips, it seemed that things were not as dire as he had imagined. After the engagement banquet concluded and the guests departed, Muon felt the discomfort of wearing a formal dress while traveling. So she headed to the Kwang family's changing room to switch into casual attire. Just as she emerged from the changing room, she unexpectedly encountered someone she wished to avoid. Kwang Shiyu looked at Muon with a complex expression. "Wan Wan, you shouldn't act so impulsively. I've told you, there's nothing between me and Li Shuqin." In the adjacent corridor, Kwang Yi, holding a pair of slippers, paused in his tracks. Muon, upon hearing the mention of Li Shuqin, felt a bit dazed and took a moment to recall an incident that had occurred around this time. Kwang Shiyu had been rumored to be involved with the famous actress Li Shuqin. The relationship between Mu Wan and Kwang Shiyu was peculiar. They had never formally confessed their feelings for each other, yet due to their engagement, those around them were well aware of their unspoken bond. Thus she felt entitled to be jealous of any woman around Kwang Shiyu, and he accepted her jealousy as a given. However, aside from that, there was nothing else between them, no grand declarations of love. No enduring emotions, merely a relationship that hovered just above friendship. Consequently, in her past life, she had been plagued by insecurity, but now, having been reborn, she wanted to declare, "To hell with it." She lifted her gaze to him. Her eyes devoid of the previous affection, replaced instead by a clear boundary of detachment. "Kwang Shiyu, I am now engaged to Kwang Yi. You are now the adopted son of the Kwang family. And speaking to your younger brother's fiancée like this is crossing the line. Kwang Shuyu had never seen such an icy demeanor from Mu Wan. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes before he quickly composed himself. Speaking earnestly, Wan, you cannot joke about such a significant matter. Before Mu Wan could retort, a teasing male voice echoed from the corridor. Kwang Yi approached with leisurely strides. What do you mean by that? How is my engagement to her a joke? Kwang Shuyu's throat tightened, casting Mu Wan a glance, sensing that it was not an opportune moment to speak. He brushed past Kwang Yi and left. With the current fiancée witnessing her private meeting with her ex, Mu Wan felt a twinge of guilt. Just as she was about to say something to alleviate the tension, Kwang Yi squatted down and placed the slippers by her feet. Wear these, your shoes must not be comfortable. Mu Wan was taken aback. She had hastily purchased her dress and high heels on the way, and after just the duration of the banquet, the backs of her heels were already blistered. She hadn't expected Kwang Yi to notice such details. What a considerate little puppy. Due to the events of her past life, she viewed Kwang Yi through a lens of pity, categorizing him as a weak and helpless little dog. This perception caused her to overlook the true nature of Kwang Yi, the cunning and charming wolf beneath the surface. After changing into the slippers, Kwang Yi escorted Mu Wan out. They walked side by side down the tranquil corridor that followed the banquet. Glancing at the somewhat distant Kwang Yi, Mu Wan felt uncertain about whether he had feelings for her. Lost in thought, she stumbled down the stairs, gasping as she nearly fell, but Kwang Yi was quick to react. Wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her back, they stood in close embrace, the proximity allowing them to hear each other's breaths. Mu Wan had never been this close to anyone before. Her ears flushed crimson, and she hurriedly stepped back, lowering her head to hide her embarrassment. Thank you. Kwang Yi glanced at her, then suddenly crouched down. Come on, my lady, these disposable slippers I randomly found aren't very easy to walk in. I'll carry you out. Although Mu Wan was often referred to as my lady, no one had ever addressed her in such a teasing yet affectionate manner as Kwang Yi did. She felt a twinge of confusion. Pondering that his personas seemed to deviate from her initial expectations. Is he trying to curry favor with Miss Mu simply to gain an advantage over young Master Shuyu and the family inheritance? How utterly despicable. Hearing a few murmurs from the servants nearby, Mu Wan's confusion evaporated, replaced by indignation as she turned to them and coldly remarked, I am his fiancée. If he does not cater to me, should he be catering to you? Even a servant could openly ridicule Kwang Yi, proving he truly was a pitiable figure. The servant, taken aback by Mu Wan's defense of Kwang Yi, paled and hurriedly left. Kwang Yi too was surprised by Mu Wan's willingness to stand up for him. In that brief moment of astonishment, she pressed her soft body against his back, her delicate arms encircling his neck. Carry me out, you are my rightful fiancé. Mu Wan. Bully you is to bully me. Whoever dares to look down on you or push you aside to play on their phone, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Having been pampered since childhood, although she appeared elegant and dignified, deep down, she possessed a rebellious spirit. The people she wished to protect were off limits to anyone. Unbeknownst to her, Kwang Yi's dark eyes sparkled with joy. So in her eyes, he was this kind of person's Chapter 4 champion. The following day, Mu Wan was stirred from her slumber by the insistent ringing of her phone. Upon checking, she saw it was Kwang Xingran. She answered the call, only to be met with Kwang Xingran's furious voice. Wan, are we still good friends? You don't answer calls or reply to messages. Are you trying to cut ties? Mu Wan rubbed her throbbing temples. Her tone vague. If you have something to discuss, just say it. Kwang Xingran retorted angrily. What else could it be but you and Kwang Yi? At the mere mention of his name, Mu Wan's spirit lifted. She glanced at the time on her phone, yawned, and arranged to meet Kwang Xingran at a discreet CAF before getting up to wash and dress. Having grown up together, Kwang Xingran occasionally acted outlandishly. Yet her intentions were never malicious. Mu Wan was curious. Although Kwang Xingran had previously disliked Kwang Yi, she had merely complained to them. Why was she now pushing for him to embarrass himself in public? Upon arriving at the CAF, Kwang Xingran was clad in an exceedingly alluring outfit, a dark green diamond pattern strapless top paired with extremely short shorts, with colorful studded bracelets adorning her wrists. Had it not been for her striking face, this ensemble would have been a disaster. Fuming, Kwang Xingran stirred her coffee with a spoon, glaring at Mu Wan across the table. Speak frankly, resist harshly. What is going on between you and Kwang Yi? You know I can't stand him. Mu Wan had nothing to hide from Kwang Xingran. I like him and plan to marry him. Kwang Xingran's voice rose in disbelief. Why, I thought you liked my brother. Mu Wan corrected her. Xingran, Kwang Yi is also your brother. Then her expression softened. As for Kwang Shuyu, we never officially dated, so what is there to discuss? Kwang Xingran countered. That's impossible. Brother Shuyu likes you. I can see it. Mu Wan raised her gaze. Xingran, mere observation is insufficient. If he liked me, knowing I was engaged to Kwang Yi, why has he never contested it with grandfather Kwang? Kwang Xingran replied, because grandfather favors Kwang Yi. Mu Wan interrupted. But uncle and aunt favor him too, including myself previously. If he had any desire to be with me, this engagement banquet would never have taken place from the start. So either he doesn't like me, or he assumes I would run away from the engagement, unwilling to be the bad guy first. The latter is worse than the former. Kwang Xingran was left speechless, her mouth opening and closing as she failed to articulate a response. Finally, she resignedly scratched her head. Fine, I can't argue with you, but if you don't like Brother Shu Yu, how come you like Kwang Yi? Muon's ears flushed slightly, and she raised her brows. I just like him. Then she extended her hand toward Kwang Xingran. About that video you mentioned, the one of Kwang Yi working at the internet CAF, send it to me. Kwang Xingran looked perplexed. It's on my phone. What do you want it for? Since Muon expressed her intention to marry Kwang Yi, Kwang Xingran, despite her dislike for him, could not let her friend's engagement banquet be ruined, so she hurriedly retracted the file. Muon asserted, just to admire the gallant youth of my fiancé, Kwang Xingran replied. She reached out and touched Muon's forehead, suspecting her friend had been possessed by someone else. What spell has Kwang Yi cast on you? Muon retorted, and why do you despise Kwang Yi so much? Didn't you once say he had a pitiable background and deserved compensation? Kwang Xingran fell silent, averting her gaze, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Muon did not press further. After downloading the video from Kwang Xingran, she reminded her to delete it and not to keep a record. Kwang Xingran rolled her eyes. You're my best friend. Even if I dislike him, I won't target him. I'll just ignore him. Feeling touched, Muon ordered her a few exquisite little cakes, then casually inquired about the source of the video. Kwang Xingran replied that she had found it online. Once they parted ways, Muon opened her phone, located a contact with the username X, and sent the video to them. Help me trace the original source of this video. Then she clicked to transfer a sum of 10,000 yuan. After being brought back to the Kwang family, Aunt Zhou had long regarded his past as a disgrace, ensuring that all online content featuring him was deleted. For Kwang Xingran to so easily find such black history was utterly unfathomable. Stepping out of the CAF, Muon strolled along the tree-lined avenue, relishing the warmth of the sun's rays bathing her skin. During those days of confinement in the basement, even a single beam of sunlight felt like a luxury to her. Once again, victory was theirs. In less than 15 minutes, the ST team displayed remarkable prowess thanks to Kwang Yi, who successfully countered the enemy jungle while continually securing kills. The opposing team struggled to develop. It was truly impressive. On a bench by the street, two children huddled together, whispering excitedly, their eyes glued to the glow of their phone screens. Muon paused momentarily. Kwang Yi, indeed, he was a professional esports player. But in the upper echelons of society, such a profession was deemed rather undignified, even shameful. The Kwang family regarded it as a disgrace, which is why few were aware of it. Curiosity piqued, she opened her phone and searched for Kwang Yi. Quickly finding a live stream link that she clicked on, revealing a large victory emblem on the screen. At the same time, an exuberant voice boomed from the speakers. Let us congratulate the ST team on securing the championship of this LPL spring tournament. Countless comments flooded the screen. ST team is amazing. Yishin is incredible, earning MVP in all 3 matches, leaving the enemy team near despair. The other side is in despair because they can't even develop under the tower. My teammates are always a step too late. I genuinely worry that Yishin might be swarmed backstage. Kwang Yi YYDS, I want to have your children. Muon, so it turns out Kwang Yi is so popular in the esports realm? In stark contrast to the upper social circles, where anyone could trample on him due to the Kwang family's disregard, this disparity weighed heavily on her heart. Nothing is more disheartening than not having one's accomplishments recognized by one's own family. Clenching her fists, a fierce flame ignited within her. Since no one else supported Kwang Yi, then she would stand by him. When Kwang Yi and his teammates returned from their celebratory banquet, they found an enthusiastic delivery person at the security desk. Clutching an enormous bouquet of roses, engaged in a tug-of-war with the guard, Kwang Yi quipped, "Oh, whose fervent fan is this, bringing such a large bouquet? A confession, perhaps?" To his surprise, the guard looked at him as if he were a savior. "Captain Kwang, you're finally back. Someone sent you flowers." The base typically prohibited unfamiliar deliveries, but this delivery person was insistent on a personal signature. Kwang Yi. The other 4 teammates of ST burst into laughter. Midlaner Shen Lele nudged Kwang Yi, teasing him about bringing trouble upon himself. "Captain, the passionate confession of red roses, go on and accept it." Kwang Yi, exasperated, tapped Shen Lele's forehead. No way, formal team members are not allowed to accept gifts from fans. Has the team rule slipped your mind? He then approached the delivery person. "Please take the flowers back. I won't accept them. Supporting the team by watching the matches is the greatest form of encouragement." The delivery person attempted to argue, "But I've already brought them." Kwang Yi rummaged through his pocket, producing a crumpled 20 yuan note, handing it over. "Thanks for the effort." Seeing no room for negotiation, the delivery person sighed and accepted the 20 as a token for his troubles. Muttering quietly, the tip for this delivery was 100. The flowers, filled with intent, met a heart that remained indifferent. It seemed Miss Mu might shed a tear. Kwang Yi's expression altered slightly as he abruptly halted the delivery person. Questioning his own hearing, "Did you just say Miss Mu?" The delivery person lifted the roses, indicating the note nestled among them. "Congratulations to Kwang Yi for winning the spring championship, wishing you continued success and a path adorned with flowers. Signed, Muon." Kwang Yi stood momentarily stunned. In his recollection, the name Muon should not have appeared in this context. His throat tightened. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face as he extended his hand. His tone uplifted, hand over the roses. The delivery person, pleasantly surprised, realized the value of the 100 yuan tip was not insignificant. After the delivery person departed, the other teammates of ST gathered around, their expressions filled with curiosity. Shimla reproached, "Captain, what about the team rules?" It wasn't a genuine reproach, rather, they were concerned he might break the rules and incur the manager's wrath. Kwang Yi gazed at the vibrant red roses, plucking the note from them and pocketing it, his tone casual yet slightly smug. "These flowers aren't from a fan, everyone, huh? They're from a relative," Kwang Yi declared, before striding into the base with the roses in hand. His teammates exchanged glances, perplexed. The members of ST were all signed under Kwang Yi, so he was well acquainted with their backgrounds, yet they knew little of his, they only knew he had come from humble beginnings. To afford the travel expenses for participating in the league, he had worked as a net CAF manager for half a year, and he was still a minor at that time. Muwan noticed the order status indicated it had been signed for. Her beautiful eyes brightening, she opened WeChat, eager to congratulate Kwang Yi on his victory and inquire if he liked the roses. However, she soon realized she did not have Kwang Yi's WeChat, unmarried couple. No contact information. Muwan, she collapsed onto her fluffy bed, berating herself for her foolishness. When Kwang Yi had delivered shoes to her the previous day, she should have asked for his contact. She opened Kwang Xingran's WeChat. Muwan, please send me Kwang Yi's WeChat contact card. Tianshang Xing Xing Kan Beidou. The next moment, a contact card featuring a dazzling starry sky appeared. Muwan clicked on it, sending a friend request, but the other party took their time approving it. With nothing else to occupy her, she opened the video Kwang Xingran had sent in the afternoon. At the dimly lit entrance of the net CAF, a younger Kwang Yi, clad in a faded t-shirt and jeans, wielded a metal rod, his expression fierce and rebellious. Opposite him stood a scruffy adult, appearing significantly older, a cigarette dangling from his lips like a thug from the underworld. After some exchange, the youth erupted, as if provoked, charging at the man with the rod, leaving him battered and bruised. In the video, Kwang Yi appeared ferocious and brooding, akin to an enraged wolf, yet all Muwan could see was his gaunt frame, reddened eyes, tightly clenched lips, and sunken cheeks that suggested malnourishment. Muwan had heard Kwang Xingran speak of Kwang Yi's tumultuous upbringing. His adoptive father was a gambler who squandered the family fortune and eventually sold his wife, only to be caught for human trafficking. After that, Kwang Yi became a wild child with no one to care for him. Had it not been for a chance encounter where Kwang Yi bore a striking resemblance to his father, the truth behind the hospital mix-up might have remained hidden forever. As the video concluded, Muwan turned off her phone, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The Kwang Yi in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had taken his own life in the bathtub in her past life. Chapter 6, Shut Up, Do You Understand? Meanwhile, at the ST base, Kwang Yi finished his basic training and returned to the dorm to shower, stepping out wrapped in a towel. Professional esports players typically kept nocturnal hours. An SAS team doctor, fearing that their youth might lead to health issues, had devised a rigorous physical training regimen. Thus, Kwang Yi maintained an impressive physique, with 8-pack abs and a well-defined build. Shinla had once remarked that even if Kwang Yi chose to leave esports, he could effortlessly transition to a professional modeling career. As he dried his hair with a towel, his gaze drifted to the roses on the windowsill, his expression softening. Just as he unmuted his phone, a WeChat notification chimed. Seeing the friend request from Muwan, a smile spread across his lips as he accepted it without hesitation. Muwan would never know that this engagement was not a mere whim of the elder Kwang, but rather a gamble of everything for Kwang Yi, a final attempt at securing his future. Upon receiving the friend acceptance, Muwan immediately opened the chat box, hesitating as she crafted her message, finally sending a smiley face. "Congratulations on your victory. Can you teach me how to play the game?" As soon as she sent the message, regret washed over her. Would Kwang Yi think her intentions were merely to exploit his expertise for gaming? She hastily tried to retract it, but his response came swiftly, "Sure." "Ha?" Muwan's eyes widened. Kwang Yi had agreed. Clutching her pillow, an unprecedented wave of joy surged through her, and she rolled on her bed twice before replying, "I'll log into the game right now." Since it was her first time logging in, there was a tutorial segment. Not wanting to keep Kwang Yi waiting, she hurriedly skipped through it. When they finally matched up, she found herself at the hero selection screen, staring blankly. Aha, what did the NPC say again? Embarrassed, she snapped a photo to ask Kwang Yi. Muwan, photo, which one should I choose? Kwang Yi replied quickly, just pick one you like. Thus, Muwan returned to the hero hall and confidently selected the model she found most beautiful. Entering the map, she was unsure of how to play. Observing others taking different lanes, she followed suit and chose a lane as well, only to find herself contributing the first blood to the enemy team. The hero Muwan selected was named Wind Spirit, a support character whose abilities involved riding on the heads of other heroes to provide allies with spell enhancement and shields. This hero required a keen sense of gameplay, making it unfriendly for beginners, and could easily lead to poor performance. Given Kwang Yi's high rank, the match was filled with seasoned players, and upon seeing the situation unfold, one of them opened their mic. does the support even know how to play? Feeding under the tower, report her. Of the 10 wind spirits, 9 are terrible, this is a 4v5, just surrender. Muon not one to back down easily, after all, as the cherished daughter of the Mu family. She had a somewhat haughty nature, felt her face darken upon reading the insults, ready to retaliate with a tight response. She suddenly heard the game's sound effects as Kwang Yi secured a double kill against the enemy ADC in support. In the chat, he remarked, "I've made back the economy you fed me, shut up, do you understand?" The chat room was momentarily as silent as a chicken, and thereafter, as Kwang Yi remarked, as long as Muon dies once, he would proceed to claim 2 heads from the opposing team. The scrap iron bureau is akin to a fish pond for professional players. Capturing them is deceptively effortless, with victory being all but assured. By the end of the match, my teammates expressed their sentiments in the chat. In the future, when bringing a girl along, please adhere to this standard. Muon felt a slight flush on her face. Although merely a game, the sight of someone carrying the team with such prowess and unconditionally supporting her truly tugged at her heartstrings. Suu, is it convenient to use voice chat? 1. Sure. Upon donning her headphones, a voice message from a man with a magnetic, slightly husky tone reached her ears. Next match, you and me. Muon's voice was soft as she replied, alright. In the subsequent round, instead of selecting a graceful, a slender support character that could ride atop her teammates, she randomly chose a wild-looking hero with thick eyebrows and a beard riding a horse. Kwang Yi, eager to enhance Muon's gaming experience, noticed her studying the hero's skills when a low, melodious voice suddenly broke through her thoughts, teasing yet laced with an inexplicable tenderness. This horse can't ride on my back. Muon's cheeks flushed crimson, her shyness triggering her defensive mechanism as she retorted, who wants to ride on your back? I have my own horse, just play well and don't lose. The laughter beside her grew louder, followed by a fond whisper, at your service, my lady. After a night of gaming, Muon finally grasped the basic rules of the game. Having played late into the night, she fell into a deep sleep. While Kwang Yi had to rise early for a morning run and training. Post-run, the team manager pulled Kwang Yi aside, his expression grave. Kwang Yi, are you in a relationship, Kwang Yi? What makes you say that? The manager presented a screenshot, confronting him. Isn't this your Smith account, over a dozen duo matches, and you said, the economy she provided, I doubled it back, understand? Can you honestly claim you're not in love, Kwang Yi? Who has the time to screenshot matches from the scrap iron ranked games? Chapter 7. The correct way to bring a girl along the Smith account is well known among professional players. Just look at the group, they're nearly dying of laughter. How old are you this year? I had no idea you were so juvenile. Kwang Yi, realizing his oversight, attempted to explain to the manager. I am not in a relationship. The manager's expression darkened. So you're just sleeping with fans? Kwang Yi's eyes widened. Is that how you perceive me? In any circle, being labeled as such would lead one to be scorned and shamed. The manager, gritting his teeth, replied, I wish you weren't, so give me a reasonable explanation. Kwang Yi tugged at his hair in frustration. It's neither a relationship nor a casual fling. It's someone from my family. The manager's demeanor softened significantly. Really? Kwang Yi nodded. The manager then relaxed, advising him, it's not that you can't date, but if you do, you must inform me so that I can prepare the PR team. And remember, sleeping with fans results in a lifetime ban. Don't forget how hard you worked to get to where you are today. Kwang Yi nonchalantly replied, I understand. After dismissing the manager, Kwang Yi entered the training area. As soon as he powered on his computer, several teammates exchanged knowing glances. In unison, they declared, the economy she provided, I doubled it back, understand? Kwang Yi, come online if you have the ability, solo me, the team's support. The 25-year-old Sui Jin waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, the jungler in support soloing, how shameless can you be? Shinla turned around. I suddenly remember I haven't had breakfast. The others quickly sought excuses to escape. It would be quite embarrassing to cry in front of the current top jungler of the LPL early in the morning. Muon awoke in the late afternoon, her parents already at work. After a simple brunch, she discovered an invitation on the living room coffee table. Curiously, she asked the housekeeper, Zhang, who sent this invitation. Zhang Hui replied, it's from the Yuan family. Next month is Miss Yuan's birthday. Muon's brow furrowed. Yuan Weiwei's birthday. The Yuan family and the Mu family are business partners, and due to overlapping circles, Muon has encountered Yuan Weiwei numerous times, though she does not harbor fondness for her. The reason being, the latter has a penchant for Kwang Shuyu. In the past, their encounters were fraught with tension due to her engagement with Kwang Shuyu, which became a constant source of annoyance for her. She had never attended her birthday banquet in her previous life, and she certainly had no intention of doing so in this one. She tossed the invitation back onto the table, just as Muon was about to dismiss the matter. A thought struck her, darkening her expression. In her previous life, it seemed she had heard Kwang Xingran mention that a conflict had arisen at Yuan Weiwei's birthday banquet, resulting in Kwang Yi injuring his hand. That was, after all, the hand he used for gaming. Muon clenched her fists in anger. No, she had to attend this banquet. Upon returning to her room, Muon's frustration only grew. A normal person's hand injury would disrupt daily life. Let alone someone like Kwang Yi, an esports athlete. Due to her lack of attention to Kwang Yi in her former life, she was unsure whether he had participated in matches as usual after the injury. However, this time, she was determined to protect this poor boy. Mu1 logged into the game intending to rank up, but her level was too low to queue with Kwang Yi, forcing her to play matches instead. As soon as she entered the game, she was astonished by the number of friend requests flooding in. Why were so many people trying to add her as a friend? She randomly accepted one request and inquired why they wished to connect. The response was a link with the title, Hero World Today. Please check out the correct way to bring a girl along. Upon clicking, she discovered a highlight reel of her and Kwang Yi's matches from the previous night. The opening featured Kwang Yi's infamous line, exaggerated and bolded, the economy she provided, I doubled it back, understand. The word understand filled the entire screen. The reel continued with clips of Mu1 being defeated. While Kwang Yi executed double kills in mere seconds, the barrage of comments poured in. I'm in awe. If all girls were carried like this Wild King, why would I need to transform into a princess from Zwan? I matched with them yesterday. I was on the opposing lane. That jungler was insane. Not my support and I were either being caught or on our way to being caught, and my support was a tank. I was puzzled by this guy's murderous intent. I'd love to have a Wild King like him on my team. If only one were my friend, I could ride the coattails of the Wild King. One seems to be a novice. She clearly struggled in the first few matches but improved significantly afterward. Mu1. Just then, the new friend she had accepted messaged her, I'll gift you a skin. Can you help me rank up, Mu1? 1. I'm still at Black Iron. I can't help it this time. It was the other party that fell silent for a moment before responding. Then I'll help you. Since we're friends, right, but I'm a streamer. Hope that's not a problem. Mu1 found the person quite agreeable, replying, not a problem, thank you. On the other side of the screen, in one of the numerous live streaming rooms of Xingqian, a streamer named Olan, clad in a hoodie and seated in an esports chair, was chatting with his viewers. Having grown accustomed to high-level matches, it was time to have some fun and regain a bit of his skill. Go on, you can't compete with her. She has a Wild King backing her. I'm merely trying to get closer to Wan. It's all about securing a strong ally for the future. Don't get me wrong. I'm just a soulless ranking machine, not trying to poach anyone. Let me switch accounts. My current account is too high ranked for matches. As he spoke, he noticed the steadily increasing number of viewers and felt a slight relief. It seemed today's stats would be solid. He had recently signed on with Xingqian as a game streamer, and due to his exceptional skills, his data had always been impressive. However, for reasons unknown, he had been encountering actors in ranked matches, resulting in disastrous stats. Desperate, he decided to leech off the hype from the video of the pro carrying a girl and hoped to gather enough funds for his sister's treatment this month. Olan quickly took Mu1 from Black Iron to Gold, a exhilarating sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. 1. I have something to attend to, I need to log off. Olan felt a twinge of regret. During the time they ranked together, many viewers had come to his stream. Olan, alright, let us play together next time. As he exited the team, just as he was about to switch accounts, he noticed a notification in the message bar. Upon clicking, he found friend mail. Your friend 1 has gifted you XXX skin. Your friend 1 has gifted you XXXXXXXX skin. Your friend 1 has gifted you XX skin. A cascade of dazzling effects filled the screen as Mu1 had purchased all the beautiful skins of the hero he had just played. Olan's mouth slowly dropped open. The barrage of comments in the livestream nearly obscured the entire screen. Wow, wow, wow. Who said 1 is merely a girl? This is clearly a super rich lady. I'm smitten. Soon, the entire comments section was filled with envy. This wave of live streaming was exceptionally successful, as gifts flooded the chat. Chapter 8, he calls me sister, unaware of the commotion in the livestream. Mu1 paid little attention to the skins, which were insignificant in her eyes, hardly enough to buy herself a purse. She logged off, suddenly remembering she needed an appropriate dress for the Yuan family's banquet. Moreover, it wasn't just about her, there was also Kwang Yi to consider. The price of a dress was not trivial, and she wondered if the Kwang family would prepare one for him. Contemplating her words carefully, she clicked on Kwang Yi's WeChat profile. Kwang Yi, next month I will be attending a banquet. Could you accompany me to select a dress? During the training at the base, team members were required to keep their phones on silent or turned off. So Mu1 took a while to receive Kwang Yi's response. When? 1. When are you available? Suyu, our team has weekends off. 1. Then Saturday it is. Before long. Saturday arrived early in the morning. The driver took Mu1 to the largest luxury clothing mall in S City. Given Mu1's status, a simple phone call would ensure that the latest collections from various brands would be delivered to her home, and anything unsuitable could easily be returned. However, Mu1's intention was not merely to shop for herself but to assist Kwang Yi in choosing attire, a performance that required her to fully embrace the role. Upon arriving at the designated location, Mu1 immediately spotted Kwang Yi. He was clad in a deep navy striped shirt, the sleeves casually rolled up, with the collar unbuttoned, revealing his prominent collarbone. He exuded a carefree yet slightly rebellious charm. Kwang Ye waved at him. Kwang Yi looked up, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Today, the girl was not as elaborately dressed as on the day of their engagement. She wore a simple light blue gown with a mandarin collar. Her hair elegantly styled, adorned with understated rhinestone earrings, her slender neck and fair complexion radiated an air of grace and allure, clearly the result of careful preparation. Have you been waiting long? No, I just arrived. The duo entered the mall, their striking presence as a handsome man and beautiful woman instantly attracting the attention of passers-by. Yuan noticed many couples strolling hand in hand and, after a moment's contemplation, intertwined her fingers with Kwang Ye's. Kwang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Yuan's gaze wandered. My ankle is still a bit uncomfortable. I need some support. Kwang Ye's eyes darkened slightly, a fleeting smile appearing as he naturally took the bag from her hand. Then allow me to carry your bag. The young couple clasped hands, with the gentleman thoughtfully holding the light-colored handbag for the lady, resembling a pair of young lovers deeply infatuated with each other. Wan, just as Wan was selecting an appropriate gown for the banquet, a familiar voice resonated from behind her, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Turning around, she confirmed that it was Kwang Shuyu. Upon seeing Wan and Kwang Yi holding hands, Kwang Shuyu's expression darkened for a moment, but he quickly composed himself and asked kindly, "Are you and Xiaoyi out shopping, Wan?" Recalling how Kwang Shuyu had indirectly caused her demise in her past life, couldn't muster a pleasant demeanor, responding coolly with a simple before tugging Kwang Yi away. Kwang Shuyu hastily blocked their path. Glancing at Kwang Yi before addressing Wan, can we talk privately? Just as Wan was about to refuse, the fitting room beside them opened, and Yuan Weiwei emerged clad in a rose-pink fairy dress. Her voice brimming with excitement. "Brother Shuyu, do you think I look good in this?" Her words halted as she noticed Wan's guarded expression beside Kwang Shuyu. She quickly approached and grasped Kwang Shuyu's hand. "Wan, what are you doing here?" Wan rolled her eyes subtly, offering a faint smile, her words sharp. "Is this mall owned by your family? If you can come, why can't I?" Yuan Weiwei scoffed. "Stop pretending. You definitely know Brother Shuyu is accompanying me. You're just jealous and trying to stir up trouble. Let me tell you, Brother Shuyu is only with you because of the engagement. Now that you are no longer together, stop clinging to him." Then, with a bashful glance at Kwang Shuyu, her affection unabashedly evident, she showcased her attire. "Brother Shuyu, does this dress look good? Will it be difficult to dance in? Last year for my birthday, you gifted me a set of emerald jewelry. Does this dress match?" Brother Shuyu, as if to flaunt her connection with Kwang Shuyu in front of Wan. Yuan Weiwei affectionately clung to his arm. Kwang Shuyu's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience. He cast a sidelong glance at Wan, seemingly testing the waters, yet he did not retract his hand. Instead responding to Yuan Weiwei's queries with increased tenderness. Yuan, had it not been for her excellent upbringing, she would have dearly liked to inquire if Yuan Weiwei was about to lay an egg. Observing Wan's silence, Yuan Weiwei proudly puffed out her chest, feeling victorious over Wan for the first time. However, a low husky male voice broke the tension, firmly addressing all three present. "Sister, Chapter 9, the young pup shouldn't flirt like this." Kwang Ye's voice was melodious, deep, and magnetic, laced with a charming allure that inexplicably warmed the air. Yuan looked up at Kwang Yi in disbelief. "What did you call me?" Kwang Yi, noticing the dazed expression on Wan's face, smirked, slightly feigning seriousness as he replied, "My birthday is in November, yours is in May. Shouldn't I call you sister?" The repetition of the word sister left Wan momentarily stunned. She swallowed hard, unable to bear the weight of it. "It's just a few months. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Wan." Kwang Yi, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, "A year older makes you my sister." Yuan Weiwei, she widened her eyes, staring at Kwang Yi's handsome face, covering her mouth as her voice trembled slightly. "Yuan, you're engaged after all. How could you? The latter part of her sentence trailed off. But Wan understood the implication, rolling her eyes in exasperation, no longer inclined to maintain her composure. "Miss Yuan, perhaps you should think before you speak. You've managed to offend two people with a single sentence. Didn't your mother teach you the art of conversation? This is Kwang Yi, my rightful fiancé, not some gigolo as you may presume." Yuan Weiwei's expression became even more curious as she scrutinized Kwang Yi, murmuring, "Wasn't he said to be a scoundrel? How come he is so handsome?" The man before her, though not the gentle and refined nobleman like Kwang Shuyu, exuded a captivating rogue charm, but the earlier utterance of sister only amplified the intrigue surrounding him. Wan forced a smile. "Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. Don't mistake gossip for truth. Our IE is doing just fine." Listening to Wan's unabashed defense of Kwang Yi, Kwang Shuyu, whose hands were clenched into fists behind him, stepped forward to interrupt the standoff between the two sides. "Since we're all shopping, why not do so together? It would be beneficial for you ladies to consult each other." Seeing Wan and Kwang Yi appear so lovey-dovey as if they were not vying for her attention, Yuan Weiwei's hostility towards Wan diminished. "Sure, let us go together, but I'm selecting a dress for next month's birthday banquet. So Wan, you're not allowed to compete with me." Yuan, rest assured our tastes are not so similar. Thus, their duet transformed into a quartet. Throughout the outing, Kwang Shuyu attempted several times to engage Wan in private conversation, But each time was subtly thwarted by Kwang Ye.Mu1 remained oblivious to this dynamic. Sister, this dress is lovely, would you like to try it? It seems perfect for your hairstyle. Sister, do high heels tire you out? Would you prefer a pair of flats? Sister, are you thirsty? I can fetch you something to drink. With every utterance of sister, passers-by turned their heads to look, and no matter how thick-skinned Muon was, she couldn't withstand such teasing. Just as Kwang Yi prepared to call her sister once more, Muon covered his mouth and pulled him out to the restroom area. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Could you please refrain from calling me sister?" Kwang Yi lowered his gaze at her delicate hand resting near his lips, his expression deepening, voice low and sultry. "All right, sister." The warmth of his breath brushed against her palm, causing Muon to retract her hand as if scalded, a rosy hue creeping onto her porcelain face. "I said not to call me that." Kwang Yi, realizing he was pushing his luck, quickly feigned innocence. "Okay, if you dislike it, I won't call you that anymore." Mu1 splashed cold water on her face at the sink, catching a glimpse of the handsome man waiting just outside the restroom. She mused, calling someone sister while possessing such an attractive face was indeed unfair. The young pup shouldn't flirt like this. After much deliberation, Muon finally found a suitable dress at the high-end custom shop on the top floor of the mall, a stunning starry blue mermaid gown. The moment she stepped out of the fitting room, both Kwang Yi and Kwang Shuyu paused, their eyes reflecting unrestrained admiration. Even the designer, known for their exacting standards, exclaimed with excitement, "Absolutely stunning, beautiful lady. This dress seems to have been crafted just for you." The gown featured a strapless design that hugged Muon's curves, perfectly accentuating her figure. The fabric was adorned with scattered rhinestones that mimicked a starry sky, shimmering brilliantly against her pale skin, which seemed to glow. The skirt had a daring slit, revealing her slender legs with every step, achieving an impeccable balance of elegance and allure. Even Yuan Weiwei had to concede that Muon was breathtaking at that moment. She pouted, she must surely find something even more beautiful. Turning to call Kwang Shuyu to the next store, she was struck by the sight of him gazing at Muon, completely oblivious to her presence. Her expression immediately soured. "Do you think it looks good?" Muon asked Kwang Yi. He did not hold back in his praise. "A marvel to behold." Mu1 chuckled, then inquired of the designer, "I noticed there was a matching men's version of this gown. Could we take a look at it?" Without waiting for Kwang Ye's objection, she took the initiative. "Fiancé, wouldn't you mind donning a matching outfit with me?" Chapter 10. The professional player's salary is 3,000. Kwang Ye's eyes sparkled with delight. "It would be my honor." Soon, the designer presented a suit, a masterpiece crafted from the finest fabric, its color a deeper shade than the starry blue reminiscent of a night sky accompanying the stars. Once Kwang Yi donned the suit, a collective gasp echoed through the store. He looked incredibly handsome. Unlike his earlier carefree attire, the suit accentuated his tall stature and conveyed an air of noble elegance. Standing beside Muon, they appeared as a perfect couple, seemingly destined for one another. Mu1 decisively declared, "These two outfits are the ones I'll purchase." Upon hearing her decision, the designer quickly retrieved the measuring tools to record their sizes. As these garments were merely samples, the final products would be tailored to their measurements. As the hem of her dress trailed on the ground, Muon found it somewhat cumbersome to walk. Upon noticing this, Kwang Yi kindly offered to lift the skirt for her, extending his palm to support her. Mu1 gazed at the hand he proffered, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. "Thank you." Their hands overlapped gently, creating an atmosphere that was both tender and flirtatious. Kwang Shuyu observed the intimate interaction between Muon and Kwang Yi, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. What had gone awry? How had Muon suddenly grown so close to Kwang Yi when she had previously shown a clear fondness for him? Yuan Weiwei's gaze remained fixed on Kwang Shuyu's darkening countenance, barely able to believe that this was the usually gentle Kwang Shuyu. However, the strangeness was fleeting as he quickly regained his composure. Yuan Weiwei dismissed the unsettling sight as a mere figment of her imagination. She leaned in, saying, "Brother Shuyu, they've found what they were looking for. Shall we continue shopping?" Kwang Shuyu smiled. "All right, I'll go tell them." Yet, as he turned, the smile faded to a neutral expression. He could not afford to offend anyone in his current position, and the more pawns he had in hand, the better. Mu1 eagerly wished for Kwang Shuyu and Yuan Weiwei to leave soon. When Kwang Shuyu came to bid farewell, she merely nodded, her response perfunctory. Kwang Shuyu, after measuring her size, Muon prepared to pay. Suddenly, Kwang Yi seized the card. "Let me take care of this." Muon did not refuse. In such situations, it would be somewhat embarrassing for a girl to settle the bill. Unbeknownst to her, Kwang Yi discreetly swapped her card for his own and swiftly paid for 2 outfits. He could play the role of the good guy, but he could not afford to lose face by relying on a girl. Once they exited the mall, the sky had grown quite dark. Mu1 had called the driver in advance, but he messaged her that there was heavy traffic and might be delayed. Kwang Yi produced his car keys. "I parked in the basement, shall I drive you home?" After a moment's thought, Muon agreed. As they made their way to the parking lot, a young man, who had been shopping with his girlfriend, suddenly recognized Kwang Yi, his calm demeanor morphing into excitement. "Why, you're the wild god from Estate, right? I'm your biggest fan. Can I get your autograph?" Kwang Yi, his gaming ID was simply Yi, which led fans to affectionately call him the wild god. A title he did not particularly relish, finding it a bit too informal. Completely immersed in the thrill of meeting his idol, the young man apologized to Muon, saying one moment, before rushing over to sign an autograph. After the fan left, Muon teased, "Wild God," upon seeing her bright, teasing smile. Kwang Yi couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair. "Tonight, I'll carry you to victory in ranked matches." Wild God style, the warmth of his palm was fleeting. And Muon instinctively touched her forehead, casting a puzzled glance at Kwang Yi, sensing that familiar unsettling feeling again. Once in the car, Muon fastened her seatbelt, and the sedan smoothly departed from the mall. Suddenly, Kwang Yi's phone rang. Connected to the car's Bluetooth, the voice of Shinla came through, sounding like a zombie in distress. "Captain, when are you coming back? The kids are starving." Kwang Yi immediately recognized that the cook at the base was on leave. And the group of lazy boys were unwilling to order takeout, hoping he would bring food from outside. "Starving is just fine. ST is getting a new mid-laner. No, please," came the wailing from the phone. "The base lost power at noon. We can't even take a hot shower. We're really on the brink of extinction." Kwang Yi, the manager, had mentioned that the base would be undergoing electrical repairs today. "Captain, I'm only 18, I'm still a child." Kwang Yi, he gritted his teeth. "Send me your food requests via WeChat." Shinlu, "Sure thing, thanks, Captain." Mwah. Before hanging up, she could still hear him rallying the other teammates. "Hang in there, boys, rations are on their way." Kwang Yi hung up the phone in exasperation, muttering curses under his breath. Shinlo, the youngest member of estate, was only 18 and had just finished his college entrance exams last year. He was a rambunctious troublemaker. As Kwang Yi focused on driving, he did not notice Muon's stunned expression beside him. Her mind was racing with thoughts. They couldn't even afford food. Is this the kind of struggle esports players face? It was no wonder Muon took Shinli's jokes seriously. Although she had played a few games, she knew little about the esports scene. Coupled with the Kwang family's disdainful attitude, Muon deliberated carefully before asking in a tone intended to be gentle. "Kwang Yi, what is the salary like for those in esports?" Kwang Yi, he immediately discerned that Muon had misunderstood something, finding it somewhat amusing. With a half-joking tone, he feigned sorrow. 3,000. Muon's mouth dropped open. Her voice incredulous. 3,000, that's not even enough for the hem of that dress. She realized she had underestimated Kwang Yi's predicament. Seeing that Muon genuinely believed him, Kwang Yi chuckled softly, about to clarify when Muon pulled a card from her bag. "Here, this has 300,000. The black sedan, cruising smoothly, suddenly swerved sharply, and once steady, Kwang Yi stared at the bank card extended toward him, his mind racing with 3 words: "This is a mistake." If he were to accept this 300,000, the truth would inevitably come to light, serving as a ticking time bomb that could obliterate him. Startled by the abrupt maneuver, Muon misinterpreted his agitation as embarrassment. Thinking he felt humiliated, she quickly added, "We're engaged. There's no need to be polite. If you're uncomfortable, consider it a loan, and you can pay me back later." She then shifted the topic. "By the way, I have a violin competition coming up, and it's not convenient to stay at home. Do you know if there are any rentals near the first concert hall?" Kwang Yi, about to explain, swallowed his words and asked Muon. "The first concert hall in Pudong." Muon nodded. Kwang Yi pointed at the steering wheel, a fleeting shadow passing over his eyes. "That area was quite close to the ST base. No need to rent. I have an apartment there that usually sits emptied. I rarely go over since I live in the dorm. Muon did not expect such a coincidence. Nodding in agreement, "That works." She then discreetly placed the bank card in the compartment of his car. Winking at Kwang Yi, "Consider this rent?" Kwang Yi chuckled. "Miss, if the rent is this high, people will accuse me of fraud. Take your money back." "I was joking. The team isn't that hard up." Muon pouted. "You can't afford food and you still say it's not difficult." She pretended to be angry. "Are you afraid you won't be able to repay it?" Kwang Yi, the little girl, was using reverse psychology on him now. He glanced at the anxiety and concern in her eyes, feeling a warmth in his chest. Suddenly, he changed his mind, nodding. "All right, we'll deal with the bomb later. Let's get the rabbit home first." After dropping Muon off at her home, Kwang Yi drove back to the team. On the way, he opened his contacts and dialed a number. "Oh, Kwang Xiao, what brings you to call me?" The person on the other end was Fu Ziyuan. The only friend Kwang Yi had made after returning to the Kwang family. Fu Ziyuan had been a rebellious youth himself. Upon learning that Kwang Yi was an esports player, he had stupidly challenged him to a solo match. Only to be thoroughly defeated. However, they gradually grew closer through their encounters. "Can you help me find a good, safe apartment near the first music district in Pudong?" Fu Ziyuan, whose family was in real estate, was puzzled. "Are you looking to buy? I remember I advised you to buy one before, but you said the base was enough." Kwang Yi, "It's no longer sufficient." Fu Ziyuan, "Alright, I'll check it out. I'll have my people handle the paperwork and deliver the keys to you at the base." Kwang Yi, "Thanks." Fu Ziyuan, "No need for thanks." His tone turned curious. "When are we going out for drinks? I want to hear about your engagement with the Mu family heiress. You really didn't invite me, even after I helped you gather intel on her." Kwang Yi, he hung up. Fu Ziyuan, "Damn. I just did you a favor, and you're treating me like this." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Meanwhile, Muon was completely unaware that the poor soul she thought could not afford food had just purchased an apartment worth millions with a single phone call. She assumed the apartment was a gift from Kwang Yi's grandfather, as it seemed evident that, despite his parents' indifference, his grandfather still held him in high regard. As for financial troubles, given Kwang Yi's character, he would never ask the Kwang family for help, much less sell the property gifted by his grandfather. Once home, Mu-won pushed open the door to her violin room, retrieving the long-neglected instrument. Having begun playing the violin at the age of 6, she had majored in it at university, yet, after graduation, she had not touched it since in her previous life, when she was kidnapped and had her fingers severed. The only thought that plagued her amidst the excruciating pain was that she could never play again. It was then that she realized she wasn't as carefree as she had imagined. She loved the violin, despite all the gossip that her accolades were merely due to her family connections and that all her achievements stemmed from being the daughter of the Mu family. After a simple tuning, the melodious sound of the violin filled the room. The music oscillated between soaring and passionate, lowly mournful, and exuberantly joyful, eventually returning to a tranquil conclusion, akin to witnessing the serene blue of the ocean gradually fading away. It was the C minor Symphony No. 5, more commonly known as the Fate Symphony. Mu-won just mentioned in the car that she intends to participate in a violin competition, and it is not merely to provide an excuse for Kwang Yi. She has indeed registered for a local classical music contest. Since fate has granted her the opportunity for a fresh start, she is determined to live her life without regrets. Outside, Wang Lan covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. It had been a long time since she had heard her daughter play the violin, ever since a year ago, when a competitor who lost to Mu-won shouted about unfairness at the competition and, in front of her, inflicted a wound on her own wrist with a violin string. Chapter 12, Mom and Dad, I love you. The next day, Kwang Yi sent the apartment code to Mu-won. Upon receiving it, she informed her parents about her plans to move out. Wang Lan did not oppose this. She simply stroked her head and said lovingly, "It's a good thing that you can move on from what happened before. But don't push yourself too hard. It is perfectly normal to feel out of practice after not touching the violin for over a year." Mu-won nodded, thinking to herself that it was not merely a year but 3 years since she had last played. Including her previous life, just regaining her touch would likely require considerable effort. Her father, Mu Jianhua, frowned. There is no need to move out just to participate in a competition. It's dangerous for a girl to live alone. And we have a practice room at home. If necessary, you can stay at your brother's place in the city. It would be better for you to have someone to look after you. Wang Lan shot him a reproachful glance. The children have grown up. Is it too much to want their own private space? Besides, didn't you hear Wan say the apartment is near the Xiaoye squad? If anything happens, she can just call him. Upon hearing Kwang Yi's name, Mu Jianhua's brows furrowed slightly as he turned to Mu-won. Xiao-wan, your engagement to Kwang Yi was arranged by your grandfather and his father during their lifetimes. As your father, I cannot go back on that promise and let your grandfather down. However, given the recent upheaval regarding the Kwang family and the change in your betrothed, I won't allow you to suffer. Thus I have made an agreement with Kwang Yi's father. After 1 year of engagement, if you and Kwang Yi do not marry, the engagement will be annulled. So if you truly do not like Kwang Yi, I can assist you in breaking off the engagement after a year. The rumors circulating in their social circle were well known to Mu Jianhua. He was not oblivious. If his daughter genuinely liked Kwang Shuyu, he would not stand in their way. It was precisely for this reason that Mu-won and Kwang Yi's engagement banquet only invited relatives from both families, without notifying the media, resulting in only whispers among the upper crust. Mu-won was taken aback by how much her father had quietly done for her. Her nose tinged with tears, and her eyes reddened. Dad, thank you. In her previous life, she had been too headstrong. Had she simply asked her father about the reasons for the engagement, things would not have turned out so poorly. Mu Jianhua replied gruffly, I am your father, no need for thanks. Is there enough money for you? If not, I can have finance transfer 10 million to you. In her past life, Mu-won had thrown a fit at home over her engagement to Kwang Yi, which had infuriated Mu Jianhua to the point of freezing her bank accounts. My brother's supplementary card is with me, Mu-won murmured softly. Mu Jianhua exclaimed, those two little rascals, just wait until he gets back, I'll have words with him. Wang Lan, in defense of her children, interjected, all right, you don't care for your daughter, but can't you let your son care for his sister? Mu Jianhua's eyes widened in disbelief. I don't care for her. When she was little, she climbed a tree and fell, crying in pain and unable to sleep. Who was it that held her and stood while she slept for several days, and when she was 6, insisting on watching fireworks in a smoke-free city? Who drove her to the outskirts in the middle of the night to see them? Wang Lan realized she had stirred a hornet's nest and hurriedly soothed, yes, you love her the most. She then turned to Mu-won, Kwang Yi is a good boy, although I don't understand esports. I've heard he has won several championships. You haven't had much interaction with him while studying abroad. So just treat it as making a friend, regardless of the outcome. Your parents will support you, so follow your heart. Mu-won, touched, rushed over to cling to them. You two are the best. Wang Lan embraced her, her tone affectionate. You're grown yet still acting like a child. Mu-won replied, in front of my parents, I am still a child, so I will act like one. The family shared laughter and warmth. Save for one particular brother who was abroad on business, missing even his sister's engagement. Mr. Mu, here are the additional project documents that require your signature. Mu Yenji took off his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his temples. Just leave them there. Yes, sir. Ding dong. A message arrived on his personal phone. Mu Yenji paused, glancing at the sender before his expression darkened. He put his glasses back on and resumed working. Kwang Xingran turned off her phone. Resting her chin on one hand, wearing a seductive black slip dress that attracted countless lecherous gazes in the bar, all of which she ignored, she casually asked Muwan, who was seated across from her. So, are you really living together with Kwang Yi? Muwan found the bar's noisy ambience overwhelming, yet since it was Kwang Xingran who made the invitation, she didn't want to spoil the fun. Her face flushed at the question. What cohabitation? He is in a dormitory, not living with me. Kwang Xingran quipped. Then you're at a loss. Kwang Yi's only remaining redeeming quality is his physique, and you're not even enjoying that. Having been best friends with Kwang Xingran for over 20 years, Muwan was still taken aback by her blunt words. Kwang Xingran, she retorted, what? You're 23, not 13, how can you be so innocent? Haven't you seen enough of the world? Muwan shot back, mind your own business. Chapter 13, Wan is in danger. Having studied abroad, how could she not have seen the world? In fact, many people, not just pigs, were indifferent to her engagement and boldly confessed their feelings to her, yet she had always considered herself taken, waiting for Kwang Shuyu to offer her a passionate romance. And indeed, it had been quite passionate, so much so that it nearly cost her life. When she was kidnapped, in her panic, she dialed the emergency contact, and Kwang Shuyu answered, but he thought she was being dramatic, which led her to miss the optimal rescue window. Hey beautiful, care for a drink? A brazen male voice jolted Muwan from her reverie. Looking up, she saw an ordinary-looking man approaching Kwang Xingran with an ambiguous demeanor. Kwang Xingran didn't even glance up, dismissing him with a curt, scram, not interested. Muwan was taken aback by the sheer rudeness. The man, undeterred, pulled out a card. Let me buy you a drink. The implication was unmistakable. It was for an expensive drink. Kwang Xingran, irritated, glanced at the ordinary but confident man and signaled for the waiter. She pulled out a card and slapped it on the glass top. A bottle of Ace of Spades. The man's expression immediately stiffened. This was the top bar in S City, where drinks were already overpriced, and Ace of Spades was a premium choice, costing at least 100,000. Seeing Kwang Xingran's flushed cheeks, Muwan advised, you've already had plenty to drink, don't overdo it. Kwang Xingran nodded, acknowledging that she shouldn't drink anymore. The man, witnessing their banter, assumed they were putting on a show for him and mockingly retorted, if you can't afford it, just say so. No need to pretend to be rich. 2 gold diggers. Kwang Xingran shot back, waiter, here's a tip. Go get me some fresh shrimp, I'm craving drunken shrimp. The man was left speechless. Muwan was equally stunned. Such an outrageous statement drew the attention of everyone in the bar, and the man left with a cold sneer. 20 minutes later, Muwan was helping a drunken Kwang Xingran leave the bar. Don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't the drunken shrimp that got me tipsy, but an entire bottle of Ace of Spades. The bartender had hesitated to approach them, clarifying that Ace of Spades was champagne, not liquor, and couldn't be used for drunken shrimp. Muwan nearly laughed herself silly at the thought, while Kwang Xingran remained silent for a long time, realizing she must have drunk too much. Muwan hadn't brought a driver today and had come out in Kwang Xingran's car. She steadied Kwang Xingran in the parking lot. She pulled out her phone. I'll find a designated driver. You just hang on, and don't throw up. Kwang Xingran replied, sure. Quickly locating the valet's parking spot, Muwan opened the car door and was about to help Kwang Xingran inside when suddenly a shadow loomed behind her. Startled, she turned around to find the man who had approached Kwang Xingran earlier, now wearing a mocking expression. Aren't you going to have drunken shrimp? Why are you leaving? Don't put on a false front. You almost had me fooled. Muwan's heart sank, but she feigned calmness. What do you want? The man grasped Muwan's chin. What do you think? Of course, I'm inviting you for a drink. He scrutinized Muwan's face. Finding her strikingly beautiful even without makeup, her natural allure remained intact, and after drinking, her cheeks flushed with a blend of innocence and seduction, making her more enticing than the typical sultry bar beauties. The dim lighting had concealed her radiance. With a lewd grin, the man reached out to touch her face inappropriately. Muwan's body stiffened, and she suppressed her nausea, forcefully pushing him away. Get lost. Pale-faced, she hurriedly shoved Kwang Xingran into the passenger seat and was about to move to the driver's side when the man lunged after her, seizing her roughly and attempting to drag her into the shadows behind the car. You little wench, coming to a bar at this hour, you must be looking for trouble. I'll give you 10,000 after, so don't spoil the fun. A wave of panic overwhelmed Muwan, and she clung to the car handle, pounding on the window, tears brimming in her eyes. Xingran, call the police, call the police. The valet had parked Muwan's car quite deep, surrounded by empty vehicles, with not a single passerby in sight. Kwang Xingran, under the influence of a bottle of Ace of Spades, felt her head spinning. As she heard a series of loud knocks, she was about to express her anger upon opening her eyes. The scene before her jolted her into alertness. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened the door and prepared to assist. Muwan hurriedly called out to stop her. Xingran, call the police, go find the bar security. The two young women, having both consumed alcohol, were uncertain if they could contend with the man behind them. Perhaps it was the act of calling the police that provoked the man, for he seized Mu-wan by the hair and yanked her back. Sneering, "You think calling the police will save you? By the time they arrive, I'll have had my fun." Anxious and frantic, Kwang Xingran searched desperately for her phone. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone filled the vehicle. She quickly looked beneath her feet and discovered it was not her phone, but Mu-wan's. The caller ID read, "Kwang Yi." Without hesitation, she answered, her voice urgent, "In the East City Ace of Spades parking lot. Hurry, Wan is in danger." Chapter 14. "Thanks, bro." Kwang Yi's expression shifted as he called to inquire if Mu-wan needed assistance with her move. Without even changing his shoes, he dashed out of the base. Clutching his car keys, just as Kwang Xingran hung up and was about to call the police, her pupils dilated in fear as she saw the man pick up a brick from the ground due to Mu-wan's resistance. Her body acted faster than her mind. She leaped into the driver's seat, flung open the door, and pushed Mu-wan aside. The brick struck her shoulder, causing her to grimace in pain. This was the moment. Though the effects of the alcohol had not yet faded, her instinct for violence awakened. "Damn it, today I'll show you what a black belt in Taekwondo looks like." Kwang Xingran rolled up her sleeves, picked up a stone from the ground, and confronted the man. 10 minutes later, when Kwang Yi rushed to the scene, he found Mu-wan desperately holding onto Kwang Xingran, while a man lay on the ground. Bloodied and unconscious. "Xingran, stop, you'll kill him," Mu-wan exclaimed. Kwang Xingran was nearly propelled into the air by Mu-wan's embrace. "MD rapist, it would be better if he died, otherwise, he'll only raise our country's crime rate." Kwang Yi, who had been anxiously worried, finally felt a sense of relief. He approached, swiftly tossing the inebriated Kwang Xingran into the back seat of the car, glancing at Mu-wan with concern. "Are you all right?" Seeing him still in his cotton pajamas and slippers, with a hint of redness around his eyes, Mu-wan's fear dissipated instantly. He must have rushed over the moment he received the call. If only she had called Kwang Yi in her last life. Noticing her reddened eyes, Kwang Yi's expression darkened, his fierce gaze shifting to the unconscious assailant on the ground, ready to rush over and deliver a few kicks. Mu-wan quickly pulled him back, not out of mercy for the man, but to prevent these two ruthless siblings from ending up in prison for manslaughter. Soon, the police arrived, taking the man away. Kwang Yi accompanied Mu-wan and Kwang Xingran to provide their statements. Outside the recording room, Mu-wan was giving her account alone, while Kwang Yi and Kwang Xingran waited outside. Suddenly, Kwang Yi turned to Kwang Xingran and said, "Places like bars are filled with all sorts of people. You should avoid going to such places in the future." At this moment, the alcohol had completely worn off for Kwang Xingran, frowning at his words. She retorted irritably, "Don't act all high and mighty trying to educate me. It's the bad guy's fault, not mine. Are you implying that my revealing outfit attracted his attention?" Her sharp tone ignited the suppressed anger within Kwang Yi. Casting a glance at Mu-wan inside the recording room, he turned back to Kwang Xingran, his voice colder than ever. "Kwang Xingran, not putting yourself in danger is also a form of responsibility. Over the years, numerous cases have emerged in the media of women being drugged in bars, getting drunk and being taken advantage of, or even becoming addicted to drugs, knowing those places are rife with danger. Why would you recklessly venture there? Are you foolish, or do you, as a wealthy young lady from a well-off family, think you can gamble your life against the scum of society? Today's incident was merely a stroke of luck. If something had truly happened, Kwang Xingran, how would you explain it to the Mu family? How would you justify it to yourself?" Listening to Kwang Yi's scolding, Kwang Xingran fell silent. Indeed, if something had happened to Wan today, she would feel guilty for a lifetime. That was her best friend. That person would never forgive her. After everything concluded, the three emerged from the police station. Kwang Yi drove Mu-wan and Kwang Xingran home. Noticing that Kwang Xingran had been silent and staring down at her lap, Mu-wan comforted her. "It's all right, don't feel guilty. I'm fine." Kwang Xingran's eyes suddenly welled with tears, her voice choked with emotion as she hugged Mu-wan tightly. Promising, "I won't go to bars anymore, Wan. I'm so sorry." Mu-wan patted her shoulder reassuringly. "It's okay, as you said, it's not our fault." After a while, Kwang Xingran managed to calm down. She glanced at Kwang Yi, who was driving, and noticed a seriousness in her once carefree brother that she had never seen before. Feeling somewhat awkward, she said, "Thanks, bro, don't mention it. I came to rescue my fiancée." "You were just an afterthought," he replied. Kwang Xingran fell silent, crossing her arms and leaning back in her seat, her tone frosty. "This time, I owe you a favor. I'll get off at the next intersection. You're not allowed to tell mom and dad about this." "Okay," he agreed readily. Then, as the car turned at the intersection and continued straight, it came to a stop outside a brightly lit private hospital. "Why are we here?" Kwang Xingran questioned. "To get out. Let us check the severity of your shoulder injury." Kwang Yi replied. "I don't want to. I want to go home," she protested. Kwang Yi took out his phone. Kwang Xingran, wary, asked, "What are you doing?" "Calling your other brother to take you to the hospital," he stated. "If Kwang Shuyu finds out, mom and dad will know too. They're already critical of my behavior. Thinking I've disgraced the Kwang family. If they find out about this, I'm finished." She opened the car door. "I'll go." Thus, the three of them headed to the hospital again, after an x-ray revealed a minor fracture but no serious issues. They were advised to rest for a while. After leaving the hospital, Kwang Yi reversed the car and parked it at Kwang Xingran's residence in the city. Unlike Mu Wan, she had attended university domestically and had been living independently for quite some time. As he lowered the car window, Mu Wan looked at Kwang Xingran with concern. "Are you sure you don't need me to stay and take care of you?" Kwang Xingran glanced at Kwang Yi and waved her hand. "It's fine, go home, I can manage on my own." Once Kwang Xingran departed, only Kwang Yi and Mu Wan were left in the car. "Shall we head back to the villa or go to my apartment?" "It has already been tidied up, you could stay there for the night," he suggested. "Let us go to the apartment," Mu Wan replied. "If her parents found out about today's events, they would surely be worried. And her plans to move out would be dashed." The truth was, her primary reason for moving out was not the competition but rather the unbearable moments when she would be playing games late at night, only to have her mother suddenly peer in from outside, asking, "Aren't you going to sleep?" The pressure of that moment felt akin to being caught by a strict teacher peering through the classroom window. Soon, they arrived at Kwang Ye's apartment, a cozy loft of around 60 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a clear view of the nightscape. The space was fully furnished and tastefully decorated, with a living room and kitchen on the first floor, and 2 rooms on the second, one as a bedroom and the other as a music room. Mu1 was quite satisfied. As she was about to express her gratitude to Kwang Yi, she noticed he had unexpectedly appeared behind her. The image of the man attacking her flashed through her mind, causing her to startle and instinctively retreat, her face paling. Chapter 15. Kwang Yi watched as a flicker of sharpness crossed his eyes, quickly followed by a glimmer of concern. He handed a towel to Mu-wan. "Go wash up first. There are some old clothes of mine in the wardrobe, make do with them for tonight. And I'll bring you a new set tomorrow." These clothes had initially been brought to create a semblance of life in the apartment, and he hadn't expected them to be needed on the very first day. Mu-wan then noticed her hair was somewhat disheveled, her clothes wrinkled, and with the lingering scent of alcohol from the bar, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Remembering something, she quickly clarified, "What happened earlier wasn't because of you." Kwang Yi chuckled, "I know, don't worry, the bad guy has already been caught." Hearing his reassuring words, which felt almost like those used to comfort a child, Mu-wan's face grew even warmer as she took the towel and entered the bathroom. Once Mu-wan was in the shower, Kwang Yi's smile faded. He opened his phone's photo gallery, locating the identity information of the man he had secretly photographed at the bar, and sent it to a private investigator he knew. "Check if this person has a criminal record." Within 10 minutes, a new email arrived in his inbox. Kwang Yi opened it. The man's name was Jo Yong, a nouveau riche from S City who had become wealthy through demolition projects years ago. With only a vocational school education, living a lavish life of excess. 2 years ago, he had drugged and raped several innocent women in a bar, but the case had fallen through due to insufficient evidence. A year ago, he had picked up a corpse outside a bar, resulting in the victim being left paralyzed, a situation that was subsequently buried under financial pressure from his family. Kwang Ye's expression darkened. His Wan had nearly fallen into the hands of such a scoundrel. No wonder he felt invulnerable upon hearing the police would be called. He had precedent on his side, believing that even if something went wrong, his family would protect him. "Find the girls he harmed before, I'll pay for their lawyers, and afterwards, I'll compensate each of them with 100,000. I want him to be imprisoned for at least 20 years, understood?" Turning off his phone and casting it aside, Kwang Yi reclined on the sofa, his expression one of despondent fatigue that the base members had never witnessed before. Fortunately, Wan was safe, otherwise, he could not fathom the lengths to which he might go. He would never forget that 8 years ago, it was Mu-wan who pulled him back from the brink of death. 8 years ago, in City S, under the cover of night. Don't let him escape. In a remote rural town, the cacophony of a bustling underground casino erupted as a gaunt, bloodied youth burst forth. Behind him loomed a multitude of gangsters wielding cleavers, their fierce tattoos a testament to their brutality. The boy sprinted away, deftly evading their grasp, fists clenched, his eyes alight with a terrifying intensity. "Darling, my luck has been terrible lately. But I can turn it around, I will surely turn it around. I've lost 100,000, if I can't pay them back, they'll break my hands and feet. Let us offer our son to the casino. After all, life with us is nothing but hardship." At least in the casino, he won't go hungry. "Why not? He isn't my biological son. My son belongs to the Kwang family, he must rot and die in this filth." He felt a strange sense of elation. He was not the biological son of that scoundrel of a father. Indeed, how could a man who would beat him senseless when drunk and squander his entire tuition on gambling possibly be his father? He fled nearly the whole night, eventually hiding in a livestock transport truck. Escaping that nightmarish place, perhaps due to his injuries and the truck's poor conditions, he developed a high fever. Fortunately, it was a truck bound for City S. The boy, dragging his weary and heavy body, clung to the hope of a family in his heart, persevering through hardships, and finally arrived at the coveted address he had worked so hard to obtain. In that luxurious villa, he saw Kwang Shuyu for the first time, the man who had exchanged lives with him. Dressed in a tailored suit, he exuded elegance, standing tall and courteous, like a prince, entirely different from him. It was Kwang Shuyu's birthday that day, as well as his own. He had meticulously prepared his words, but they evaporated at the moment. A little prince in the hands of an adoptive father would likely leave nothing but bones behind. He thought before departing that he could not return to this home, nor to that one. His high fever and worsening injuries caused him to collapse on the road leading to the hillside villa. It was winter. Dark and cold. He struggled to rise, but his body would not obey. He wanted to live, even if it meant existing in the mud, trampled like a mere stone by passers-by, but his body was so disobedient. Just as he despaired, regretting his earlier kindness, a pair of hands lifted him up. The girl's voice trembled with panic. Uncle Lu, hurry, someone has collapsed here. Had he known that even if he returned, the Kwang family would not cast out Kwang Shuyu, he would not have pretended to be so kind. And now, at 23 years old, Kwang Yi reflected on this. Chapter 16. This is definitely not a little puppy. Tap tap tap, the crisp sound of footsteps snapped Kwang Yi from his thoughts. He immediately stowed away his distractions, instinctively turning around, only to find his gaze caught by the scene before him. A woman freshly bathed, with hair like seaweed cascading down her back, droplets of water occasionally trickling down, exuding a certain damp allure. She wore a white t-shirt hastily pulled from the wardrobe, the neckline slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. On her lower half she was wearing something, just not long pants, but rather shorts that reached her knees, her slender legs accentuated by the loose fabric, rendered particularly enticing given the situation of a solitary man and woman. Kwang Yi's throat tightened, his body tensing instantly. I'm a bit embarrassed, your long pants are too long for me, so I opted for shorts, Muwan said. Kwang Yi diverted his gaze, attempting to remain composed. Are you hungry? After spending several hours at the police station, Muwan indeed felt a pang of hunger. Is there anything to eat? Kwang Yi opened the fridge, pleasantly surprised to find ingredients inside. The manager is quite reliable, he thought, retrieving 2 eggs, a tomato, and a bag of noodles. How about tomato and egg noodles? Muwan's eyes widened in surprise. You can cook? Kwang Yi turned back with a mischievous grin. Or would you prefer to cook, sister? Hearing him call her sister again, Muwan felt less awkward, even allowing herself to be playful. Sisters can cook. It is the brother's job, Kwang Yi observed Muwan's radiant smile, his gaze flickering as he skillfully cracked the eggs with one hand, his tone laden with meaning. Okay, the brother will cook. By the time Muwan finished drying her hair, Kwang Yi had completed the tomato and egg noodles. Under the warm yellow light, they faced each other as Muwan eagerly took a bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is delicious. Kwang Yi watched her devour the noodles with a smile in his eyes. After their late-night snack, Muwan took the initiative to wash the dishes while Kwang Yi observed, expecting a dramatic scene akin to a soap opera where the wealthy heiress might shatter the dishes. But nothing of the sort transpired. Muwan, upon realizing his thoughts, retorted, Stop watching so many idol dramas, not all rich girls are weaklings who can't handle a plate. Besides, I studied abroad in college and am quite independent. Kwang Yi replied, sister is amazing. Muwan, exasperated, grabbed a small cushion from the sofa and hurled it at him. I'll kill you, you brat. After a bout of laughter, the clock neared 3 and Muwan began to feel drowsy. Kwang Yi picked up his car keys and yawned. You should get some sleep. I'll head back now. I can still get 4 hours of sleep, only 4 hours, feeling guilty that Kwang Yi had stayed up so late because of her. Muwan glanced at the spacious sofa in the living room and suggested, Why don't you stay here for the night? Kwang Yi feigned difficulty. A lone man and woman, isn't that inappropriate? Muwan's ears turned warm as she declared with righteous indignation, You can sleep on the sofa, and I'll take the bed. What is wrong with that? Then, in a softer voice, she added, Besides, given our relationship, sharing a bed would be entirely justified. Kwang Yi clicked his tongue, suddenly leaning closer, his breath warm against Muwan's ear. So sister wants to share a bed with me. Muwan's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as she stammered, Why you can't say that? Kwang Yi leaned even closer, his lips nearly brushing against her ear. Does sister not want to? Just as Muwan was about to firmly deny it, the words of Kwang Xingran from the bar echoed in her mind. Then you're at a loss. The only remaining advantage Kwang Yi has is his body, but even that you won't enjoy. Was she at a loss? Her gaze unconsciously wandered over the young man's physique, tall and lean, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. As he leaned forward, the neckline of his shirt dipped, allowing her a glimpse beneath the cotton fabric. Good heavens, are those 8-pack abs? And, oh my, where was she looking? She swallowed discreetly, a small gesture that did not escape Kwang Yi's notice, his eyes darkening suddenly as unspoken tension hung between them. Abruptly, Kwang Yi shifted his lips from her ear to the edge of her mouth, their breaths mingling. Muwan's heart raced uncontrollably, her eyes wide as her mind turned to mush. Is he going to kiss me? She cautiously closed her eyes. 2 seconds later, a light chuckle reached her ears. She opened her eyes to find Kwang Yi had stood up and backed away, a playful smirk on his face as he gently brushed her nose with his fingertips before grabbing his car keys and heading for the door. Good night, sister. His tone was once again casual, tinged with a hint of flirtation. Muwan was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Had he just teased her? This is definitely not a little puppy. Chapter 17. Lingerie size. Having left the apartment, Kwang Yi returned to his car, taking a moment to regain his composure after the heated encounter that he struck the steering wheel in frustration. The evening's expected course should have involved him and Mu Wan sharing a space. Bidding each other a warm goodnight, followed by him rising early the next morning to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for her, yet he had underestimated Mu Wan's allure. Had he not stopped himself, a kiss could have led to something he was unsure he could control. Especially considering Mu Wan was wearing his clothes, his shirt, his pants. He shook his head violently, trying to dispel the thoughts swirling within. The next day at noon, Mu Wan, still lost in a deep slumber, awoke to the sound of knocking at her apartment door. Groggy and disheveled, she stumbled to answer it, finding Kwang Yi standing there, holding two bags. One contained a change of clothes for her, while the other held lunch. "The sun is high, young lady. Go wash up and join me for a meal." After an entire morning of fermentation, the intimate atmosphere of the previous night was washed away by the bright daylight. Mu Wan hesitated to bring up last night's events, but couldn't he help shooting Kwang Yi a glare. "What did you bring to eat?" "Drunken crab from Drunken Immortal, crystal shrimp, a treasure duck, and a selection of dim sum from Wufang Jai." Just hearing the names made her taste buds tingle. These were all her favorites. She hurried to wash her face and brush her teeth, quickly taking a shower before preparing to wear the clothes Kwang Yi had brought. However, upon opening the bag, she discovered he had even included a set of lingerie. Mu Wan's face instantly turned beet red. Why on earth would he buy this, although she had arrived in such a rush yesterday? Lacking any other lingerie, she was still wearing the same dirty set. Who would wear unwashed underwear? Mu Wan. So is it dirtier to wear soiled underwear or to don fresh ones? After a moment of hesitation, Mu Wan ultimately opted for the new pair. Wearing used underwear after a shower felt inherently wrong. Although new underwear might also harbor some uncleanliness, it lacks the visible grime. Once dressed, she was surprised to discover that not only did the underwear fit perfectly, but so did the bra. Mu Wan's emotions were somewhat complex. How did he know her size? "Are you moving in this afternoon? Do you need any help?" Kwang Yi inquired during lunch. Mu Wan nodded, then shook her head. "I'm moving in the afternoon, but I want to need assistance. Just bringing some daily necessities. Uncle Lu will help me." Uncle Lu had been the driver for the Mu family for over a decade, having watched Mu Wan grow up, so their relationship was quite close. Kwang Yi nodded, then noticed Mu Wan glancing at him with a peculiar expression, but when he met her gaze, she quickly averted her eyes. Kwang Yi, Mu Wan lowered her head to eat. Discussing underwear sizes in broad daylight felt too embarrassing. In the afternoon, Mu Wan returned to the villa to tidy up, bringing along 2 suitcases and a violin case back to the apartment. She then visited Kwang Xingran, saying, "I didn't go home last night. I told my parents I'm staying here, so don't let it slip." Kwang Xingran's face lit up with curiosity. "You didn't go home last night? Did you get involved with Kwang Yi?" "Mu Wan, you're crude." Kwang Xingran, "A coarse tongue doesn't mean coarse reasoning." "You're practically engaged now. What is wrong with sharing a bed?" Mu Wan was speechless. "Wearing you just against my relationship with Kwang Yi. Now you're all curious about when we'll sleep together." Kwang Xingran retorted, "Physical pleasure has nothing to do with affection." Mu Wan patted her head, adopting a tone of lament. "During my years abroad, were you hurt by someone?" Kwang Xingran's eyes flickered for a moment before returning to calm. "Hurt? Please, I've danced through the flower beds without a scratch. Who could possibly harm me?" Mu Wan considered this. Despite being abroad, their communication had remained constant, so if she had been emotionally hurt, she would have known. "Not be why the way." "Wan, did you block Shuyu? He called me asking what you've been up to lately." Mu Wan's expression turned somber as she looked at Kwang Xingran. "Xingran, please don't meddle in my matters with Kwang Shuyu." She was aware that Kwang Xingran had a better relationship with Kwang Shuyu than with Kwang Yi, yet she could never be with Kwang Shuyu again, and she didn't want that to affect her friendship with Xingran. Upon hearing this, Kwang Xingran abandoned her intention to act as an intermediary for Kwang Shuyu and took Mu Wan's hand. "Even if I'm not fond of Kwang Yi, whoever you're with, you'll always be my sister-in-law. We must remain good friends for life." Mu Wan's eyes softened. "Yes, best friends for life." Chapter 18, striving for a world championship for herself after leaving Kwang Xingran's apartment. Mu Wan headed to the first concert hall. She had registered online and needed to check in to secure her qualification for the competition. The contest she registered for was merely a small event within S-City, named Melodious Sound. Mu Wan was preparing to participate in the upcoming International Paganini Violin Competition next year, one of the most prestigious music events globally and one of the 4 major violin competitions. She wanted to give both her past and present selves a sense of closure, much like Kwang Yi, to strive for a world championship. Thus, prior to that, Mu Wan needed to continuously participate in competitions, accumulating experience to regain her former prowess and perhaps even surpass it. After checking in, on a whim, Mu Wan visited the concert hall where the competition would take place, gazing at the empty, silent stage. A smile crept onto her lips as she extended her hand to high-five the air. "This is my stage. I'm back." After performing this gesture, she felt a touch of embarrassment, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before quickly slipping away. She hurried off, leaving behind a girl with a violin case who watched her retreating figure with a sense of familiarity, only to shake her head in disbelief. Impossible, how could the three-time Stern violin competition champion be here for such a minor contest? Though the girl hadn't been heard from in the classical music scene for over a year, everyone knew she came from a wealthy family. Perhaps she had simply grown weary of it all. In the following days, Muwan immersed herself in the rehabilitation of her violin skills. Picking up where one left off is always more challenging than quitting, despite having over a decade of experience. She was still far from the level required for international competitions. Sometimes, to lighten her mood, Muwan would log on to play video games, and over time, aside from thoughts of Kwang Yi, she began to appreciate the fun in gaming. For instance, at this moment, double kill, triple kill, Muwan achieved her first ever triple kill, nearly leaping from her chair in excitement. Indeed, securing eliminations was the ultimate joy. Her teammates showered her with praise in the chat, to which she humbly responded on the keyboard, just so. After playing for a while, she had even learned to use a blend of casual English. Unsurprisingly, they won the match, leaving Muwan in high spirits as she sipped on the freshly delivered bubble tea. Life was truly delightful. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. A glance revealed an unfamiliar number, which she ignored, yet the caller persisted. Muwan, exasperated, answered, "Hello, you've dialed the wrong number. Wan, it's me. Don't be difficult. I did lie to you before. Li Shuqin is pursuing me, but I didn't agree to it. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd misunderstand." Click. Muwan decisively hung up the phone and promptly blocked unknown calls. She had no desire to waste even a moment on Kwang Shuyu. What a nuisance, the triple kill mood is ruined. Muttering to herself, she felt free to curse since there was no one around. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar name online and quickly sent an invite. However, the other party took their time to respond. Muwan? Was she really that pitifully bad, or had she not received enough skins? After a while, a message from the streamer Olan appeared in the chat. Streamer Olan, Wan, let us queue up after my stream. After I played with you last time, many people accused me of riding your coattails, and my chat was flooded with insults. Muwan, her brow furrowed, her already sour mood sank further. She hastily downloaded the Starstream app, searched for Olan, and entered the livestream. As expected, it was as Olan had said. The chat was filled with vitriol. The language used was nothing short of vicious. The streamer turned off the screen. Is he off to swindle some wealthy woman again? His skills aren't impressive, but he sure knows how to take shortcuts. He went from black iron to gold, scamming a dozen skins. How shameless. This kind of streamer ruins the atmosphere. May his entire family suffer from cancer or AIDS. What a moron. Look at his main account stats. He is just a noob riding on others' popularity. How dare he? HW streamers still need to watch Stars number 1, Chao Shangfei. His skills are top-notch, and he is free to carry friends up the ranks without all this nonsense. Streamer, die, and stop pretending to be pitiful, claiming his sister is undergoing chemotherapy. Lies come easily to you. You've lost all sense of decency. Just die already. Muwan's expression darkened, watching the young boy on screen wearing headphones. Seemingly around 17 or 18. Though he kept his head down, feigning composure, the slight redness in his eyes and his helplessness betrayed his vulnerability. She wondered if these keyboard warriors had no mothers. How dare they bully a child? She created an account to log in, attempting a peaceful explanation. I'm Wan. I don't mind him riding my coattails. His skills are great. He is not bad. Indeed, Olan's skills were commendable. He could carry in mid-jungle and ADC roles, and while he might not match professional standards, he was certainly better than most players, or else he wouldn't make a living as a game streamer. Yet, her comment quickly drowned in the rapidly scrolling chat. Muwan, frantically, she copied her message to send repeatedly, finally catching some attention, but all she received in return was relentless mockery. Oh, is this noob streamer's paid army? An empty new account, no profile picture, trying to calm the storm by pretending to be a wealthy woman. How pathetic. Or perhaps it's just the noob streamer's leg hair, but this one looks fake. One is a rich girl, even if she has an account. How could it be such a blank slate? Poor girl pretending to be rich. It's just not convincing. Muwan, furious, she gripped the mouse so tightly her hand trembled. Being called a fake was one thing, but being labeled as poor was intolerable. Chapter 19. The rich girl is online, and he is jealous. Without hesitation, she opened the gift menu below, selecting only the expensive options and ignoring the rest. Visitor Chamomile Lotus sent out 10 luxury castles. Everyone, come collect the coins. Visitor Chamomile Lotus sent out 10 Phantom Rolls Royce. Everyone, come collect the coins. Visitor Chamomile Lotus sent out 10. Everyone, come collect the coins. Chamomile Lotus was the ID name assigned to Muwan's account by the system, and she was too lazy to change it. Thus, the viewers in the livestream were fortunate enough to witness a blank account transform into a supreme VIP within a mere 10 minutes. The crowd roared in excitement, eager to voice their thoughts, but the gift screen's effects had yet to finish, leaving everyone curious but speechless. Once the account became a supreme VIP, her messages stood out larger than others and automatically appeared ahead of regular comments, ensuring that anyone with functioning eyesight could see them. I'm Wan. I don't mind Olan riding my coattails. Please stop berating him. It's quite bothersome. After the gift effects dissipated, enormous banner-like fonts illuminated the screen, momentarily silencing the live broadcast room. As the party-involved Olan stood there in a daze, resembling a wooden figure, utterly motionless. In the next second, a flurry of bullet comments surged across the screen. Grass, 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 what did I just witness? Dozens of extravagant gifts, converted to RMB, that must amount to several tens of thousands. Rich lady clinging to a thigh. Ah. She truly is the one in the game. She came to assist the streamer in clarifying things. In reality, there was nothing to clarify. I was present during that livestream. Olan had initially informed the other party that he was broadcasting, and the skin was willingly gifted by Juan, yet some claimed the streamer intentionally approached the wealthy lady to deceive her for skins. The streamer must have been targeted by someone. Encountering actors during ranked matches, finally seeing an increase in data only to be slandered, even cursed with family misfortune, such malice is appalling. Does no one feel that Juan is quite loyal? It's merely a gaming relationship. Upon seeing the streamer being criticized, she immediately came to clarify, showering him with gifts. The wooden figure, Olan, finally regained his senses. He opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, tears welled up in his eyes. He pulled his hoodie over his head to conceal it, his voice choked as he spoke. Thank you for the gifts, Juan, you shouldn't have gone to such lengths. This matter is not really related to you, please give me your WeChat later, I'll return the money. His parents had passed away early, and his sister, who had been his only companion, was now diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. It had been a long time since anyone had defended him like this. Yang Ganjulianu, no need to log in a ranked. The crowd, so the wealthy lady made such a fuss just to play games? The dashing technical streamer and his silly top supporter sister, wow, what a delightful pairing, what is going on? 1, 2, 10,086, on the other side, in the HW professional player group. Humanity deserves it. Wink with a frown. Screenshot. Ye, the wild man, your crystal is about to be stolen. This message instantly ignited a flurry of reactions among the masses. Is that the one who secretly duo-queued with the wild man on a Smith account? Wow. Wild man, you should pay attention, don't just train all day, or you'll be blindsided. Don't worry, the championship for the autumn tournament belongs to our WF team. After munching on a few peanuts, you like this, the championship will always belong to Saint. Pa, the wild man is no longer young, how can you stop him from pursuing his love? Wild, don't worry, I'll still crush you while dating. The chat group fell silent for a moment, then erupted with messages. He admitted it. He acknowledged he's dating. Sister-in-law, where are you from, what is your background, and how old are you? How could she possibly take a liking to you? The party's response further enlivened the group, especially since Kwang Yi was among the earliest participants in the league competitions, whether old or young. Everyone knew him, while he also recognized them all. The Kwang Yi couldn't be bothered with them. Reopening that initial screenshot, his hand instinctively reaching for a cigarette, but finding none, he ended up biting down on a finger biscuit instead. What a pointless endeavor, that is my fiancé. He tugged at his hair in frustration, searching for Olana's photo, then glancing at himself through the front camera. Ultimately, he concluded he looked a bit more handsome. Just as he felt reassured, a thought struck him, and he switched back to the photo, gazing at Olana's slightly innocent dog-like eyes. Kwang Yi, thus that night, when Olan sought to repay Muwan's kindness by continuing to duo with her for rank. The wild king he had longed to cling to, Suyo, came online. Before tens of thousands of live viewers, the other party expressed gratitude. You are the streamer who recently helped Wan with her rankings? She mentioned you, thank you. The viewers in the live chat saw through everything. He is jealous. He is here to set the record straight. Rivals meeting makes for a heightened atmosphere. Streamer, quick, bite back. Olan, he timidly typed in the chat box, big shot, I just turned 18 this year. He truly wasn't here to steal anyone's thunder. Chapter 20, he too has tasted the bitter grain. Since that day when Muwan clarified things for Olan, she had not logged into Xingchen's livestream again, thus remaining oblivious to the viewers shipping her and Olan, or to the fact that someone was feeling jealous. At this moment, she was in a trio queue. I'm starting to match. Since experiencing the joy of carrying the entire game, she had become frighteningly strong. The live chat was filled with laughter. This is hilarious, whether it's the mysterious wild king or the handsome streamer, Arwan, the wealthy lady, just wants to rank up. Have you all noticed how quickly the wealthy lady has improved at the game? How long has she been playing? Just over 10 days, and she is already a grandmaster. I remember when she used to buy resurrection armor at the start, now she is an unattainable presence for us little golds. Haven T, you noticed, regardless of whether she hits her targets, her skill release motions are quite swift. Having quick hands in HW offers advantages, perhaps she works in a related field in real life. Thanks to that absurdly edited video, the buzz around Suyo and Won was quite high in the HW circle. Upon hearing the two were teaming up, many flocked to Olan's livestream, indirectly boosting her popularity significantly. After observing that Olan was indeed focused on playing the game without any deliberate manipulations, Kwang Yi also lowered his guard against him. He was somewhat aware of the chaos in the streamer community. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of Muwan's preliminary violin competition. At the entrance of the first music hall, Muwan took a deep breath, gripping the strap of her violin case tightly. Stepping into the solemn and resplendent stage, contestant number 16 Muwan, performing the piece Ode to Love. Upon hearing Muwan's name, the judges exchanged glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty, whispering, "Muwan, the champion of the Stern Violin Competition 3 times?" The Stern Violin Competition is an international violin event held in Country Z, attracting outstanding musicians from around the world with each iteration. It is currently the largest violin competition in Country Z. A year ago, someone had questioned whether Muwan's victory was tainted by scandal, causing quite a stir. She had not shown her face since, perhaps it was a case of sharing a name? We all know once we see. As the spotlight shifted, Muwan appeared in a shimmering white strapless gown, her hair slightly curled, wearing light makeup. Gracefully and dignifiedly stepping onto the stage, she positioned the violin against her shoulder, near her collarbone, her slender, pale hand gripping the deep red bow, and in the next moment, gentle and soothing melodies flowed from her fingertips. Having not performed in front of others for a year, Muwan felt a twinge of nervousness. Suddenly, her gaze brightened. She spotted Kwang Yi in the audience, dressed in formal attire, subtly giving her a thumbs up for encouragement. Instantly, her mood lightened. How did he know she was competing today? Kwang Yi sat in the audience, his gaze calm yet tender. On stage, the woman stood tall, beautiful, and graceful, like a stunning white swan. He had often watched her from below the stage in secret. This was the first time she noticed him. Outside the music hall, a few individuals were sneaking around, their eyes darting, seemingly searching for someone. Have they found the captain? Not yet, dressing so formally early in the morning, with suits and leather shoes. I thought he was up to something, but he ended up at the music hall. The captain has such refined tastes. How boring. I thought I might see sister-in-law, but I feel like going back to sleep. Don T, we're here now. Sister-in-law might be right here. Indeed, these few sneaky individuals were the other regulars from Saint. After Kwang Yi publicly acknowledged his relationship in the group, they had bombarded him with inquiries. Yet he revealed not a shred of information. But that is just how people are. The more you wish to keep something private, the more they want to know. So, when Shinlu encountered the suited Kwang Yi that morning, he immediately had a burst of inspiration, rallying the other regulars for this clandestine expedition. Otherwise, they would have returned. This felt a bit invasive of the captain's privacy. The oldest in the team, Suijing, advised against the stalking. He originally disapproved of it, but fearing the youngsters would act recklessly, he tagged along. Shinlu, being young and playful, assured, "I'll just take a glance at sister-in-law and leave. I definitely won't cause any trouble." The captain has been acting mysteriously lately. Last time he went out in pajamas and didn't return until 4 or 5 in the morning. Jinjie, aren't you even a little curious? Suijing, well, there is indeed a slight curiosity. However, following him secretly feels a bit overstepping. Found him. Suddenly, the team SADC Jiang Shirshi exclaimed. Everyone immediately followed his gaze. There stood Kwang Yi, the normally brash and cocky wild king who boasted about achieving pentakills with his looks. Now impeccably dressed in a suit, gazing tenderly at the woman on stage. 4 pairs of eyes widened slowly, experiencing a surreal moment akin to witnessing Zhang Fei burying flowers. That impeccably dressed man, capable of strutting down a Paris runway, was indeed the Kwang Yi they had known for 3 years in a team t-shirt. Just look at that expression. TSK TSK TSK, he wasn't this affectionate even when stealing the dragon or the baron. The tank player Zhang Yu had a different focus. The woman playing the violin on stage as sister-in-law, she is absolutely stunning. The crowd glanced back at the stage, falling silent for a moment, filled with envy and jealousy. He too had tasted the bitter grain. Chapter 21, meeting with street teammates. What merit does he possess, being merely a player in a game, to dare engage in a romantic pursuit with an artist skilled in playing the violin? Does he have an elder sister or younger siblings? Sigh, I too yearn for a sweet romance. On stage, Muwan took in the complex gazes of the 4 individuals, initially feeling a tinge of confusion. Noticing their eyes occasionally darting towards Kwang Yi, she pondered if they were acquainted with him. Upon the conclusion of the performance, the results of the competition were announced on the spot, and, as anticipated, Muwan advanced to the next round. This was merely a minor competition, predominantly attracting amateur violinists. Although Muwan had not practiced for quite some time, she remained a professional. After familiarizing herself with the schedule and rules for the next contest, she slung her violin case over her shoulder, preparing to meet Kwang Yi. Just as she reached the doorway, she collided with someone attempting to enter. As Muwan was about to apologize, the girl spoke up first, her voice filled with surprise. Muwan, is that really you? I encountered you earlier while signing in and thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Muwan looked at her in bewilderment. And you are? The girl hurriedly introduced herself. Hello, my name is Chu Xiaoying, a freshman at S City Music Academy. I also specialize in violin, and our teacher often uses your recordings for demonstrations. Despite her year-long hiatus, Muwan had been quite a notable figure in the music scene a year prior. A violin prodigy, blessed by the music gods, she had received numerous accolades. Muwan was taken aback to be recognized so soon after her return. Concerned that Kuang Yi might be waiting too long, she humbly exchanged a few polite words before departing. Chu Xiaoying gazed after her retreating figure, murmuring, "I thought I could add my goddess on WeChat." Upon exiting the backstage area, Muwan immediately spotted Kuang Yi, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she approached him briskly. "How did you know I had the preliminary round today?" Feeling somewhat self-conscious, fearing an inauspicious start, Muwan had not informed anyone. Kuang Yi naturally took her heavy violin case from her. "I checked. There was only one small violin competition at the concert hall recently." Muwan raised an eyebrow. "What if you were mistaken? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip?" Kuang Yi replied nonchalantly. "Then it would be a wasted trip." Muwan's lips curled into a smile. Who wouldn't appreciate someone who goes to such lengths for them? Behind the grand, British-style carved stone pillars, the four primary members of ST were whispering among themselves, "Kuang Yi is truly thoughtful. He took that case so effortlessly. He must be accustomed to carrying bags. What are they talking about? The sister seems so happy to. I don't know. Over there is the square. Getting too close might draw attention." Ahead, Muwan inquired of Kuang Yi, "Are those your friends?" Kuang Yi looked puzzled. "Those?" Muwan pointed discreetly with her thumb at the spot where several team members were trying to hide, since she had seen them on stage. She was now searching for their figures. With so few hiding spots, she spotted them at a glance. Kuang Yi turned around just as Shinlu peeked out, their eyes locked momentarily. "Oh no," Shinlu exclaimed. Quickly retreating, Kuang Yi's brow twitched, his jaw clenched. "You lot better come out." Behind the pillar, silence reigned. Kuang Yi added ominously, "If you don't come out, you'll return to extra training. You aren't allowed to rest until every hero in your position reaches the rank of king." Shinlu was the first to spring out, exclaiming, "Captain, are you human? Have you counted how many heroes are in the mid lane? To get them all to king, you might as well kill me." Kuang Yi retorted. "Is that so? You all seem rather idle to me." He scrutinized the pillar. "Just you." He had not forgotten that Muwan had referred to them. Shenlu unabashedly betrayed his teammates. "Of course not, Jing Ge. She Ge, and you Ge are all here. Let's all perish together." From behind the pillar, the teammates continued to shove each other, attempting to evade detection. These little rascals, eventually, all of them emerged looking rather disheartened. Sui Jin, being the most mature, was the first to react, politely addressing Muwan. "Hello, I'm Sui Jin, the support for Saint. I apologize for the earlier commotion. A few of the younger ones were acting up and disturbed you and the captain." The others quickly followed suit with their introductions to "I'm Shinlo, the mid laner for Saint. I'm Jiang Shirshi, the marksman for Saint. I'm Jianyu, the tank for ST. Muwan smiled at everyone and glanced at Kuang Yi. "Hello, I'm Muwan, Kuang Yi's fiancé. The mouths of the ST members dropped in unison, exclaiming, "Fiancé?" It was not merely a girlfriend, they had progressed to the point of discussing marriage. The captain had kept this under wraps far too well. Kuang Yi gave Shinlo a light tap on the forehead as a warning. "You lot are going to cause the roof to collapse with your noise." Turning back to Muwan, he added, "I've reserved a spot at Zui Xian. I originally intended to congratulate you on your advancement. Do you mind if I bring along these 4 burdens?" Muwan shook her head with a smile. "Of course not." The 6 of them then merrily headed to the dining venue. Shinlu, ever the chatterbox, having just been warned by Kuang Yi, leaned in curiously towards Muwan. "Sister, how did you meet the captain? Did he pursue you, or did you pursue him? Do you play games? If so, let us at each other. We can play together in the future." Behind them, Sui Jin sighed. This foolish child, upon hearing Muwan's name, should have connected the dots. As if she still played games, she was already sweetly duo queuing with your captain. Chapter 22. Pretending to be poor, he quietly approached Kuang Yi. Feeling a twinge of guilt, "Captain, I'm sorry, everyone has their own private space," and this time they had overstepped. Kuang Yi glanced at him, "There won't be a next time," then he patted his shoulder. "But you don't need to be overly cautious, it's not a big deal. I'll introduce you to her sooner or later in nearby." Jiang Shirshi and Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Jiang Yu, being a good buddy, clapped Kuang Yi on the shoulder, admiring his well-tailored suit. "You know what, clothes make the man, and if you wore this for the team's promotional video, you might even steal some fashion resources from the stars." Kuang Yi paused at this remark. He glanced at Shinlo, who was flaunting various designer brands, then down at Sui Jin's wristwatch, Jiang Shirshi's limited edition headphones, and Jiang Yu's exquisite sneakers. "How much do you all earn in esports?" 3,000. "That's it." Kuang Yi facepalmed, realizing this secret was about to be exposed. Jiang Yu asked, "What do you mean by that's it?" Kuang Yi replied, "My love life." Sui Jin interjected, "What do you mean?" Kuang Yi briefly recounted the 3,000 yuan salary, and his 3 teammates immediately looked at him as if he were a beast. Kuang Yi shot them a glare. "It's not what you think." The 3 of them turned their gazes away. Upon reaching the reserved private room, Shinla plopped down in his seat, expressing his thoughts. "It's all thanks to the sister. Otherwise, the captain wouldn't take us to such an expensive place for dinner." Kwang Yi shot him a look. Have you been starving all this time? Shinla chuckled. Not at all. But speaking of food, when we were in G City for a competition, the Cantonese cuisine there was absolutely exquisite. Albeit too pricey. We spent nearly 10,000 on one meal. Sui Jin immediately covered his mouth, awkwardly chiming in. We spent nearly 1,000 on a meal, which is quite extravagant for us. Considering our salary is only 3,000. Throughout the meal, Shinla chatted away with Muwan, oblivious to the internal discussions among the team members. Who earns 3,000? Muwan blinked, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Kwang Yi. It truly was extravagant given that the salary was only 3,000. Kwang Yi exclaimed, wait, something seems off. Just then, the waiter arrived with the dishes, and Jiang Yu hastily changed the subject, picking up a piece of steamed shrimp. Oh, I'm starving, let us eat. This shrimp is so delicious, it's no less than the Australian lobster we have at the base. Kwang Yi and Sui Jin looked at him, perplexed. No, it's far inferior. How could we as esports players afford Australian lobsters? I meant to say that our base's shrimp is far inferior to this. Kwang Yi and Sui Jin. Muwan picked up a shrimp and placed it in Kwang Yi's bowl. If it's tasty, eat more. I.e., you should eat too, Kwang Yi. Sui Jin quickly interjected, let us eat. However, Muwan was gazing at the deep blue mechanical watch on his wrist. ISNT that the Patek Philippe Calatrava series, I used to have a rose gold one, and I recall it cost over 1.7 million. Sui Jin felt embarrassed as he looked at the watch partially hidden beneath his wrist. Now exposed due to the stretching of his sleeve while serving himself. He awkwardly explained, oh, I just bought it casually on Taobao. It's probably a knockoff, there is no way I could afford such an expensive watch. Muwan nodded. It looks quite genuine, Kwang Yi. If he didn't realize it by now, he must be a fool. After their meal, Shenlu, ever friendly, urged Muwan to add everyone on WeChat and even asked if she wanted to visit their base. Muwan shook her head. I have other matters to attend to, perhaps another time. Shenlu replied, alright, let us gather again when we have the chance. Thank you for helping me with the jade bracelet inquiry. I wish you and the captain a lifetime of happiness. Kwang Yi, though he had anticipated this, he still shot a dark glance at Shenlu. What jade bracelet? Shenlu, for my mother's birthday next month. I wish to purchase a jade bracelet for her. However, I am utterly uninformed about jewelry. I've heard that jade is a profound subject, so I sought Muwan's advice. He spoke with a hint of arrogance. Fortunately, I inquired, for Muwan informed me that the piece I previously admired, priced over 300,000, was of inferior quality and craftsmanship. I nearly fell victim to a scam. Sui Jin and Jiang Yu. So they were merely putting on a faade earlier. They glanced discreetly at Muwan, whose expression remained unchanged, while they felt their faces flush, unable to endure another second in that place. Captain, we shall not intrude upon your date any longer. Farewell. The two hastily seized Shenlu and fled, leaving Kwang Yi to face the impending storm alone. Mu1 crossed her arms, gazing at Kwang Yi. Brother, your salary is 3,000? Kwang Yi, I can explain. Chapter 23, Kwang Yi, do you not need me? Half an hour later, at an apartment near the concert hall. Please explain, I implore. Mr. Kwang Yi, the first person in the HW Alliance to set a record with a staggering 60 million signing fee. A feat yet to be surpassed. On the sofa, Muwan, arms crossed, spoke in a tone devoid of discernible emotion. Since their engagement, Kwang Yi had never witnessed such a demeanor from Muwan, causing an unusual sense of unease to stir within him. It was merely a jest, however. Upon hearing your intention to move out, I wished for you to reside closer to me, and I acted accordingly, Muwan. So, my gesture of goodwill has become the opportunity for you to ensnare me. Is that it? Therefore, you are not impoverished? Not impoverished. The atmosphere fell into silence, and Muwan suddenly found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Should she express anger and demand answers? No, that was not right. Throughout, Kwang Yi had never claimed to be destitute. All of it had been her own hasty assumptions. A sudden heaviness settled in her chest, and for a fleeting moment, Muwan felt as if she were submerged in the sea. Unable to hear or breathe, she pondered. Could it be that due to past life experiences, her desire to compensate Kwang Yi had subconsciously shaped him into a figure in need of rescue? Yet, the reality was starkly different. Kwang Yi did not require her salvation. This thought unsettled her deeply. The intensity of the emotions from their past life was overwhelming. However, from her perspective, there was no foundation for such fervent feelings. In her previous life, she had dismissed him, overlooked him. Why would he harbor affection for her? Thus she exerted herself to treat Kwang Yi well, seeking a rationale for his affection towards her. In this second chance, she struggled to discern whether her feelings for Kwang Yi were rooted in gratitude, love, or merely compassion for unrequited affection. Yet, his transformation into a figure of rebellion, only to fade away, had long since etched itself vividly into her memory. Splash, tears cascaded down her cheeks unbidden. Mu1 gazed at Kwang Yi with hollow eyes, her voice choking. Kwang Yi, do you truly not need me? Kwang Yi, upon witnessing her tears, felt his own eyes redden instantly. His heart aching as if pierced by needles. He enveloped her tightly in his embrace. Wan, do not cry. I am sorry. I deceived you. Please stop crying. Mu1's tears flowed uncontrollably, her hands clutching Kwang Yi's clothing with desperation. It was as if she were transported back to that cramped bathroom where Kwang Yi's body grew cold and she felt utterly powerless to intervene. Kwang Yi held her trembling form, his heart aching unbearably. He gently patted her back, his voice hoarse. Wan, how could I not need you? Without you, I would have perished long ago. Wan's sobs stilled momentarily, her red-rimmed eyes peeking out from his embrace. Her lashes damp, appearing utterly pitiable. What did you say? Kwang Yi's hand caressed her cheek tenderly, and the deep affection in his eyes was fully unveiled before Wan for the first time. 8 years ago, at the Kwang family's villa in the mountains, you saved me. He recounted the events of that fateful day 8 years ago. Upon hearing Wan's tear-filled eyes widened in astonishment. Was it you? In one's lifetime, few can claim to have encountered a near-death experience on the streets, thus even after 8 years, Wan still vividly recalled that date. It was Kwang Shuyu's birthday. She had arrived late due to violin practice. And on her way, she had encountered a near-frozen beggar. He was covered in blood and burning with fever. Together with Uncle Lu, they had called for an ambulance, ensuring he reached the hospital, due to the beggar's unusual wounds. Her father feared she might attract trouble, thus erasing her traces from the incident. Kwang Yi nodded. It was me. Upon waking, I was informed that the medical expenses had already been settled. I wish to thank you. But I could not find you. Wan had never anticipated such a connection between them. Had Kwang Yi not revealed it, she might have remained oblivious. So, did you like me back then? Wan gazed at Kwang Yi with intense scrutiny. Kwang Yi pondered for a moment, not entirely. Wan, filled with questions, was perplexed by his response. Not entirely, Kwang Yi clarified. Before returning to the Kwang family, we encountered each other once more. That encounter had ignited a desire within him. A longing to possess. Wan ruminated for a long while but could not grasp it. She implored Kwang Yi to divulge the details, yet he remained enigmatic. Wan, perhaps Kwang Yi's explanation had fortified her confidence. She was now certain that he harbored feelings for her. She reached out to grasp Kwang Yi's face. You stubborn brother, are you going to tell me or not? Kwang Yi, observing Wan's rejuvenated spirit. Her eyes still slightly reddened, felt a release of tension within him, yet a playful glint flickered in his gaze. Shall we make a wager? What wager? Kwang Yi leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. Within 3 months, can you recall our second encounter? If you cannot, you must grant me one condition. If you can, I shall grant you 2. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear. Wan's ears flushed, her tone grew uneasy. Aren't you at a disadvantage then? Then let it be a loss. Suddenly something warm grazed her earlobe, causing Wan to nearly leap in shock. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Kwang Yi. Chapter 24. The little pup becomes the big bad wolf. Kwang Yi decided to shed the guise of the little pup, revealing the sharp fangs of a big bad wolf to the little white rabbit. Wan, the little pup may eat bones, but the big bad wolf consumes meat. You best think carefully. I have but one condition, and it will surely be utilized wisely. With that, he leaned in and playfully nibbled at her tender flesh. This time, it was more audacious, as he even teased her with his tongue, a blatant suggestion. Wan's face bloomed like a peach blossom, her tear-stained eyes glistening, making Kwang Yi yearn to forsake all decorum and claim her right then and there on the sofa, sensing the danger. Wan pushed Kwang Yi away. A gust of wind from the screen window cleared her mind slightly. So, you knew 8 years ago that you had swapped identities with Kwang Shuyu? Yet Kwang Yi had only returned to the Kwang family 5 years ago, and from his words, it seemed the swap was not due to a hospital mix-up, but rather a deliberate act by Kwang Shuyu's father. Kwang Yi affirmed with a simple Wan pressed. Did you inform Grandpa Kwang? Kwang Yi shook his head. I did not mention it. Kwang De Chang has already entered. Revealing this would be futile. The Kwang family might even vent their anger on Kwang Shuyu, which is unnecessary. Wan gazed at him with compassion. Do you regret it? Had he spoken up, Kwang Shuyu might never have been able to remain in the Kwang family as an adopted son. And others would not have constantly compared him with Kwang Shuyu, placing him in such a difficult position now. Kwang Yi met her gaze. I do not regret it. Perhaps the first time was due to his kindness, but the second time stemmed from his awareness of Wan's affection for Kwang Shuyu. He did not wish to cause her sorrow, nor did he want her to dislike him from the start. After an open and honest conversation, the distance between their hearts diminished significantly. However, the accounts still needed to be settled. And now, confess honestly, aside from pretending to be poor, what else have you concealed from me? Kwang Yi, upon seeing his reaction, Wan knew there was more. She crossed her arms, raised her chin, adopting a demeanor that suggested leniency for honesty but severity for deceit. Kwang Yi had no choice but to confess. Those 2 dresses were charged to my card. Wan, goodness, you deceived me right under my nose, and I had no idea, and this apartment was purchased the day after you dropped me off at the villa. Wan, she ground her teeth in frustration. You've hidden it well. You lied one day and sent me the password the next. Kwang Yi, I had a friend assist me. The family of Fu Ziyuan was a property tycoon in S City, and he had no properties there. Wan, she took a deep breath, realizing he had acted out of goodwill. Is there anything else? No, in the future, you are not to hide anything from me. Understood, my dear sister. Wan seized a cushion from the sofa and playfully thumped it against the mischievous Kwang Yi's head. You great big liar. Kwang Yi embraced both her and the pillow. Laughing with a carefree spirit, this is not deceit, it is gentle persuasion, strategic cunning. Mu1 yawned, we are not at war. Having just concluded an intense competition and shed tears, she felt somewhat fatigued, noticing her exhaustion. Kwang Yi inquired, shall we sleep, Mu1? Kwang Yi initially did not register the implication, but upon realization, his eyes narrowed slightly as he pinched the soft flesh at her waist. I meant simply to sleep. Or Wan, do you wish to do something else? Mu1 was startled and quickly closed her eyes, wrapping herself in a sofa blanket. I am already asleep. A muffled chuckle escaped Kwang Yi's throat as he rose. Lifting her small, cocoon form from the sofa, startled Mu1 instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Let us go to the bedroom to sleep. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. And the day of attending Yuan's birthday banquet had arrived. Mom, there's no need to have Uncle Lu pick me up. I will go with a YEI in the passenger seat of the Maserati. Mu1 fastened her seatbelt while conversing with Wang Lan on the other end of the phone. Struggling to secure it with one hand, she fumbled for a while until a shadow loomed in front of her and the distinctive scent of a man wafted into her nostrils as Kwang Yi helped her fasten the seatbelt. On the phone, Wang Lan said, alright, just drive carefully. Mu1 snapped back to attention, replying, okay. After hanging up, she turned her gaze to Kwang Yi beside her. His features were deeply handsome, his hair styled by a professional. Most of it swept back, with only a few rebellious strands falling, yet it did not appear disheveled but rather possessed a certain chaotic beauty. He wore a custom-made navy suit, eschewing a stiff tie, and had one button of his white shirt undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his throat. A sapphire stud adorned his earlobe, exuding an air of charming wickedness. Mu1 mused, how blind had she been to have once perceived this man of such remarkable allure as merely a loyal puppy? Sister, are you mesmerized? As the car started, Kwang Yi chuckled lightly, deliberately teasing Mu1. She was not oblivious to the mischief in his eyes and quickly retorted, no more pretending to be poor, we're in a Maserati now. Whatever happened to that BYD? Kwang Yi readily acquiesced, the occasion is different today, I can't let my sister lose face by accompanying me. Mu1 pouted, such smooth talker. Kwang Yi feigned injury, I merely wish to provide my sister with the best. Mu1 chuckled, if you were to wipe that grin off your face, I might actually believe you. Since the facade of the puppy had been torn away, he had ceased all pretense, yet, as she glanced at Kwang Yi's handsome hands gripping the steering wheel, a flicker of concern crossed Mu1's eyes. Initially, she had intended to dissuade him from attending the banquet, but Kwang's grandfather had called a few days prior, insisting that Kwang Yi must make an appearance. Although Mu1 was unaware of the reasons, as a younger generation, she naturally could not oppose her elders. She resolved to keep a close watch on Kwang Yi during the banquet. Chapter 25, You Must Like Mu1. At this moment, at the Yuan family villa, a group of wealthy second-generation youths gathered, holding champagne and whispering amongst themselves, I heard that Mu's daughter and that true young master from the Kwang family will be here today. Really, this is going to be entertaining. I heard Mu1 is particularly disdainful of that true young master and is rather close with the adopted son of the Kwang family. Kwang Shuyu is here today too. It's going to be a battlefield, and I can't wait. Some gazed towards the dance floor, where Kwang Shuyu stood with Yuan Weiwei, his demeanor refined and courteous, expressing a fair opinion however, with Mu1 as the pearl of the Mu family. One is an outstanding and handsome childhood friend, while the other is a betrothed partner with mismatched values and appearance. If I were her, I would choose Kwang Shuyu as well. Is Kwang Yi really that bad? A girl with short hair blushed, recalling her brief encounter with Kwang Yi, who was quite handsome. I don't know, it's all hearsay. I've never seen him. I've just heard he's a rogue who even had run-ins with the law before returning to the Kwang family. And his relations with his family aren't great. Once it caused quite a stir and made his father get high blood pressure from anger, leading to disappointment in handing over the family business to Kwang Shuyu to manage. Wow, Kwang Shuyu is truly fortunate to face such a rival. Within the Grand families, there are many illegitimate children vying for inheritance. If they could meet such a foolish competitor, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Suddenly one of the group glanced towards the entrance, exclaiming in shock, and the others turned to see what had caught their attention, their eyes widening. At the door, a couple strolled in hand, they wore matching outfits. The woman was elegant and graceful, breathtakingly beautiful, while the man exuded a seductive charm, strikingly handsome. Is this a rogue? This is clearly... No, wait, no one told me Kwang Yi looked like this. The two entered, gazing at each other affectionately. And one could not help but wonder about the rumors of their strained relationship. Kwang Shuyu watched Kwang Yi standing beside Mu1, a flicker of coldness and irritation crossing his eyes. Why was he here? As long as Kwang Yi was present, he would forever be burdened with the title of false young master, a feeling he loathed. Shuyu, what's wrong? Yuan Weiwei noticed Kwang Shuyu's gloomy expression. Kwang Shuyu shook his head, it's nothing, perhaps I've just been exhausted from work these past few days. Don't frown, you're the birthday girl today, so you should be happy. Yuan Weiwei felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Mu1 and Kwang Yi entering and huffed, leading Kwang Shuyu upstairs. Come on Shuyu, I'll take you to meet Dad. Mu1 brought Kwang Yi to join her parents. And Wang Lan couldn't help but smile widely at their matching outfits. These clothes are lovely. Who chose them? They have great taste. Mu1 pointed at Kwang Yi. He picked them, knowing this was an old grievance. Kwang Yi thought to himself that this lady bore quite a grudge and then explained to Wang Lan it was Wanwan's choice, she has always had great taste. Mu Jianhua subtly scrutinized Kwang Yi. Noticing he did not possess the rumored lewdness, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Come, let me introduce you to some people. Subsequently, Mu Jianhua took on the role of a senior, leading the young couple to introduce them to his friends. The rumors surrounding Kwang Yi and their circle were varied, and many were curious about him, but throughout, Kwang Yi remained humble and polite, rendering the rumors untrustworthy. Your brother, Dad wants to see you for a moment. Suddenly, Kwang Xingran approached Kwang Yi, greeting the Mu family elders before addressing Kwang Yi. Kwang Yi raised his eyes, spotting Kwang Zhengbai in the distance, his expression inscrutable. Uncle Mu, I will go see him. Mu Jianhua nodded. Kwang Xingran thought, why does it feel like Kwang Yi is the one being married off? Muan watched Kwang Yi walk away, unease creeping into her heart, but since only Kwang Yi was called, she felt it inappropriate to follow. Kwang Xingran could hardly bear the sight of her, pulling her aside to whisper, don't worry, he won't eat you. Where's your brother? Why hasn't he returned yet? Muan retracted her gaze. Not yet, I heard the project is a bit tricky, so it might take until the end of the month. Muan's brother was a high-powered CEO, overseeing aerospace materials, perpetually flying from one country to another. Exceedingly busy. Mu Jianhua often regretted not sending him to the military in the first place. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Kwang Xingran's eyes, but she quickly concealed it, changing the subject. On the second floor, Kwang Zhengbai, with a square jaw and an air of authority, looked at Kwang Yi and questioned, you are now engaged to Mu's daughter, shouldn't you settle down, cease your ridiculous games, and start working at the company? Kwang Yi replied without hesitation, no. Kwang Zhengbai's cane struck the floor heavily, his face contorted in anger. Kwang Yi, how long are you going to continue this farce? I've already been patient regarding the matter of the mix-up. Don't test my limits. Without waiting for Kwang Yi to respond, he snorted coldly, warning, as long as I wish, you will never step foot on the competition stage again, you know I have that capability. Kwang Yi's nonchalant expression turned serious, then suddenly broke into a smile. Then I shall strip and perform avant-garde art at the entrance of the Kwang group. You know me, I'm a shameless rogue. I'll do anything. Kwang Zhengbai, infuriated, sputtered, you insolent brat. Kwang Yi nodded earnestly, indeed, I am quite the rascal. If you have no other matters, I shall take my leave. Just as he turned to grasp the doorknob, a cold scoff rang out behind him. You like Muan, don't you? Chapter 26. The arrogance of capital. Kwang Yi froze momentarily, turning back, his expression darkened. What do you intend to do to her? Kwang Zhengbai sneered, she belongs to the Mu family. What could I possibly do? I'm merely warning you, before the engagement, she was still hopelessly devoted to Shuyu. What if she chooses him again? Kwang Yi, what do you have to compete with Shuyu? Kwang Yi tightened his grip on the doorknob. His gaze towards Kwang Zhengbai cold and laced with disgust. Do not use Muan as a pawn to provoke me. If you truly believe that my existence brings you shame, I have no obligation to acknowledge you as my father. Furthermore, do not speak of competition. Muan is not something to be fought over between me and Kwang Shuyu, she belongs solely to herself. For with that, Kwang Yi twisted the doorknob and strode out. Disregarding Kwang Zhengbai's darkened countenance, Muan had been watching the direction in which Kwang Yi departed. Upon seeing him emerge, she hurried over, her eyes instinctively checking his hands, relieved when she found no injuries. Noticing his somber demeanor, she asked with concern, what happened? Did you argue with Uncle Kwang? Kwang Yi responded with a grunt. Ever since returning to the Kwang family, everyone had scrutinized him, hoping he would turn into a block of wood for them to carve and display in a showcase. Suddenly, he quietly grasped Muan's hand, his tone sorrowful and pitiful. He said he would prevent me from competing professionally. He insulted me, saying I'm just a loser who plays games and am unworthy of you. Muan's heart ached for him. She knew the Kwang family looked down on Kwang Yi's profession, but she hadn't anticipated the words to be so hurtful. Nonsense, our Yishan is incredibly talented. With countless fans in the rift, captivating countless girls, Kwang Yi blinked innocently. Is that so? Have I captivated you too, sister? Mu Wanchuan's words slipped out effortlessly. Of course. She suddenly looked up at Kwang Yi, who wore a smirk, his eyes sparkling with mischievous delight. Kwang Yi, Muan gritted her teeth, the shadows clouding Kwang Yi's heart dissipated instantly as he grasped Muan's hand tightly, his smile carefree and bright as he strolled back into the crowd. Before the engagement, she was wholeheartedly devoted to Shuyu. If she were to choose Shuyu again, Kwang Yi, what would you have to compete with him for? No, I will not grant her the opportunity to reconsider. The birthday banquet commenced shortly thereafter. Yuan Weiwei descended gracefully from the second floor in a stunning gown and boldly invited Kwang Shuyu to dance the first waltz before everyone. Kwang Shuyu did not decline. The two embraced and glided into the dance floor, a handsome couple, their steps light and elegant, reminiscent of celestial beings. Many onlookers cast curious glances at Muan, expecting her to display jealousy or anger, perhaps even a fleeting avoidance of their gaze, yet she stood there, casually munching on cherries, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle. Having not eaten dinner, she felt quite famished. Muan had forsaken the esteemed Kwang Shuyu, a graduate of Harvard Business School, for a country bumpkin with no university education. Surely she must now be regretting her decision. Previously, there had been rumors linking Kwang Shuyu and Li Shuqin, which were mere misunderstandings. Yet, Mu Wan had been relentless, likely hoping to provoke Kwang Yi through her engagement. Who would have thought it would backfire, given Kwang Shuyu's reputation among the elite, even if he were not the scion of the Kwang family. Many would still desire him as a son. Mu Wan's error lay in overestimating her own significance. Suddenly, hushed whispers emerged from behind her. The voices sounded familiar, and upon turning to look, she realized she indeed recognized them. They were a few young gentlemen who usually socialized with Kwang Shuyu. She felt no inclination to indulge them. Her voice was icy. "Are you worms in my belly, knowing my thoughts so clearly?" The group seemed taken aback by her presence, their expressions turning awkward as they stammered explanations. Mu Wan, please don't be angry. We meant no harm, just joking around. Mu Wan's demeanor remained indifferent. If you had no ill intentions, I wouldn't waste my breath on you. Apologize to me immediately. Mu Wan had never liked Kwang Shuyu's friends. They lacked decorum and boundaries. Once, they even compared her to a kept mistress, which infuriated her. Since then, she had ceased attending their gatherings, though Kwang Shuyu had sworn he would sever ties with them, yet, their camaraderie belied such claims. Under the scrutiny of all present, the young gentlemen's faces soured. Apologizing would be too shameful. 3 seconds, either apologize to me, or I will inform my parents and have them demand an apology from yours. Some found this unacceptable, scoffing. How old are you to be telling on your parents? Are you still in elementary school? Mu Wan, her eyes narrowed, a sharp edge to her tone. Even elementary school students know not to gossip behind others' backs. You, on the other hand, prattle on like children. The first to provoke is the most disgraceful. You will either apologize here today or come to my home with gifts to apologize later. Just know that whether I choose to forgive you then is a different matter altogether. The Mu family, a prominent clan in S City, had members in business, politics, and the military, though they usually maintained a low profile. Who would dare offend them? As Mu Wan, the family's little princess, she possessed the leverage to be imperious. Chapter 27, An Apology. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Mu Wan's message was clear. If no one apologized, this matter would not conclude today. The situation escalated, becoming somewhat embarrassing, prompting Kwang Shuyu, having heard the commotion, to cease his dance with Yuan Weiwei and approach. After grasping the situation, he shot a glare at the young gentleman, then, turning to Mu Wan with an apologetic expression, he said, Wan, they were just drunk and speaking thoughtlessly. Don T hold it against them. I'll apologize on their behalf. Kwang Ye's brow furrowed deeply, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he observed Kwang Shuyu. This was precisely how Wan had been wronged in the past. His words became less courteous. You are apologizing for them. Do they lack mouths, or are they like kindergarten children who cannot speak for themselves? Yet you take it upon yourself to be the Good Samaritan. But is it too much to ask for an apology when Wan has been disparaged publicly? Aside from Mu Wan and Kwang Yi, many had witnessed the incident. Indeed, it was those individuals who were in the wrong. Yet somehow, it seemed as though Mu Wan was the one at fault. All she sought was a simple apology. Previously, some had claimed Mu Wan was spoiled and headstrong, attributing her behavior to Kwang Shuyu's good nature. But observing his current attitude, which seemed intent on burying the matter without regard for her grievances, if she were in her position, she too would be obstinate and demanding. The surrounding whispers made Kwang Shuyu uncomfortable. He glanced at Kwang Yi but chose to ignore him, refocusing on Mu Wan. Wan, it is Yuan's birthday banquet after all. Let us not make it too awkward. Would it be acceptable if I speak to them privately later about apologizing to you? Mu Wan did not miss the disdain in Kwang Shuyu's glance toward Kwang Yi, which irked her to no end. How could this pretender dare to look down upon the genuine article? She linked her arm with Kwang Ye's, supporting him. Are my fiancé's words unclear? I want them to apologize to me in person. Such a blatant refusal to yield left Kwang Shuyu speechless. The group of young gentlemen glared at Mu Wan, looking as though they had been wronged. Suddenly Mu Wan found the entire situation utterly tedious and turned to leave with Kwang Yi. The crowd assumed she intended to report the incident. For some were wary of risking their family's reputation and hurriedly called out, I'm sorry. Mu Wan turned back. The speaker shrank back, muttering another apology before slinking away, with the first person having apologized. The rest quickly followed suit, all offering their apologies to Mu Wan. She nodded, neither confirming nor denying forgiveness, and swiftly departed with Kwang Yi. Eventually those who had apologized left, as did the recipients of the apologies, leaving only an awkward mediator lingering, caught in a limbo of discomfort. Kwang Shuyu hung his head, his expression a mix of embarrassment and gloom, noticing Kwang Shuyu had been absent for a prolonged period. Yuan Weiwei approached him, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. What's wrong, Shuyu? Kwang Shuyu looked up with a bitter smile. Nothing much. I thought I should intervene when I saw them quarreling to avoid disturbing the guests. But it seems I may have overstepped. Yuan Weiwei dismissed it. Shuyu, you're just too kind-hearted, always considering others. Let us return to dancing. All right. As time passed, the banquet began to wind down, and Mu Wan prepared to slip away with Kwang Yi. As she observed his unscathed hand, her apprehension eased somewhat. The event was over. Surely Kwang Yi would not sustain any injuries now. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. I'll be right back. So don't wander off, understood? Muon instructed. Kwang Yi found her tone reminiscent of a caretaker addressing a child, amusing. Sister, I'm 23, not 13. I 1T get lost. Muon. His remark about being 23 instead of 13 reminded her of Kwang Xingran's crude remarks. Pinching Kwang Yi playfully, she adopted a queenly tone. Obedient little brother, Kwang Yi, at your command, young lady. Muon then turned to head to the restroom, amused by how effortlessly he switched between addressing her as Wan. Sister, and young lady. After finishing, she emerged, intending to reunite with Kwang Yi at the entrance. As she anticipated yet dreaded, she encountered Kwang Shuyu once more. Chapter 28. The first encounter with this person. Muon felt a wave of irritation wash over her. How had she not realized Kwang Shuyu possessed an almost adhesive quality? Ignoring him, she attempted to walk away. Kwang Shuyu reached out to block her path, his expression forlorn, his tone tinged with hurt. Wan, after all these years of being childhood sweethearts, are you truly abandoning me to be with Kwang Yi? Muon found his demeanor somewhat nauseating. Kwang Shuyu, first of all, we were never officially together. So what do you mean by abandoning? Secondly, you've been dancing and socializing with Yuan Weiwei. How dare you play the victim and question me? In her previous life, her dislike for him stemmed from his failure to come to her aid. But having shed the mindset of her past romance, she now viewed him as insincere and hypocritical, much like a central air conditioning unit that everyone sought to please, believing she was jealous of his connection with Yuan Weiwei. Kwang Shuyu quickly asserted, Wan, I assure you, there is nothing between me and Yuan Weiwei. If it bothers you, I will clarify my boundaries with her. I acknowledge I've neglected your feelings in the past. Will you give me another chance? Muon resolutely replied, No, Kwang Shuyu, let me be unequivocal. I like Kwang Yi, and I will only like Kwang Yi in the future. We have no past. Nor will we have a future. Do not waste your time on me. After speaking, she attempted to push past him. In the ensuing struggle, Muon accidentally stepped on her skirt, unexpectedly stumbling toward Kwang Shuyu. Yuan Weiwei, having searched for Kwang Shuyu after not seeing him for some time, happened to witness Muon seemingly throwing herself at him. The memory of Kwang Shuyu's gaze upon Muon during their shopping excursion flashed through her mind. In a fit of rage, she rushed over and shoved Muon away, her voice sharp and cutting. Muon, you're already engaged. Do you have no shame in throwing yourself at another woman's boyfriend? Muon staggered slightly, steadying herself against the wall. Upon hearing the impolite inquiry, she felt a surge of irritation. Yuan Weiwei, what on earth are you talking about? Who has been throwing themselves at you? Yuan Weiwei had harbored feelings for Kwang Shuyu since childhood, and she could not bear the thought of him being taken away by someone else, her words spilling out in a careless manner. I saw it with my own eyes, and you still want to deny it. You are clearly indulging in both sides. Muon, how are you any different from those shameless mistresses who steal other people's husbands? Muon's face turned pale, for she had never been so openly scolded in her life. Yuan Weiwei, are you out of your mind? Just now it was Kwang Shuyu who insisted on speaking with me. And I tripped over my skirt, which caused me to fall. If you don't believe me, ask Kwang Shuyu. Yuan Weiwei crossed her arms, her gaze filled with hostility as she looked at Muon. Don't think that Brother Shuyu will help you cover up your lies. Brother Shuyu has already agreed to be with me. I even took him to meet my father just now. What else is there for him to say to you? Muon was truly enraged to the point of laughter. Was this what Kwang Shuyu meant when he said he had nothing to do with Yuan Weiwei? Their quarrel escalated, drawing the attention of several guests lingering outside, who widened their eyes in astonishment at the spectacle of two women vying for one man. Muon turned to Kwang Shuyu and mockingly said, Quick, give your girlfriend an explanation. Yuan Weiwei also looked towards Kwang Shuyu. Brother Shuyu, you said you like me, didn't you? A few beads of sweat formed on Kwang Shuyu's forehead. He tried to reassure Yuan Weiwei, this is just a misunderstanding, let me explain when we get back. Alright, Yuan Weiwei, far more willful than Muon, nearly screamed in a fit of hysteria. No, I want to hear it now. Why did you hide from me to see Muon? Why did you embrace her when I am clearly your girlfriend? Kwang Shuyu felt a wave of frustration. He had not anticipated that Yuan Weiwei, who was usually so compliant, would publicly confront him like this. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he realized that Muon was already losing her composure. The Yuan family was not inferior to the Mu family in influence, and since the Mu family's power lay primarily in the military and political realms, perhaps the Yuan family would actually be more beneficial for him to gain the entirety of the Kwang family. After a moment of silence, he took Yuan Weiwei's hand and addressed Muon. Miss Mu, you are already engaged to my brother, so it is wise for us to avoid misunderstandings in the future. A thunderous silence ensued, as Muon looked at Kwang Shuyu in shock, as if she had never known him. Had he just tacitly agreed with Yuan Weiwei's claim that she had been throwing herself at him? A derisive snort emanated from the crowd nearby. So the eldest lady of the Mu family is truly this kind of person. Just a moment ago, she was defending her fiancé, yet here she is engaging in such behavior behind the scenes. Truly two-faced. Muon felt her body stiffen as the words of the crowd washed over her like relentless waves, gradually engulfing her feet, ankles, and knees. Chapter 29. I.e., they are bullying me. Since Muon had informed her parents that she was taking Kwang Yi's car back to the apartment, Wang Lan and Mu Janawa had left early. This saved Mu Wan from having to explain her tears to her parents. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Maserati, Mu Wan finally removed the suit jacket that had covered her head. Her eyes were no longer as red, and her voice had returned to normal. With disbelief, she asked Kwang Yi, "Did you just hit Kwang Shuyu?" Kwang Yi, seeing her makeup in disarray, took out a tissue, turned on the car's interior lights, and adjusted the makeup mirror for her. "I did. Are you upset?" Mu Wan glanced at her disheveled reflection in the mirror and immediately felt a wave of despair. My beauty. She was grateful that she hadn't removed the jacket earlier. Otherwise, her reputation would have been utterly ruined. After touching up her makeup, she answered Kwang Yi's question. "Of course I feel sorry for him." Kwang Yi frowned, his gaze cold and piercing. Mu Wan grasped his hand. "Let me see. Did my fiancé get hurt when he hit him?" Only then did Kwang Yi's expression soften slightly, boasting, "With someone like Kwang Shuyu, I could take on 10 of him back when I was managing a gaming den. No one dared to play online without paying." His voice trailed off as he realized he had said too much, yet, Mu Wan rested her chin on her hand, looking at him intently. "I want to know more about your past." Kwang Yi ruffled his meticulously styled hair, feeling somewhat evasive, for that time in his life was filled with struggles and humiliation he preferred not to share. However, seeing Mu Wan so eager to listen, he relented and recounted a few amusing anecdotes. Many students would skip class to come to the gaming den. Whenever the teachers arrived, they would scatter like flying monkeys. Some would leave their instant noodles behind. And when I was starving, I would quietly take them to the back alley to eat. I was quite skilled at gaming, so many came to challenge me. The owner of the gaming den, seeing the crowd, started paying me a wage, 10 yuan per match. However, these are mere trifles. The substantial sums lie in the wagers some people engage in, or a stroke of good fortune could yield a week's worth of living expenses. Consequently, he diligently hones his skills, mastering both the heroes he favors and those he does not. The dazzling Maserati hurtles down the road, while the man's voice, deep and languid, envelopes Mu Wan as she listens to his past. Feeling both heartache and an unwillingness to interrupt, she yearns to understand him more deeply. Upon returning to the apartment after taking a shower, Mu Wan notices the dark blue suit jacket draped over the sofa. For reasons unknown, as she exited the car earlier, she suddenly felt reluctant to return it, even concocting a rather cold excuse, and slipped it on. Though she knew the room was empty, she still glanced around nervously. Clutching the jacket to her chest and inhaling deeply, it carried a delightful scent of fresh grass. How peculiar for a man like Kwang Yi to smell of grass, yet she lifted her face from the fabric. Feeling somewhat perverse, she took the suit back to her room, hung it on a hanger, and resolved to take it to the dry cleaners the following day. Mu Wan did not conceal the events of the banquet from her parents. With a fresh perspective, she had come to terms with much. In her previous life, she was often vexed by others attributing her success solely to her parents, yet the truth remained that her privileged upbringing and the violin tutelage she received from esteemed instructors were inextricably linked to them. There was no need for her to deny their assistance to assert her independence, ultimately leading to her own discontent. They were her steadfast support, and they would never regard her grievances as a burden. Meanwhile, Kwang Shuyu had just returned home when he was summoned to the study by Kwang Zhongbai, who unleashed a tirade before stating, "I believe this incident is not your fault. However, you are aware of the Mu family's situation. The project in your hands, which collaborates with the Mu Corporation, should be transferred to someone else." Kwang Shuyu's complexion turned pale, his hands clenched tightly in his sleeves. "Dad, I've been involved with that project for 6 months. Mu Zhongbai patted his shoulder reassuringly. "A setback may prove fortuitous. The Yuan family has several projects earmarked for you. If you execute them well, you will not fall behind. Keep at it. Your father has faith in you." Only then did Kwang Shuyu's expression begin to soften. As he exited the study, he was about to congratulate himself on his wise choice when his steps faltered, and his pupils dilated. The Mu family. The Yuan family. Had his father sensed something? After the banquet, Mu Wan returned to her routine of practicing the violin and gaming. One day, there was a sudden knock at the door, prompting her immediate alertness. Kwang Yi always called ahead when coming to the apartment. "Who is it?" "Your brother." Mu Wan was taken aback and hurriedly dashed to the door, peering through the peephole. Upon seeing her brother's handsome, commanding visage, she flung the door open with glee. "Brother, you're back in the country." Chapter 31. The brother returns. Mu Yancy was clad in a well-tailored black suit, his tall figure and chiseled features captivating. With a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose. "I just landed. Thought I'd come see where you live." Mu Wan, unable to restrain herself after such a long separation, leaped into his embrace. Her eyes misty. "Brother, I've missed you so much." It had been a full 6 months since she last saw Mu Yancy, due to the nature of his work, which often took him around the globe. Even when he returned home, his visits were fleeting. Nevertheless, each time he came back, he would bring a trove of local delicacies for the family, although their parents claimed they were not accustomed to the taste. Their smiles betrayed their delight, for those gifts were not merely treats, but tokens of their brother's affection. However, in her previous life, after her abduction and subsequent death, her brother had never left S City again. Using every resource at his disposal to hunt down her murderer, nearly driving the kidnappers, who hoarded a fortune in the basement yet could not spend it, to madness. Mu Yancy's icy demeanor softened considerably. Is it that your allowance is insufficient? Muon stifled the tears that nearly spilled over and playfully punched his shoulder. Can't I just miss you for no reason? He smiled, surveying the layout of the apartment before asking. Is this Kwang Ye's place? Muon nodded and explained, he doesn't live here, he resides with the team for training. Not I know, if you dare to cohabit before marriage, I'll break Kwang Ye's legs. Muon rolled her eyes. I'm already an adult. Mu Yancy fixed her with a steady gaze. So, you were living together? Fearing to inadvertently incriminate her, Muon quickly capitulated. No. Then she muttered softly, Xingran was right. You are such a sister Khan. Upon hearing Kwang Xingran's name, Mu Yancy's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Go change. We're having dinner at home today. My car is downstairs. Okay. This marked Muon's first dinner with her entire family since her rebirth. As she looked around the table at her serious father, gentle mother, and handsome brother, she thought to herself, how wonderful it is to be alive. After dinner, Muon chose not to return to her apartment but rather stayed at the villa, where her room was always kept tidy by the maid. The next morning, groggy from sleep, she glanced at the calendar on her vanity, noticing the red circle drawn around the date. It suddenly dawned on her that in a month it would be her mother's birthday. She recalled the gift she had given in her previous life, a set of jewelry, if memory served. As her eyes darted around, she decided this time she wanted to present something different. It was Saturday, the day of the second round of the violin competition. Kwang Ye arrived early to pick Muon up for the music hall, bringing along a fried dough stick and 2 eggs for good luck. Muon nibbled on the dough stick, thinking the violin was not worth a perfect score. Kwang Ye had his own reasoning. It's not about a perfect score, it's about achieving a 001. I wish you the best of luck in securing the championship. Muon replied with mock disbelief. I can't believe I'm letting you influence me. In the second round of the competition. Muon advanced once more, but she was caught off guard when a music agent approached her after the event. Miss Mu, I'm a classical music agent named Jiang Fan, here is my business card. Understanding his intentions, Muon politely declined. I'm sorry, but I'm not looking to sign with a company or join an orchestra at this time, just as actors and singers have agencies. Classical musicians also have agents who help them secure performance opportunities and receive compensation. For instance, well-known symphony orchestras tour the world like pop stars, earning revenue through ticket sales. Yet, Muon's goal was clear: to win a world championship first. Jiang Fan expressed his regret. Miss Mu, please reconsider that. If you change your mind, feel free to give me a call. Muon responded courteously. Alright. After he departed, she picked up the business card, intending to toss it in the trash. But her gaze inadvertently caught the name of the agency, Zhuoxing. It rang a bell, prompting her to blink in recognition. She placed the card in her bag to research later, under the pretext of celebrating her advancement. Kwang Ye took Muon out for a lavish meal. After dining, Muon inquired if he had any plans for the afternoon. Kwang Ye shook his head. Do you have somewhere in mind? With the autumn competition yet to commence, the team was engaged in routine training, and since it was Saturday, they had no pressing commitments. Muon nodded. My mother's birthday is next month, and I want to make her a qipao. Kwang Ye was surprised. You're making it yourself? Muon affirmed, explaining, last year, my cousin knitted a scarf for my aunt, and it was quite fashionable for the new year. I want to give my mother something equally stylish. In fact, it wasn't last year but this year, and a mere scarf had outshone her aunt's multi-million-dollar imperial purple necklace. How could she tolerate that? Chapter 32. A kiss. Thus, in the afternoon, Kwang Ye accompanied Muon to visit the renowned heir of the Su-style qipao in S City. After offering a generous tuition fee, the instructor gladly accepted Muon as her pupil. Soon after, Master Su presented Muon with a beautifully embroidered qipao. Though you are paying to learn this craft, since you call me master, I shall offer you a gift. If you are to learn how to make a qipao, you must first know how to wear one, to understand the sensations it evokes and what feels most comfortable. Try this one on. If it doesn't fit, I can alter it on the spot. Muon was taken aback by Master Su's generosity, her smile radiant as she expressed her gratitude. Master Su, seeing Muon's joy, felt an affinity for her, especially upon learning that Muon intended to create a qipao as a birthday gift for her mother. Before long, Muon emerged from the changing room. The moment Kwang Ye glanced up, he found himself utterly captivated. The black qipao perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, her waist delicate, her curves alluring, and her lustrous hair elegantly pinned with a small hairpin. Exuding effortless beauty, particularly striking was her fair complexion, which seemed to glow against the dark fabric akin to pure jade. The slits on either side of the qipao revealed glimpses of her shapely legs. Kwang Ye felt a warmth rising to his nose, hastily averting his gaze to the sky, fearing an embarrassing crimson liquid might betray him. Do I look good? You look stunning. Not if it's so stunning. Why aren't you looking at me? Kwang Ye stammered. Because I can't afford to lose face like that. Muon blinked in confusion. Master Su watched the playful exchange between the young couple. Unable to suppress her laughter, her courtyard hadn't seen such liveliness in ages. Muon's schedule now included not only competition days but also visits to Master Su for qipao lessons. She had cleverly obtained her mother's measurements, eagerly anticipating the surprise she would unveil on her birthday. Whenever he had free time, Kwang Yi would accompany her, and he had somehow procured a DSLR camera. Each time Mu-won was engrossed in her lessons with Master Su, he would capture the moments, claiming it was to document her qipao-making journey. Mu-won indulged him in this endeavor. Finally, 3 days before Wang Lan's birthday, Mu-won's qipao was completed. The familiar Maserati glided into the underground garage of the apartment. As Mu-won picked up the finished qipao, preparing to ascend as usual, her hand was suddenly seized. Her pinky gently tugged his sister. Have you forgotten something? During this time, Mu-won's heart raced uncontrollably. Having spent considerable time with Kwang Yi, she had discerned a few patterns whenever he addressed her as sister. It either meant he was about to be mischievous or indulge in some playful antics. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned ignorance. What matter? His rough fingers traced circles in her soft palm. And to facilitate typing, he kept only a thin layer of nail at his fingertips, which now pinched her downwards in a punitive manner. Have you truly forgotten? Our wager, half the time has already passed. Do you recall it now, Mu-won? Of course she hadn't remembered. No amount of racking her brain could conjure it up. Kwang Yi narrowed his eyes, suddenly grasping her wrist and pulling her close. The distance between them evaporating, their gazes locking. Sister, would you like a hint? Mu-won's eyes sparkled, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Yes. Kwang Yi lowered his gaze, observing the flush on her cheeks, the shimmering allure in her eyes. Her soft, rosy lips, so inviting for a kiss, his throat constricted with desire. Sister, if I give you a hint, could you offer a reward? His voice, now husky, barely resembled its usual timbre. Mu-won's tension heightened, her heart fluttering with a secret anticipation. As she averted her gaze from his fervent eyes, whispering, what reward, Kwang Yi? A kiss. Mu-won's heart raced even faster, her ears burning crimson, almost as if they could bleed. After a pause, she nodded slightly. With her consent, Kwang Yi could no longer contain himself. He cradled the back of Mu-won's head and leaned in to kiss her in that longed-for place. Initially, their lips met in pure innocence. But soon, he pried open a seam between them, plunging his tongue in, stirring chaos within. The sound of their heated exchange echoed in the silent confines of the car. Mu-won felt dizzy, transitioning from cautious reciprocation to passive submission. Her tongue seemingly numb, unsure of how long the kiss persisted. Mu-won eventually grew dissatisfied, attempting to push Kwang Yi away. However, he anticipated her move, pressing her down, yet he perhaps forgot their current position and the confines of the space they occupied. This pressure instantly led to an unforeseen incident. He abruptly released Mu-won, inhaling sharply. Chapter 33, the playful god of wildness. Mu-won felt the heat of that moment engulf her, her hands curled inward. Her entire being flushed like a ripe shrimp. This was her first serious romantic encounter, and she found herself utterly incapable of maintaining composure in such intimacy. A furtive glance at Kwang Yi's lower half made her wonder if he had indeed damaged anything. Only to discover his casual work pants had tented considerably. She felt it was time to leave, grabbing the qipao bag and heading for the door. It's already quite late, you should rest early. See you tomorrow. But a hand encircled her waist, pulling her back. Sister, don't you want a hint? Mu-won caught a glimpse of Kwang Yi's pained expression, realizing that his earlier action had likely caused him some discomfort. Her previous confusion dissipated, and she couldn't help but murmur, you're truly both inexperienced and playful. A glint of danger flickered in Kwang Yi's eyes as he turned her head toward him. His thumb caressing her vivid lips. In a teasing tone, he replied, inexperienced, feeling her tongue still slightly numb. Mu-won, she hastily removed his hand, busying herself with adjusting her attire to mask her embarrassment. I've already given you my reward. Now let us hear the hint. Taking a deep breath, Kwang Yi, wary of succumbing to his primal instincts, released Mu-won and, with a casual gesture, helped her smooth out her tousled hair. The hint is June 16, 5 years ago, at Hucheng No. 1 High School. That's where we met for the second time. Mu-won's expression morphed into one of confusion. 5 years ago, Hucheng No. 1 High School, as the premier high school in S City, ranked among the top 10 in the nation. Mu-won, along with Kwang Xingran and Kwang Shuyu, had attended this institution, yet she couldn't recall encountering Kwang Yi during her high school years. Until she returned to the apartment, Mu-won pondered this mystery. 5 years ago, she was 18, and June marked her high school graduation. Despite racking her brain, she couldn't unearth any clues and ultimately decided to set the matter aside. Adopting a laissez-faire attitude, worst case, she thought she could let Kwang Yi have his way. Mu-won touched her lips, recalling the man's assertive conquest. Her cheeks flushed as she burrowed under the covers. Rolling about soon, Wang Lan's birthday arrived. Unlike Yuan Weiwei's boisterous celebration, Wang Lan preferred a quieter affair, hosting a modest family dinner with relatives. When Mu-won unveiled the qipao she had crafted, both Wang Lan and her aunts gasped in astonishment. Wan, did you truly make this yourself? The qipao, an elegant shade of pale blue, featured exquisite orchid embroidery at the neckline and hem, adorned with traditional cloud buttons, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship and a refined design. Had Mu-won not claimed authorship, Wang Lan would have believed it to be crafted by one of S City's finest tailors. Mu-won held her head high. Of course it's my creation. I even embroidered the character Lan on the label, and IE took pictures for me. At the opportune moment, Kwang Yi handed over his phone, and Muon adeptly unlocked it, scrolling through photos from her lessons with Master Su. Wang Lan, though not disbelieving, expressed her surprise realizing Muon had taken this endeavor seriously. Just as she was about to dismiss the need for further proof, she caught a glimpse of Muon and Kwang Yi's natural camaraderie. A smile flickering in her eyes. Did you two learn together? Muon nodded. Wang Lan's eyes sparkled with deeper amusement. In the adult world, time mattered more than gifts or wealth, especially in their elite circle. Where wealth abounded. At that moment, Kwang Yi presented his gift, a set of exquisite jade jewelry, its clarity and daylight suggesting a price tag in the millions. Aunt, Wan gifted you a cheapao, so I thought I'd choose a matching set of accessories to wish you eternal youth. Wang Lan's smile widened, recognizing the thoughtfulness behind the gifts pairing with Muon's creation. How sweet, I truly love it. Then, she beckoned Muon to join her upstairs to change into the cheapao. Meanwhile, Kwang Yi settled on the sofa to wait. Suddenly, a teenager of 17 or 18 stealthily approached, and just as Kwang Yi assumed he was about to be provoked by the boy's shock of red hair, the youth plopped down beside him, excitement radiating from him. Ye God, are you really my cousin's fiancé? Chapter 34, The Genjia CP Kwang Yi. The context and timing made the address Ye God feel disjointed. Who are you? The boy replied, I'm a fan of Saint Kwang Yi. I'm asking for your name. However, hearing cousin indicated he was likely the son of Muon's aunt. He nodded slightly and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Kwang Yi, your cousin's fiancé. The boy exploded with enthusiasm, chattering incessantly. I heard from my mom that my future cousin's husband is named Kwang Yi. I thought it was a coincidence, since you rarely appear in the limelight. And I've never seen you. You keep your personal life private in the esports scene. I can't believe it's really you. How did you end up with my cousin? No, wait, it seems like it's an arranged marriage. But that is not important. Can we add each other on WeChat? I'm a huge fan of Shinle from your team. I'd love his autograph and to play games with him. The autumn season has already begun. Can SA secure the championship? If so, they directly advanced to the global finals. Last year, ST achieved its best performance in LPL history, only to fall in the semifinals. Can this year be even better? Kwang Yi, listening to the relentless chatter, he couldn't help but think, no wonder he is a fan of Shinlo. He has quite the chatterbox. When Muon descended, she found Kwang Yi wearing a look of existential despair, while her little cousin excitedly animated his hands, chattering away like a brook approaching. She inquired, what are you two discussing? Then she introduced, this is my aunt's son. Lin Feiyu eagerly chimed in, cousin-in-law, I know who you are. Kwang Yi, nope, I don't know. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Lin Feiyu, spotting the username Suyo, was momentarily taken aback, his hand trembling as he pointed at them. You read the Genjia CP that blew up on HW? Muon, looking akin to a subway commuter engrossed in her phone, asked, what Genjia CP? Lin Feiyu promptly opened Bilibili, searching for Genjia CP, where a plethora of videos appeared, including the infamous parody video Muon had watched, tracing the path back. It seems to be right in the middle of the water. This line is indeed from the poem Genjia. Hence it netizens have affectionately dubbed you two as the Genjia CP. It turns out that the enigmatic Wild King is none other than the Wild Deity. No wonder one performed so poorly in the early stages yet still managed to rally the team. Muon playfully slapped his forehead, exclaiming, you're the one who's incompetent. Lin Feiyu replied, yes, you're not incompetent. I am. Alright, sister, brother-in-law, please take me along. He gazed at Kwang Yi and Muon with eyes brimming with tears. Exuding a pitiful charm, Kwang Yi, delighted by the address of brother-in-law, waved his hand grandly. Alright, let's go. Yeah, Muyen Ci was surrounded by several uncles and aunts, inquiring about her recent circumstances. Her gaze drifted toward the sofa, where Muon and Kwang Yi appeared to be enjoying each other's company. She quickly averted her eyes, suppressing the thoughts that surged within her heart. Never mind, at least this young man is genuinely sincere toward Wan. Which is far better than Kwang Shuyu's duplicity. Mu Jianhua followed her line of sight and cast a glance toward Kwang Yi, recalling the words Kwang Yi had spoken to him before the engagement. The corners of his mouth lifted. His daughter, Wan, naturally deserved the very best. The Kwang family, lacking discernment, mistook a common fish for a precious pearl. They would surely come to regret their oversight due to Wang Lan's birthday. Muon, feeling elated, indulged in a bit of wine. Wan Lan had initially proposed that she stay at their house since there were plenty of rooms in the villa, and Kwang Yi could also remain. However, she shook her head. Tomorrow is the final round of the violin qualifying competition. Wan Lan paused, asking, can I come to watch? Mom? Muon shook her head again. Disappointment flickered in Wang Lan's eyes. She assumed her daughter was still struggling to move on. Fearing to be ensnared once more in previous tumult, just as she was about to change the subject, Muon rushed over to embrace her. Tomorrow is the final round of the qualifying competition. You can come to the finals, and I'll make sure to secure first place for you. Wang Lan's face broke into a radiant smile, tears shimmering in the corners of her eyes. Alright, Mom will be waiting. The following morning, Muon stepped out, carrying her violin case. The autumn competition had officially commenced, and Kwang Yi was busy, leaving Muon to compete alone today, after nearly 2 months of rehabilitation and 2 formal performances. Muon felt her dexterity gradually returning. She believed she could pass the preliminary rounds of next year's Paganini competition, yet she was still far from claiming the championship after the competition concluded. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With a relatively low ranking today, she had to wait quite some time backstage. She patted her growling stomach, intending to grab a quick bite outside. Just as she reached the door, she spotted Zhang Fan, whom she had encountered previously, pulling out a business card and conversing with a young girl she had seen backstage before. Chu Xiaoyin's face lit up with surprise. Really? I'm only a freshman and haven't graduated yet. Can I still sign with the agency? Zhang Fan nodded, painting a rosy picture for her. Of course, our Zhaxing is a well-known classical music company in the country. Many popular stars specifically collaborate with our musicians for their concerts. I just watched you play. Although there is room for improvement, you've already reached the standard to sign with the orchestra. I'm still a student and have classes to attend. Is that alright? No problem. We'll sign a C-level contract and the orchestra will arrange schedules based on the musician's availability, essentially a temporary contract. Chu Xiaoyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike Muon, she wasn't from a wealthy family but hailed from a middle-class background. If she could sign with the orchestra for a part-time position, it would alleviate some burden on her family. So shall we go to our company to sign right now? This is quite a big deal. I need to discuss it with my family first. Despite being an AV college student, Chu Xiaoyin wasn't entirely without caution. Zhang Fan's eyes glinted mischievously, retreating strategically. Alright, I won't pressure you, but I only have one spot available. I'll be inviting a few other musicians shortly. If they sign, you won't be able to. Chu Xiaoyin gasped, feeling anxious about missing the opportunity. She thought to herself that she, a mere student, wouldn't fall for any tricks and quietly searched for Zhaxing online, confirming it was indeed a legitimate classical music agency. Which put her at ease. Alright, I'll. Xiaoyin. Muon suddenly interjected, nodding towards Zhang Fan before linking arms with Chu Xiaoyin and heading outside. Weren't we going to have lunch together? What are we wasting time for? I'm starving. Chu Xiaoyin was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with the thought, my idol just held my hand. Chapter 35, Zhaxing. Zhang Fan, witnessing the scene, flashed a hint of dissatisfaction, yet the two moved swiftly. And pursuing them would seem rather undignified, so he had no choice but to depart. After leaving the concert hall, Muon took Chu Xiaoyin to a nearby local cuisine restaurant, noticing Chu Xiaoyin still in a daze. Muon addressed her directly, don't listen to that agent's nonsense. Zhaxing is not a good place. After returning home last time, she had used some connections to investigate Zhaxing and discovered it to be a disreputable company rife with bullying and profiting from musicians' breach of contract. The name had seemed familiar to her. It was just 3 months before her demise in her previous life when a female musician signed with Zhaxing exposed the scandal of the company forcing artists into inappropriate situations on Weibo. At that time, she hadn't played the violin in a long while, but old habits die hard, and she still kept an ear to the ground regarding developments in the classical music scene. Recalling the way Zhang Fan's gaze had lingered on her face during their last encounter made Muon feel slightly nauseous. Chu Xiaoyin finally snapped out of her reverie, cautiously inquiring, what's wrong with Zhaxing? Muon stated plainly, bullying, coercion, and forbidding musicians from performing unless they comply with each word she uttered. Chu Xiaoyin's complexion paled further. She didn't doubt Muon's honesty, as Muon was her idol. And there was no reason for her to deceive her. Overcome with apprehension, she grasped Muon's hand tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you, idol. Otherwise, I might have been deceived. Muon responded, what idol? Chu Xiaoyin, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, you're highly regarded in the violin community. The first complete piece I learned was your rendition of Canon. You are undoubtedly my idol. An idol who plays beautifully, looks stunning, and is so kind-hearted, truly a celestial being. As Muon gazed into Chu Xiaoyin's increasingly fervent eyes, she could somewhat empathize with the embarrassment Kuang Yi felt being called a wild deity. Clearing her throat, she suggested, let's eat first. Chu Xiaoyin, a lively and cheerful girl, took the initiative to engage Muon in conversation. As they chatted back and forth, Muon felt that having friends in the music industry wasn't such a bad thing after all. When it was time to part, Muon went to settle the bill, but Chu Xiaoyin immediately pulled out her phone and idol, let us add each other on WeChat, I'll transfer you for the meal. Muon was taken aback for a moment before a smile graced her lips. Sure, just call me Wan. Upon returning home, Muon immediately powered on her bedroom computer and searched for SA. Quickly entering a gaming livestream. Today, Kuang Yi had a match. Due to her earlier conversation with Chu Xiaoyin, she had delayed her time and found that the match had already begun. Donning her headphones, she heard the commentator's voice resonate. In this match, ST's lineup seems to aim for a jungle-centric strategy, utilizing the jungler to pressure the opposing team's output and economic growth, seeking to conclude the match before the enemy can recover. However, it must be noted that such an aggressive strategy is rather risky in professional matches. After all, if they can just hold on through the early game, first blood, ST's Tiger Hunter secured the first kill. Sing executed this strategy brilliantly, with the jungler infiltrating the enemy's jungle, feigning a retreat midway to bait the ADC out of the tower, swiftly claiming the kill before retreating with low health. The support's recall skill was perfectly timed. Had it been a second later, the jungler would have been doomed. STS jungler and support displayed remarkable synergy. The barrage of comments from SA fans erupted in celebration. Of course, Kwang Yi and Sui Jin have been teammates for 4 years. How could they not have chemistry? SD is amazing. Opponents expressed their dissatisfaction. So you think securing a first blood warrants an all-night celebration? If you lose later, don't come crying. The weaknesses of jungle-centric strategies are evident. As long as they play it safe and farm without leaving the tower, the opposition will be all squishy in the late game. Double kill. STS jungler encountered the enemy jungler in a narrow passage, exacting vengeance. SA fans rejoiced, soloing with the wild deity. Are they insane? The enemy teammates are on their way, but alas, the wild deity strikes too swiftly. The wild deity is incredible. MU1 had never witnessed such a professional esports match before. When playing games herself, she couldn't see Kwang Yi's perspective, so she couldn't fathom how he eliminated opponents within mere seconds. Each hero in HW typically has 4 skills, and aside from the passive ability, all require precise keyboard input for skill execution. Moreover, targeting the opponent necessitates selecting them with the mouse. Any misclick could render the skill ineffective. The speed and accuracy required were astonishing. Only by truly engaging in this game could one understand that esports athletes cannot merely be defined as good at games, much like athletes in traditional sports. They require relentless dedication and innate talent. ACWN was completely obliterated. Tiger Hunter secured the Baron, and SA launched a push, demolishing the high ground towers and advancing toward WN's crystal. WN's heroes were reviving. The excitement was palpable. Would WN manage to defend their crystal and rise from the ashes, or would SA successfully destroy WN's crystal and claim victory in this match? Hit the tower, hit the tower. WN revived a support. They can't hold. Quick, quick, quick. WN will revive in 3 seconds. Muon leaned forward in front of the screen, mirroring the excitement of those in the comments, her hand gripping the mouse as she unconsciously clicked away. Victory. With the sound of the crystal shattering, a grand victory banner appeared on the screen. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the ST team for their triumphant victory in the match. Muon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the competition was even more exhilarating than playing herself. The regular season was a best-of-5 format, and in the end, it was ST that claimed the ultimate victory. On the livestream, Kwang Yi removed his headset, revealing his strikingly handsome face. He lifted his eyelids toward the camera and flashed a roguish smile, prompting a wave of ecstatic screams from the audience. Chapter 36, No Longer Calling Me Sister. Yishin is incredible. I want to bear your child. The piercing clarity of that voice reached even the online viewers. Then, they heard Kwang Yi say something, but since the microphone wasn't switched on, it was inaudible. However, it wasn't long before a viewer skilled in lip reading provided the answer. Get lost, I don't need a man to bear my child. Muon couldn't help but laugh out loud. The barrage of comments erupted in merriment. Haha, Yishin is indeed wild, but aren't they penalized for swearing? Speaking right in front of the screen, he's going to bleed. Is I considered swearing? That's merely a self-referential pronoun. Self-referential pronoun my foot, you usually use IAS your self-reference. That I do. Muon thought to herself how amusing this group of gamers was, after witnessing Kwang Yi leave the stream. She opened WeChat on her phone, hesitatingly scrolling through her contacts. The phone rang twice before it connected. Muon teased, no longer calling me sister. Kwang Yi, glancing around at his teammates who were stealing glances at him, dashed to the restroom with his phone boldly and affectionately. Sister, did you miss me? Muon initially intended to regain some ground, thinking he was likely with his teammates, feigning innocence to avoid the captain's scorn. But unexpectedly, his slightly husky voice transmitted through the phone, imbued with an extra layer of tenderness. Muon's ears flushed instantly, and she instinctively pulled the phone away from her ear, realizing that this was a futile attempt to hide her embarrassment. Clearing her throat to mask her awkwardness, she said seriously, on a more serious note, I just watched your game livestream. Congratulations on your victory. Will there be roses this time? There could be, listening to the gentle female voice in his ear. Kwang Yi couldn't help but smile, greedily seizing the opportunity. Can I also request a reward, Muon? Instantly, the image of that damp kiss in the apartment basement flashed in her mind, causing her to stutter. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. Kwang Yi could almost envision Muon on the other end, blushing furiously, undoubtedly as red as a ripe peach. One might just squeeze it to extract its sweet juice. He suddenly regretted being so flirtatious over the phone. However, Muon was too accommodating. She seemed to agree to whatever he proposed, and as a man of insatiable desires, he had little restraint. Then it settled. You owe me a reward. On the other end, Muon softly responded with a shy murmur, laced with an inexplicable gentleness. Kwang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to drive straight to the apartment and savor the sweet peach on the other end of the line. Yet, he knew the time wasn't right. He took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within. ST has a match tomorrow morning. Would you like to join us for lunch afterward? I'll invite the team, most of whom you've met before. Muon's eyes widened slightly. Was he suggesting introducing his friends to her? Should I dress more formally? Kwang Yi scoffed dismissively. Just wear something casual. They aren't worthy of your meticulous preparation. Muon couldn't help but laugh at the disdain in his tone. Alright, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Kwang Yi smiled at his phone, ready to join his teammates, just as he opened the stall door. He was met with the 6 curious faces of his manager and coach outside, each wearing a peculiar expression. Sister, reward. Are we not worthy of your meticulous preparation? The most formidable among them was the manager, who, dressed in a suit, looked quite furious despite being over 30. Is this what you call not being in a relationship, Kwang Yi? He quickly turned the tables. How dare you eavesdrop on my phone call? This is an immoral and uncivilized act. Do you know that? The manager replied. You took forever in the restroom. The post-match interview is about to start, so I came to get you, the coach added. I came to use the restroom too, the 4 teammates chimed in. We also came to use the restroom. It was definitely not because the captain wore an expression of blissful indulgence, but rather because they were intrigued by the gossip. However, the formidable Yishin, who dominated the battlefield, was revealed to call his girlfriend sister in private, showcasing how well they played the game. The eavesdropping session concluded with Kwang Yi publicly belittling his teammates before his girlfriend, leading him to treat everyone to a grand meal as an apology. As for the grand meal, it would naturally take place the following day, which was not worth Muon's meticulous preparation. The next day, Muon rose early, taking the time to shower, apply makeup, and style her hair. Although Kwang Yi had said she didn't need to dress up, she wanted to make a good impression on his friends. Kwang Yi arrived to pick her up at noon, casting a glance her way, a hint of jealousy apparent. His sister, you never looked this good when going out with me. Muon settled into the passenger seat and shot him a sidelong glance. Am I not going out with you today, Kwang Yi? That is indeed true. They soon arrived at the designated meeting place, a renowned local Cantonese restaurant, where Kwang Yi had reserved a private room to avoid disturbances. Upon entering, the rest of the team was already present. Muon walked in confidently, greeting everyone. Hello, I'm Muon, Kwang Yi's fiancée. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at her. Her delicate features, elegant demeanor, and attire of a light white lace dress, combined with her flowing hair and radiant makeup, made her appear like a noble lady straight out of a television drama. The manager and coach, seeing Muon for the first time, were momentarily taken aback, thinking in unison, how could that scoundrel Kwang Yi be worthy of her? Chapter 37, The Elder Meeting Gift. The manager quickly stood up politely, saying, Hello, I'm Zhang Qinan, the manager of Saint. The coach also rose. Hello, I'm Yang and the coach of ST. Muon nodded to both, naturally expressing her gratitude. Thank you for taking care of IE. The two responded humbly, not at all. They then warmly invited her to take a seat. Shenluo, being younger and adept at breaking the ice, immediately found a topic to discuss. Sister Wan, the bracelet you helped me pick out last time is loved by my mom. She specifically asked me to thank you. Muon replied, I'm glad your mother likes it. I watched your match this morning at home. You were incredible, taking down 3 opponents multiple times. Shenluo beamed with pride. Of course, the goddess right hand of HW is me, dominating the LPL region with unmatched charm. Kwang Yi playfully tapped his forehead, but in the last match you were reckless, attempting a kill under their tower and ended up trading 1 for 1. Don't you know how high the damage of a defensive tower can be in the early game? Tank Jiang Yi reflected, it's my fault. I didn't tank the tower. ADC Jiang Shirshi added. It is also my fault. I didn't pay attention to the map while I was at the bottom lane. I could have secured a kill, the coach chimed in sternly. It's all because the mid laner was too eager to secure kills. And the bottom lane wasn't mindful of the map. Captain Kwang Yi, too, failed to remind the support to heal and neglected to place a ward in the jungle, Sui Jin admitting his fault. Said he, indeed, it's my problem. After winning several matches, I got a bit carried away, just as a perfectly fine gathering was about to turn into a post-match analysis for ST, the manager quickly intervened. Exasperated, let us save the self-reflection for the base. This meal is about Muon, so stop ruining the atmosphere. Only then did everyone come back to their senses, and Shenluo hurriedly apologized to Muon. She shook her head sincerely. It's alright, I found it quite interesting. It turned out that professional gamers also needed to review their performances after matches. Soon, the dishes were served, and the group chatted and ate while Muon casually added the coach and manager on WeChat. The manager said, you also play HW. If you ever want to watch Kwang Yi's matches, just let me know. I have internal tickets with good seating that won't cost you anything. Muon nodded. The manager then glanced at Kwang Yi, who was joking around with Shenluo, and secretly pulled out a red envelope from his bag, handing it to Muon. The manager, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, I'm not entirely sure about Kwang Yi's family situation, but he was discovered and signed by me and Lao Yang when he was working as a manager in a shady internet CAF, where he didn't even have a bed, just a discarded yoga mat he found to sleep on under the cashier's desk. Lao Yang and I have seen him grow step by step, so we consider ourselves half like elders to him. Please accept this as a token of our goodwill. Muon was taken aback, holding the red envelope in her hands, suddenly understanding why Kwang Yi had endured so many hardships yet remained so defiant. It was because of this group of friends who were both mentors and companions, while his family disdained his gaming pursuits. Within the ST team, he was a pillar and indispensable presence. Perhaps that was why Kwang Yi preferred to maintain a strained relationship with his family rather than give up on Saint. She did not decline Zhang Qinan's goodwill, smiling as she reiterated, "Thank you for taking care of Yi." This time, her words carried a different weight. Zhang Qinan sighed in relief. In truth, it was neither awkward nor comfortable for him and Yang An to do this, but thankfully Muwan didn't mind. After the meal, Shinlu was still unsatisfied, insisting on going karaoke. The coach and Zhang Qinan, being older, were not fond of such raucous places but cautioned, "Singing is fine, but no drinking. There's a match tomorrow, but if you show up hungover, just wait until I deal with you," Shinlu exclaimed. Oh yeah, the young ones then made their way to the KTV. Apart from Shinlu and Jiang Yu, Sui Jin and Zhang Shirshi are also individuals in committed relationships. After seeking everyone's consent, they invited their girlfriends over. Being amicable individuals, no disturbances ensued, and soon everyone became quite familiar with one another. By the time they finished singing karaoke, the afternoon had slipped away, and Shinli's voice had become hoarse. "Oh no, I'll need to drink some herbal tea when I get back, otherwise I might not be able to utter a word tomorrow during our team voice chat," Jiang Yu retorted with exasperation. "Your princess is so loud that I'm sure the entire KTV could hear her, but if your voice isn't hoarse, who else would be?" Just as Shinlu was about to retort, a female voice suddenly eclipsed his, laced with disbelief. Mu1? Chapter 38, Brother, someone is insulting me. Mu1 turned towards the source of the voice and spotted a group of flamboyantly dressed girls, who appeared to have just exited a private room after singing. However, Muwan did not recognize them. Assuming they were acquaintances from the banquet, she politely nodded in greeting before averting her gaze. As the daughter of the Mu family, she felt no need to engage in superficial pleasantries with strangers. Her greeting was simply a reflection of her upbringing. Kwang Yi, lowering his head, inquired, "Do you know them?" Muwan candidly replied, "No recollection." Upon hearing Muwan's words, the ST team members refrained from intruding and continued their conversation as they walked out. It was mealtime. "Let's have dinner together before we head back." Shenla remarked, "You were just munching on the fruit platter, and you're still hungry. Are you a pig? My girlfriend and I would like to enjoy some time alone, so we won't be joining." He added, "Ugh Muwan, to forsake the accomplished and courteous Kwang Shuyu for a gaming layabout like Kwang Yi, you truly lack discernment." The piercing voice abruptly came from behind, causing the lively crowd to pause and turn around, their expressions turning unfriendly. "Hey, did you just come back from the restroom, or is that why your mouth is so foul?" Though Shinla had no idea who Kwang Shuyu was, he understood that the other party had insulted his captain. Zhuang Shanshan, who had flushed cheeks from drinking, looked slightly pale as she glanced at Kwang Yi and the crowd, pushing past the people obstructing her and rudely retorting, "Am I wrong? Kwang Yi publicly assaulted someone at the Yuan family banquet. What kind of thug are you that you feared domestic violence in the future?" Muwan's expression darkened. "Shut your mouth." Zhuang Shanshan's face twisted into a sneer. "What, am I wrong? Who doesn't know that Kwang Yi is nothing but a piece of trash? At 23, he is still a gaming addict, and the Kwang family would rather support an adopted son than their biological one. Do you really think he can support you, this precious little princess, through gaming?" Her derisive remarks about Kwang Yi quickly ignited the ire of the ST team, their idol, the pillar of ST, reduced to being labeled as trash by another. Zhuang Shanshan, reveling in Muwan's darkening expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. Why should she, who pined for someone unattainable, endure while this wretched Muwan could toss him aside as if he were worthless? As she faced the furious ST players, she further provoked, "What are you all glaring at me for? Do you want to hit me? I know the rules. Physical altercations lead to suspensions." Right smack, a fierce slap landed on Zhuang Shanshan's face. Muwan, who had just stepped out and hadn't had the chance to act, was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Jiang Shirshi's girlfriend, Lu Shuer, who was also a commentator for HW competitions. "They may face suspensions for hitting someone, but I won't. I've tolerated you long enough." "What makes your Kwang Shuyu so impressive? Can he represent the country in competitions? Can he raise the national flag on the stage of competitive gaming? What's wrong with gaming? Is it a lowly vocation beneath modern socialism? My boyfriend is a gamer, and he's doing just fine. If I hear another disparaging remark about gaming, I will tear your mouth apart." Lu Shuer, hailing from northeast China, was infamous in the esports commentary scene for her fierce demeanor. Mu1 was taken aback. "Isn't this the same person who sang Tian Mimi in the private room earlier?" Zhuang Shanshan stood there dazed, incredulity washing over her as she covered her face, glaring at Lu Shuer. "You dared to hit me. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the daughter of the Zhuang group. And I will make you regret this." Jiang Shirshi's expression shifted as he realized the Zhuang group's extensive reach, dealing in various electronic products across the nation. Such affluent individuals were not someone ordinary folk like them could match. He stepped in front of Lu Shuer, asserting, "If there is a confrontation, let it be directed at me." As Zhuang Shanshan fumed, "I won't let a single one of you off the hook." The atmosphere became tense when suddenly The unmistakable sound of a phone dialing echoed through the hushed corridor. Zhuang Shanshan eyed Muwan, scoffing. "Are you calling for help, you little kid?" Muwan shot her a cold glance, not denying it. "Well, you did say I was bullying you." Zhuang Shanshan's expression stiffened. Beep, the call connected, and a cool voice came through. Wan Muwan succinctly stated, "Brother, may I borrow your legal team? Someone publicly insulted me and my fiancé and threatened the safety of my friend." Mu Yanji paused in his paperwork. "Do you need me to come over now?" Muwan shook her head. "No need, I and his friends are here. I won't be bullied. It's just that someone insulted me for no reason. And it's a bit unpleasant. Mu Yanji replied, "Give me the address. I will send the legal team and my secretary over immediately." Muwan promptly provided the address, glancing at Zhuang Shanshan's increasingly pale face before asking, "By the way, brother, does our company have any dealings with the Zhuang Group?" "The Zhuang Group? Yes." Mu Yanji seemed to consult with a secretary before confirming, "Yes." Muwan, is it possible to breach the contract? Mu Yanji countered, "Was it someone from the Zhuang family who insulted you?" Muwan affirmed, "Yes." Mu Yanji, "Then it's possible." Chapter 39, "It's not that there is you, it's that you came first." In just a few straightforward sentences, Mu Yanji's affection for his sister became evident. After hanging up, Muwan felt a bit embarrassed as she addressed the ST team. "I apologize for the delay. My brother's legal team is on their way to review the surveillance footage for evidence." The ST members exchanged glances, their jaws dropping in unison as they stared at Kuang Yi. "Brother, what kind of person is this sister-in-law of yours?" Zhuang Shanshan, upon hearing the mention of legal affairs, was already in disbelief, but after overhearing Muwan's conversation with Mu Yanji, her complexion drained of color. "If you breach the contract without cause, your Mu family will have to compensate." "The Mu family can afford it," Muwan replied coldly, casting a dismissive glance at her. Not wishing to engage further with someone whose name she couldn't even remember, she stated, "We're adults. We should be accountable for our words and actions." Turning back, she smiled brightly at the others. "Let us head outside and wait. They should be here shortly." Everyone had suspected Muwan to be a wealthy heiress, but they were astonished by just how wealthy she was. They nodded in amazement. They quickly exited, leaving the frenzied Zhuang Shanshan behind, who received not a single glance from them. Zhuang Shanshan's friends finally dared to speak. "Shanshan, have you lost your mind? You risked your family's business for a man like Kuang Shuyu. Is he worth such a reckless charge for love? I'm utterly baffled. You couldn't even be stopped earlier. Just how much have you had to drink?" Previously, when Muwan was set to marry Kuang Yi, Shanshan thought she had a chance, only for him to turn around and pursue Yuan Weiwei instead. "You claim Muwan is fickle, but Kuang Shuyu isn't exactly a paragon. Don't you dare speak ill of him," her friend scolded, felt irked. "Why don't you just play the role of the lovesick fool? You'll fall hard one day." Others began to leave as well, realizing that it was unnecessary to wait. Zhuang's family, while well off, paled in comparison to the Mu family, who didn't know how much the Mu family cherished Muwan. When Mu Yanji's legal team arrived, the group departed the KTV. Muwan, wishing to make up for the time lost, proposed treating everyone to dinner. The group, now intensely curious about her, readily agreed. At the dining table, Shenla quietly asked Muwan, "Sister Wan, what exactly does your family do?" The others perked up their ears immediately as Kuang Yi tugged at Shenlua's ear, attempting to shoo him away. However, Muwan felt no need to conceal the truth. My brother runs a small business dealing in aircraft parts. To secure raw material supplies, my uncle helped establish a few production lines. By the way, both my uncles are also in business, dabbling in various fields. The group was left speechless. "So, your family dabbles in various industries. Do you even know how many industries exist nationwide?" They turned their gaze towards Kuang Yi, pondering what kind of background could allow him to have such a wealthy fiancée. When the ST players returned to the base and recounted the day's events to Zhang Shangnan and Yangan, the two exchanged knowing glances. In their hearts, they shared a singular thought: "Oh no, we've prepared too little for the meeting gift." Meanwhile, in the car, Muwan informed Kuang Yi about the red envelope she received. Kuang Yi paused, seemingly surprised that the manager and coach would do such a thing, a glimmer of warmth flashing in his eyes as he chuckled. "Take it. It's probably just a few thousand or a few hundred for good fortune. They treat us like their children at the base, even worrying about the bride price." Muwan opened the red envelope to find an untraceable bank card inside, with the cover reading, "Perfect in every way. Password, 6 zeros, not just a few thousand or a few hundred, it is precisely 100,000. Regardless of where it is placed, it would never be considered a trivial sum." Moreover, Zhang Shangnan, Yangan, and Kuang Yi are not related in any way. Kuang Yi fell silent in an instant, his fingers twitching as if he intended to grasp something, but ultimately he turned his head away and gazed out of the car window. After a prolonged silence, he murmured softly, "Did he really take me for his son?" Muwan suddenly recalled a statement by a certain disabled writer: "When I turned 21, my legs completely betrayed me. I did not perish, all thanks to friendship." For Kuang Yi, this sentiment resonated deeply. Since leaving his foster home at the tender age of 15, he had been entirely alone, even teetering on the brink of death by the roadside. After the Kwang family retrieved him, they remained indifferent. In a sense, both sets of parents had betrayed him, yet he continued to thrive thanks to HW, thanks to sick, thanks to friendship. Suddenly Muon leaned in and gently kissed the corner of Kwang Ye's mouth. You have many wonderful friends, you have me as well. It matters not if you do not want them. Friends and lovers are the family you choose for yourself. Her soft tone caressed the scabbed wounds like a feather. Tender and warm, Kwang Yi turned to gaze at the woman's radiant smile, his heart whispering, "It is not merely you, it is you who came first. I emerged from the mire, not truly becoming refuse. All because of you." Following his heart, he lifted Muon's chin, his breath heavy, his eyes unable to contain the surging desire and deep affection. Sister, may I use that reward now? Chapter 40, Pants Down. Are you unable? Muon's eyes widened slightly, her mouth instinctively parting. The man's gaze darkened as he leaned down to kiss her. You promised. It was not until their mouths were once again in turmoil that Muon regained her senses. Inwardly protesting, what did I promise? However, it was evidently too late to refuse. The kiss, demanding and fervent, deepened, and Muon clung tightly to Kwang Ye's shirt as if she were a blade of grass in a tempest. Surrendering to his overwhelming desire, in the tranquil confines of the car, their breaths intertwined, leaving only the echo of their soft moans in the air. Suddenly Muon's eyes widened. Kwang Ye's hand slipped beneath the hem of her skirt. Continuing to kiss her passionately, driven by instinct, desperate to feel the warmth of his lover's skin against his own, Muon shy opened her eyes and, aware that they were in an underground parking lot, feared someone might discover the scandalous scene within the car. Embarrassed and flustered, her body felt like a limp mass. Kwang Ye's gaze was ablaze, his body taut with tension. He knew he should stop. That they could not be here, yet his lover's reaction was irresistibly adorable, rendering him utterly unable to restrain himself. The woman uttered a soft, plaintive sound, regaining a semblance of lost rationality. Kwang Ye's body stiffened as he forced himself to calm down. Taking a deep breath before helping Muon adjust her skirt, he tenderly kissed away the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry. Muon opened her tear-glazed eyes to find Kwang Yi. Eyes closed, adjusting his disordered breathing, a hint of guilt etched across his brow. Suddenly, she reached out, grasping his heated arm, her voice tinged with shyness. I am not unwilling. Her body, still simmering with lingering embers, felt as though it had been thrown into a furnace. Kwang Yi watched as she buried her head in her arm, her hair disheveled and forehead glistening with light perspiration, his throat parched as if he had never tasted water in his life. His voice hoarse, shall I carry you up? As soon as the door closed, they were engulfed in a fervent kiss, the fear of being discovered evaporating, and Muon grew bolder. She stealthily reached to touch Kwang Yi's abdominal muscles. What she had anticipated to unfold naturally took an unexpected turn. Kwang Yi did not complete the final act. Muon, momentarily taken aback, hesitated several times, wanting to ask if he was incapable, yet before she could voice her thoughts, he sealed her lips with another method. Ultimately, Muon lay breathless on the bed, drenched in sweat, and fell into a slumber. Kwang Yi held her close, watching her increasingly agitated form, a wry smile gracing his lips as he quietly slipped away to the first-floor bathroom for a cold shower. When he returned to the room, Muon had just turned over, the blanket slipping slightly, revealing the secretive corners beneath her collarbone, marked with traces of intimacy. Kwang Yi inhaled deeply, calming his inner turmoil as he leaned down to plant a cherished kiss on her forehead. His gaze complex yet devout. "Wan, you have already begun to like me, haven you, the kind of liking that means you will stay by my side forever." In truth, Muon had overlooked a crucial issue. Just as she once questioned Kwang Yi about his need for her, he too lacked a solid foundation in this relationship. His sense of security was even less than hers, having been reborn. Muon at least knew that Kwang Yi held affection for her. However, from Kwang Yi's perspective, prior to their engagement, Muon had scarcely regarded him, treating him with indifference, her eyes solely fixed on Kwang Shuyu. Her sudden closeness, her unexpected warmth, he yearned to seize, yet he feared it was but an illusion and dreaded the possibility of her regretting her decision should he claim her too forcefully. After leaving the apartment, Kwang Yi stopped by a convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes. He had quit smoking for quite some time but suddenly felt the urge to smoke. A bit of crimson flickered in the night. That scoundrel Kwang Shuyu, spreading rumors with other women. I shall also find myself a little gigolo to infuriate him. I'm going to drink more. I am not drunk. A tinge of bitterness surfaced in Kwang Yi's eyes as he discarded the unlit cigarette into the trashcan, returning to the driver's seat and driving back to the ST base. Wan, regardless of why you draw near to me, this is the final chance for you to escape. Muon, still unaware of the role she played in Kwang Yi's eyes as a wayward woman, remained oblivious to the disparaging remarks she had made while intoxicated prior to her rebirth. The warm sunlight gently roused her from slumbers. Gradually, her drowsy mind began to recall the events of the previous night. Her porcelain-white face flushed with heat. How could the little wolfdog be so lewd? What Kwang Yi had done last night felt even more shameful than if it had been with real weapons. Muon rose to take a shower, remnants of the previous night lingering on her skin. However, since they had not gone all the way, she felt neither sticky nor uncomfortable, just a tad shy. Descending from the second floor, she found the first-floor sofa vacant of Kwang Yi's presence, but a note was left on the table. There is a competition tomorrow morning. I've returned to the base. I didn't know when you would wake up, so I didn't prepare breakfast for you, but there are frozen dumplings in the fridge. Cook them if you're hungry. Mu-won gazed at the note, her eyes gleaming with sweetness, then pouted, quietly grumbling now that he was absent. You show me this after I've already taken off my clothes, scoundrel. Chapter 41, Sister Won. Although she hadn't made much of a mess, Mu-won still tossed the sheets and duvet into the washing machine for a spin. She opened her computer to watch the live broadcast of the scoundrel's competition. Upon seeing him win again, she smiled with delight, then she murmured, I've been busy with competitions and celebrating my mother's birthday. It seems like it's been ages since I last played games. I should find Alon for some matches. Gaming is best enjoyed with familiar companions, otherwise the random player's maneuvers are often beyond imagination. Currently Mu-won's fixed teammates were Kwang Yi-Dolan, and occasionally her little cousin. She had also added a few members from the ST team on WeChat, but their accounts were for professional play, their ranks too high. Mu-won preferred to be the head of the pack rather than the tail and didn't wish to burden anyone. Hence she rarely played with them. Lolan, a professional streamer, was almost always online. As soon as he saw Mu-won's invitation for a match, he immediately joined the viewers and the live chat erupted in excitement. She is here, rich lady Won is back again. I've been here since Alon and Won became friends. Watching them duo has shown me a transformation from a novice to a master. Indeed, Won's gaming skills have improved rapidly. Apart from being unfamiliar with jungle champions, she has been performing admirably in the other lanes. Is it because the Jungle King is safeguarding her on that lane? So she doesn't need to practice. Thank you, I'm shipping them. Recently, Won has been duoing less with the Jungle King. It's just that the autumn season is upon us, and the professional players are busy with competitions. I have a rather immature thought in my mind. Many in the circle speculate that Suyu is a professional player given his skills and awareness. It's genuinely impressive. However, his champion pool is too deep. And he doesn't have a particular favorite champion, making it hard to guess. A deep champion pool. One person comes to mind. 1, 2, stop daydreaming. It's impossible, the ST team has been on a roll lately. Clearly training hard during the off-season. How would he have time to carry a girl? Shipping CP without real-life context. Don't daydream, the jungle god is uniquely brilliant. Ah, so everyone knows who they're talking about. Speaking of which, the streamer's skills are quite good. Why doesn't he pursue a professional career? The salary is much higher than that of a streamer. Professional life isn't that easy. And the background checks for teams are more stringent than in the entertainment industry. If banned, it could directly drag down an entire team. This streamer seems like a little sheep. Privately TSK. Where did a hater come from? Moderator, kick him out quickly. Thanks to Mu-won's previous generous gifts, Alon had long ceased to be a small streamer. Coupled with his skills and engaging streams, he had amassed a loyal following. Bolon glanced at the comments in the chat. He was accustomed to seeing provocative remarks like these, having encountered at least 10 of them daily, so he paid them no mind. Sister Won's killing intent has been a bit strong lately. She is picking high damage champions and demolishing tanks, so I'll build a tank support to shield her from the hail of bullets. Oh, Sister Won, I'm shipping again. Shipping anything will only lead to your downfall. I'm a die-hard fan of the Jinjia CP, don't involve me, I'm counting on Suyu and the Jungle King to carry me. While Mu-won joyfully played games, the atmosphere on the other side was far from harmonious. Zhuang Shanshan's father paced anxiously in the study, unleashing his fury upon Zhuang Shanshan, who stood nearby. What were you thinking? Provoking the formidable Mu family, numerous downstream suppliers of the Zhuang family's electronic materials are linked to them, and now the company cannot procure materials, leading to the postponement and breach of all signed contracts. Do you have any idea how much effort and energy this has cost countless individuals over the past year? Zhuang Shanshan's complexion paled slightly, yet the thought of Mu-won's phone call, which could prompt Mu Yanxi to unhesitatingly breach the contract to support her, stirred her defiance. Dad, you only see the company's losses, why can't you see my grievances? Am I worth less than that mere money? Zhuang's father was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Your grievances? What grievances do you have? If Mu-won were to strike or berate you today, no matter how formidable the Mu family is, I would undoubtedly seek justice for you, but is that the case? You were the one who in a drunken stupor accosted them with a torrent of insults. They even sent me the copied surveillance footage. Now they want to sue you for defamation and insult to character, and you still feel wronged. I am the one who feels wronged for having such an ungrateful daughter. Zhuang Shanshan was left speechless. Her voice barely a whisper. If worse comes to worst, I will plead with the Kwang family. The Kwang family is related to the Mu family by marriage. Why would they antagonize their own kin for a stranger like you? Is your mind clouded? Tears welled in Zhuang Shanshan's eyes as she began to panic, knowing her father worked late into the night for the sake of the company. Dad, what should we do now? Zhuang's father gazed at his beloved daughter, rubbed his temples, and finally softened his tone. The company has already reached out to other firms that have the necessary materials. One of them, a technology company called Suyo, possesses its own raw material factory. If we can establish a partnership, we should be able to mitigate some of the losses. Just then, the phone in the study rang. Zhuang's father immediately answered. How is it? Is Suyo willing to collaborate? Chapter 42. Just had a smoke. Is that necessary? They declined? Alright then. Hanging up the phone, Zhuang's father wearily rubbed his temples. Observing the guilt-ridden expression on his daughter's face, he approached and patted her shoulder. Speaking earnestly, consider this a lesson learned. There won't be a next time. Zhuang Shanshan nodded, her eyes misty with tears. It was the first time she faced the trouble her recklessness had caused her family, and she vowed never to stir up trouble again. At that moment, at the ST base, manager Zhang Shangnan called all the main players into the conference room and dropped a bombshell. This morning, I attended a meeting at the club. Due to our active performance in the spring competition, the club has promised that if we secure the championship in the autumn tournament, in addition to the league's 1 million bonus, Suyo will provide another million as a bonus, with additional rewards for the top scorer and MVP. The crowd erupted with excitement. The Suyo Club is an esports organization under Suyo Technology, housing several gaming teams. Yet only ST plays HW, which has garnered significant attention. Notably, ST has proven itself. Since its formation, it has yet to win the HW Global Championship but has claimed the LPL Region Championship 3 times, earning its reputation as a formidable team. Shinla patted Kwang Yi on the shoulder, remarking, we owe it all to the captain. Esports players, aside from their salaries, also earn competition bonuses, and those who excel, like Kwang Yi, can even share in sponsorship revenue. However, Kwang Yi opted not to take that, requesting that the club allocate a portion of the sponsorship bonuses as a team reward. Hence, Shinla referred to it as benefiting from Kwang Yi's influence. Kwang Yi smirked. The club secured quite a few sponsors this time. The bonuses are quite generous, the manager replied. You all won the spring championship, so it's only natural there are more sponsors. Now, go train. Only by winning the championship can you earn bonuses, otherwise, it's all talk. Kwang Yi, stay for a moment. After rallying the team's spirits, the manager's smile vanished, and he looked sternly at Kwang Yi. What was that message you sent me yesterday? What do you mean it's your last time participating in the league, that you want to retire? After finishing her game, Muon practiced the piano for a while. Suddenly, she received a WeChat message from Chu Xiaoyin, accompanied by an image. Goddess, their essay performance by the Aaron Philharmonic Orchestra at the first concert hall tomorrow. I have 2 tickets. Do you want to join? The Aaron Philharmonic Orchestra is a well-known symphony orchestra in the country, currently on a national tour, and Chu Xiaoyin had worked hard to secure the tickets. Muon had not attended a formal classical music performance in a long time, so she replied, sure, how much are the tickets? I'll transfer the money to you. Chu Xiaoyin responded, no worries, it's on me. Classical music has a limited audience in the country, so even top-tier orchestras don't charge exorbitant prices for tickets. Those scalpers are a different story altogether. After contemplating, Muon did not decline. Alright, let us have a meal together after the concert. My treat, Chu Xiaoyin replied enthusiastically, great, followed by multiple cute emojis. Seeing this, Muon scrolled through her chat history with Kwang Yi. Realizing why it had felt a bit dry, she hadn't sent any emojis. She then forwarded a few that she had just saved. Tomorrow, I'm going to a concert, good luck in the competition. Just as Kwang Yi stepped out of the conference room, he received a WeChat message, a smile creeping onto his face as he glanced at his right hand, his expression a mix of emotions. Just had a smoke, is that necessary? The next day, Muon arrived early at the first concert hall, and Chu Xiaoyin soon joined her. The two entered the performance venue together. Before long, the performance commenced, with various classical instruments intertwining in harmony under the conductor's baton, akin to a fine, aromatic glass of wine, each layer offering a distinct flavor. Muon could not help but close her eyes, savoring the notes dancing around her. Truly, the orchestra was the best in the country. She wondered how long their tour in S-City would last. She hoped to bring Kwang Yi along next time. Suddenly, an off-key note pierced her reverie. Furrowing her brow, Muon noticed a violinist had missed a note, but thankfully another violinist quickly compensated. Aside from Muon, no one else seemed to notice the slip-up. She dismissed it as a momentary lapse on the musician's part, unaware that among the violinists on stage, a pair of eyes were fixated on her. This wretched girl, how dare she show up here? She has ruined my sister's ability to play the violin for life. After the performance concluded, Muon and Chu Xiaoyin exited the concert hall, with Chu Xiaoyin chattering excitedly about the outstanding performance they had just witnessed. As expected from the most formidable orchestra in the country, I heard their audition process is exceptionally difficult. A senior from our school tried out and didn't even make it past the first round. I would love to join an orchestra and perform on stage, but sadly graduates from the music department often face unemployment. I'm just a freshman, and I'm already anxious about job prospects after graduation. Muwan's eyes sparkled at this. You might consider trying your hand at being a content creator, Chu Xiaoyin replied. Muwan elaborated. Platforms like Bilibili and Douyin start by covering some well-known pieces or popular anime tracks. If it goes well and you gain a following, the advertising revenue could be quite substantial. In the year Muwan currently occupied, short videos had yet to explode in popularity, and there were few high-quality creators. If Chu Xiaoyin had the talent for it and seized this opportunity, her future income should not be too shabby. Chapter 43 Sharp Tongue. Chu Xiaoyin had indeed never considered this avenue. After listening to Muwan explain the rules in detail, she found the idea quite feasible. I might as well give it a shot. It won't her to try, plus it's also a way to showcase my talents. Who knows, I might get noticed by an orchestra and strike it lucky. Of course, she aimed for a reputable orchestra, not one like Zhuoxing. Muwan was still unaware that her casual suggestion would completely alter Chu Xiaoyin's destiny. After finishing their meal, they encountered difficulty hailing a cab due to the peak hour. Observing this, Muwan took out her car keys. Where to? I'll give you a ride since I have nothing planned for the afternoon. Although Muwan was treated like a princess at home, she was 4 years older than Chu Xiaoyin and had a 6-year head start in life. Moreover, she found the adorable girl irresistible. Often viewing her as a little sister, Chu Xiaoyin didn't hesitate to reply to the third people's hospital. Thank you, goddess. Muwan frowned. To the hospital? Are you unwell? Chu Xiaoyin quickly shook her head, explaining, no, it's not me, it's my senior who plays the violin. She has helped me a lot in the past, but she was diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor last year and is currently undergoing treatment in the hospital. I visit her whenever I have time. Muwan nodded in understanding. They proceeded to the underground parking lot of the concert hall, where Muwan drove out a BMW X7. Chu Xiaoyin, unfamiliar with luxury cars, eagerly hopped into the vehicle. Meanwhile, a man in a BMW X1 nearby looked on with envy. Upon realizing the driver was a young woman, his expression shifted to one of disdain. Muwan shot a cold glance in his direction. Haven't you seen a beautiful woman driving before? The man averted his gaze, muttering in contempt, who knows which sugar daddy bought it for her, just a promiscuous bimbo. Muwan's brows furrowed in irritation. Before she could respond, Chu Xiaoyin picked up a water bottle and hurled it at the man's forehead. To hell with your sugar daddy. Did your father buy a house for you, or did he just produce this brain-dead offspring? Every time you see a luxury car, you think of a sugar daddy. Do you wonder how many fathers you have when you see your mom? Muwan, sharp tongue, the man, his face flushed with anger, raised his fist, preparing to confront them. Muwan pressed the accelerator, and the X7 sped away, barely brushing past him, while Chu Xiaoyin extended her middle finger in a mocking gesture, watching the man seethe with impotent rage in the rearview mirror. Muwan felt a surge of satisfaction. Upon arriving outside the hospital, Chu Xiaoyin expressed her gratitude to her goddess once more. Farewell, goddess, thank you for driving me. Muwan, with a hint of helplessness, replied, call me Wan Wan. Or Sister Wan Wan. Chu Xiaoyin blinked and teased, Goddess Wan Wan. Muwan, feigning annoyance, made a gesture as if to strike, prompting Chu Xiaoyin to hastily exit the car and sprint away. I'm off to see Senior Sister Oruo. Farewell, Goddess Wan Wan. Muwan's smile faltered for a moment, and she suddenly called out to the fleeing Chu Xiaoyin, your senior sister's name is Oruo. Chu Xiaoyin nodded, yes. Muwan couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence. Oruo, the champion of this year's Paganini International Music Competition in her past life, tell your senior sister that her illness will be cured, she will recover, for next year she will stand on stage with her, vying for that singular trophy. Unaware of Muwan's reincarnation, Chu Xiaoyin assumed she was merely cheering for her senior sister, and clenched her fist, saying, alright, I will tell her a farewell, goddess. Muwan muttered that she no longer wished to be called a goddess, then drove away. Midway, she suddenly recalled something, and with a swift stop of her BMW X7, her expression turned somber. After winning the Paganini Championship, Oruo had participated in an interview, and her brother, it seemed he had succumbed to online bullying and taken his own life. Sister, how are you feeling today? In the hospital, Olan entered the ward with fruits in hand. His recent livestream earnings had been promising, and soon he would have enough for his sister's surgery. Oruo, clad in a hospital gown, looked pale from the torment of her illness, yet she managed to smile upon seeing her brother. I'm fine, why are you here so early? Aren't you live streaming? Olan naturally picked up a fruit knife to peel an apple for her. I'll stream in the afternoon, you should watch me less. The internet is filled with negativity, which isn't good for your recovery. The doctor had advised that Oruo's emotions must remain stable. I understand, she replied, her gaze towards her brother tinged with guilt. When they were 16, their parents had perished in a car accident, yet thanks to the insurance compensation, the siblings managed to scrape by. However, since her illness began, expenses had skyrocketed, forcing her brother to abandon his university studies to work for her treatment. Each time she thought of this, she contemplated ending it all, yet, the thought of leaving her brother alone in this world was unbearable. Senior sister, the door swung open again, and Chu Xiaoyin entered, greeting Olan warmly. Oh, Olan is here too. Olan recognized Chu Xiaoyin, the younger sister of his senior, and politely returned her greeting. Sister Xiaoyin, Chapter 44, Wanwan falls ill. Chu Xiaoyin excitedly approached Oro exclaiming, "Senior sister, today I went to see the performance of the Eileen Orchestra with my goddess. You know my goddess, right? I mentioned her before, and the orchestra performed." Her words flowed like a river, animated gestures filling the room with her vibrant spirit, infecting the other patients in the ward. All the patients shared Oro's condition, and while other family members appeared dejected. Chu Xiaoyin's presence was like a splash of life in still waters. The young girl shared a close bond with her senior, visiting every weekend. Her brother was equally devoted, coming by at noon to bring her meals. Sacrificing his education to earn money for her medical bills. However, upon hearing this, Oro felt no joy. It only served to remind her of her burdens. Olan grasped her hand reassuringly, saying, "Sister, everything will be all right. You are the best violinist in the music academy. Once you recover, you'll personally take me to university, and everyone will envy you." Chu Xiaoyin chimed in, "Yes, senior sister, my goddess asked me to tell you that you will definitely get better." A flicker of hope ignited in Oro's heart, and she playfully retorted at Chu Xiaoyin, your goddess, once I recover, I shall see just how extraordinary she truly is." Chu Xiaoyin replied, "Of course, my goddess is stunning. I am not worried about you seeing her." After some playful banter, Chu Xiaoyin informed Oro of the date for the finals of the melody competition. "I asked the doctor, and if the distance isn't too far, you can come out for a walk. If you find the hospital stifling, come watch my competition." Oro understood that Chu Xiaoyin aimed to lift her spirits, especially since the doctor had mentioned the surgery's success rate was only 50%. Muwan, upon returning, immediately searched for ST's performance today, her mood further plummeting upon discovering their defeat. Unable to contain her feelings, she video-called Kwang Yi. He quickly answered, the background revealing the ST base, with the distant sound of the coach's fury echoing. "What a mess, look at this pitiful performance, you still want a reward, dream on." Muwan felt embarrassed. "Is now a bad time for a video?" Kwang Yi shook his head, moving farther away to muffle the sounds behind him. "What's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Muwan hesitated, then nodded, concerned for him. "Did you take the loss hard?" Kwang Yi laughed dismissively. "Sister, do you really think I'm a god who has never lost? Winning and losing are part of the game. We'll reclaim our points later. Today's match was against HW's veteran team, YJ, the spring season's runner-up. Both teams were evenly matched, and losing was understandable, though the coach and manager were likely irate given their earlier enthusiasm. Seeing that he was unaffected by the match's outcome, Muwan felt relieved but noticed Kwang Yi's troubled expression as he seemed to hesitate to speak. A heaviness settled in Kwang Yi's heart. His hand, out of view of the camera, clenched involuntarily, though he had mentioned this was her last chance to escape. "Wanwan, what's wrong?" After a long pause, Muwan ultimately refrained from speaking and instead asked, "Can you come to the apartment tonight? I want to tell you something in person." She pondered whether to intervene in others' affairs again. Not if she didn't, her conscience would be troubled. If she did, the outcome might still be unsatisfactory. Leaving her at a loss, Kwang Yi's heart felt as though it had been pierced, silently bleeding. Was she regretting it? What could possibly prompt the usually forthright Wanwan to adopt such a cautious demeanor? "Alright, I'll come tonight." Though he intended to stall for time, he couldn't bear to keep Wanwan waiting, even in this situation. The evening arrived swiftly. Kwang Yi stood before the apartment, having stopped by Zue Xian private kitchen to pick up Muwan's favorite shrimp balls. Inputting the code to unlock the door, he called out, "Young miss, dinner is ready." After calling for a while without a response, he noticed all the lights in the apartment were off, and his heart sank. "Wanwan, has she already left?" Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he heard a faint sound from the second-floor bedroom, akin to a beacon appearing on a dark sea, and his eyes brightened as he swiftly ascended the stairs. "Wanwan, i.e., Muwan's voice sounded weak." Kwang Yi turned on the bedroom light to find the typically vibrant Muwan lying in bed, wrapped in blankets, her lips chapped and her face flushed. All his anxious thoughts vanished as he rushed to her side. "Wanwan, what's wrong?" He touched her forehead, which felt scalding. A surge of panic washed over him as he wrapped her in the blanket and hurried to the hospital. Throughout the journey, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, wishing he could slap himself for not noticing her pallor during their video call earlier that afternoon. Chapter 45, Kwang Yi, don't die. Upon arriving at the hospital, Kwang Yi burst into the emergency room, cradling Muwan. "Doctor, she has a high fever. Please examine her immediately." The emergency room doctor, seeing Muwan's flushed face, felt a jolt of concern after measuring her temperature. He noted it was 39.8 degrees Celsius, nearing 40. Quickly arranged for hospitalization and in 4 drip. "Has the patient eaten anything recently? Any symptoms of abdominal pain or headaches?" Kwang Yi shook his head. "I video called her at 3 this afternoon. Her complexion was a bit off, but she didn't mention any abdominal or head pain." The doctor instructed, "Alright, please proceed to make the payment. Stay by the patient's side. If anything seems amiss, alerted doctor immediately." Kwang Yi nodded and complied. 10 minutes later, in the quiet single-occupancy room, Muwan lay uncomfortably, and 4 drip attached to her hand. Kwang Yi held her other hand beneath the blanket. His eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. "I'm so sorry." Suddenly Muwan began to murmur restlessly, speaking in fragmented dreams. Kwang Yi leaned closer, trying to decipher her words, and then he heard her say, "Kwang Yi. Kwang Yi, don't die." Kwang Yi, don't die. His eyes widened in shock. Mu1 felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body. She couldn't move her hands or feet, watching a familiar face sink beneath the water. She screamed and reached out desperately, but it was all in vain. Kwang Yi, startled, Mu1 shot upright, finding herself enveloped in darkness. Panic gripped her, as if she had returned to that dim, underground chamber. Instinctively, she called out for Kwang Yi. Yi. Suddenly, the lights in the single-occupancy room flicked on as Kwang Yi entered, carrying Kanji. Upon seeing Mu1's expression, his face shifted, and he immediately set the food down and rushed to embrace her. It's okay, I'm right here. Mu1 clung tightly to him, tears streaming uncontrollably as she struck his shoulder in frustration. Where did you go? You left me alone in this unfamiliar place. Sensing her anxiety, Kwang Yi gently patted her back in comfort, choosing not to explain his earlier absence and instead softly promised, it won't happen again. Gradually, Mu1's unease began to dissipate. Kwang Yi adjusted the bed's backrest, propped up the small table, and placed the pumpkin kanji he had just bought on it. You must be hungry since you didn't eat dinner. Have a little something first. If you want anything else, I'll go get it for you. Mu1 surveyed her surroundings and recognized the hospital's decor. Uncertain, she inquired, am I unwell? Kwang Yi, with an exasperated gesture, pointed to her forehead. 39 degrees 8, what do you think? If I don't come by tonight, you might be burning up without even realizing it. Mu1 replied, no wonder I felt so drowsy this afternoon. I thought it was just because of Oro's matter. However, the thought of Oro caused her spirits to sink again. Picking at her pumpkin porridge, she lifted her gaze to Kwang Yi. Do you remember I mentioned I had something to tell you this afternoon? Kwang Yi gestured at her foredrip. We'll talk about it when you're better. Mu1 responded, fine. By the way, do you mean to say that if I want something to eat, you'll fetch it for me? Kwang Yi's eyes softened. What would you like? Mu1 replied, crawfish. Kwang Yi frowned slightly amiss. Do you realize you have a high fever and can only eat light meals? Mu1, embodying a blend of willfulness and stubbornness, insisted, you said anything is fine, and I want crawfish. Kwang Yi advised her, the crawfish outside isn't hygienic. Wait until tomorrow, and I'll have the ant from the base cook it for you. Mu1 withdrew under her blanket, her voice muffled, I want to eat it now. A sick person is beyond reason. Kwang Yi. That night, Mu1 ultimately indulged in the crawfish she had been longing for. Kwang Yi rinsed the spicy flavor off in clean water and only permitted her to eat 5. Mu1 protested, 5, do you look down on me? Kwang Yi held the 6th one near his mouth, glancing at Mu1, I'll eat the rest this way. Do you still want some, Mu1? Her already flushed face grew even warmer, resembling the red crawfish in the bowl. You're being unreasonable. Kwang Yi leaned closer with the shrimp, fully embracing his mischievous demeanor, knowing that Kwang Yi had competitions in the coming days and fearing she might pass her illness to him. Mu1 had to relent, but she couldn't help but mutter, you're so stingy. Kwang Yi chuckled as he swallowed the shrimp near his lips. It's because you don't care for your own health. The sedative components in the 4 fluid soon took effect. After exchanging wits with Kwang Yi, Mu1 felt drowsy again and soon drifted off to sleep. Kwang Yi, wishing not to disturb her slumber, contemplated turning off the lights, but recalled her earlier anxieties upon awakening, so he withdrew his hand. He settled onto the adjacent caregiver's bed, gazing at Mu1's peaceful sleeping face, remembering her previous murmured words. Kwang Yi, don't die. 1-1, is something happening to you that I am unaware of? Chapter 46. Why agree to the engagement? The next morning, Mu1's fever had subsided, and the doctor prescribed some medication for her to take home. Now completely alert, Mu1 felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she recalled her childish behavior from the night before. Good luck with today's competition. I'll be cheering for you in the live stream. If you feel unwell, just lie down. I'll return immediately after the competition. Mu1 shot him a glare. I'm an adult. I can take care of myself. Don't mess up your competition because of me. Kwang Yi tapped her on the head. Don't worry, I still have some professional integrity. There is no need for you to fret. The competition was not solely his responsibility, it also belonged to Saint. He wasn't so self-centered, and Mu1 wouldn't appreciate that side of him. After escorting Mu1 back to her apartment, he left, but not before plugging in her notebook and placing some washed fruit on her bedside table, treating her as if she were incapable of managing her own life. Mu1, she was merely ill, not incapacitated. 4 hours later, the victorious Kwang Yi returned to the apartment, having not only won the competition but also secured the titles of Headhunter and MVP. He also brought a lunch for Mu and Mu1. Her fiancé truly had a knack for time management. After finishing lunch, they cozied up on the sofa to watch a movie, just as Kwang Yi thought this warm atmosphere would last indefinitely. Mu1 leaned against him and said, do you remember I mentioned I had something to tell you yesterday afternoon? Kwang Yi's heart skipped a beat, knowing this moment had finally arrived. He wrapped her exposed arms snugly in a blanket and replied with a simple Mu1 wasn't quite sure how to broach the subject. She couldn't divulge the matter of rebirth, so how could she explain her knowledge of future events? After some deliberation, she spoke, if there were something you knew would end poorly, but your assistance could prevent it, would you help? Kwang Yi misunderstood her intent, thinking she was referring to the dismal outcome of their relationship, and his heart sank. Unable to suppress his retort, he replied, you haven't even tried. How do you know it will end poorly, Mu1? Because I've been reborn, I certainly know how it ends. Regardless, I know, so just tell me, would you help or not? If he declined, she would feel guilty, but if he agreed, she would transition from an outsider to an insider, potentially resulting in unforeseen consequences. Kwang Ye's eyes suddenly glistened, and he held Muon tightly. Burying his face in her neck, unwilling to accept, I won't help, why must I bear such a cruel decision when I like you so much, Muon, huh, you want tea help, isn't that a bit cold-hearted? Oro's brother might commit suicide due to online harassment, Kwang Yi, I want tea help. Muon's neck suddenly felt warm as something hot trickled down her skin and she belatedly realized something was amiss. I was speaking about Oro's situation, did you misunderstand something? Kwang Yi, who was nearly on the verge of fainting from heartache, froze momentarily, repeating in a daze, Oro, who was that? Muon turned to face him. Noticing his damp eyelashes and reddened eyes, momentarily taken aback, wait, why is the usually charismatic and aloof Kwang Yi crying? Muon had never witnessed Kwang Yi cry in either of her lifetimes. Leaving her feeling lost and heartbroken, tentatively she asked, is this due to the aftermath of yesterday's loss, or did my words upset you? Kwang Yi, whose suppressed emotions had been released by her question, chuckled, who would cry the day after losing a competition? Muon crossed her arms, so what did you misunderstand earlier? Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she sensed that the misunderstanding was not something that would please her. Kwang Yi shook his head, wishing to evade the topic, but after a moment of silence, he realized that they would eventually have to address it. Wan, why did you agree to the engagement back then? Muon wanted to say it was simply because she liked him. But Kwang Ye's questions continued to flood in. Before the engagement, we had encountered each other numerous times, you avoided me because of Kwang Shuyu and Kwang Xingran, we hardly exchanged a few words. Just as you once asked me, we had little connection, why did you suddenly change your demeanor, reproach me, and choose to be with me? Muon was left speechless, the answer to these questions was singular, rebirth. However, she could not share this with Kwang Yi or any of those who loved her. Her previous life had ended in tragedy, and if Kwang Yi or her parents learned of it, it would haunt them for eternity and severely impact their current lives. Her silence struck Kwang Yi like a dagger to the heart. His voice trembled as he looked at her. The night before our engagement, Wan, at the Rose Bar, we met. Chapter 47. Kwang Yi, I like you 2 months prior, at the Rose Bar. Fu Yuanjia raised his glass to Kwang Yi. Good buddy, tomorrow you'll be engaged to the one you love. Congratulations, a brother. Yet, Kwang Yi was not as optimistic, a hint of bitterness crossing his eyes. She might not even show up. It was an engagement he anticipated alone. Fu Yuanjia patted his shoulder, reassuring him, Ye God, have a bit of confidence in yourself. What does Kwang Shuyu have that you lack? Muon simply hasn't interacted with you. Perhaps once she does, she'll find that the false young master pales in comparison and will fall into your embrace. After all, you're getting engaged to your crush. Cheer up. Alright, you can't drink or smoke. Waiter, bring a bottle of Sprite, let us stir it up and serve it as white wine for my buddy. Kwang Yi, nonsense. Nevertheless, the thought of tomorrow's engagement stirred a hint of anticipation within him. Perhaps a miracle might occur. Suddenly, a familiar female voice echoed from the bar counter. Kwang Yi instinctively turned his head, only to behold the face he had longed for. Mu1, clad in a red tweed ensemble, her seaweed-like long hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure accentuated by a fitted skirt that showcased her curves, and her legs long and fair. Her enchanting face, slightly flushed from alcohol, resembled a bewitching fairy in the midnight hour. Beautiful lady, you're drunk. Let me take you home. Such beauty, in such a state, was like a lamb among wolves in the bar. A man grasped Muon, attempting to drag her out, but she instinctively resisted, lacking the strength to break free. Kwang Ye's expression darkened. He swiftly approached and pulled Muon into his arms. Wan. Wake up. The man, having lost his prey, raised his eyes with displeasure. What are you doing? I saw her first. Upon meeting Kwang Ye's cold and menacing gaze, a shiver ran down his spine. Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. With a threatening remark, he retreated, dissatisfied. Kwang Yi helped Muon into his car, anxiously touching her feverish face. Wan, should I take you to the hospital? In a state of inebriation, Muon abruptly seized Kwang Yi's hand and rubbed it against her face, mumbling, it feels so refreshing, let's have another bucket of ice. Kwang Yi gazed at her with gentle eyes, his tone laced with affection. Why are you so adorable? Wan, shall I escort you back to the Mu family home? Or would you prefer to find a hotel to stay for the night? Suddenly, Muon's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. Home? I won't go home. I want to keep drinking. I've drunk abroad before. I won't get drunk. That scoundrel Kwang Shuyu promised he would never let me suffer, yet he is entangled in scandal with another woman. Kwang Shuyu, you scoundrel, I refuse to engage with Kwang Yi for you. Clashed with my father, and yet you treat me this way. The tear-streaked visage of the woman felt like a bucket of cold water splashed upon Kwang Yi's head, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. He could not help but lift her chin, almost harshly demanding, Muon, why do you still harbor feelings for him after the way he treated you? Am I not worthy? Look at me. Muon's shimmering eyes locked onto Kwang Yi's face, and after a moment, she suddenly leaned in and kissed him lightly. Alright, I'll watch you. While Kwang Shuyu is involved in rumors with a renowned star, I shall keep a young gigolo that will infuriate him. As Kwang Yi finished speaking, Muon's complexion turned ashen. She pushed him away, rising from the sofa, her head feeling heavy and feverish. She found the situation absurd and ludicrous, fixing her gaze on Kwang Yi. She questioned him, so you think that my engagement to you, my deliberate approach towards you, and everything I've done in the past few days was merely to provoke Kwang Shuyu? Kwang Yi noticed her bare feet and hurriedly offered her slippers. Wan, your fever isn't gone. Put on your shoes, answer me first. Muon's voice brimmed with anger. Observing her reaction, Kwang Yi felt that the situation was not as he had imagined, yet he chose to speak the truth. At that time, I thought it didn't matter why you approached me, just the opportunity to be close to you was enough. Perhaps over time, you would genuinely come to like me. Tears streamed from the corners of Muon's eyes. Kwang Yi's pupils dilated, a surge of panic rising within him. Muon attempted to wipe her tears, but they continued to cascade down her cheeks, choking back sobs. She grasped the fabric at her chest tightly, suppressing the waves of sorrow that surged within her, and whispered to Kwang Yi in a hoarse voice, Kwang Yi, Muon, will never demean myself to please another man for the sake of a man. I am not that lowly. Not even in my previous life would I have engaged in such humiliating actions. I have liked you since the moment I opened the door to our engagement banquet. My heart and thoughts have been solely for you, not for Kwang Shuyu. As she hesitated, not wanting to impulsively burden the unreborn Kwang Yi with the same nightmares that plagued her, the sorrow of her unspoken truth caused her tears to flow even more vigorously. In any case, the one I love is you, not him. Apart from you, I could never hold hands, a kiss, or share a bed with anyone else in this lifetime. Kwang Yi, I mean it when I say I love you. Did you hear me clearly? Chapter 48. Kneel down, she sobbed to the point of nearly fainting, both angered that Kwang Yi doubted her love and pained by how small and humble his love seemed. She could scarcely bear to imagine how heart-wrenching it must have been for Kwang Yi after she fled their wedding in her past life. She pondered the state of mind he must have been in when he received the news of her kidnapping and brutal murder. Her chest felt as though it were being crushed by a boulder, and she recalled Kwang Yi's desperate suicide in her previous life. The contents of that radio broadcast suddenly became clear in her ears. That was his dream, his global championship final. From the moment Muon uttered her first word, Kwang Yi's mind buzzed blank. He had misjudged Muon, misjudged his fiancée, and believed himself to be the victim, all while causing her this profound sorrow. Kwang Yi, you scoundrel. He slapped himself hard. He rushed over and tightly embraced Muon, repeatedly apologizing. Wan, I'm sorry, it was my misunderstanding. It was my fault. Noticing that Muon was struggling to catch her breath, he grew alarmed and hurriedly helped her breathe. Wan, breathe, don't cry. You can hit me or scold me, just don't see her wide eye. It was my fault. I was completely out of line. Muon's agitated emotions gradually calmed under his comforting presence. Yet her gaze still held anger towards Kwang Yi. However, she had no recollection of the events at the bar and recognized her own somewhat oblivious tendencies. Sniffling, she asked, I did go to the Rose Bar alone that day, but I remember waking up at Xing Ran's place the next morning. Kwang Yi replied, I was worried you would be upset remembering what happened while drunk, so I asked Xing Ran to pick you up and specifically instructed her not to tell you we had met. Muon responded, you're quite considerate. However, had she known in her past life that she drunkenly kissed Kwang Yi, the development of events would have been quite unpredictable. Kwang Yi sensed the sarcasm in her tone and dared not respond. Muon crossed her arms, feeling that it was good to clarify things, otherwise Kwang Yi would invent stories about her in his mind. Then she recalled their past. So that day at the apartment, you didn't go all the way because you couldn't. Kwang Yi replied, that day, I was practically bursting with desire. My hands were folded in submission, acknowledging my mistakes. I have a hole in my brain. Please forgive me, my lady. Muon snorted coldly, glanced at him, and returned to her seat on the sofa. Wrapping herself in a blanket, she commanded the submissive Kwang Yi kneel. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before her. Muon mused, forgetting that her fiancé was not a man of high dignity. Kwang Yi, kneeling, inched forward to Muon's sofa. Sister, are your eyes uncomfortable? Shall I fetch you a cooling patch? You're still feverish and can't use ice. After all that talking, are you thirsty or hungry? I can get you something to eat or drink. Muon replied, have you gone overboard with flattery? Kwang Yi responded, it is my duty as a subordinate. Muon, unable to maintain her stern expression, finally broke into laughter, resuming the movie they had paused earlier, and commanded Kwang Yi without reservation, if you make me Buddha jumps over the wall, I will forgive you. Kwang Yi sprang to his feet, eager to comply. Muon added, you must make it yourself. Kwang Yi exclaimed, ha, he certainly lacked that culinary skill. As Muon issued her orders, she turned back to watch television. And Kwang Yi understood. The little princess was upset and was challenging him. He pulled out his phone to find a recipe for Buddha jumps over the wall, beginning to study earnestly. It was just Buddha jumps over the wall. He was not about to be defeated by it. During the following time, Kwang Yi was a whirlwind of activity in the kitchen, while Muon reclined on the sofa, enjoying the tranquility. The warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the bright floor. Everything felt so serene and beautiful. After Muon finished watching 2 movies, Kwang Yi's Buddha jumps over the wall was finally complete, sitting at the rectangular dining table. They faced each other. Kwang Yi was the first to scoop a bowl of soup from Mu Wan with a spoon. She took a delicate sip, her eyebrows raising slightly. The taste was surprisingly good. Kwang Yi, pleased with himself, remarked, "Not bad, right? This is the 3.0 version, which resolves the issues of the 1.0 version lacking flavor and the 2.0 version being unpalatable, culminating in this successful final version." Mu1 glanced at the pot filled with exquisite ingredients and inquired, "What about the previous 1.0 and 2.0? She hoped he hadn't discarded them. Kwang Yi pointed at the pot. "They're all here. I added cooking wine to eliminate the fishy smell for the 1.0 version and salt for the 2.0 version to enhance the flavor." Mu1 remarked, "I see, in such a short time, how did you manage to gather so many identical ingredients? I recall the question you asked earlier. Please answer it well." Regarding Oro, Kwang Yi grinned, realizing that Mu Wan had forgiven him. He thought to himself how lovely it was to appease his wife, so endearing, reflecting on Mu Wan's earlier question. He continued, "What you mean by helping or not helping is whether to intervene in others' karma, am I correct?" Mu Wan contemplated and nodded. Kwang Yi inquired, "Are you very familiar with the other party?" Mu Wan replied, "Not familiar." Kwang Yi stated, "Then it would be wise to prioritize your own safety. However, the fact that you are asking indicates that you genuinely want to intervene, right?" Mu Wan nodded again. "After all, it concerns a life." With soft, radiant eyes, Kwang Yi gazed at Mu Wan. "Then follow your heart. I will support you from behind." Mu Wan felt her previously hesitant heart settle down. Yes, this person would support her. As would her family. Given a second chance, she felt fortunate to have been gifted a new life, and she wished to pass this stroke of luck on to others. Chapter 49. Oro's brother is Olan. After finishing dinner, Kwang Yi took the initiative to wash the dishes and then snuggled under Mu Wan's warm blanket, holding her close. "Wan, how about I move from the base to live in the apartment with you?" Mu Wan's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, "This scoundrel." Kwang Yi explained, "I'm not at ease with you living alone. What if you end up sick in bed again, like this time, with no one to care for you?" Mu Wan averted her gaze, having misunderstood him, but with a lone man and woman, an engaged couple residing together, it was hard to believe they wouldn't cross any lines. "What about training at the team? The apartment is only a 10-minute drive from the base. I can clock in and out every day." Mu1 pondered for a moment, feeling her ears flush slightly, and softly asked, "There's only one room. Where will you sleep?" Kwang Yi leaned down and kissed her earlobe. "What do you think, my fiancée?" Mu1 replied, "I see there's no misunderstanding with this little rascal." After contemplating for a while, she eventually nodded. The thought of sleeping alone in the apartment filled her with a hidden dread. She usually didn't turn off the lights while sleeping, and furthermore, as an engaged couple, sharing a bed was perfectly acceptable. In Kwang Ye's eyes, a flicker of triumph flashed, and muffled chuckles emerged from his throat as his head leaned into her neck, his breath brushing against her delicate skin. "Thank you, sister." The temperature beneath the quilt began to rise slightly. And recalling her mischievous younger brother's previous outrageous behavior, Mu Wan suddenly declared, "But not now. You have a competition to attend. You mustn't transmit the virus to yourself. Go sleep on the sofa for a while." Her words were grandiose, and her reasoning was entirely legitimate. However, Kwang Ye let out a disappointed sigh, feeling aggrieved. "Sister, I'm not afraid of the virus." Mu1 replied, "I am. Move aside. It's too hot to be cuddling." Kwang Ye mused. It seems winning the heart of a beauty requires considerable effort. After 2 or 3 days, Mu Wan's fever had nearly subsided. She used WeChat to invite Chu Xiaoyin out. "Xiaoyin, may I visit your senior?" she inquired. "I wish to consult her regarding some questions for next year's Paganini competition." The Paganini competition occurs biennially, and since Oro had previously participated, it served as an ideal entry point for discussion. Chu Xiaoyin, considering that Oro's illness should not be disturbed by too many visitors, hesitated to make a unilateral decision and said, "I might need to call her first." Mu1 nodded in understanding. Soon after finishing her call, Chu Xiaoyin returned with a smile, saying, "Goddess, my senior has agreed. When shall we go?" Mu1 replied, "Now." According to Mu1's plan, she intended to build rapport with Oro first, and then, when Oro's younger brother exhibited even the slightest hint of being cyberbullied, she would intervene as a friend. Cyberbullying, after all, is inconsequential outside the online realm. Thinking that they were at least visiting to check on a patient, Mu1 purchased 2 fruit baskets downstairs in the hospital. Upon entering the ward, Oro appeared just as she had seen in interviews from her past life, though her cheeks looked slightly gaunt. "Hello, Mu1." "Hello, Oro." Oro smiled warmly, extending her hand to Mu1, and continued, "I also participated in the Stern violin competition and saw you backstage, but we never had the chance to interact. Your violin playing is exceptional. The championship is well deserved." Mu1 felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. A comfort against the allegations regarding the championship's legitimacy. She thought to herself, "What a kind-hearted person. Thank you for the compliment. Registration for this year's Paganini competition is about to commence, and I look forward to competing with you again." All 3 girls, being music students and violinists, soon engaged in a myriad of discussions on various topics. Oro shared her insights about the Paganini competition structure. The competition is divided into 3 phases. The preliminary round, The semifinals and the finals. In addition to the required pieces, participants must select 6 out of the 24 caprices by Paganini to perform. Notably, there is a stipulated score to attain first place, if no contestant achieves this score. The title remains vacant. It is akin to the notion that one must score 100 to claim the top spot, even if you score 99 and rank first in your class. The championship eludes you. In the ward, the three girls quickly became familiar with one another through their shared passion for music. Apart from Chu Xiaoyin unwaveringly referring to Mu Wan as goddess, Oruo and Mu Wan had already begun calling each other Ruo Ruo and Wan Wan. Oruo, now a senior in college, had taken a year off due to her diagnosis of malignant tumors, placing her around the same age as Mu Wan. At this point, Olan should be here to bring lunch for his sister, Chu Xiaoyin suddenly remarked while glancing at the time upon hearing the familiar name Olan. Mu Wan's mind momentarily froze, akin to a rusted machine struggling to start. After a brief pause, she asked with a somewhat dazed tone, Ruo Ruo, your brother's name is Olan. Chapter 50. What to do when your fiancé is too popular? Oruo nodded, a hint of warmth gracing her features. Yes, Olan, like the blue sky. He is currently a game streamer. As she spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed her expression. He's only 18, at this age, he should be in school. Yet because of my burden, it clicked. 18, a game streamer. During her prior visit to Olan's streaming room, she had seen viewers mention that he was earning money for his sister's chemotherapy, but what a remarkable coincidence. She had initially met Olan through gaming, then encountered Chu Xiaoyin through a competition, and subsequently realized Oruo was Olan's sister, driven by compassion to rescue Oruo, who had previously suffered from cyberbullying leading to her brother's tragic end. Mu Wan felt as if everything was fated. She felt a sense of relief at her involvement in this matter. Otherwise, one day in the future, when she pondered why a particular avatar had ceased to glow, and the truth came to light, she would undoubtedly regret it immensely. Tap tap, footsteps echoed from outside the ward. The familiar voice she had heard through her headphones resonated in Mu Wan's ears. Sister Xiaoyin, who is this? Mu Wan looked up to find the youthful face she had seen in the streaming room. Olan wore a Prussian blue sweatshirt and jeans, his skin slightly pale from years of streaming. He gazed at Mu Wan with a hint of confusion. Chu Xiaoyin promptly introduced Olan. This is Mu Wan, a friend of mine and your sister's who has come to visit. Olan nodded in greeting. Thank you for coming to see my sister. Mu Wan collected herself and offered a perfectly timed smile. No need for thanks, it's also thanks to Ruo Ruo for informing me about the competition rules. Olan regarded Mu Wan with curiosity. That voice, it can't be just a coincidence, can it? Hesitantly he asked, Sister Mu Wan, do you often play games, like Hero World or something? Mu Wan appeared bewildered. Oruo playfully smacked her brother. Do you think everyone is a gaming enthusiast like you? Apologize for your rudeness. Olan, feeling wronged, explained, no, I just thought the voice sounded familiar. Mu Wan reassured, it's alright, many people say my voice is familiar. As the aroma of the food Olan brought wafted through the air, Chu Xiaoyin felt a pang of hunger and bid farewell to Oruo. Since Olan is here, we should take our leave. Goodbye, senior. Alright. Mu Wan walked out with Chu Xiaoyin, glancing back to see Olan opening the food he had brought. Looking at his sister's frail form with nothing but concern, devoid of any impatience regarding her illness. I will save you, she vowed silently. After leaving the ward, Mu Wan took out her phone and sent a message to Olan via WeChat. Ranking up, JPEG. Olan immediately felt he had overthought things. Mu Wan had just exited the ward. When would she have time to play games? Sister Wan, it's 2 o'clock this afternoon. Fine, I have something to attend to at the moment. Okay. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Olan began his livestream at home punctually. Before long, dedicated fans began to flood in. I shall call the streamer the workhorse of the live streaming realm, apart from his 3 daily meals. He is always streaming. Are you taking viewers to rank up today, or just having fun? Having fun refers to activities like singing or chatting instead of serious gameplay, or teaching viewers some clever tricks in the game, which sometimes garners more viewers than traditional gameplay. Olan replied, today, Wan and I will be duo queuing. We still need 3 more positions. I'm Jojo, super skilled. You already played with Wan last time. And you brought the Wild King along. It's my turn this time. I want to as well, but my rank isn't high enough. Sob. I also want a Wild King brother to help me rank up. 1. The Chang'e of Olan's livestream, and Suyu the Hoi of Olan's livestream. Summon Chang'e and randomly receive a Hoi. So what is Olan? Chang'e and Hoi summoning device. Olan, what the hell is a Chang'e and Hoi summoning device? He quickly selected a few viewers through screenshots, matched up, and selected a hero. Upon reaching the loading page, he was astonished to discover that the opposing team had 2 professional players. The livestream chat erupted. It's Wei Hong, the mid laner from WF, and Yutai, the jungler. They're so bold, don't they have matches? I checked the match schedule, and there are none in the next few days. Plus, it's the end of the month, you know how it is. I found their live stream room. Esports teams generally have contracts with streaming platforms, allowing them to earn money while gaining exposure to facilitate the sale of merchandise. To avoid disrupting training and leaking strategies, the contract stipulates limited streaming hours, but human nature leans toward laziness, thus, many streaming platforms see a surge of professional players streaming at the end of the month. Sometimes resulting in humorous situations where they don't even spare time for meals or sleep. HW Fans Festival is approaching. Too bad the Wild God isn't streaming, otherwise I could lick the screen clean of that handsome face. Hey, Missy, the internet isn't a no man's land, be a little restrained. If the Wild God were willing to stream, I'd eat noodles upside down. With that face and those hands, only during a competitive stream can one truly appreciate it. One can never get enough. Having registered a small account to lurk in Olan's livestream, Muwan thought to herself, what to do when your fiancé is too popular. Chapter 51, Professional Players Bully Family Members. As the game commenced, Muwan took control of a marksman character, Xiaoyu, and made her way down the lane. However, she soon discovered that both the opposing jungler and support were coming to ambush her. Muwan exclaimed. After 2 close calls, returning to the tower, she found herself perplexed. Isn't it inappropriate for the jungler to be lurking in the bushes like that? Muwan, the opposing jungler and support are professional players. Play cautiously. Observing the bushes near the tower, she shot an arrow tentatively, only to find the 2 enemy heroes hiding perfectly still. Unable to restrain herself, she typed, "Are you all insane? Do you really need my life that badly?" Enemy, Jingku, not really, just curious to see. Our side, Xiaoyu, curious about what? Enemy, Afei, curious about the Genjia CP.MU1, I'm going all in against you all. She consumed the blood pack that had just sprouted, communicating with her teammates through voice chat, and then remarked that it was a matter of timing as the enemy Jingku and Afei suddenly emerged from behind, accompanied by 4 robust men. Olan, let us engage, take them down. A flurry of blades sliced through the screen. Various heroes unleashed their skills, and soon the enemy Jingku and Afei met their demise in the northwest. Muwan joyfully bounced on their corpses. Ha, who understands the joy of my triple screen? Yutai and Wei Hong must be furious over there. Go wild and be reckless, and end up with nothing. Wan, you're incredible, I'm dying of laughter. Even when provoked like this, you didn't retaliate but instead typed to stall for time, quietly signaling your teammates to sneak over and eliminate 2 professional players. The luck of the water friend chosen for the ranking match was just too good. I too need such a level-headed teammate. The streaming room of the 2 professional players drew far more viewers than Olan's. And after the situation was explained in the bullet comments, many flocked to Olan's stream. I'm dying of laughter, seeing 4 burly men leap out from the bushes left me stunned. I captured their shocked expressions. Someone shared an image and Muwan then saw 2 identical bewildered faces, which immediately made her burst into laughter. However, being professional players, Wei Hong and Yutai were serious. And the amateur duo of Muwan and Olan were swiftly outmatched. Soon, Muwan's side was annihilated. As the crystal shattered and the game concluded, it was uncertain if it was mere coincidence or if professional players were indeed gathering at this time. But afterward, Muwan and Olan encountered several professional players, all exhibiting great interest in Wan. This was manifested either by sparing Muwan when she was low on health or by pursuing her relentlessly to eliminate her. Muwan gradually began to comprehend the underlying motive. These individuals must be aware that Suyu is Kwang Yi, right? Hence she sent her 10-game losing streak to Kwang Yi. Kwang Yi? He promptly forwarded the screenshot to the professional player group, tagging several accounts that matched those in the ranking picture. How shameful, if you can't defeat me, you resort to bullying my partner. If you have the guts, solo me, and I'll make you call me daddy. It's just a coincidence, a sheer coincidence. Wow, the Wild God's girlfriend is playing ranked, I'm heading there now. You just reminded me. Kwang Yi, that was a miscalculation. Thus that afternoon, the canyon was rife with bloodshed and chaos. A casual match was nearly transformed into the LPL Network Autumn Competition. As professional players are not always foes, Muwan and Olan lost frequently, and the matchmaking system paired them with higher-ranked professional players as allies, resulting in a surprising gain in points. Many fans, through the actions of the professional players, began to speculate on certain truths. Why does every professional player know Wan? It can't be that everyone is shipping the Jinjia CP, can it? WFS Yutai let something slip during his stream. At that moment, Wan passed by him with a sliver of health. He didn't kill her, and the water friend scolded him for being blind. He replied that if he killed her, her boyfriend in the canyon would hunt him down. So, who is Wan's boyfriend? A mysterious wild king, Suyu, known only for his exceptional skills, who exclusively queues with Wan. I have an immature theory. Could it be that Suyu is a professional player's SMF account? The probability is 90%, but the real question is, what kind of professional player's girlfriend could cause a collective online presence of professional players? I have another immature thought. The Wild King, the Wild God, and the ST team is likely a club under Suyu technology. Damn, you've uncovered the truth. The bullet comments erupted in a frenzy. One must know that Kwang Yi has always been low-key in the community. Not streaming, not advertising, and rarely appearing in public except during competitions. Wild God, I've played games with the Wild God before. Ah, the Wild God is in a relationship. I object. This is all mere speculation. Just because someone has the Suyu ID doesn't prove anything. Maybe it's just a fan of Kwang Yi impersonating him. No wonder they've been losing lately. Kwang Yi's romance must be interfering with his training. Spending every day sweetly duo queuing with his girlfriend, a decline in skills is to be expected. With fans come detractors, and after so many years in professional gaming, Kwang Yi has his fair share of critics. Moreover, in the realm of esports, poor performance is a sin. The recent match lost by ST was dragged out and criticized repeatedly by netizens. The streamer is quite lucky, gaining tens of thousands of followers in a day. As long as no oddities arise, becoming a top-tier streamer is assured. Let us not kid ourselves. Didn't you see the incident on Weibo? Someone exposed that this streamer is abusive, abandoning his ex-girlfriend after beating her to the point of infertility. What a monster! Haters, get lost. The Weibo post only mentioned a streamer. It didn't specify it was Olan. 18 years old, previously a small streamer, suddenly became famous after hooking up with a rich woman. The implication is clear. Isn't it? Moderator, kick them out. Muon's tablet was still open with a small account in the streaming room, and upon seeing these bullet comments, she quickly took screenshots. She intended to investigate the matter, but just as she was about to log out of the game, she unexpectedly received a WeChat transfer of 11,000. Chapter 52. A simple gesture, 10,000 in hand. Olan, Sister Wan. Today's streaming revenue is 30,000, the platform takes 30%, leaving 21,000, I'll split it with you. 1. No need. It was evident that Olan had pre-typed his message. As soon as Muon sent hers, he quickly replied with a lengthy message. Olan, Sister Wan, a vast majority of today's donations were for you. If you don't take it, I'll feel uneasy. Perhaps 10,000 isn't much for you, but it's a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Today's impressive figures were largely attributed to the professional player's unusual interest in Muon. Wan, alright. After accepting the transfer, Muon downloaded Weibo and searched for the post mentioned in the bullet comments. Given its high engagement, she quickly found it was a confession from a girl. A university student who, enamored with a certain streamer, worked part-time to send gifts. Over time, she became familiar in the streaming room and added the streamer on WeChat, after discovering they were in the same city. They naturally met offline and got together. However, as the male lead's streaming earnings soared, he grew indifferent towards the girl, even resorting to physical abuse when she became pregnant. Later, while checking his phone, she discovered he had a wealthy female streamer on his leaderboard who implied she could be with him if he broke up with his girlfriend. Feeling betrayed, she became hysterical, but was met with another beating, resulting in the loss of her child and permanent infertility. She demanded a public apology from the streamer within 3 days, or she would ruin his reputation. The text was accompanied by numerous screenshots of their conversations. Popper, if it weren't for a lack of options back then, who would choose to be with you? I only sought a free fling. Go get an abortion, or else you can just die. Are you trying to ruin my career? Baby, I was wrong. I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have laid a hand on you. My family had issues, and I wasn't in the best frame of mind. But I genuinely can't afford to raise a child. Can you please go to the hospital and terminate the pregnancy? You wretched woman, if you dare expose me, I'll release your nudes. I'll take you down with me. The multitude of foul statements ignited the fury of netizens, who flooded the comments urging the blogger to reveal which streamer it was. The blogger, however, did not respond. Yet, with keen insight, netizens quickly deduced details about the male streamer from the clues provided. Young, good-looking HW region skilled streamer suddenly became famous due to a wealthy woman who also had a boyfriend. Most importantly, the chat screenshots depicted the scoundrel with a sunny blue sky as his profile picture. Many immediately thought of Olan, and the comments below began questioning whether it was Olan, with some already convinced it was him, launching into tirades against him. However, Muon was quite certain that the person described was not Olan, as Olan's WeChat friend profile showed a blue stitch. Muon pondered for a moment, screenshotting the blogger's Weibo post and WeChat messaging the familiar X profile. Please help me find out who this male streamer is. The transfer of 10,000 was promptly received, and the other party confirmed they had accepted the job. After a while, they sent a picture along with a message. Here's the video link you asked me to check last time. I got busy and forgot. Muon, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten as well. However, seeing how the message was sent less than a minute apart, it seemed she had essentially paid 10,000 for information that could be found within a minute. Sensing her silence, the other party felt somewhat guilty. Next time, I'll give you an 80 discount. Deal. This ex-profile was someone Mu Wan had added on a whim. Initially she merely sought rare recordings of violin masters unavailable online. But gradually, the individual developed hacking capabilities. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Suyu Technology, an elite-looking man forwarded the message to his team. Upon receiving the information, an employee responded with a bemused window shake. "Boss, we're now a publicly listed tech company, not a small workshop anymore. Can we refrain from accepting such lowly tasks? A mere finger movement brings in 10,000, even scams can't earn this much. Are you sure you don't want to take it? 10,000 is trivial. Deputy 2, have you lost your mind? I want 5,000. Mu Wan suspected that the events from the previous life that led to Olan being cyberbullied were likely related to the content of this Weibo post. The Paganini competition is scheduled for next year, and in an interview, Orua mentioned that her brother had passed away last year, which implies it was this year now that it is already October. There are no other negative news articles about Olan Online.as. The investigation proceeded smoothly. Mu Wan's mood lifted, and she indulged in a long-awaited session of yoga. After a light perspiration, she retired to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Kwang Yi concluded his training with the team. Thus, when Mu Wan emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, their eyes met just as he entered, preparing to change his shoes. The woman's skin glowed like jade, her exquisite visage slightly flushed from the steam, her delicate toes a rosy hue, and droplets of water trailing down her neck, meandering down her skin and slowly cascading into the valley between her bosom. Kwang Yi felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Chapter 53, Do Not Drink Bathwater. Mu Wan had not anticipated Kwang Yi's return at that moment. As she usually occupied both bathrooms due to her solitary living arrangements. She had opted for the one on the first floor after her yoga session. I'll go change my clothes. Warmth spread across her face as she curled her toes, swiftly turning to ascend the stairs. However, before she could take a step, a pair of strong arms encircled her slender waist, and the man licked the water droplets from her neck, his tone tender and coaxing. Sister, it's been 3 days. Can I forego the sofa tonight? Mu Wan gasped, her embarrassment causing her to grip the edge of the towel tightly. Just as she was about to refuse, the wet kisses traveled down her neck, rendering her legs weak. Sister, Kwang Yi's voice grew even more clingy, his arms tightening around her waist as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Through the reflective glass of the bathroom door, Mu Wan caught sight of Kwang Yi behind her. His expression was one of intoxication, as if savoring some divine nectar, his eyes tinged with red and veins prominent at his temples, seemingly struggling against some internal restraint. The surge of shame within her exploded. With a swift kick, she chastised him. Do not drink someone else's bathwater. Clutching the towel that barely covered her thighs, she hurriedly retreated upstairs, her entire being flushed with indignation as she shut the door behind her. Kwang Yi, meanwhile, unbuttoned his damp shirt, licking his lips with a mix of desire and frustration, internally chiding himself for the flirtation that had spiraled into such a misunderstanding. How could this be about bathwater? Wan was simply too easily embarrassed, yet this vulnerability made her all the more endearing. When she reappeared from upstairs, Mu Wan had donned a set of chiffon loungewear, casting a sidelong glance at Kwang Yi. She warned, I'm still not over what happened last time. You were quite composed then, so maintain that composure now. Kwang Yi opened the takeout box he had brought back from the training base, offering her chopsticks while adopting a pitiful demeanor. Sister, it's autumn now. Sleeping on the sofa is dreadfully cold. Mu Wan remained unmoved, retorting, if it's cold, use a blanket, otherwise turn on the air conditioning. Kwang Yi feigned a look of sorrow. Fine, Mu Wan remarked, continue your act. You certainly weren't this compliant when you were in a fit of passion just now. After their meal, the two settled on the sofa, where Mu Wan recounted the events from the hospital that day. I never imagined that Olan and Orua were siblings. Olan streams under his real name. I had always thought that was a pseudonym. Kwang Yi, playing with her fingers, inquired, so the person you wanted to help was Olan? Mu Wan had previously glossed over the matter of reincarnation, merely informing Kwang Yi that she had learned of Orua's brother's precarious situation and was uncertain whether to warn her. Mu Wan nodded, then teased him, it seems you've made quite a few enemies in the esports circle. I heard that today, a significant portion of HW's professional players logged on, and I received dozens of friend requests under team names. Kwang Yi replied, due to the circumstances surrounding the Kwang family, I rarely appear in public. They've finally found a weakness to exploit and are intent on bullying me. Professional esports players are typically quite young. For instance, Sui Jin from ST is merely a newcomer, having only been in the workforce for 2 years, yet in esports, he is considered aged. The group is at an age ripe for mischief, coupled with Kwang Yi's notorious reputation for causing chaos in the group chat. Mu Wan had unfortunately found herself embroiled in this predicament. Suddenly, Kwang Yi gritted his teeth and asked, Wan, do you wish to take revenge, Mu Wan? Thus, that evening, Kwang Yi lurked in the live streams of various professional players. As the matchmaking commenced, she and Mu Wan clicked in immediately, their high hidden rankings ensuring they would likely be in the same match. Kwang Yi then led Mu Wan on a rampage avenging the grievances of the afternoon in kind, eliciting cries of dismay from the professional players in the group chat. Who will manage this? I'm live streaming, and I'm being slaughtered. I have no dignity left. Doesn't he have training? Is he not supposed to be with his girlfriend? Kwang Yi replied, I just finished training. I'm currently accompanying my girlfriend. Thank you all for your concern. There's a dog biting someone. Where are my sunglasses? After an entire day of gaming, Muon's hands ached. Rubbing her wrists, she sincerely asked, do you professional players endure this level of gameplay every day? Can your hands handle it? Of course not, he replied. Every year, countless professional players retire due to hand injuries. Many exert themselves to the utmost, yet their time on the competitive stage rarely exceeds a year. Concerned, Muon grasped Kwang Yi's hand. Is your hand alright? Kwang Yi's gaze flickered momentarily as he discreetly withdrew his hand. It is fine. ST has professional therapists who conduct monthly checkups, recalling that he had been a professional player before his demise in his past life. She felt less worried. Stretching her fatigued neck, she yawned. I think I'll head to bed now. Kwang Yi grasped the hem of her clothing, beginning to tease her again. Sister, can't we sleep together? I promise I won't do anything. Muon, remembering the earlier scene where he had been overcome with desire, thought to herself that she wouldn't fall for it, especially after the last time had left her so furious that she secretly researched how to treat impotence. She resolved to teach him a lesson. With a smile, she replied, no, we can't then. With a toss of her hair, she returned to her room, deliberately locking the door behind her. Kwang Yi, he craved meat. Especially after having tasted the meat soup. Chapter 54, Online Bullying. In the early hours, a marketing account with over 1 million followers released a video. HW streamer beats his girlfriend to miscarriage, merely to cohabit with a wealthy woman. The video included the original post from Weibo, accompanied by AI-generated narration, instantly igniting the wrath of netizens, whether by coincidence or design. The segment detailing the wealthy woman's lavish gifting to the streamer was derived from a previous video where Muon had gifted Olan. Misled viewers flocked to Olan's livestream, taking the moral high ground to unleash vicious curses and insults upon him. Streaming late into the night, hoping for additional tips, Olan was caught off guard. He hurried to explain, but his words fell on deaf ears. He disabled comments from strangers, and the chat briefly quieted before his fans began to question. I checked Weibo, and wow, several messages indeed match with Olan. It can't be true, can it? Is the wealthy woman mentioned in the post? Muon, streamer, clarify this. You never truly know a person. I used to think the streamer was interesting and gifted many times. But turns out he is a scumbag. Olan, I did not. I don't have a girlfriend, let alone any incidents of violence or miscarriage. I've never even met Muon. We are merely online acquaintances. Stars in trouble often struggle like this. It seems they all end up getting slammed. Isn't it odd to speak so confidently without evidence? The blogger never stated that the streamer was Olan. Aren't they just waiting for him to apologize? Oh my, this is trending. Streamer Olan domestic violence. No way, could it be true? Damn, the Weibo blogger has spoken. It's definitely Olan. TMD, I can't believe I supported this guy. I am unfollowing. Soon after, a massive wave of unfollows ensued, with Olan losing 30 to 40,000 fans in mere minutes. The following day, Muon, awoken upon unlocking her phone, was greeted by trending topics on Weibo. The moment she saw the title, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Sure enough, it was true. Olan had been doxxed, with his photos, phone number, home address, and even his sister's hospital details all exposed. She nearly cursed aloud, hastily getting out of bed, rushing through her morning routine while attempting to call Olan. As expected, he did not answer. Kwang Yi, having noticed the trending topic, saw Muon hastily descend the stairs and grabbed the keys from the coffee table. Let us go, I'm taking you to the hospital. Muon hesitated. Aren't you supposed to have a match this afternoon? Kwang Yi reassured her, it's fine, we'll make it in time. They rushed to the hospital, only to find the previously quiet room now overflowing with people. Countless influencers wielding selfie sticks crowded together. Hello, everyone, I'm at the hospital of that scumbag sister. Let us see if she knows about her brother's situation. Ive inquired about her illness. It's a malignant brain tumor, and the surgery costs hundreds of thousands. No wonder Olan abandoned his ex-girlfriend to pursue a wealthy woman. Indeed, his sister's illness is poetic justice. In the hospital room, Olan shielded his sister behind him, while nurses attempted to keep the crowd at bay. What do you all want? I've already stated that the person mentioned on Weibo is not me. Your ex-girlfriend has identified you, and she presented a photo of you two together. How can you not take responsibility? Are you even a man? Scumbag, you've ruined a girl's chance of ever having children. You deserve to pay for this. Thank goodness your parents died early, otherwise, they'd be ashamed to see what a wretched man you've become. The streamer is absolutely right. Let us send a wave of gifts to show support. Her sister is not a good person either. How could she remain oblivious to her brother's actions? As a woman herself, it is astonishing that she is so indifferent, wishing her to descend into hell at the earliest opportunity. These cameras resemble long guns and short cannons, lacking gunpowder yet capable of shattering both body and spirit. Orua's face turned ashen as she roared, "Get out, all of you, get out. My brother is not that kind of person." We have already called the police, so leave. The police would apprehend someone like your brother, a beast of a man. Your hysterics indicate that we have struck a nerve. Haven Tiwi. Orua was rendered speechless with anger. Suddenly a sharp pain pierced her head, and her complexion turned pale as she collapsed. Olana's expression turned frantic. Assist her. He hurriedly picked up Orua to summon a doctor, but the entrance was completely blocked. Clear the way. His eyes blazed red, filled with fury, yet not a single person shifted their focus from the scene. One person remarked, she fainted. Could it be an act? Muon's patience finally snapped. She seized one of their selfie sticks and hurled it to the ground, resulting in a deafening crash as the glass of the live-streaming phone shattered. A bunch of ruffians. Get lost. What are you doing with my new phone? One of them lunged at Muon, but was swiftly restrained by Kwang Yi, whose eyes gleamed with cold intensity. At this moment, the hospital security rushed in, dispersing the group of influencers. Muon, fearing that Kwang Yi's altercation would affect the competition, immediately grasped his hand. We need to find a doctor for Orua. Kwang Yi forcefully shook off the other person and shielded Muon behind him. The doctor hurriedly transported Orua on a stretcher to the emergency room. Olan attempted to follow but was stopped at the door, kneeling and begging the doctor tearfully, please, you must save my sister. I only have her as my family. We will do our utmost, the doctor assured as he entered. Once inside, Olan appeared drained of all vitality, standing like a soulless being. Kwang Yi patted him on the back. What else with the morose demeanor? Save some strength to deal with that crowd outside. Olan lifted his reddened eyes, witnessing Kwang Yi's slight widening gaze before he quickly turned to Muon. She nodded at him. I will explain everything later. And meanwhile, the encircled group of influencers began to protest again. As lawful citizens, why are we being surrounded? My stomach hurts. I need to see a doctor. Let us through. The security guards were equally exasperated. You've caused someone's sister to end up in the ICU, and you still have the audacity to complain, turning the hospital into a chaotic mess. A bunch of lunatics. Stop spouting nonsense. We didn't harm her sister. She collapsed on her own. You're not trying to extort compensation from us, are you? It's evident that not all are cut from the same cloth. Let us leave. Several of them shut off their phones to avoid financial losses and hurriedly attempted to escape. However, Muon raised her hand to block them, her expression cold. You think you can stir up trouble and just leave? Not so fast. No one is permitted to leave until the police arrive. The crowd's expressions turned indignant. On what grounds? Muon lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes emanating a chilling clarity, as if they could pierce through one's very soul. I will sue you all. The crowd paused, then erupted into mocking laughter. Oh, you're going to sue us? How terrifying. We'll just apologize and pay a little. We're really scared. Some spoke in a sarcastic tone, but Muon merely glanced at them before shifting her gaze away. Olana's face flashed with anguish, torn between concern for his sister's condition and the helplessness of confronting the culprits. As they had stated, since there was no physical contact involved, even if the police arrived, it would be futile. Suddenly, a few exclamations echoed through the hospital as two uniformed men marched over to Muon. Miss Mu, are you alright? Muon was taken aback upon seeing them and shook her head. Uncle Joe, what brings you here? The commander saw the live stream and feared for your safety. The influencers, who had been so brash just moments ago, turned pale and exchanged terrified glances. See, Commander, who is this woman? Muon replied, I told everyone not to inform my father. With the assistance of two officers, none of the troublemaking influencers managed to escape. Someone discreetly raised their phone to capture the officers' ranks, but within moments, the live stream was terminated. Shortly after, several middle-aged men in suits entered, scanning the surroundings before swiftly approaching Muon. Miss Mu, we are from Muyan Group's legal team. President Mu sent us. Muon pointed at Olan. There are individuals online fabricating stories and defaming my friend's reputation, leading to severe consequences. She then gestured toward the influencers. They are guilty of cyberbullying, spreading false statements, and instigating trouble, which has caused my friend's sister to end up in the ICU. My friend's sister suffers from a malignant brain tumor, with only a 50% chance of surgical success. The doctor said she cannot be agitated. Now that she is in the ICU, even if she recovers, it will complicate her subsequent treatment. Charge them with attempted murder. The influencers gasped in shock. Attempted murder? Don't make baseless accusations. We did nothing, one responded, fear etched on his face, desperately trying to defend himself. Muyan has the best legal team in the country. We have never lost a case. Muon's gaze, as frigid as snow, bore into him. Not all killers wield knives. You'd better pray for Orua's safety. Otherwise, I will ensure that every single person in this hospital today faces legal consequences that will leave you destitute. She was unaware if a similar incident had occurred in a past life, but she was certain that Olan's demise was closely linked to this group of troublemakers who disregarded human life for the sake of attention. Suddenly Zhang Shangnan appeared at the hospital, accompanied by someone dressed similarly to Mu Yun's legal team. Kwang Yi succinctly explained the situation to him. The individual approached the now-dazed Olan and asked, would you mind providing me with your various social media accounts? The first step in addressing online harassment is to gather evidence, which will facilitate subsequent compensation claims. Rest assured, I am a professional. No one who has insulted you online will escape. Olan stared blankly, stuttering, why you can sue for online insults, of course. The internet is not a lawless zone, the attorney affirmed, especially in the esports community, where foul language is rampant. While teams generally overlook it, excessively egregious behavior may result in severe consequences. The influencers nearby were left stupefied, realizing they could be held accountable even for online insults. Some were already trembling with fear, their legs quaking uncontrollably. The police, alerted by a passerby's call, arrived and escorted the troublemakers back to the station, with Mu Yun's legal team following suit. Muon would no longer encounter these individuals, but she vowed that they would pay a price for their heinous actions today. Once the chaos subsided, the hospital regained its tranquility, yet many patients and nurses directed curious glances at Muon. Your sister is quite impressive. Suddenly, Kwang Yi leaned in close to Muon, his voice laced with humor and teasing. Muon blushed, shooting him a glare as she chided. Are you mocking me? Kwang Yi gently held her hand. Their fingers intertwined. No, I am serious. Your sister has always been this way, so kind-hearted. That's why she saved him twice, once physically and once emotionally. As the surgical lights dimmed, the doctor emerged, and Olan rushed forward. Doctor, is my sister okay? The doctor removed his mask. She has been stabilized, but her condition cannot afford any delays. Immediate surgery is essential, or her condition may worsen. Olan's bright eyes dimmed again. But I haven't the funds for the surgery. As Muon was about to speak, Kwang Yi stepped in front of him. Are you interested in joining his TS youth training team? The minimum annual salary for the second team is 100,000. For the first team, it's at least 1 million. The surgery costs are substantial, and Kwang Yi did not wish to harbor any ill thoughts. However, he was aware of Olan's tumultuous background and the grievances that often arose from such environments. He didn't want Muon to find herself in a similar predicament. Olan hesitated, expressing his doubts, but the salary in the youth training team is quite low. Isn't it? His skills were commendable. And previously, several teams had extended invitations to him, yet they all required a month of training in the youth camp. From the team's perspective, a month to assess Olan's technical stability was understandable. But Orua's illness incurred daily expenses he could not afford to delay. I can lend you the surgery fee, just write an IOU. If you fail to qualify for the youth training within a month, you can return to being a streamer. If you qualify, you join Saint San Good. Zheng Shangnan, overhearing the mention of a minimum salary of 1 million, felt a pang of concern. Indeed, the first team's salary was high. But SC currently had no plans to recruit new members, especially in a MOBA game where team synergy was crucial. He rubbed his forehead, a hint of pain flickering in his eyes. This troublesome kid never lets me rest easy. He had already consulted the German doctor regarding his condition. It wasn't as if there were no solutions. Ultimately, Olan agreed to Kwang Yi's terms. Anyone who plays games harbors a professional dream. And Olan too wished to test his abilities. Approximately 3 hours later, Orua opened her eyes in the hospital bed. Her first instinct was to search for Olan, fearing that her fainting spell might have led to trouble for her brother. Olan quickly grasped her hand, reassuring her with the events that had transpired, urging her not to worry. Orua gazed at Muon in astonishment. You are the Mu Jie who has been helping Xiaolan so much? Muon nodded. That day in the hospital, I recognized him, but I chose to remain discreet and did not speak the truth. Personally, I prefer to keep reality and the online world somewhat separate. She believed that avoiding exposure would resolve the situation, unaware that events would unfold in such a manner. Orua nodded in understanding. Some individuals indeed maintain a stark divide between their real lives and online personas. She expressed her gratitude towards Muon and Kwang Yi, saying, Thank you both for your help in this matter. We will repay the costs for the surgery and the lawyer as soon as possible. Muon shook her head, indicating it was unnecessary, yet Orua insisted on returning the favor, considering that the other party had achieved the Paganini championship and undoubtedly possessed considerable talent on the violin. She decided not to press the issue further. Orua lamented, This situation is truly infuriating. Clearly my brother is not at fault. Why does that woman on Weibo insist on placing the blame on him? From the moment the incident occurred, Orua had interrogated her brother, Olan, who swore on his honor that he had done nothing wrong. Muon recalled the investigation details X had shared with her the previous night and inquired. Do you know an anchor named Lan Tiangu? Olan nodded, confirming, Yes, I know him. He is quite the star in the Xingqian HW gaming community, handsome and humorous during his streams, with several top supporters. Why do you ask? Suddenly realizing, he exclaimed in disbelief, Are you saying the male anchor mentioned on Weibo is him? Muon affirmed, explaining, the timeline in the Weibo post was somewhat unclear. The affluent woman mentioned should refer to events prior to his rise to fame. Orua questioned, But why would she claim he is my brother? Zhang Shangnan, well versed in the intricacies of such matters, interjected, Perhaps a deal was struck regarding the price with Lan Tianji. It's likely he, fearing the situation might jeopardize his future, sought to negotiate privately with the blogger. He then glanced at Olan earlier. I had some time to review your past streams. You seem to frequently encounter actors and faced some orchestrated disruptions in your broadcasts. Correct? Olan, taken aback by Zhang Shangnan's attention, felt a bit nervous but nodded in affirmation. Exactly, you're pursuing the handsome tech route, and he is too, especially within the HW community. Of course, he would want to eliminate you. Olan found it hard to believe. Is it really as simple as that? Zhang Shangnan replied. When interests collide, this is the outcome. Your rising data will inevitably threaten him, so it makes sense to eliminate you early on. Kuang Yi looked at him. Aren't you leaving yet? Zhang Shangnan, exasperated, responded. Come on, you have a match this afternoon. If you don't leave, how can I? Have you finished your fun? Can you return now? Kuang Yi gazed longingly at Mu Wan, prompting Zhang Shangnan to also turn his attention to her. Chapter 57. Wild Goddess announcement. Mu Wan felt a bit embarrassed and nudged Kuang Yi. You should go prepare for the match. We agreed. Yu Wen Tikam, subtly shifting the responsibility. Kuang Yi affectionately brushed his fingers against her nose. Ungrateful young lady, I'll head over first. I'll come to pick you up this afternoon. Mu Wan, feeling shy about displaying affection in front of so many people, vigorously nodded. Alright, I understand. She then gently pushed him out of the hospital room. Olan was surprised to discover that the seemingly invincible wild god was quite different behind the scenes. His image shattering momentarily. I in the HW community, who isn't a fan of wild god, the process of filing a lawsuit would undoubtedly take some time. Olan, please cooperate and post an explanation on Weibo. We can't keep taking the blame, Mu Wan suggested after the ST lawyer had departed. Otherwise, if more disturbances arise, it would be exhausting to handle, not to mention the concern for other patients in the hospital. Olan questioned, do you think these netizens will believe it? Mu Wan replied, anyone who dares to insult me will receive a lawyer's letter. 10 minutes later, Olan tweeted from the newly registered Weibo account of Mu Wan. Xingqian streamer Olan, the allegations online that I initiated a relationship and forced someone to undergo an abortion are false. The truth will prevail. Please refrain from furthering the rumors. Wan, sister Wan, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. After a while, Mu Wan responded, Wan, I am in a happy relationship with my boyfriend. Do not believe the rumors or spread them. Due to the trending topic from the early hours, many were glued to Olan's Weibo. Upon seeing the clarification from the involved party, they immediately began to mock. Scoundrel and shameless woman, get lost, there's evidence, and yet you deny it. Below was an image from the original blogger's chat records, showing Olan in an affectionate embrace with a girl. Mu1 turned to Olan, do you know this girl? Otherwise, where did the picture come from? Olan quickly shook his head. No, it must be photoshopped. Mu Wan suggested, then check the previous Weibo posts to see if there's an original image. Otherwise, the other party won't have any means to obtain your photo. About 10 minutes later, Olan exclaimed in surprise, I found it. It was a group photo from Olan's high school graduation, but rather than the formal version, it was a humorous one, with Olan playfully hugging a telephone pole, reenacting a classic Titanic pose. Mu1 remarked, they certainly know how to find and edit images. Olan combined this image with the one from the chat records and posted another Weibo message. Xingqian streamer Olan, the only evidence presented is fabricated, nothing is genuine. Netizens reacted with confusion. What, photoshopped? I was indignant on behalf of that girl. I can't be fooled. Who knows if this silly photo is the one that's edited? A girl wouldn't randomly slander a stranger, would she? Or regardless, those two seemed quite flirty in the livestream. Wan's boyfriend is certainly in a tough spot. Indeed, the wealthy woman in the chat records stated she would be with the streamer after breaking up with him. Everyone is cursing the streamer, but actually, Wan might be the one at fault, thinking a bit of money makes her something special, instigating others' relationships while she hides away. Seeing the multitude of fans for the Jinja pairing, one could tell that she is quite skilled at marketing and guiding public perception to make everyone believe her unfortunate boyfriend is the HW wild god. It's laughable. One should consider that the wild god earns millions a year. Would he even glance at her? With such vivid imaginations, she might just be an overweight and unattractive older woman in private. As the tide of online criticism slowly turned towards Mu Wan, Orua was also following Olan's Weibo, quickly realizing something was amiss. There were accounts inciting netizens to attack Wan, identifiable as bot accounts, attempting to drag Wan down with them. Olan gritted his teeth. These people are simply outrageous. He didn't want to burden Mu Wan and thought to let it go, believing that avoiding electronic devices until the verdict would naturally reveal the truth. However, Mu Wan could not tolerate such injustice. Since the lawsuit process was slow, she decided to fight back verbally, as if she couldn't afford to hire public relations. Suddenly, Olan exclaimed, Sister Wan, check Wild Goddess Weibo. He just retweeted those comments. St. Wild, thank you for your concern. I'm not unlucky. I'm actually quite happy. Retweet. Regardless, those two seemed quite flirty in the livestream. Wan's boyfriend is certainly in a tough spot. St. Wild, are you implying my wife would abandon me for that little chick? Olan. Retweet. 1. The chat records mentioned the wealthy woman said she would be with the streamer after breaking up. St. Wild, you're the shameless one. Retweet. Everyone is cursing the streamer, but actually, Wan might be the one at fault, thinking a bit of money makes her something special, instigating others' relationships while she hides away. St. Wild, she isn't marketing. I am. it's just that the eyes of the public are sharp. Retweet, seeing the multitude of fans for the Genja pairing shows she is quite skilled at marketing. Guiding public perception to make everyone believe her unfortunate boyfriend is the HW Wild God.st Wild. 1. I'm pursuing my wife. 2. My wife is stunning. Retweet, it's laughable. One should consider that the Wild God earns millions a year. Would he even glance at her? With such vivid imaginations, she might just be an overweight and unattractive older woman in private. The long quiet Wild God unleashed his prowess, addressing each disparaging comment directed at Muwan with sharp retorts. Utterly unconcerned about the shockwaves sent throughout the esports community. I'm at the competition venue, utterly bewildered. Wild God, I'm anxiously waiting for you to start. And what are you doing? Wow, this is an official announcement. ISNT it, Ziyu is truly the Wild God. He and Juan are a real couple announcing their relationship at the competition venue, shocking my entire family. Oh no, they're dating right before the match. They must lose it, damn it, ST Wild. If we lose, I'll let you play 5 in a row with ST as 5 heads. Retweet, ST, oh no, they're dating right before the match. They must lose, damn it. The other team members also retweeted. Get lost, Chapter 58. So many want this head. The coach, who did not usually pay attention to Weibo, noticed the teammates engrossed in their phones. We're about to go on stage, put your phones down. Where does this obsession with the internet come from? If you lose again today, I'll twist your heads off and use them as footballs. STS regulars, do they really love these things hanging around their necks? As Kwang Yi and the others turned off their phones, they began to prepare seriously for the match, knowing it was crucial and allowed no room for error. Meanwhile, Olan's Weibo had gained a more positive reception due to Kwang Yi's response. Is this kid competing with our Wild God for a girlfriend? No, I think it might genuinely be a misunderstanding. One ISNT blind who would forsake the Wild God for this little nobody? I sought the opinion of a friend skilled in Photoshop regarding the photograph, and it has been confirmed that the Weibo chat record is indeed edited. The broadcaster is truly unfortunate, having been falsely accused and subjected to doxing. The original poster has gone too far, causing an innocent individual to endure online harassment. Ladies, behold and cherish this moment. I captured this from a live stream today, and it must be Juan. My breath is taken away by her beauty. As the crowd clicks to view, a GIF unfolds showcasing a woman with cascading long hair, exquisite features, and a gaze so cold it resembles that of a darkly enchanting doll, her hand dramatically raised towards the camera. Ah, what a strikingly beautiful and alluring woman. The goddess of beauty has descended. With such poise and appearance, what could have provoked our dear Juan to such anger, her eyes practically icy with fury? Is it true that a certain internet celebrity confronted Sister Olan at the hospital? That shadow standing beside her appears to be Yishan, does it not? Lo and behold, it is indeed he. He appeared in the competition's livestream, dressed in precisely that outfit. Today, I accompanied my mother to the hospital and witnessed the event firsthand. It was truly overwhelming in a way you cannot possibly imagine. Allow me to share more once I have attended to my needs. Is the bathroom visit not yet complete? Have you fallen asleep in there? Oh no, Juan's photo has vanished. I can no longer access it. The conversation among the crowd spiraled further off course, ultimately veering into the depths of the Mariana Trench. However, once the photograph was confirmed to be edited, the original poster on Weibo was met with a barrage of criticism from numerous netizens. Many were not mere keyboard warriors, they genuinely empathized with the girl's plight and sought to defend her, unaware that this would become a weapon in someone else's hands. The Weibo account holder logged into the backend several times yet dared not speak. This evident guilt prompted netizens to suspect something amiss, leading to relentless inquiries in the comments section, while others used the space as a new outlet for their emotions. Evildoers ultimately reaped the consequences of their actions. Before long, the girl who posted on Weibo succumbed to the pressure and clarified that her ex-boyfriend was not Olan but rather the notorious Lan Tiangu from Xingchen. He had sent intimate photos to her parents, threatening to share them with all her relatives if she did not comply with his demands. She was desperate to avoid bringing shame upon her parents. As the dust settled, the public sympathy shifted towards the innocent victims, Olan and Mu.Wan.as for Lan Tiangu. Olan had reported him to the authorities for intentional defamation, and he was taken to the police station for interrogation, where it was revealed that he had utilized unscrupulous methods to oust several other streamers from the same competitive space. His tactics had remained undetected until now. After the scandal broke, several individuals who were no longer active streamers or had left Xingchen stepped forward. I had wondered why I encountered so many pitfalls during that period. He previously worked with one of my agents. My data was quite promising until I was abruptly switched to another team, leading to a drastic decline. What a shameless scoundrel. Compared to Olan's ordeal, we fared better. He sought to drive her to despair while Olan was still hospitalized. Had he merely wanted the girl to refrain from exposing him, this situation would not have escalated so dramatically. Little did he know that his wicked intentions would backfire. It must be said that the wicked shall ultimately face divine retribution. As for his ex-girlfriend, though she too is a victim, she is also complicit in the harm. I shudder to think what might have befallen Olan had it not been for Juan and Yishan's assistance. Indeed, what would have happened if Mu Wan and Kwang Yi had not intervened? Observing Mu Wan, who had set aside her phone and was engrossed in a discussion about music with her sister. Olan pondered. His sister's condition had worsened, and lacking the funds for surgery, he would undoubtedly choose to continue streaming. He would force a smile in the face of cruel comments, reassuring his sister that he was fine. All while secretly dreading each phone call and the gaze of every stranger. Then, after accumulating enough money for his sister's surgery, he would collapse under the strain. The horror of online harassment was something he had only begun to comprehend and could not help but fear. He was far from invincible. Congratulations to ST for their victory in this match. It seems the head of the main roster won't need to sacrifice himself in a game of Gomoku. After the triumph, the commentator, who happens to be Jiang Shixia's girlfriend, could not resist teasing, "Coach, what Gomoku manager you wouldn't wanna know, and by the way, stay off the internet for a while." In the realm of esports, when a professional player announces a relationship, they invariably face backlash to its not solely from female fans. Many male fans believe that women will hinder your reflexes. Coaches often bear the brunt of the criticism. Accused of failing to manage their players properly or of assigning too little homework. Chapter 59. Sister, please help me. After the match, Kwang Yi went to the hospital to pick up Mu Wan. On their way home, Mu Wan suddenly received a call from Wang Lan, inviting them both to the villa for dinner. It must be about today's events. They exchanged glances, revealing mutual trepidation, and cautiously drove to the Mu family villa. To their surprise, it was not a reprimand but rather a lavishly prepared dinner awaiting them. Wang Lan spoke gently. You must have been frightened by today's events. The online crowd is particularly hostile. But you need not worry too much. The family is here to support you. Kwang Yi felt an unusual sense of being at a loss. He had always been alone, and the phrase family support felt foreign to him. After dinner, as they departed the villa, Kwang Yi could not help but embrace Mu Wan tightly, his voice somewhat hoarse as he whispered, Wan, how is your family so wonderful? He had thought he was receiving merely a piece of candy, only to discover a veritable treasure trove of sweetness, filled with every flavor imaginable. Yet, his immediate reaction was not joy, but rather a question: did he deserve this? This was not playful banter among ST teammates, but a heartfelt inquiry. Before Mu Wan and her loved ones, even the audacious Yishin felt a pang of inferiority. Mu Wan gently nuzzled his cheek with her forehead, their closeness palpable as she murmured, "It's because I like you, my family will treat you well. Love begets love, is it not? Then you must always like me." Of course, upon returning to the apartment, the lingering warmth of their earlier intimacy had not yet faded. They exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, their lips met in a fervent kiss. The kiss was slick and enveloping, rich with their shared essence. Clothes gradually accumulated on the floor, and although the lights remained off, the soft moonlight was more than sufficient for Kwang Yi to appreciate Mu Wan's beauty. In the silence, the sound of swallowing was distinctly audible. Mu Wan's face flushed with a mix of shyness and embarrassment, her hands instinctively seeking to conceal her modesty, like a quivering lily, while Kwang Yi was the one plucking the blossoms, teasing them, inciting soft gasps. "Sister, are you comfortable?" his husky voice whispered in her ear, punctuated by a teasing lick at her earlobe, igniting a fire within. "Be quiet," Mu Wan retorted, her voice laced with a quivering tone. Kwang Yi's gaze darkened, desire swirling in his eyes as his hands continued their exploration, his kisses trailing down her neck. "How can I be quiet when I'm kissing you, sister?" Mu Wan surrendered completely, and Kwang Yi lifted her onto the sofa, drawing the curtains, turning on the heating and soft lights, and guiding her hand to his collar. In a low, coaxing tone, he pleaded to sister, "Will you help me undress?" The warm yellow light was gentle on her eyes. Mu Wan listened to Kwang Yi's slightly heavy breathing, and as if possessed, she followed his rhythm. Her soft, pale hands trembled, struggling to unfasten even a single button. She grew anxious. Kwang Yi took her hand and kissed it gently. "Sister, take your time." Time seemed to stretch, and soon beads of perspiration began to form on Kwang Yi's forehead. At last, his shirt came undone, revealing a canvas marked by scars, which Mu Wan lovingly caressed, asking, "Did your foster father do this?" Kwang Yi answered honestly, "Not entirely, some were from later fights." "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Mu Wan sensed he was comforting her, unaware that Kwang Yi spoke the truth. At that moment, he felt no pain, only a tantalizing itch as her warm fingertips glided over his skin as though a match were poised to ignite dry kindling. Kwang Yi's breath quickened, he guided her hands to his waist. With a dry, breathy voice, he implored his sister, "Help me." Mu Wan's cheeks burned like scarlet blossoms in June. What sort of assistance was he requesting? To help him undress, or something more? Just the thought of the latter sent heat coursing through her entire being. Kwang Yi felt a wave of heat pooling in his lower abdomen, barely able to hold back as beads of sweat fell onto the sofa, quickly absorbed and vanished. This would be their first time. He wished to give Wan the most exquisite experience. Ultimately, he could not resist any longer, pulling her hand to guide her, slowly unveiling. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were consumed by passion, a sudden knock at the door echoed. Both froze in shock. Kwang Yi instinctively wrapped a blanket around Mu Wan, suppressing his rising desire, and called out with a hint of irritation, "Who is it?" After a moment of silence, a cool voice resonated from outside. It's my brother. A cold shiver cascaded over Kwang Yi, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Chapter 60, Fight HW until my hands fail. He looked at Muon. Feeling utterly dejected, knowing that their joyous first experience was about to be thwarted. Muon was equally alarmed, hastily rising to gather her clothes at the door. Kwang Yi pulled her back, dressing her swiftly. Whispering, "I'll grab your things, you go wash up upstairs." Muon nodded, cheeks aflame. Being caught in such a situation by family was mortifying. Without daring to linger, she wrapped herself in the blanket and ascended the stairs. Suddenly recalling something, she warned, "Don't mention that we live together, or my brother will threaten to break your legs." Kwang Yi splashed his face with cold water in the bathroom, ensuring that no unusual expression was discernible before he opened the door. Outside, Mu Yanxi had transformed into a frigid winter, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Kwang Yi. "Why did it take you so long to open the door?" Kwang Yi had already concocted an excuse, saying he had been applying a face mask, as Wan remarked that his skin was too dear white. It was difficult to speak with the mask on, so he could only shout, "Bro, I hope I didn't scare you just now." Mu Yanxi, unsure whether to believe him, stepped into the room to take a look around. He went to the kitchen, filled a cup with water, and casually seated himself at the dining table. "Where's Wan?" "She's washing up. We just returned from Uncle and Auntie's place." The icy demeanor of Mu Yanxi softened slightly. "I didn't come here for anything major. I just wanted to see Wan since she's not here. I wish to discuss something with you." He raised his eyes and took a sip from the glass. "Kwang Yi, did you tell old Master Kwang that you would return to inherit the Kwang family as long as you could get engaged to Wan?" Kwang Yi was taken aback by this question, his pupils narrowing slightly and his hands clenched by his side. "Bro, what are you trying to ask by bringing this up?" Mu Yanxi shot him a glance. "You needn't be on guard with me, since you call me bro. I won't harm you. I merely wish to understand your future plans so I can determine my stance regarding the Kwang family." Kwang Yi exhaled in relief and replied with a smile, "I only promised the old man that I wouldn't compete. I never said I would return to inherit the Kwang family." Old Master Kwang, unlike Kwang Zhengbai, favored males over females and emphasized lineage, thus he only recognized Kwang Yi as the sole heir of the Kwang family. However, Kwang Yi had no desire to be a CEO or engage in business. He excelled in HW and enjoyed it. Even if he didn't pursue a career as a professional esports player, he could still become a coach, a manager, or at the very least, a streamer. He was confident that even without being a professional player, he could provide Wan with a comfortable life. Mu Yanxi glanced at his right hand. "Your hand was in such bad shape before, yet you didn't give up on playing professionally. Are you really willing to give it up now?" Kwang Yi shrugged casually. "Giving up on professional play doesn't mean abandoning Hero World, bro. Since you've investigated me, you should know that my life revolves around it and Wan. Mu Yanxi received the answer he sought. And though he shouldn't have pressed further, he inexplicably asked, "What if Wan hadn't agreed to marry you back then?" Kwang Yi grinned and raised his right hand. "I'd play HW until my hand gave out." When Muon descended from her shower, she caught sight of Mu Yanxi and Kwang Yi engaged in a harmonious conversation and approached them. "Bro, what are you two chatting about?" Mu Yanxi glanced at Kwang Yi, who felt a tightening in his chest, not wanting Wan to know about their discussion. "Oh, nothing, just casual talk." Mu Yanxi averted his gaze, and upon making direct eye contact with Kwang Yi, he concluded the same as he did at Wanglan's birthday banquet. Kwang Yi was superior to that mediocre Kwang Shuyu. "Bro, thank you for your help these past 2 times. Your sister will give you a shoulder massage." Muon, recalling her brother's assistance, eagerly approached Mu Yanxi and inquired if he was hungry, offering to cook him some frozen dumplings. "I went to all this trouble to visit, and you're offering me frozen dumplings?" Muon realized the absurdity and unhesitatingly pointed at Kwang Yi. "Then let Yi make you Buddha jumps over the wall." Mu Yanxi turned to Kwang Yi, his expression genuinely astonished. "You can make Buddha jumps over the wall, Kwang Yi?" "I suppose so." Although he had nearly forgotten the steps from the tutorial, he could always review the instructions and make it again. Mu Yanxi replied, "No need. I've already had dinner. I just stopped by to see you." Wan, you should rest early. Kwang Yi, when are you leaving? I can give you a lift back to the base, Kwang Yi. Muon winked at him. Kwang Yi, alright. Thus, 10 minutes later, the once fervently engaged god of the wild was unceremoniously dropped off at the cold roadside of his own base, rubbing his arms to ward off the chill. He was about to hail a cab back when his phone buzzed with a text message. "Before you lie next time, remember to put away the sofa blanket." Kwang Yi felt like crying without tears. So his brother-in-law knew about it too. What a deliberate setup, destined to be single for life. Chapter 61, The Finals. The so-called destined to be single Mu Yanxi was on his way back to his residence near the company. He was not a teenager, so he couldn't be easily deceived by Kwang Yi's words. However, Kwang Yi sleeping on the sofa was somewhat considerate. Otherwise, being tossed into the cold wind would have been far worse. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he halted, frowning at the familiar figure by the door. "Kwang Xingran, Yen Xiaigu." Kwang Xingran leaned against the door in a silk camisole, her figure graceful, holding a bottle of wine and smiling at him dreamily. Mu Yanxi approached and snatched the bottle from her hand. "You should drink less." Kwang Xingran raised a finger, her tongue tripping over itself. I haven't drunk much, just one bottle." Watching her sway as she walked, Mu Yancy furrowed his brow deeper, opening the door to assist her onto the sofa, just as he was about to fetch her a glass of water. His tie was suddenly yanked down. Kwang Xingran's wine-scented lips brushed against him. Mu Yancy's gaze momentarily blurred. Upon regaining his senses, he immediately stepped back, causing Kwang Xingran to tumble back onto the sofa. She remained motionless for a long while. Just as Mu Yancy thought she had fallen asleep, he heard her whisper softly, "Why won't you accept me?" A flicker of complexity crossed Mu Yancy's brow. He had heard this phrase countless times, "Because I am 7 years older than you, and because you are Wanwan's friend." Tears suddenly welled in the corners of Kwang Xingran's eyes. "I don't care that you're 7 years older. And I've already ceased to be friends with Wanwan." Her soft sobs escalated into an uncontrollable wail. Mu Yancy's expression faltered for a moment. After a lengthy pause, feeling defeated, he approached and gently patted her back. What happened? Time flew by, and soon it was the day of Muwan's violin finals. Wan Lan had risen early, donning the qipao Muwan had made for her, draped with a cream-colored shawl. Her makeup exquisite and hair meticulously styled, she urged her husband, "Are you ready? Wanwan's performance is scheduled early. We can't be late." Mu Jianhua was adjusting his tie in the mirror. All right. You were the one who said my previous outfit looked bad and insisted I change." Wang Lan walked over to assist him, then grimaced, "Your terrible taste only looks good in military uniform. I should have styled you last night." Unbeknownst to them, Muwan had arrived early at the first music hall, preparing for the final competition. Although it was a small contest, those who made it through 3 rounds to the finals were all exceptionally talented. Xu Xiaoyin had also reached the finals and was feeling quite anxious. "Goddess, what should I do? My hands feel a bit stiff. I hope I won't mess up during the performance." Although she was a music student and had participated in numerous competitions, she still felt nervous and sweaty before each performance. Hearing that the judges for the finals included the principal violinist of the Eileen Philharmonic made her even more anxious. Mu1 held her hand reassuringly. "Stay calm. Improving yourself is more important than winning." Though Muwan wished to give her mother a championship, if she didn't win, so what? She would be disappointed for a while, but then she would pick up her violin and continue on her path. Easier said than done, but if you truly didn't care about winning, why orchestrate all that drama back then? A cold taunt came from beside them, and Muwan glanced over to see a boy in a tailcoat polishing his strings with rosin. Upon hearing the goddess being slandered, Xu Xiaoyin immediately lost her nerves and glared at the boy. "What about your father? Are you an orphan to mess with someone's mentality before the competition?" The organizers already provided an explanation regarding that incident. The boy sneered, "Her family is so powerful. The organizers must be biased in her favor. What a pity for that powerless musician. They'll never be able to play again." Xu Xiaoyin was indignant. "You need to present evidence when you speak. That is slander." "Enough." Mu1 interjected, casting a cold glance at the boy. "If you think that way, losing to me later will make it feel less bitter. Then feel free to think whatever you like." She then reassured Xu Xiaoyin, "Don't let unimportant people and matters affect your emotions. The competition is what truly matters." The boy's expression darkened as he shot Muwan a furious glare before storming off with his violin. Xu Xiaoyin rolled her eyes at him. What a loser. In the past, Muwan might have been affected by such remarks and performed poorly in the competition, but now she had reached a level of self-acceptance. What had not been done simply hadn't been done. Why should she imprison herself due to someone else's mistakes and impose punishment upon herself? Xu Xiaoyin's performance was scheduled before Muwan's. Watching from backstage, Muwan noticed that although she was visibly anxious before the competition, she displayed no signs of fear once on stage. "She plays quite well," Muwan murmured with a smile, then turned to retrieve her violin case, preparing for the final instrument adjustments. However, upon unlocking the latch, her expression suddenly changed. The bow inside the case had snapped. Chapter 62. Don't panic, there is still time. Her first instinct was to look for the boy she had clashed with earlier. He regarded her with a look of disdain, seemingly unaware of the mishap with Muwan's violin. Her heart raced. There were 12 contestants in total, and she was 6th in line. 3 more performances before it was her turn. A flicker of helplessness crossed her mind. Was her first competition after rebirth destined to end in such a dismal fashion? Even if she found out who was responsible later, the competition would already be over. No, it couldn't end like this. Mu1 swiftly retrieved her phone and immediately dialed Kuan Ye's number. Upon receiving the call, Kuan Ye felt a tinge of confusion. "Wanwan, what is wrong? Are you feeling anxious?" Muwan succinctly replied, "Ie, could you please fetch my spare violin bow from the backup case in the music room? Someone has broken my bow." Kuan Ye responded, "How many minutes until you perform?" Muwan replied, 3. Kuan Ye reassured her, "Don't panic, there is still time." Hearing this, Muwan's previously restless heart settled, and she took a deep breath. "Yes, there is still time." Without hesitation, Kuan Ye dashed out of the concert hall as soon as he received the call. While heading towards the garage, he connected to the internal voice chat of the ST team. "ST Shinlo," came the reply. Kuan Ye quickly explained, "Is anyone available? Please head to this address immediately and bring the violin case downstairs." Wan has her finals today, and her bow has been damaged. He shared the apartment's location, building number, and door code in the group chat. Unlike their usual banter, the team members promptly checked their distances to the apartment. Ultimately, Zhang Yu, being the closest, volunteered to retrieve it. Therefore, when Quan Yi arrived at the apartment entrance, Zhang Yu was already waiting by the roadside with the violin case, saving Quan Yi the trouble of taking the elevator or navigating the garage. After confirming the case was intact, he drove back to the first concert hall. Thanks, I'll treat you all to dinner upon my return. No need for such pleasantries. At the first concert hall. After Chu Xiaoying finished her performance, she was filled with both urgency and anger upon learning that Mu Wan's strings had been damaged. How could someone be so malicious? We must report this to the organizers. Goddess, why not use my violin for now? She generously offered her own violin. However, for a musician, an instrument is akin to a chef's knife. Using something unfamiliar would significantly hinder performance. Nevertheless, Mu Wan did not refuse. Quan Yi might not make it in time, so she needed to prepare for all contingencies. She was determined to take the stage today. As time ticked away, only 3 minutes remained before her performance. Just as Chu Xiaoying anxiously awaited at the backstage door, thinking Quan Yi would surely be late, he appeared breathless, running from a distance with the violin case in hand. She exclaimed in delight, "Goddess, your violin has arrived." Mu Wan looked up to see Quan Yi, drenched in sweat, standing at the door, his face flushed from exertion, his shirt collar soaked. Wan, the violin," Quan Yi spoke, slightly out of breath. Mu felt her eyes welling with warmth. The round trip from the concert hall to the apartment took at least half an hour by car, not including the time spent going up and down the building, yet, it had been less than 10 minutes since she made the call. She stepped forward, took the violin case, and stood on tiptoe to kiss him on the lips. "Thank you." Then, cradling the violin case, she entered the backstage area for a final urgent tuning. Quan Yi remained in place. Drenched in sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with unmasked joy. Contestant number 12, Mu Wan, performing Caprice number 24 by Paganini. As the announcer concluded, the stage dimmed, and the lights focused on Mu Wan, who appeared in a stunning gown. After a simple bow, she positioned the violin on her shoulder. As her arm drew the bow across the strings, the stirring notes resonated throughout the silent hall. Paganini was renowned for his technical virtuosity, and his famous 24 caprices are a culmination of numerous intricate techniques, making perfect live performances exceedingly rare. This was also the reason why the Paganini competition required each contestant to select 6 pieces to perform. The judges nodded in approval as they watched Mu Wan on stage, acknowledging her as a 3-time Stern violin competition winner. Yet, one individual remained in shadow, his face twisted with hatred as he glared at Mu Wan's performance. Wang Lan watched her beautiful, confident daughter on stage, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. It had been a year since she last saw Mu Wan perform. Following that incident, Mu Wan had locked herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink for an entire day, and had not touched the violin since. Mu Janoa's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for this was their little princess, cherished and nurtured. Suddenly, he caught sight of Quan Yi. Drenched in sweat, as if he had just completed an 800-meter race, the air conditioning in the concert hall set that high, he wondered, asking Quan Yi if he was feeling unwell. Quan Yi glanced at Mu Wan still performing on stage, uncertain if she would want her uncle and aunt involved, and shook his head. "I'm fine, just had to grab something." Mu Janoa thought little of it and turned his gaze back to the stage. "Ah, my precious daughter plays beautifully." After the performance concluded, Mu Wan descended from the stage, and Chu Xiaoying rushed up to her. "Goddess, you were incredible. The championship belongs to you." Mu Wan smiled, glancing at the other contestants backstage, gently tapping her forehead. "Don't jinx it." Chu Xiaoying thought to herself that she hadn't jinxed anything. Mu Wan's performance was of such caliber that it could stand alongside any major symphony orchestra, far surpassing the previous contestants, including herself. As long as the judges weren't deaf, they wouldn't score poorly. However, Chu Xiaoying also recognized that such comments could create psychological pressure for the contestants who hadn't performed yet. So she promptly ceased her praises and joined Mu Wan in indignation as they sought out the competition organizers. Deliberately damaging a musician's instrument is utterly despicable. Upon hearing Mu Wan's report, the organizers acted promptly, reviewing the backstage surveillance footage. In competitions like these, every participant takes great care of their instruments, and Mu Wan was no exception. She had only set her violin case down once when trying to dissuade Chu Xiaoying from arguing with a man. Soon, the surveillance revealed the assailant was not the boy Mu Wan and Chu Xiaoying had suspected, but rather a staff member wearing a baseball cap. Could this person be an accomplice of that foul-mouthed man? Chu Xiaoying speculated. Mu Wan shook her head, insisting they must find that individual first to uncover the truth. As the 12 musicians completed their performances, the scores were quickly tabulated. As expected, Mu Wan received the highest score of the event. Among the judges, one female judge glanced at her score, which was surprisingly low, and felt puzzled. She discreetly checked the scores of others and discovered that the principal violinist of the Ailin Philharmonic had given Mu Wan an exceedingly low score. She scoffed, thinking, is this person deaf? Mu Wan's performance, from her technical prowess to emotional depth, was of top-tier quality. What an insult to give such a score, yet, given that Mu Wan had still won despite the low score, It seemed the other judges were not deaf after all. Qin Xingxuan glowered at the stage where Mu Wan was currently performing as the champion, his expression sinister. He had meddled behind the scenes. How could she still win the championship? If his sister could no longer play, then this vile woman must be expelled from the music world forever. He pulled out his phone and sent a message. Many music competitions allow the champion to perform a free piece after the announcement. Mu1 naturally took this opportunity in stride. After her performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, affirming her rightful claim to the championship. The next speaker was none other than Mr. Qin from the Ailin Philharmonic, the principal violinist, who would present the award to the champion of the Yuyang Jiyin competition. Amidst the applause, Qin Xingxuan stepped out from the judges' table. Mu1 felt an odd familiarity about him. However, Quan Yi in the audience suddenly turned pale. That was Dai, you vile woman, what right do you have to play the violin? In a flash, a man wearing a baseball cap dashed onto the stage, holding a bottle of pale yellow liquid, ready to hurl it at Mu1. Quan Yi charged onto the stage like a fierce beast. Shoving the man aside, the liquid splashed back onto him, emitting a pungent odor, causing the man to scream in agony. Wow! Panic ensued among everyone on stage and in the audience. Qin Xingxuan's eyes flickered with disappointment. But as he watched the caustic substance corrode the man's skin, bloodied and battered, his complexion paled. He, along with the audience, began to flee the concert hall. Quan Yi shielded Mu1 behind him, and seeing that Qin Xingxuan attempted to escape, he shouted to Mu Jianhua, "Uncle, he is the culprit." With a protective heart, Mu Jianhua glared fiercely, parting the crowd, swiftly apprehending Qin Xingxuan and binding him tightly with his tie as if he were a terrorist. The organizers stood aghast, witnessing the perpetrator's wretched cries, unsure whether to call security or an ambulance first. Mu1 looked at the man's devastated state, her face turning pale. She could only imagine the pain had the caustic substance splashed onto her. She hurried to check Quan Yi. Are you alright? Did you get splashed? Quan Yi replied, I'm fine. Ouch. A few drops had splashed onto the back of his hand, and tears streamed down Mu1's face. Quick, call 120. Half an hour later, at the hospital, Quan Yi's hand, properly bandaged, felt less painful. Mu1, still anxious, pressed the doctor. Is he really alright? As a professional esports player, his hands are crucial, the doctor assured her. He is fine, it was just a drop or two. You handled it promptly, rinsing with running water and applying ointment. He'll recover quickly, Quan Yi comforted her, lifting his bandaged hand. It's just a minor issue. I'll be fine with some aloe vera gel. Wan Lan, standing nearby, also had red-rimmed eyes, recalling the harrowing incident, her face filled with trepidation, thanks to Xiaoya's quick reaction this time, otherwise the consequences would truly be unimaginable. I genuinely do not know how to express my gratitude. Quan Yi hurriedly waved his hand and said, It's nothing, Auntie. It's simply what I ought to do. Mu1 also comforted her mother, saying, Mom, I'm fine. Don't cry, or you'll ruin your makeup. Wang Lan, not wanting to lose face in front of her future son-in-law, felt a pang in her heart at the thought of her precious Mu1 nearly being harmed. She wiped her tears away, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. The person who attempted to harm Wan would not escape her wrath. Chapter 64. The truth of the past at this moment. In the neighboring hospital room, the assailant was handcuffed to the bed, his body wrapped in bandages. Finding it difficult to speak, or according to his confession, he was a vagrant who had been offered a handsome sum to sever Mu1's violin strings and to throw sulfuric acid at her on stage. Mu Jianhua was infuriated. He had never anticipated that prior to the sulfuric acid incident, Mu1 had endured other grievances. Initially, when the police interrogated him about the mastermind behind the attack, he refused to divulge any information. However, Mu Jianhua, recalling Qin Xingxuan whom he had detained, managed to extract the truth with a single question. How much did the person surnamed Qin pay you? 200,000. With that answer, Mu Jianhua decided not to waste any more time on this thug and went directly to the room where Qin Xingxuan was held. What do you want? Why was I brought here? I will report you for infringing upon my personal freedom. Qin Xingxuan was oblivious to the fact that the rogue Wang Xian had already given away the truth. He was aware that Wang Xian owed a significant gambling debt, and if he wished to collect the remaining amount, he would not betray him. Mu Jianhua entered the room, tossing a stack of documents onto the table. Speaking in a tone of certainty, you are the brother of Qin Yao, who claimed my daughter's championship was a scandal and attempted suicide by cutting her wrist with violin strings? Qin Xingxuan's eyes radiated coldness, making no attempt to deny it. So what? Mu Jianhua continued, thus, you hired Wang Xian to sabotage my daughter's competition and even had him throw sulfuric acid on her? Qin Xingxuan replied, I don't know what you were talking about. Bang! A fierce punch landed on his face. If I dare to say this, it is because I possess certain evidence. Your sister lacked the ability to handle defeat and chose to take her own life, thereby subjecting my daughter to endless rumors. If it were not for her desire to keep me out of this matter, do you think you and your sister would still be standing here so confidently? I showed you mercy, yet you have the audacity to take advantage of it. His eyes gleamed with cold fury, and as a man who had truly been through battle, his mere presence pressured Qin Xingxuan. Leaving him breathless, he swallowed hard, and after a moment, sneered, "Stop pretending to be righteous, you powerful people. In your quest to glorify your own daughter, completely disregard the lives of others. My sister dedicated so much sweat and effort for that violin competition. Yet she was met with such unfair treatment. She was driven to protest through suicide because you left her with no other option. It was you who destroyed my sister's hands." At over 50 years of age, Mu Jianhua had led a life of self-cultivation since stepping back from the front lines, yet now he could not maintain his composure. He retorted angrily, "As if your sister's efforts matter. My Wan Wan has been practicing the violin since she was 6, enduring the sweltering heat of summer and the bitter cold of winter without a single day of rest. Why should she not win the championship based on her merit?" He rolled up his sleeves, poised to strike again, but the nearby officer quickly intervened. "Commander, don't act impulsively. It would not reflect well if we were to resort to vigilante justice. Let the law handle this instead." Mu Jianhua, infuriated, snapped, "I care not for public opinion. This scoundrel has already thrown sulfuric acid at my daughter. Calm down, don't let anger harm your health." Ultimately, Mu Jianhua was persuaded to leave, and before departing, he earnestly instructed the police officer in charge of the case to conduct a thorough investigation. The officer replied, "Even without your insistence, this case will be treated seriously. That is concentrated sulfuric acid. It could be fatal. Ass City is an international metropolis. The severity of this case meant that Qin Xingxuan would likely face a minimum of 10 years behind bars even when escorted to the police station. Qin Xingxuan maintained his innocence. It wasn't until that night when he received a package from outside containing a videotape. With the officer's assistance, he was able to view its contents. To his astonishment, it was the recording of his sister's violin performance from that same year at Stern, which he had been desperately searching for. After watching, he fell silent. He had always believed he had done nothing wrong. However, as the principal violinist, how could he not recognize his sister's mistakes during her performance? Mu Wan's victory was undeniably deserved. At the end of the recording, there was a line of small text. "At that time, Wan Wan did not know your sister's hands would not heal. She had the tape destroyed to protect your sister from facing a difficult path. Yet she is well. You are simply unworthy of her kindness." Qin Xingxuan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, realizing how differently things had unfolded. Kuan Ye's injury had alarmed the entire ST team. The manager and coach promptly brought the team doctor to conduct a comprehensive examination. Once it was confirmed that no bones were broken, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Coach Yang scolded, "You are a professional player. Can't you take better care of your precious hands?" Shunla defended him, saying, "Coach, please don't be angry. The captain was only trying to protect Sister Wan Wan. Otherwise, that sulfuric acid would have splashed on her." Jiang Yu chimed in, "Indeed, Sister Wan Wan's hands are invaluable too." Yang slapped his hand down. "Is that what I meant? I am telling him to be less reckless." Kuan Ye understood that the coach was concerned for him and quickly reassured, "Coach, I understand your point. From now on, I will take good care of these hands. I won't even touch cold water. Apart from the keyboard and mouse, I won't even pick up chopsticks." "All right," Yang then slapped him again. "You cheeky brat. If the autumn competition ends up in failure because of this, just wait and see how they will criticize you online." Kuan Ye, brimming with confidence, replied, "Rest assured. Coach, who am I? I am HW Kuan Ye, the man favored by the heroes of the canyon. My hands are worth millions in insurance, and there is no way they will be compromised." Zhang Shangnan shot him a glare, thinking, this little rascal is just relying on old Zhang not knowing the state of his hands while he rambles on. All right, since there is no issue, you all can disperse and return to training." Once everyone had left the conference room, Zhang Shangnan turned to Kuan Ye, "With your hand in this condition, what will you do about the upcoming matches? Can you still play?" Kuan Ye unwrapped the bandage, examining his not-so-serious injury. "Let the second team members cover for me. My situation will inevitably be known in the team. I'll just use this as a transitional phase." Zhang Shangnan's expression darkened. "Have you already decided to retire this year?" Kuan Ye did not respond but instead asked, "How is Olan doing in the training camp?" Zhang Shangnan replied somewhat brusquely, "Pretty good. It shouldn't be long before he replaces the wild god as the next pillar." Kuan Ye, however, spoke earnestly, raising his eyes to Zhang Shangnan. "He has talent, but he hasn't undergone systematic training. His timing is a bit off. However, there is still a gap between the second team and the first team. Let us see if we can cultivate him. Rest assured, I won't leave ST until we have a new jungler. With gains come losses. His current life was a happiness he never dared to dream of. One cannot have sweetness at both ends of the sugarcane. Moreover, his hands truly, he could not let Wan Wan marry a cripple." When Kuan Ye returned to the apartment, Mu Wan was in the kitchen preparing a meal, the air filled with a rich aroma. "Wan Wan, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful." He approached the kitchen and saw a casserole bubbling away on the stove, uncovered, with milky white bubbles rising. "Pork trotter soup. I learned it from a tutorial to help your hand recover," Mu Wan replied. Kuan Ye raised an eyebrow. "Is it to replenish what was lost?" However, upon seeing the apron she wore, he frowned and stepped forward to untie it. "Wan Wan, you don't have to do this. I'll hire someone to cook for us tomorrow." Mu Wan, raised as a little princess in the Mu family, shouldn't he have to lower herself to cook for him? She deserved all the beauty he could envision. Indeed, Muon was not particularly fond of cooking. She had previously relied on Kuan Yi or brought food back from the base. She made a request. I want delicious Cantonese and local dishes. Kuan Yi chuckled. Alright, I will certainly comply with the princess's wishes. Muon retorted. Why do I suddenly have another nickname? Kuan Yi unabashedly replied. What nickname? That's a term of endearment. She shot him a disapproving glance. Scooping a spoonful of soup from the pot, little prince, blow on it and taste if the little princess's soup is to your liking. After blowing on it, Kuan Yi took a sip, his expression blissful as if savoring a fine wine. Then remarked, sweet. Muon looked puzzled. Sweet, did I add sugar instead of salt? She thought she couldn't possibly make such a foolish mistake. Just as she was about to taste it herself, a sudden kiss landed at the corner of her lips. Sister, I didn't mean the soup is sweet, I meant you were sweet. Muon's calm demeanor immediately flushed with color, and she softly chided, can you be serious for once? Even tasting soup can turn into flirting. Kuan Yi pretended not to hear, wrapping his unbandaged arm around her waist, resting his head on her shoulder, openly seeking sympathy. Sister, my hand is injured, and sleeping on the sofa is so miserable. Can I apply to sleep in the bed? Chapter 65, Words of Deceit. Muon? The warmth at her neck sent tingles through her skin. She instinctively tried to escape but was turned back around. Sister, how are you? Kuan Yi, in his eagerness for the bed, has completely cast aside any semblance of modesty. Muon, her ears flushed slightly for they were engaged, and she could certainly accept such matters, otherwise the previous two encounters would not have occurred. Yet, Kuan Yi's shameless and persistent advances. Truly, it is exceedingly brazen. Alright, let us sleep. You'd best take care to maintain a good sleeping posture, otherwise I shall not hesitate to kick you out. Kuan Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled as he kissed the tips of his sister's rosy ears. Reassuring her, rest assured sister, I sleep impeccably. The two shared a simple meal. Despite his injury, Kuan Yi insisted on not letting Muon wash the dishes, wanting to soldier on despite his condition, until Muon firmly restrained him. You foolish brother, do you wish to keep your hand? It's not as if I haven't washed dishes before yet, Kuan Yi argued persuasively. Previously, I cooked while you washed. Now that you've cooked, it's only fair that I wash. Otherwise, what would I become? A shameless leech? Oh indeed, Kuan Yi was relentless, even scolding himself when necessary. Unable to argue further, Muon decided to let it be and called for a maid service to come the next day. Kuan Yi complied, snuggling up to Muon and playfully saying, good sister, you truly care for me. Muon, this insufferable brother, always so concerned about washing dishes, yet she recalled that the first time could also be quite painful. Yet he had not hesitated. Ahem, well, that is a different matter altogether. After their meal, Muon asked him how he would manage the upcoming competition with his injury. Kuan Yi deleted the part about his injury and provided the same answer he had given to Zhang Shangnan. Feeling guilty for delaying Kuan Yi's competition, Muon inwardly resolved not to let it happen again. Do not sacrifice anything for me as you did in your past life. Kuan Yi looked at her, enunciating each word. If it happens again, I would still do the same. Muon gazed into his determined eyes, her lips trembled, yet she struggled to articulate a response, ultimately conceding, fine, I shall not ask of you what I cannot do myself. If Kuan Yi were to be splashed with acid today, she would undoubtedly shield him without hesitation. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Do you know Qin Xingxuan? She had clearly seen him on stage. As soon as Qin Xingxuan stepped onto the award stage, Kuan Yi had dashed from the audience to intervene, otherwise, he would not have reached him in time to stop the acid thrower. Kuan Yi responded vaguely, admitting he had encountered him on other occasions. Muon would never know that he had stood in the audience, captivated by her brilliance for so long. He had not only attended every one of her violin performances but had also collected every recording of her shows, even those deliberately destroyed or lost due to poor preservation. Muon thought it was quite a coincidence. Just as she was about to inquire further, Kuan Yi suddenly leaned down. He captured her soft lips without warning, prying them open and inviting her in to dance. Muon's eyes widened, her thoughts momentarily scattered. I just agreed to let you into my bed, and you're already this eager. The sound of their kiss echoed loudly in the room. Dazed by the kiss, Muon had initially resisted but gradually began to reciprocate. Your hand, she expressed concern, yet the man trailed kisses from her lips to her ear, his voice a mere whisper that only Muon could hear. It is fine, sister. My mouth is quite adept. Chapter 66, Sister, will you help me wash? Muon's heart raced, her fingers gripping Kuan Yi's shirt so tightly they turned white, her feelings a mix of embarrassment and subtle excitement. What audacious words you speak, sister. Am I not skilled at kissing? Kuan Yi murmured against her ear, his warm lips brushing against her flushed earlobe in a tantalizing manner. Muon, how can one withstand this? Her hands encircled the man's neck, her bright eyes locked onto his inky depths. She leaned in, pressing a kiss against his alluring Adam's apple, both bashful and bold. That was delightful. You deserve a reward. Kuan Yi froze momentarily, feeling a thrill run from his toes to the crown of his head upon realizing the daring move Muon had made. Unable to contain himself any longer, he began showering her with fervent kisses. Sister, I shall not let you go. The subsequent embarrassing events made Muon's face flush with heat and her mind go hazy under the dim light, accompanied by the background music of a film. Her delicate hands were pinned above her head, her fair toes curling, her sounds a mixture of tears and concealed pleasure. Afterward, Kwang Ye led Muon to the shower, due to the bandage on his hand. It was not entirely convenient, they did not reach the final step, but they came quite close. Regardless, both experienced a sense of fulfillment. Didn't the doctor say your hand shouldn't touch water? Especially hot water. Upon entering the bathroom, Muon suddenly recalled this concern. Those who have suffered burns know that even without an open wound, the sensation of hot water on the affected area can be quite severe. Let alone in Kwang Ye's case of chemical burns. Kwang Ye shook his head. It's fine, I'll wash with cold water. Although Muon had already helped him with his hand, his restless body had not completely settled down. He regretted being so reckless earlier. He believed this minor injury would not hinder him on the battlefield, yet Muon remained watchful of his hand, fearful that his precious hand might break. After all, it was their first time, and he did not want Muon to be overly cautious. He was impressed by his own restraint. Cold water? Do you even realize what month it is? Your hand isn't healed. And you're asking for a cold? Are you trying to catch a cold? Muon glared at him. Kwang Ye lowered his gaze to her. At that moment, Muon was only wrapped in a towel. Her chest and thighs adorned with numerous hickeys, her complexion flushed, and sweat glistening on her skin. The calm of her heart began to stir once more. Then will you let me help you wash? Muon, observing the darkness returning to Kwang Ye's gaze, she quickly finished her shower, wrapped herself in a towel, and left. Remember to dry your hair before going to bed. My hands are sore. I cannot help it all. Kwang Ye expressed regret. However, upon seeing Muon's hasty retreat, he found it somewhat amusing. She is shy even while taking a shower. What will happen afterward? By the time Kwang Ye returned to his room after drying his hair, Muon had already retrieved the first aid kit. Come here, I'll change your bandage. The previous bandage, now wet, was no longer usable, and he needed fresh ointment. Kwang Ye naturally slipped under the covers, presenting his injured hand to Muon. Obedient and docile. Thank you, Sister Muon. Now you're acting like a little puppy again, but you weren't like this earlier on the couch. After changing Kwang Ye's bandage, Muon was about to ask him about his plans during his recovery when her phone rang sharply on the bedside table. As soon as she answered, Kwang Xingran's anxious voice came through the receiver. Wan, I heard you were splashed with acid. Where are you? I'm coming over right now. Upon hearing her friend's voice, Muon felt a warmth in her heart and briefly recounted the afternoon's events, reassuring her, I'm perfectly fine. It's Kwang Ye who got hurt saving me. I'm at home, and it's quite late. You don't need to come over. Only then did Kwang Xingran let out a heavy sigh of relief. Due to the recent events surrounding the Yuan family banquet, she had avoided seeing Muon. By the time she learned of this incident, a whole day had passed. Still worried, she insisted, send me your apartment address via WeChat. I'll come over tomorrow morning. Having not seen Kwang Xingran for quite some time, Muon was about to agree when she caught a glimpse of Kwang Ye beside her. After a moment's thought she replied, Kwang Ye's hand is injured. He is currently staying with me. If you mind, we can arrange to meet somewhere else. Kwang Xingran had never had a good relationship with Kwang Ye. Muon wished to mediate, yet she feared that without understanding the full context, it might exacerbate their conflict. Torn between her lover and her friend, she sought to maintain a balance, ensuring neither party felt uncomfortable. After a brief silence, Kwang Xingran finally responded, let us meet at the CAF we used to frequent. Muon, alright. After they settled on the details, just as Muon was about to hang up, she suddenly heard Kwang Xingran's serious tone. Wan, I don't want to lose you as a friend. Muon initially thought she was referring to her relationship with Kwang Ye, smiling as she sincerely replied, Xingran, no matter who I'm with, we will always be the best of friends. On the other end of the line, Kwang Xingran felt a pang in her heart, tears brimming in her eyes. Unable to hold back, she quickly hung up the phone. After wiping her tears away, she took a deep breath and drove back to the Kwang family's old residence. This matter needed to be resolved. She needed to confront Shuyu for clarity. Kwang Shuyu, eager to please the Kwang family elders, had not moved out like Kwang Xingran. After concluding his date with Yuan Weiwei, he returned home, only to find Kwang Xingran seated on the sofa. Surprised, he asked, Xingran, why have you returned so suddenly? Kwang Xingran crossed her arms, her gaze cold as she met the eyes of her brother, who had grown up alongside her brother Shuyu. I need to talk to you. Irritation flashed in Kwang Shuyu's eyes. He had already been worn out by his day with Yuan Weiwei. Xingran, it's late. Let us discuss this tomorrow. On that day at the Yuan banquet, I was sleeping in the dressing room nearby, and I overheard your argument with Wan. Kwang Shuyu's pupils dilated, abruptly shifting his gaze to Kwang Xingran, his face paling. Chapter 67. How has he changed so much? The air in the room became tense. After a moment, Kwang Shuyu rubbed his temples. Xingran, let us speak in my study. Here lies the living room, bustling with servants coming and going, and perhaps my parents have yet to retire for the night. Kwang Xingran remained silent, rising to make her way towards his study, while Kwang Shuyu followed closely behind, meticulously ensuring the door was shut. Kwang Xingran was forthright. she spared no consideration for either Kwang Shuyu or herself. Brother Shuyu, why did you falsely accuse Wan of harassing you the other day? So many witnessed her humiliation, and she had just relinquished her violin, an instrument she had devoted over a decade to. Over similar troubles, she grew up alongside us, harboring feelings for you for so many years. Yet you chose to use her as a stepping stone, inflicting harm and exploiting her. Does your conscience not ache? I too share in this guilt. I heard everything but failed to clarify it in a timely manner because of you, because you are my brother. I betrayed my dearest friend. Brother Shuyu, you were not always like this. Kwang Shuyu's face was obscured by the shadows, his gaze fixated on Kwang Xingran's pointed inquiries, and he suddenly remarked, Xingran, you once called me Brother Shuyu, but now you simply call me brother. Ever since Kwang Yi returned to the Kwang household, everything had changed. He was no longer the legitimate young master of the Kwang family but rather a pitiful adopted child. All that was once at his fingertips had slipped into the hands of others, his position as heir. His beloved Muwan, everything had gravitated towards Kwang Yi, that uneducated and inept wastrel. By what right did he claim such fortune? He had lived as the Kwang family's eldest son for 18 years. And now he was expected to accept that he was the son of a human trafficker. He could not, and would not, accept it, especially when the adoring gazes that once revered him had transformed into scorn and ridicule. The pain and humiliation were unbearable. Thus, he sought to reclaim the Kwang family legacy, to demonstrate to all that even without a blood connection, he remained the one and only son of the Kwang family. Kwang Xingran furrowed her brows. Regarding Kwang Shuyu. So you mean to say that all of this is because of Kwang Yi? A cold expression flickered across Kwang Shuyu's face as the suppressed negative emotions within him erupted. What else could it be? If not for him, Muwan would never have left me. I wouldn't have had to resort to associating with that foolish Yuan Weiwei for the support of the Yuan family. I truly care for Muwan, but she has allied herself with Kwang Yi. If I do not placate Yuan Weiwei, I would be left with nothing, and would my parents still regard me with such importance? Xingran, I know you have always stood by my side. So please, persuade Muwan to return to me, won't you? Yuan Weiwei is insufferable. I am exhausted from accompanying her on shopping sprees and enduring her unpalatable cooking. Kwang Xingran's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the agitated man before her, spewing a torrent of vile words to denigrate his own girlfriend. She could hardly believe this was the brother she had always perceived as a gentleman. Poised and courteous, just moments before entering the study, she had been attempting to convince herself that he was merely momentarily confused, but now the figure radiating an air of moral decay before her was unrecognizable. Disappointment washed over her as she confronted Kwang Shuyu, her voice laced with fury. Kwang Shuyu, throughout all of this, have you never once reflected upon your own actions? Shortly after graduating from university, Wan mentioned your engagement. And what did you say? No rush? Yet, you turned around and became embroiled in scandals with starlets and socialites. Now that Wan is with Kwang Yi, you are anxious and flustered. Where was your urgency before? Wan is a princess raised in the Mu family's palm. Why should she remain stagnant, waiting for you? Kwang Shuyu's complexion paled under the scrutiny, and he uttered a statement that plunged Kwang Xingran into despair. If Muwan truly cared for me, she would not have so swiftly taken up with Kwang Yi. I believe she is enamored not with me, but with the status of being the heir to the Kwang family. Slap! Kwang Xingran could no longer contain herself and struck Kwang Shuyu across the face, her gaze icy and devoid of warmth. You shall not insult my friend in such a manner, Kwang Shuyu. You may still be the eldest son of the Kwang family, but you shall no longer be my brother. With that, she pushed open the study door and exited without a backward glance. Tears cascading down her face, witnessing the transformation of her once beloved kin into something grotesque felt akin to a festering wound upon her soul, painful and itching, but such festering flesh must be excised. Chapter 68. Did that rascal not inform you? Muwan remained oblivious to the fierce argument that had transpired between Kwang Xingran and Kwang Shuyu, after receiving a call that abruptly ended. She mused on how swiftly Kwang Xingran acted. No sooner had she placed her phone down than a pair of arms encircled her from beneath the blankets. Kwang Yi, with a hint of grievance, embraced Muwan, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Are you going out tomorrow? The team has granted me a 10-day break, and I was hoping for a private date with you. He had spent the afternoon researching romantic locales in S-City. Muwan affectionately ruffled his hair, as one would soothe a child, but there are still 9 days left. You must stay home and eat well. I promise to bring you a gift when I return. Kwang Yi nestled his head into the crook of her neck. Sister, you're abandoning me for a date with someone else. How cruel. Muwan, this childish boy, renowned in the HW entertainment circle, was indeed being pestered by countless fans demanding he produce offspring. Sensing his injured hand, she stroked his hair once more, hesitating briefly before asking, i.e., why has your relationship with Xingran suddenly soured? Kwang Xingran was a year younger than Muwan. When Muwan left for her studies abroad at 18, she recalled that her relationship with Kwang Yi had not been particularly strained. How had it plummeted to such depths upon her return? Kwang Yi replied, Bali. Muwan playfully poked his cheek. Speak seriously, stop being silly. Kwang Yi opened his mouth to nibble at Muwan's fingertip. applying gentle pressure with his teeth while his tongue grazed her skin. I truly don't know. One day, she simply grew indifferent towards me and began to ridicule me alongside Kwang Shuyu. I suspect that Kwang Shuyu has been speaking ill of me. But I lack proof. Mu1 withdrew her hand. Have you not asked her about it? Kwang Yi replied, of course I did. She is my little sister, after all, outspoken and carefree. I genuinely wish to mend our relationship. Yet, when I inquired, Xingran erupted in anger, as though I had committed some grievous offense against her idol. After that, I ceased to approach her. Mu1, upon hearing his analogy, playfully hit him, realizing that she could not glean any clarity from him. She resolved to ask Xingran directly the following day. After chatting for a while, fatigue began to weigh on Mu1, and she nestled into the blankets, preparing to sleep. Kwang Yi lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her, their bodies pressed closely together. Should we turn off the lights? Mu1 hesitated, her gaze troubled, before finally responding, yes, please do. With a soft click, the bedroom was enveloped in darkness. Mu1 blinked, initially expecting to feel fear, but sensing the warmth pressed against her back, she comfortably closed her eyes. The night seemed less daunting than before. The following day, at a CAF, this establishment was a high-end venue in S City, where the coffee was flown in from abroad. On the same day, the CAF featured private booths and open seating, with one side facing the street and the other overlooking a serene lake, offering splendid views. Kwang Xingran had reserved a booth in advance. As Mu1 entered, she found Kwang Xingran resting her chin on one hand, gazing out at the azure waters, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual fiery disposition. What is the matter, gorgeous? Have you adopted a melancholic aesthetic lately? Kwang Xingran turned her head, her eyes slightly puffy from the events of the previous day. Alarmed, Mu1 exclaimed, Xingran, what happened? Who bullied you? Wan, I'm so sorry. Kwang Xingran's voice was hoarse as she interrupted Mu1, her emotions, previously calmed overnight, now surging once more. Mu1 shifted to sit beside her. Though Kwang Xingran was younger, her maturity often eclipsed Mu1's, and it was rare to see such vulnerability on her face. Xingran, please tell me what transpired. Take your time. Kwang Xingran glanced at her before relaying the events of the Yuan family's birthday banquet and the preceding night's confrontation at the villa. Wan, I should have stepped forward immediately to defend you. You regarded me as your closest friend, brother Shuyu. Why has he changed so? Kwang Xingran's voice quivered as she concluded her tale. Mu1 gently patted her back, initially shocked that Kwang Xingran had been present at the previous incident, then sighing at the mention of Shuyu's transformation. It was not only Kwang Xingran who felt troubled, even Mu1, having lived 2 lifetimes, found Kwang Shuyu's changes unsettling. Yet, despite not having experienced a rebirth like Mu1, Kwang Xingran had chosen her own path over her brother's, which touched Mu1's heart. Xingran, it's okay. Ie stood up for me that day, delivering a solid punch to Kwang Shuyu. Humans are not mere grass. I do not hold it against you for your hesitation, rather I empathize with the difficult choice you faced at that moment. To put herself in Kwang Xingran's shoes, it was akin to choosing between her sister and her brother. How could one make a swift decision in such a predicament? Nevertheless, she believed her brother would never place her in such a difficult situation. Wan, do you truly not blame me? Kwang Xingran clung to Mu1, her voice still nasally. Mu1 nodded, I do not blame you, but promise me you won't harbor ill feelings towards Yi because of Kwang Shuyu. He feels quite wronged. Yet, Kwang Xingran retorted, I am not averse to him because of Kwang Shuyu. It is his reckless behavior that leaves me no face. Mu1 raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? When I was 18, a classmate was infatuated with me, showering me with flowers and milk daily. Though I didn't reciprocate his feelings, I felt it would be rude to disregard his affections. So I planned to find a suitable moment to decline gently. As it turned out, he somehow found out and, like a member of the underworld, cornered someone in an alley and beat them up, causing that person to fail their college entrance examination. Consequently, I became the object of avoidance in the entire class. Ultimately, it was Kwang Shuyu who helped me resolve this matter. In summary, every time I think of this incident, I feel a surge of anger. Kwang Xingran, whose university is also located in S City, has encountered numerous high school classmates, and as a result, she has been subjected to relentless teasing, which has only fueled her resentment. This is also the reason behind Kwang Yi, her biological brother. Had it been anyone else, she would undoubtedly have sought revenge on him. Mu1 felt a twinge of shame, almost sharing the same animosity towards Kwang Yi. However, while Kwang Yi may often come across as mischievous, he does have a sense of propriety and boundaries when it comes to his actions. Are you certain it was Kwang Yi who did this? Kwang Xingran suspected her best friend was being protective and directly called Kwang Yi on her phone. Let us confront him face to face if you don't believe me. Once the call connected, Kwang Yi, after hearing the whole story, immediately erupted with profanity. You're talking nonsense. That idiot bet in front of his friends that he could pursue you, this unattainable flower, and that it would cost him 20 years of hard work. I could no longer tolerate him, which is why I gave him a beating. No, didn't I ask Kwang Shuyu to inform you about this? Didn't he tell you? Kwang Xingran was momentarily dumbfounded. Ha! Chapter 69. Sister-esque gift. Kwang Yi on the other end of the line furrowed his brows into a frown, his tone becoming considerably colder. No, he really didn't tell you. I had a huge argument with the old man over my professional competition and didn't return to the Kwan residence for a long time afterward. I was worried you would be gossiped about by your classmates because of this incident, so I specifically asked Kwan Shuyu to clarify things with your homeroom teacher. Kwan Xingran's expression turned ashen. No, Kwan Shuyu had never informed her of this. Moreover, there was no possibility of him forgetting to mention it, as he was the one who helped deal with the aftermath of the incident. He hadn't even disclosed the truth to the homeroom teacher, which led to her being distanced by her classmates. Kwan Yi, did you really injure Zhou Yi's arm back then, causing him to miss the college entrance examination? Nonsense, I was already a professional player at that time. Fighting could lead to a suspension. I merely taught him a lesson. How could I dare to hit him that hard? Kwan Xingran, so Zhou Yi not attending the college entrance examination wasn't Kwan Yi's fault. Emotions surged within her. All these years, Kwan Shuyu had allowed her to misunderstand Kwan Yi without ever clarifying why. Because, Xingran, you used to call me Shuyu Gu, but now you simply call me brother. The words Kwan Shuyu uttered the previous night resurfaced in Kwan Xingran's mind. Her pupils dilating as she contemplated a chilling possibility. Kwan Shuyu, in order to prevent her from forming a good relationship with Kwan Yi and to ensure she always leaned towards him, had deliberately tarnished Kwan Yi's image in her eyes. At that time, Kwan Yi had returned to the Kwan residence for only a year, having endured so much hardship from her biological brother. She had wanted to make amends. If she had known the truth of this matter, it would have been impossible for her to maintain such a distant relationship with him. I.e., let us leave it at that for now. ILL hang up. Mu1 noticed the significant impact this had on Kwan Xingran and ended the video call with Kwan Yi, offering her comfort. Xingran, are you alright? Kwan Xingran tightly embraced Mu1. Tears surging in her eyes once more. Wan, I hate him. If her previous disappointment in Kwan Shuyu was merely a feeling of discontent, learning of his malicious intentions and deliberate provocation that had caused her to be indifferent towards her biological brother for so many years filled her with genuine hatred. Muwan, recalling how Kwan Shuyu had schemed behind the scenes, allowing Kwan Yi to bear so much unjust slander, felt a surge of anger herself. Xingran, Kwan Shuyu has already proven himself to be a terrible person. It is not worth it for you to cry over him. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, you should maintain a good relationship with Yi moving forward, though he may not voice it. He surely wishes to be close to you. His biological sister, Kwan Xingran, thinking back to when she almost embarrassed him at the engagement banquet, felt even deeper guilt. I will sincerely apologize to him. Yes, after discussing things, Kwan Xingran took a moment to digest her emotions, then, wiping away her tears, she decisively took out her makeup bag and began to retouch her makeup. Wan, do you have any plans this afternoon? Muwan observed as Kwan Xingran patted her face with a powder puff. Though confused, she nodded. No plans. Kwan Xingran snapped her powder compact shut and linked arms with Muwan. Then let us go. Accompany me to the mall. I want to buy a gift for my brother. Muwan. This ability to self-regulate her emotions truly made her feel inferior. However, she naturally welcomed the idea of Kwan Xingran easing her relationship with Kwan Yi. Alright, where shall we go shopping? At this moment, she remained unaware that Kwan Xingran was someone who played by her own rules. The gifts she intended to present included some rather unconventional items. Thus, when Muwan returned to the apartment, she found herself begrudgingly carrying over a dozen bags of luxury items. Kwan Yi rushed over to help her. Why didn't you have the store deliver them to your home? It is exhausting to bring them back yourself. Luxury goods cost tens of thousands at a time, and they usually offer home delivery services, especially for VVVIP customers like Muwan and Kwan Xingran, who were already honored just to be allowed in the store. After Muwan set the items down, she complained, "It's not like I'm the one who picked out the gifts. Your sister was worried there might be a mishap midway through, so she specifically had me drop her off at the elevator before returning." Kwan Yi, so she didn't even come inside after reaching the elevator? Muwan, this is your little love nest. As her biological sister, I couldn't possibly intrude. Take these gifts up to my brother and tell him I'll make a special effort to apologize to him next time. She relayed Kwan Xingran's words from downstairs to Kwan Yi. Kwan Yi was momentarily speechless, then nonchalantly remarked, "What is there to apologize for? I was the one who trusted the wrong person." That scoundrel Kwan Shuyu is truly despicable. It's one thing for a grown man to act pretentious in front of our parents, but to stoop so low as to manipulate things concerning Kwan Xingran's reputation is utterly reprehensible. Looking at the pile of large and small bags, he inquired, "What did she buy?" Muwan slumped onto the sofa, counting each item. A watch, cufflinks, the tie, and even a high-end keyboard and mouse. Kwan Xingran really knows how to shop. By the end, she could hardly walk and had to find a resting area to collapse, returning home with a large bag of purchases all to herself. Kwan Yi listened with little interest. But thinking that these were gifts from his sister, he prepared to open them and take a look. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Amidst the bags adorned with luxury brand logos, there was a blank bag without any branding. Out of curiosity, he picked it up first to examine. As soon as he opened it, he quickly closed it again. A rare hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes, although the misunderstandings between them had been resolved. Wasn't she being a bit too lax as a sister? What on earth was she gifting? Chapter 70. The Ring. Muon noticed Quan Yi picking up the bag and then quickly putting it down. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Quan Yi inconspicuously tucked the bag beneath, maintaining a calm demeanor. No, I quite like it. He silently added in his heart, you will surely love it too. Quan Yi carried a heap of gifts upstairs to organize. Muon lay on the sofa, surveying the room, noticing that the dishes in the kitchen had already been washed, and the sofa cushions and curtains had been replaced with new ones. She realized that Quan Yi must have hired someone to clean up. Suddenly, she spotted a notebook on the coffee table, currently in spectator mode for a HW game, and she restrained herself from picking it up to take a look. In the misty canyon, the hero wielding a dagger maneuvered smoothly. Without a single extraneous movement. Muon became entranced. When Quan Yi descended from upstairs, she pointed to the notebook and asked, Aye, this player's operation style seems a bit familiar. It couldn't be Olan. Could it? Quan Yi nodded, sitting beside her to watch together. It is him. He is currently using an account from the training camp. If he passes the exam in a month, the team will sign him. Muon thought of Olan, who had committed suicide due to online bullying in her past life, and felt genuinely happy for him that this time he had found a ray of hope. She contemplated that perhaps this was also the significance of her rebirth. As she pondered this, she suddenly recalled something she had previously overlooked. Ojwashing, sister, those were all gifts from Quan Xingran for me. Didn't you say that if I stayed obediently at home, I would receive gifts when I returned? Suddenly, Quan Yi grabbed Muon's hand, shaking it, appearing both wronged and playful. Muon found it amusing to see his handsome face adopting a childlike demeanor. And she opened her bag as zipper. Of course, I wouldn't be someone who goes back on my word. Quan Yi had initially teased Muon, but upon realizing she truly had something, his face lit up with anticipation. However, when Muon actually took out the gift, he was momentarily stunned. This is, Muon produced a ring box containing 2 silver couple rings. I stumbled upon these while shopping. And look, don't the ring faces resemble the victory emblem of HW? I hope that when Rie wears this ring, he will sing his way to victory. However, wearing a ring while gaming may be inconvenient. So I had them include a chain, which can be worn as a necklace. Muon suddenly found herself in a solid embrace as Quan Yi tightly held her, his voice a bit hoarse. Wan, how come you always catch me off guard with such big surprises? Muon's eyes softened as she took his hand, gently sliding the ring onto his middle finger, speaking earnestly and sincerely. Because I like you. Quan Yi picked up the other ring from the box and slipped it onto her finger, kissing it lightly. I like you too. The two gazed into each other's eyes and smiled, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. After a while, Quan Yi looked at the rings on their fingers and suddenly expressed his concern as sister, isn't it customary for the man to present the ring? Now that you have given it, what am I to offer in return? Muon playfully flicked his forehead, declaring, present me with a global championship from HW. I want everyone to recognize how extraordinary my boyfriend is. He is not the internet-addicted youth rumored to be aimless and uneducated, rather, he stands as one of the elite competitors on the HW professional stage. Quan Yi's smile broadened. Alright, I shall heed my sister's advice. Indeed, securing a world championship to propose to Wan would be fitting for a young lady of the Mu family. Meanwhile, in a dark and silent room, a stunning woman with fiery red lips, clad in a low-cut V-neck gown, curled up on the bed, she wrapped her arms around herself, her nails digging into her skin, engulfed in pain and despair. Her name is Liu, a violinist from Zhuangxing. Due to her exceptional skills, she garnered the attention of numerous talent agencies upon her debut. Ultimately, she chose to join Zhuangxing, never anticipating that this decision would lead her into a living hell. Typically, classical music agencies have their own symphony orchestras, a confluence of the finest musicians within a company. Liu initially aspired to secure the principal violinist position, confident in her capabilities. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that the selection process for Zhuangxing's orchestra involved not only technical prowess but also performance evaluations concerning sponsorship acquisition. In her quest to join the orchestra, she found herself repeatedly donning revealing attire to entertain those who claimed to be fans but harbored ulterior motives. She initially believed this to be a necessary evil of adult professional life. And despite her discomfort, she forced herself to accept it, until today, after resisting the advances of an older man, he retaliated by splashing wine across her face, berating her in front of others. A whore pretending to be virtuous. It is your honor that I even look your way. You merely desire sponsorship, right? Strip off your clothes and spread your legs, and I'll make it worth your while. The room erupted in laughter. In that moment, Liu felt as if she were stripped bare in the middle of the street. Overwhelmed by humiliation, she fled the private room, with her agent hastily following her, expecting comfort. She was met with a cold demand to apologize. Apologize? For what? He disrespected me. But he is a sponsor. If you don't appease him, who will support you? Do you think the classical music industry is flourishing? Even top-tier orchestras like Eileen struggle to sell tickets compared to third-rate pop singers? I joined Zhuangxing to be a musician, not a prostitute, yet, you aspire to perform on stage and become the principal. Without sponsorship, you won't even gain entry to the orchestra. Liu, I have to be honest with you. The reason I signed you was because of your looks and figure, otherwise, how could you command such a high salary? This industry operates like this, unless you abandon the violin, you have no other option. Then I 1T joined the orchestra, you signed a 10-year contract, either you will be shelved indefinitely or face exorbitant penalties. They signed her for her appearance and physique. What of the dedication she poured into honing her craft? 10 years represent the peak of her violin playing career. If she were truly sidelined, her dreams would be shattered. Tears streamed silently down her face. Who could come to her aid? Ding dong. Her phone screen suddenly illuminated, displaying a large X symbol followed by 3 phrases. Need help? Call this number. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Miss Mu, Miss Lee has contacted us, came a text from Mu Yun's legal team early the next morning, after some thought. She replied, use her as leverage to expose Zhuang Xing's scandals. After all, saving one is the same as saving two. Observing the stark contrast between Olan's fate in this life and the last, Mu Wan felt as though she had discovered the meaning of her rebirth. Her revival was a gift from the heavens, and her assistance could serve as a lifeline for those ensnared in despair. It required little effort. A single phone call could potentially alter the course of these individuals' lives. Yet, was she becoming too reliant on her family? Mu Wan mused, realizing she had yet to achieve financial independence. She relied on her family and Kuang Yi for her sustenance. Should she seek employment? Wan, are you ready? Yes. Mu Wan quickly shut her phone, tidied her makeup in the mirror, and after deeming everything perfect, exited her room. Today, she and Kuang Yi were to enjoy a date at an amusement park. Coincidentally, her violin competition had just concluded, and Kuang Yi unexpectedly had 10 days off. They chose a renowned amusement park in S City and planned to stay for a few days. Upon descending the stairs, Kuang Yi spotted Mu Wan with her hair styled into a bun, wearing a soft purple navy-collared sweater and a light purple plaid skirt, paired with short boots, adorable and slightly playful. This was a stark contrast to her usual elegant attire. Noticing him gazing at her in silence, Mu Wan felt a hint of insecurity. Did this outfit not suit her? She had read that such attire was appropriate for an amusement park. Even in her past life, she was merely 25, this youthful and vibrant outfit should not be deemed inappropriate, right? Kuang Yi thought her concerns unnecessary and stepped forward to take the suitcase from her hand. Feeling a tinge of jealousy, you look lovely, but the thought of so many people admiring such a beautiful sister makes me unhappy. Mu Wan retorted, stop calling yourself Kuang Yi, you should be referred to as the jealous pot. He was consuming vinegar for no reason while others were engrossed in their own fun. 3 hours later, at the amusement park, Mu Wan found herself approached by yet another person requesting her WeChat. Casting a guilty glance at Kuang Yi, he raised their intertwined hands, feigning a smile at the sun-kissed boy before them. Can't you see we're a couple? The boy, taken aback, replied, but didn't you call her sister? I thought you were siblings. Kuang Yi remained silent, and Mu Wan burst into laughter, feeling that someone had just shot themselves in the foot. After dismissing the boy, Kuang Yi, observing her mirth, reiterated her earlier words with a hint of discontent. While others enjoy themselves, who pays you any mind? Mu Wan playfully pinched him. No more sarcasm. Kuang Yi huffed, adopting a demeanor of childish displeasure, prompting Mu Wan to draw closer to him, embodying a delicate and affectionate demeanor. Let us go, jealous pot. This will ensure no one misinterprets our relationship. Chapter 72. Baby, sweetheart. Subsequently, the couple indulged in a myriad of amusement park attractions, from merry-go-rounds to flower carriages and exhilarating VR rides. Kuang Yi seemed well prepared, exhibiting a thorough understanding of the park's attractions, rules, and timing. Wan, are you thirsty? I'll fetch you some water. Having just disembarked from a roller coaster, Mu Wan felt as if her feet barely touched the ground. She had never experienced such thrilling rides before, yet it was exhilarating. Yes, I'm parched. My voice is hoarse from all the shouting. Mu Wan was not typically one to scream, but the roller coaster atmosphere was infectious, making it hard to contain her excitement, and the exhilaration was delightful. Kuang Yi went off to buy her water. Their exchange took no more than 3 minutes. As he returned with the drinks, he noticed a boy in trendy casual wear shyly approaching Mu Wan under the encouragement of his friends. What to do if my girlfriend is too popular? He suddenly thought, running towards Mu Wan while calling out, baby. The boy, infatuated at first sight, approached her, while Mu Wan, bewildered and oblivious, stared blankly. Kuang Yi reached Mu Wan's side, twisting the cap off her water bottle, and in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, said, baby, drink some water. Mu Wan felt a wave of goosebumps rise, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she quietly protested, you little rascal, what are you calling me? They had never been so affectionate at home. Yet, Kuang Yi remained unabashed, continuing, sweetheart, shall we visit the aquarium to see the penguins, or would you prefer the haunted house? Are you afraid of the dark, or shall we go to the aquarium? Mu Wan's face grew even warmer. Sweetheart was such an embarrassing term. Glancing around at the onlookers, she took her water and headed toward the aquarium, with Kuang Yi trailing behind, calling out, wife, wait for me. The boy, heartbroken after a fleeting crush, was consoled by his friends. Oh, there are plenty of fish in the sea. They're already married. Let it go. We can't be the other woman. Kuang Yi smirked. Hee. The plan worked. Thereafter, Kuang Yi showered Mu Wan with a slew of endearing yet embarrassing nicknames. Baby, Little treasure, darling, whatever came to mind, leaving Muwan blushing uncontrollably. However, no one else dared to interfere with their date. As night fell, after dining at a themed restaurant, they ventured to the Ferris wheel. When their cabin reached the pinnacle, a magnificent firework display erupted in the sky, dazzling and resplendent. Muwan was captivated, witnessing fireworks from such a height for the first time. She had heard of the amusement park's renowned firework shows, having begged Kwang Shuyu to accompany her several times, only to be turned down due to his busy schedule. And now, reflecting on it, she felt grateful he hadn't come, otherwise, this beautiful display would have been tainted by memories of someone she detested. Darling, may I kiss you? A warm breath suddenly brushed against her ear. Muwan turned her gaze to the fiercely handsome face of Kwang Yi, which appeared even more enchanting under the glow of fireworks, his eyes sparkling like a galaxy, reflecting her image within. Now that we are alone, must you still speak so affectionately? She thought. I wish to call you that because you are indeed my treasure. The embarrassment in Muwan's heart transformed into something more tender and affectionate. She leaned in to capture Kwang Ye's lips, her voice carrying a hint of intoxication. Darling, under these circumstances, a kiss need not be solicited. Kwang Ye's pupils widened, his throat bobbing as he felt his heart racing uncontrollably, his gaze dark as ink. Wan, what did you just call me? Muwan raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. Did you not just refer to me as your wife? Unable to restrain himself any longer, Kwang Yi grasped the back of Muwan's head and kissed her deeply. Muwan clutched his shirt, overwhelmed by his fervent desire, casting aside her shyness in passionate response. Beneath the night sky, amidst the fireworks, two lovers kissed with an unbreakable bond. By the time they descended from the Ferris wheel, Muwan's lips were swollen beyond recognition. She felt a tinge of shyness and lowered her gaze. Kwang Yi swiftly pulled a folded cap from his pocket and placed it on her head. Where did this come from? She wondered, bewildered. Kwang Yi grinned mischievously, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. I prepared it in advance. Muwan retorted. So you had already planned to kiss me on the Ferris wheel, yet pretended to ask for my permission? She scoffed. It's quite late now. Shall we head back to rest and continue our adventures tomorrow? Their luggage had been taken to the hotel room by the amusement park staff upon their entry. After a day of excitement, Muwan was indeed weary. Yes, let's go. In the midst of a bustling crowd, they embraced as they made their way out, unaware of the pair of sinister, fervent eyes tracking them from behind. Upon reaching the hotel, Kwang Yi headed to the shower first. Muwan took her camera to review the photos they had taken that day. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door, causing her to pause in confusion. Remembering the manager's mention of room service, she assumed it was the delivery of a complimentary fruit platter and walked over to open the door. Kwang Yi bathed quickly. Wan, you should wash up. I've already filled the bathtub for you, he called, but when he noticed the room was empty, his expression shifted to one of alarm. He immediately called her, only to hear her phone ringing at the door. Rushing over, he found the door wide open, Muwan's phone lying on the soft carpet, beside a note inscribed with ominous words, within 1 hour, gather 10 million in cash and deliver it to this location. You little brat, don't even think about calling the police, unless you want your fiancée to die. Kwang Yi's expression darkened, his grip tightening to the point of nearly crushing the phone. This title, It Must Be That Beast, Chapter 73, Kidnapping. No, wait, Kwang Yi quickly dismissed this thought. That beast had been sentenced to 10 years, only half the time had passed, making it impossible for him to be out already. If he had escaped, the police would certainly have contacted him. His son, wait. A sudden realization struck him. After recognizing his kinship with the Kwang family, he was no longer the son of Kwang Daxiang. If the perpetrator had indeed escaped, the police would not reach out to him. Rushing to throw on his clothes, he dialed Kwang Shuyu, but there was no answer. Damn it, he stuffed his phone into his pocket and swiftly made his way to the location indicated on the note. Meanwhile, Muwan slowly regained consciousness from her stupor. She found herself bound to a chair in an abandoned building, her hands and feet secured, with drafts blowing through the decaying structure. Looking down, she realized she was at least 6 stories high. Where am I? A sense of dread washed over her as she recalled only opening the hotel door before everything went dark. Don't move, a male voice commanded. She turned to see a man in his 40s. Dressed in tattered leather and denim, a baseball cap perched atop his head, her eyes widened in recognition. She had seen him in the video Kwang Xingran had shown her, the man who had clashed with Kwang Yi. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? She demanded, forcing down the rising panic, though the shadows of abduction and cruelty loomed in her mind, causing her voice to tremble uncontrollably. Kwang Daxiang took a drag of his cheap cigarette, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. I told you, I won't harm you, but I intend to use you to threaten that little brat Kwang Yi. I just escaped from prison and need a hefty sum to flee the country. Upon hearing the word prison, Muwan immediately recognized the man's identity. Shocked, she stammered, you are Kwang Yi's adoptive father. A sinister smile crept across Kwang Daxiang's dark face. Did he mention me? Muwan fell silent. Yet upon understanding his intent, she felt a sense of relief. At least his motivations were purely financial, unlike in her past life. A shiver ran down her spine. Don't think about it, Muwan. Don't think about it. An hour later, Kwang Yi arrived at the abandoned building, panting with a black snakeskin bag in hand. Upon seeing Kwang Dachung's loathsome face, his expression turned ashen, his gaze swept over Muon. Bound at the edge of the building, and large beads of sweat dripped down his brow in fear. He tossed the snakeskin bag to the ground, gritting his teeth. "I brought the money." "Let her go." Kwang Dachung glanced at the bag, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, then began to laugh. "Kwang Yi, you seem unfazed to see me. Did you guess it was me? Then I suppose you didn't call the police? Otherwise, your engagement to the young lady of the Mu family would be entirely ruined due to her kidnapping." Kwang Yi clenched his fists, battling the urge to strike. "Enough with the nonsense. Just take the money and release Wan. If she loses even a finger, I assure you, you won't leave this city alive." Kwang Dachung sighed. "This may very well be our last meeting. After all, you were my son for over a decade. I'd like to reminisce a bit." Kwang Yi's disgust was palpable. "There is nothing to reminisce about with you." Kwang Dachung studied Kwang Yi, then suddenly smiled, tugging at the ropes binding Mu onto the chair, causing it to scrape across the floor and instilling panic in Kwang Yi. "What are you doing? I want you to speak to me with the proper respect." Kwang Yi understood he could not provoke this beast. Wan was still in his grasp, but taking a deep breath, he said, "Kwang Dachung, the money is here. You've escaped from prison. The police will soon issue a wanted notice. Wasting time here is futile." Kwang Dachung's eyes flickered, but he didn't relent. Instead, he turned to Muon. "Miss Mu, what do you see in this little brat? A dropout who didn't even finish high school, a good-for-nothing who smokes, fights, and drinks. A disobedient son. Despite my years of raising him, he only wanted to extort money from me and even attack me with a baseball bat, after running away from the underground gambling den. I had no choice but to sell his mother. She cared for him so much, protecting him since childhood, even saving money for his schooling by collecting bottles, yet he fled and never returned home. Such a cold-hearted and ungrateful person. Are you not afraid of ruining your life by being with someone like him?" Kwang Yi felt his temper rising, the veins on his forehead bulging. He could barely restrain himself from rushing over to cover Muon's ears. "That bastard, how dare he let Muon hear such filthy words." Chapter 74. Kwang Yi's passed, but Muon felt a sharp pang in her chest, just from Kwang Dachung's words. She could tell how much suffering Kwang Yi had endured in the past. Seeing Kwang Yi's eyes redden with rage, she coldly replied, "What are you trying to convey with these words? Did I not know his past before choosing to be with him? Since I am engaged to him, I am prepared to walk alongside him for a lifetime. Spare me your divisive remarks. Furthermore, all of his hardships, one after another, were caused by you. What right do you have to condemn him?" Kwang Dachung's expression darkened as he regarded Muon, seemingly taken aback by her stubbornness. Realizing he was wasting too much time, he commanded Kwang Yi, "Step back. If the money checks out, I'll let her go." Kwang Yi looked at Muon with concern. Complying with his words, Kwang Dachung opened the snakeskin bag, revealing it filled with cash, a smile spreading across his face. "At least you're somewhat sensible." He held the bag in one hand and tugged on the rope, only releasing it when it had no more length, then quickly fled the scene. Kwang Yi rushed over to untie Muon, his hands trembling with fear. Wan, are you alright? Are you hurt? Were you scared? I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." "Aye, I'm fine." Muon grasped his trembling hand, soothing him gently, then glanced in the direction Kwang Dachung had departed. "Let us call the police quickly. We can't let Kwang Dachung escape." Just as she finished speaking, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. Looking down, she saw the abandoned building surrounded by police cars, even a fully equipped SWAT team. "I informed my uncle immediately," Kwang Yi said. He could never prioritize his own desires over Muon's safety. "Kwang Yi, you little bastard, you actually called the police." Just moments after fleeing downstairs, Kwang Dachung rushed back in a fit of rage, clutching the snakeskin bag filled with money. Upon catching sight of him, Kwang Yi felt a surge of wrath ignite within his heart, his face contorted with fury as he charged towards him. "Kwang Dachung, you beast!" In an instant, the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. However, Kwang Dachung, being of advanced age, was no match for Kwang Yi, who swiftly gained the upper hand, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Each brutal blow struck Kwang Dachung's repugnant visage with unrelenting ferocity. The mere thought that Wan could have plummeted from the 6th floor due to a moment's carelessness sent shivers through Kwang Yi's entire being, leaving him breathless. The root of all his torment was this wretched man who had ruined his life. Sometimes, Kwang Yi would ponder the possibility that had he not exchanged places with Kwang Shuyu, he would not be mired in such filth. No one would dare call him a delinquent, nor would they compare him unfavorably to Kwang Shuyu. He would have treated Muon with utmost tenderness, nurturing her like a delicate flower, unlike that scoundrel Kwang Shuyu, who brought her sorrow. If it weren't for you gambling away my tuition, I would not have been compelled to drop out of high school. If you hadn't sold me to an underground casino, I wouldn't have nearly lost my life at the hands of others. I should have ended your life. I should have done it 5 years ago, in that deserted alley when you told me you sold my foster mother to the mountains. Kwang Dachung, you vile creature, you do not deserve to exist in this world. May you descend into hell." Just as Muon was about to intervene and persuade Kwang Yi to cease his assault, her footsteps faltered. In a flash of realization, those words echoed a scene from her memory. Her pupils constricted to pinpoints as she gazed at Kwang Yi in astonishment. Could it be that the moment he referred to as their second encounter was indeed that time, 5 years ago, at Hu Chengyi Zhong? The sky was dreary and overcast, and Mu Wan was in a foul mood. Not wanting to wait for the driver to fetch her, she left the school alone. That scoundrel Kwang Shuyu, fully aware that a girl in their class harbored feelings for her, continued to act obliviously, provoking the others to tease her incessantly. Did he ever take their engagement seriously? Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the alley beside the school. Mu1 faintly heard phrases like "I'll kill you, you little brat." The sky darkened, and the surroundings felt eerily desolate. An inexplicable chill crept over her, and she tightened her grip on her backpack, hastening her departure. In the dim alley, Kwang Daqiang hurled the malnourished Kwang Yi, who had yet to attain the strength he would possess 5 years hence, violently against the wall. "You little brat, do you think running to S City would absolve you? Let me tell you. As long as I am your father, there is no escape." Reporting a minor missing person, the police would soon locate him. "You've been doing well in S City these past 3 years. I hear you've been winning quite a bit at that game. They even pay you at the internet CAF. How much is it? Hand it over." Kwang Yi, bloodied and bruised, glared at him with eyes as fierce as a wolf. Refusing to yield, he spat blood onto Kwang Daqiang's face. "If you have the ability to kill me, not a single cent will I part with." The Kwang Daqiang retaliated with a slap that left Kwang Yi's ears ringing. "I've inquired about you. You've been scrimping and saving, hoping to gather money for high school, right? You even aspire to attend Hu Chengyi Zhong. Do you think you're worthy? You are my son, destined to achieve nothing in life." He began to rummage through Kwang Yi's belongings. With nowhere to stay, Kwang Yi had sewn all his savings into the pocket of his hoodie. He resisted fiercely, but Kwang Daqiang eventually discovered the crumpled, worn-out bills, 2,000 in total, hard-earned over 3 years, a penny saved with each meager meal. "Well, look at you, 2,000. When I sold your mother, I barely got over 50,000. The gravity of those words momentarily stunned Kwang Yi, causing him to freeze. "What did you say? You sold whom?" Kwang Daqiang, dismissing Kwang Yi's sudden fury, continued, "I lost 100,000 gambling and had to offer you to the casino as collateral. When you ran away, they came after me for the money. It's your fault. If you hadn't escaped, she wouldn't have been sold off to the mountains as someone's wife, you beast." Kwang Yi's eyes burned with rage, his mind consumed by a singular thought: kill him, end the life of this man who had ruined both his existence and that of his foster mother. He slammed his head against Kwang Daqiang's, then seized a brick from the ground, striking Kwang Daqiang's head repeatedly. Kill him, then I will never have to see that loathsome face again. Prison matters not. A life ruined matters not. In that moment, Kwang Yi was devoid of reason, his fury overwhelming all rational thought and action. "Kwang Daqiang, you vile creature, do not deserve to inhabit this world. May you descend into hell." He raised the bloodied stone, poised to strike. Suddenly, a cautious female voice pierced through the air. "Stop bullying him. I have already called the police. Hitting someone will land you in jail." That voice was one Kwang Yi knew all too well. He looked at the unconscious Kwang Daqiang, his hatred undiminished yet tinged with conflict. To hit someone would lead to imprisonment. To kill would surely seal his fate as a murderer, forever barring him from friendship with Mu Wan. He recalled that she was studying at this school, which was why he had sought work at a nearby internet CAF. The very light that had rescued him in his darkest hour was Mu Wan. He did not wish to grasp it, he merely yearned to draw nearer to her warmth. Silent tears streamed down his face as he reclaimed the bloodied money from Kwang Daqiang's grasp. Returning it to his pocket. He could not kill him. If he became tainted, he could no longer draw warmth from that light. A yi, Mu Wan wrapped her arms around the furious Kwang Yi from behind. "Stop, the police have arrived." Kwang Yi's crimson gaze softened slightly upon noticing her hand at his waist, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Wan had seen it all, the dark, beastly sight he had so desperately concealed. "Wan, are you all right?" After Kwang Daqiang was taken away by the police, Mu Jianhua rushed in. He scrutinized Mu Wan from head to toe, only exhaling in relief upon confirming her safety. He then turned his attention to the downtrodden Kwang Yi, whose bandaged hand was seeping blood. "Xiaoyi, you did well this time. Thank you for protecting Wan." Yet Kwang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of shame, fully aware that all of this had stemmed from his actions. If it weren't for him, Wan would never have been in danger. "Uncle, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Mu Jianhua placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, choosing not to utter comforting platitudes, but instead addressed both of them seriously. "Starting tomorrow, you will both come to my place to learn how to protect yourselves. If someone knocks at your hotel door, you simply cannot open it. If a robber calls for you, you must not comply." Thankfully, this Kwang Daqiang was merely a thug without firearms. Otherwise, you both would not have escaped so easily. Mu recognized her own oversight in this incident. Having assumed that a high-end hotel within an amusement park would be entirely safe. "I understand, Dad." Mu Jianhua then turned to Kwang Yi, who, still mired in guilt, instinctively straightened at his gaze. "I understand, Uncle." Mu Jianhua nodded and then noticed the blood seeping through Kwang Yi's bandaged hand. "There is an ambulance downstairs. Let the medical staff tend to your wounds." The bag of money contained not only cash but also police listening devices. Mu Jianhua had heard everything Kwang Daqiang had said. He felt no resentment towards Kwang Yi for involving Wan Wan, rather, he understood the boy was a pitiful child, considering his sincere feelings for Wan Wan and the fact that she had emerged unscathed. He decided to let this incident slide, however. As for Kwang Dashan, Mu Janawa's eyes flashed with coldness. As Kwang Yi had said, such a beast had no right to exist in this world. The extortion of 10 million would be sufficient for a death sentence. Soon Wang Lan and Mu Yanxi received the news and hurried to the hospital, showering the two with concern. Once they confirmed that everything was alright, the tension in their hearts eased. Thank goodness, I'll go to the temple tomorrow to pray for your safety. The series of events, from sulfuric acid attacks to abductions, had been dreadfully unfortunate. Mu Janawa interjected. Military family should refrain from superstitious beliefs. Wang Lan, exasperated, chose to ignore him. Not long after, Kwang Xingran arrived, her face etched with worry. Wan Wan, are you alright? Brother, are you okay? Seeing her pale complexion, both shook their heads. Then, Kwang Xingran rolled up her sleeves. Where's that kidnapper? How dare he abduct my brother and my best friend? I'll make him pay. He's receiving treatment. Your brother has dealt him a considerable blow. Mu Wan quickly interjected. Dad just told me that Kwang Dashan has a concussion and probably numerous broken ribs. They'll need to take x-rays to be sure. Kwang Xingran turned to Kwang Yi, praising him. Brother, well done. Kwang Yi's emotions swirled within him, caught between laughter and tears as he responded to her praise. Wang Lan, noticing that only she had come, asked Xingran, where are your parents? Kwang Yi thought it strange that they had not shown up for such a significant event. Kwang Xingran hesitated briefly before replying, Dad is in a meeting, and Mom is traveling abroad. She probably won't return for a few days. Mu family. Wang Lan furrowed her brow, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on her face. However, it was not her place to interfere in the affairs of the Kwang family, so she merely advised Kwang Yi. You should not feel too much psychological pressure regarding this matter. It is Kwang Dachung's fault, not yours. Auntie can distinguish right from wrong. Recently, you should stay at the Mu family's villa with Wan Wan. Since your hand is injured and there are servants around, it will be more convenient for you. Kwang Yi felt warmth in his heart, replying, Thank you, Auntie. I will ensure that Wan Wan does not encounter such situations in the future. Wang Lan nodded and inquired about his hand. Kwang Yi shook his head, assuring her that it was nothing. Kwang Xingran observed the amiable interaction between the two. They seemed less like a son-in-law and mother-in-law and more like a mother and son. She sighed inwardly, thinking that this brother might as well stay. She had agreed to treat him as a younger brother. After all, in the Kwang family, he was unloved by his father and mother. Reflecting on the hardships Kwang Yi had endured and the apparent favoritism shown to Kwang Shuyu, Kwang Xingran felt a lingering discomfort. As she walked, she inadvertently stumbled, and someone behind her reached out to steady her. Turning around, she saw Mu Yanxi. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. His timely intervention suggested he had been watching over her closely. Approximately 2 days later, progress was made in the case of Kwang Daxiang. He had indeed escaped from prison. The prison where he had been held was an old facility with limited capacity, and the higher-ups intended to transfer a batch of inmates to a newly constructed facility. However, during transport, the police vehicle was struck by a drunk driver, resulting in an accident that provided him the opportunity to flee. Kwang Yi recalled the words Kwang Daxiang had suddenly spoken that day in the abandoned building and asked Mu Jianhua, Uncle, did the police inform Kwang Shuyu about his escape? Mu Jianhua glanced at him, his expression somewhat complicated. Yes, they did. Moreover, after Kwang Daxiang escaped, he even contacted Kwang Shuyu by phone, but Kwang Shuyu despises him. He said that because of Kwang Daxiang, he lost everything, even his fiancée, who ran away with you. Kwang Yi closed his eyes, feeling his suspicions confirmed. Kwang Daxiang's words were indeed intended to sow discord between him and Mu Wan. The irony was palpable. Kwang Daxiang, a gambler who had betrayed both his son and wife, still harbored a paternal heart, yet Kwang Shuyu, fully aware of Kwang Daxiang's escape and likely understanding the danger it posed to Kwang Yi, offered not a single word of warning. From another perspective, if Kwang Shuyu had not reminded Kwang Daxiang of Mu Wan's existence, he would never have thought to use her as leverage against Kwang Yi. A chill settled in Kwang Yi's heart. He did not care how Kwang Shuyu treated him, but he would never forgive him for putting Wan Wan in harm's way. He was not concerned about reputation. He was determined to ensure that Kwang Shuyu had nothing. Often, it was not that he did not fight, rather, it was because such things were not what he desired, and he could not be bothered to contest them. Fu Ziyuan, help me spread a message in our circle. Kwang Shuyu and Kwang Yi were not switched at the hospital, it was Kwang Shuyu's father who maliciously swapped them. Soon his phone buzzed with his friends' astonished reactions. What the hell? Is this true? Then did the Kwang family take him in as an adopted son, thinking they were getting a good deal? Kwang Ye's eyes darkened. Of course, it was true. For this was what his adoptive mother had told him the day before he was sold to the gambling den. Suddenly, Mu Wan entered from outside, her expression grave. Kwang Yi looked up to see the X-ray film sent from the hospital in her hand, and his heart immediately raced with alarm. Mu Wan's gaze was steely as she regarded him. The doctor informed me that your hand had been injured in the past and that you can no longer perform high-precision tasks. What happened? Kwang Yi considered concocting an excuse to brush it off, forcing a casual smile. Wan, it must be a misdiagnosis, the team doctor never mentioned this to me. But Mu Wan's eyes were fixed on his hand, which he had unconsciously clenched. Kwang Yi, I remember our second meeting. Kwang Yi's expression faltered, looking at Mu Wan and surprised you. How could you remember? We never actually met that day, you didn't even know it was me. You promised me 2 conditions. My first condition is that you tell me the truth. Chapter 77. Locking the door. Kwang Yi fell silent at once. He grasped Mu Wan's hand. Wan, I didn't mean to hide this from you. I just thought it was unnecessary to mention. Mu Wan found this absurd. She pulled her hand away from his, her tone unusually cold. I am your fiancé, the one who was meant to accompany you for life. You sustained such a serious injury to your hand, and you dare tell me it's unnecessary? Kwang Yi, in your envisioned future, is there even a place for me? Kwang Yi's heart constricted, pain flickering in his eyes as he replied hoarsely. Yes, of course, there is. How could my future not include you? I don't want to appear so helpless and useless in front of you. My biological parents never cared for me, and my adoptive father is a beast. Now, even my one proud career has suffered a devastating blow due to this old wrist injury. Wan, I can withstand ridicule and scorn from anyone, but I do not wish for you to witness my weakness. His pride would not allow it. His inner desolation would only amplify. The more time he spent with Mu Wan, the more he felt the disparity between them. Occasionally, a wave of pessimism would flicker through his mind. Was being with Wan truly good for her? Could he bring her happiness? Would they be together forever? Kwang Yi, what if I lost my hands? Suddenly, a thunderclap seemed to explode beside him. Kwang Yi's head snapped up, his eyes wide with fear as he looked at Mu Wan, his voice trembling. Wan, how could you lose your hands? You're a musician, you still need to play the violin. How could you possibly be without hands? If your hands are injured, we'll go to the hospital. We need to go right now. His expression turned pale, more terrified than when he learned he could no longer engage in high-intensity training. Mu Wan grasped his wrist, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Kwang Yi, your feelings right now are my feelings. We both understand what our hands represent to each other. You don't want to appear vulnerable in front of me. You have your pride and dignity, but do you know how painful it is for me to suddenly learn this? I would wonder if I am truly so unworthy of your trust. We are the closest of lovers. We should be each other's support, yet my lover seems not to need me. Kwang Yi, love is about sharing both joy and sorrow. If you only view me as your savior. Mu Wan's voice faltered, almost cruel in its difficulty as she continued, we cannot move forward. Kwang Yi felt as if a massive hammer had struck his head, leaving him in a void, frozen in place. Wan, are you saying you want to break up with me? No. Wan, transparent tears began to fall from his eyes. He embraced Mu Wan tightly, kissing her desperately and chaotically. She resisted but was caught by his soft, insistent lips. The panic of losing Mu Wan cleared away all his chaotic thoughts. All he wanted was to feel her presence urgently. In truth, Mu Wan had never considered breaking up, she merely wished to provoke Kwang Yi, to ensure he would not dare to conceal such significant matters again. Yet, she had not anticipated him to kiss her suddenly, just as she was about to push him away to have a proper conversation. She tasted the salt of tears on her lips, and her heart softened instantly. Never mind, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved in bed between a couple. She wrapped her arms around his neck, responding fervently. Kwang Yi paused for a moment, then a determined glint crossed his face. He slipped his hands beneath her shirt, leaning down to unfasten the buttons of her chiffon blouse. Mu Wan acquiesced to his actions, but considering they were not in an apartment and her parents were still at home, she whispered in a breathy tone, lock the door. Her parents and brother generally would not enter her room without knocking. But what if, okay, hold me. Kwang Yi's voice was hoarse and restrained as he lifted her, heading towards the door. Mu Wan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs tightening around his firm waist. Click, the door locked. Kwang Yi kissed Mu Wan's collarbone, gently nibbling, desire swirling in his eyes. Sister, you're doing great. Once Mu Wan landed back on the bed, Kwang Yi quickly pressed his body down upon hers. They embraced passionately, their clothes falling haphazardly across the bed. Just as they were on the brink of taking the final step, Mu Wan suddenly remembered something. Wait, we don't have a condom. She certainly did not wish to accidentally have a child so young. To her astonishment, Kwang Yi rummaged through his pocket and produced one. Mu Wan was momentarily dumbfounded, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could you, who carries a condom around? Kwang Yi tore it open with his teeth. I packed it in my luggage when I brought it to the villa. I placed one in every pocket, just in case, since young couples might have unexpected moments. Mu Wan, suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and she involuntarily gasped, but there was no time to contemplate further. The curtains blocked out the light so well that even during the day, the room remained dim, yet this did not erase the sense of shame that accompanied their midday debauchery. Their silhouettes intertwined, countless breaths stifled in each other's ears, more intense than the reckless abandon they had experienced in the apartment. Chapter 78. The past. After everything concluded, nearly 2 hours had passed. The two lay entwined on the bed, drenched in sweat. Kwang Yi gently brushed his lover's damp hair off her forehead and, with a tinge of guilt, inquired, shall I carry you to the shower? He had long yearned to provide Wan with a flawless first experience, but unexpectedly lost control, disregarding time, and placed. Muan's brow was furrowed with fatigue, and she shot Kuan Yi a reproachful glance. Now you feel guilty. When I told you to stop, you didn't listen. She assumed a businesslike demeanor, still not entirely placated. Upon hearing Muan declare their relationship irreparable, Kuan Yi's heart sank, realizing that no matter the cost to his pride, life without Muan was unbearable. He decided to speak candidly. 4 years ago, I suffered from wrist tenosynovitis and ligament damage, which sidelined me for a time. Fortunately, after treatment, I returned to the field. After this recent flare-up, I immediately contacted the doctor who treated me before. He advised me to retire, otherwise, continuing could jeopardize my daily life. Muan grasped Kuan Yi's hand, her tone tinged with melancholy. Haven't you consulted other doctors? Kuan Yi replied, I have, and their conclusions were largely the same. Muan felt misled by information from a past life. In her previous existence, Kuan Yi had reached the global finals, leading her to assume his hands would remain unscathed. Yet, given Kuan Yi's passion for HW, it was conceivable he would compete despite injury. What are your plans now? Kuan Yi firmly clasped Muan's hand. In return, retirement is not an option. We have yet to find a new jungler for ST. And the autumn season is ongoing. He placed his soft hand against his lips and kissed it gently. Moreover, I have yet to present my fiancée Yi with a global championship. Muan playfully poked his nose. Stop using me as an excuse. You simply want to win. Kuan Yi nodded in agreement. That is certainly part of it, but equally, I aspire to raise the 5-starred red flag on the HW podium. To ensure no one looks down upon me again, electronic sports can also bring glory to the nation. He was not merely a wayward rich heir. Muan leaned against his broad chest. Then tomorrow let us visit the hospital to check on your hand. Kuan Yi agreed with a slight nod before cautiously asking, Wan, when you mentioned knowing about our second meeting, what did you mean? He had proposed that wager, confident of victory, thus playfully teasing Muan. Recalling that day, Muan recounted, I was walking home when I heard a commotion in the alley, thinking it might be bullying. I felt frightened and tried to walk away, but the noise was too loud. I feared for the victim's safety and ran back to shout. It was eerily quiet then, but I distinctly heard you curse Quan De Chang. When you confronted him in the abandoned building, you said the same thing, which jogged my memory. Kuan Yi was taken aback by this revelation and gently rubbed his chin against her head. Then what is the other condition? What do you want me to do? Muan pondered for a moment before stating, I want you to tell me about your past. I don't wish to learn about you from others. Kuan Yi tightened his embrace around Muan. You need not impose conditions on this matter. You are the one I have chosen for life, and you deserve to know everything. He then revealed his past to Muan, including his childhood experiences in a black casino and the events of that fateful day in the alley. Wan, if you saved my life at 15, then 5 years ago, you saved my very existence. Had I impulsively killed Quan De Chang, I would have never been able to pursue a professional career, nor could I have been with you. Thank you for saving me twice. At that moment, Muan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, relieved that her acts of kindness had allowed such a remarkable Kuan Yi to enter her life. Kuan Yi continued, after the altercation with Quan De Chang, I immediately returned to my hometown only to discover that my foster mother had indeed been sold. She had opposed Quan De Chang's plans to sell me, but ultimately could not prevent it. So she discreetly revealed the truth about my origins and urged me to escape and seek out my biological parents, advising me never to return home. A pang of shame washed over him as he realized he had never gone back. Leaving her alone, Muan recalled Kuan Yi's visit to the Quan family villa at 15 and hesitantly asked, so your compassion for Quan Shuyu stemmed largely from your feelings for your foster mother? Kuan Yi confirmed, Quan Shuyu is the biological son of my foster mother. I had escaped and wished to prevent him from entering that hell, but little did I know he was just as wretched as his father. And then what? Did you report Quan De Chang to the police? Muan inquired further. Kuan Yi nodded. Yes, I did. At that time, society was not as stable as it is now. The underworld was rampant in my hometown. And that black casino was one of many. When I reported it in S City, the police took it seriously, but Quan De Chang likely received a tip-off and vanished. I knew he would eventually seek me out, as he was desperate for money and wanted me to retract my report, unaware that criminal charges cannot simply be rescinded. That day, he finally confronted me. I beat him nearly to death with a baseball bat before calling the police. He eventually revealed the whereabouts of my foster mother, but by the time the authorities arrived, it was too late. Kuan Yi closed his eyes, suppressing the fiery emotions within. In that room, the two embraced tightly. Grappling with their sorrow, after a moment, Muan asked, where is she buried? Shall we visit her tomorrow? Thinking of his foster mother's tragic fate, a flicker of anger and sadness crossed Kuan Yi's eyes. I brought her ashes back from the mountains, but neither the Quan family nor her biological family was willing to take responsibility. I buried her ashes in a cemetery in S City. Muan furrowed her brow. As for the Quan family, that's forgivable, but why did her biological family not step in? It dawned on her that had her family supported her, Kuan Yi's foster mother would not have suffered such abuse without intervention. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Wan, Xiaoyi, dinner is ready. Startled, Mu quickly feigned a loud yawn, pretending to awaken. Alright, we're coming down. Once the footsteps receded, they hastily rose from the bed. Kuan Yi glanced at the marks on Muwan's skin, feeling a pang of guilt. Wan, shall we take a shower? Muwan's cheeks flushed. Of course. Without further hesitation, they dashed into the ensuite bathroom for a quick shower. While getting dressed, Muwan suddenly had an idea and tossed Kuan Yi a wrinkled shirt. You wear this while I change. Don't put on anything else. If we both change at the same time, anyone would know what we've been up to. Though their actions were perfectly natural, Muwan wanted to save face in front of her parents and brother. Kuan Yi examined the crumpled shirt and thought it might be more conspicuous than changing clothes. Is there a hairdryer in the bathroom? He asked. Muwan nodded. Yes. He then wet his clothes, dried them, and donned them once they appeared less disheveled. By the time they opened the door, 15 minutes had passed. Wang Lan questioned their tardiness, and Muwan offered the excuse of having taken time to change Kuan Yi's bandages, and neither Mu Jianhua nor Wang Lan suspected anything amiss. As Mu Yanci cast a glance at the damp patches on Kuan Yi's pants. He chuckled inwardly. The following day, Muwan and Kuan Yi first visited the cemetery to pay tribute to his foster mother. The gravestone bore a photograph of a woman with 2 braided pigtails and a bright, innocent smile. Her name was Cui Fanghua. This was a photo from her school days, a time when she had the opportunity to attend university but had to drop out and marry due to her family's preference for sons. Muwan placed a carefully chosen bouquet of sunflowers at the base of the gravestone. May your next life be radiant and brilliant. She believed in reincarnation and hoped that such a kind soul would never again encounter a wretched creature like Quan De Chang. After leaving the cemetery, Muwan took Kuan Yi to the finest orthopedic hospital. The diagnosis aligned closely with what Kuan Yi had previously informed her. Feeling disheartened, Muwan's spirits lifted slightly when Kuan Yi squeezed her hand, playfully lifting her chin to form a smile on her face. Don't be upset. As long as I follow the therapy regimen, my hand will be fine after this global competition. Where would you like to go for fun? I'll accompany you. Although Muwan's mood remained subdued, she realized that wallowing in despair would not yield any results. She resolved to discreetly ask her brother if he could help her find a better doctor. She needed to try, only then would she feel at ease. Let us go see a classical music performance. I've wanted to go with you for a while. Sure. Muwan took Kuan Yi to an Aran Philharmonic concert. Despite the first violinist, Qin Xingxuan, being apprehended, it did not in any way diminish the orchestra's outstanding performance. Watching the new faces in the orchestra, Muwan thought, the competition for violinists is fierce. It's only been a month. Yet they already found someone to take over the first chair. Yet, it made sense. In the realm of classical music in the country, the number of renowned orchestras could be counted on one hand. While the number of individuals studying classical instruments was vast, the demand for positions far exceeded the supply. After enjoying the concert, the couple returned to the villa, where they found Mu Jianhua seated on the sofa. Upon seeing them enter, he waved eagerly. You have returned. Come, take a seat. The two, perplexed, complied obediently and sat down just as they anticipated that Mu Jianhua was about to discuss some serious matter with them. He instead placed the remote control into Kuan Yi's palm, gesturing towards the LCD television while earnestly instructing them, finish watching before going to bed. I will conduct a review tomorrow. The two exchanged bewildered glances. After Mu Jianhua departed, Kuan Yi resumed the paused screen, and the childish yet earnest voice of a young boy echoed throughout the living room. Children, today I will teach you how to protect your safety. If someone knocks on the door while your parents are away, do not open it. If an unfamiliar number calls asking for money, hang up immediately. Kuan Yi and Muwan wore identical expressions of stupefaction. Wait, Uncle Dad, are you serious? After enduring half an hour of elementary school safety education, the two returned to their room, speechless yet amused. Wang Lan was not like Mu Yanci, that old-fashioned figure. Kuan Yi and Muwan were an engaged couple with a solid relationship. Hence a room was prepared for them. Uncle mentioned he would check again tomorrow. Could he really be serious? Kuan Yi was not afraid of failing to answer but felt it was rather embarrassing to be quizzed on such matters like a schoolboy. Muwan considered her father's character, estimating a 90% chance he would indeed follow through. The remaining 10% was due to the team's busy schedule, which could mean he would not be home tomorrow. After showering and lying on the bed, Muwan scrolled through her phone, browsing Weibo and Douyin. Ever since she was labeled as the girlfriend of the wild god, her follower count had skyrocketed, now reaching several 100,000. However, aside from clarifying the situation with Olan, she had not posted any updates. Noticing a notification indicating over 99 private messages, she clicked in, and most inquiries pertained to why Kuan Yi had not been playing in recent ST matches. She quickly searched for ST's latest performance records and sighed with relief upon discovering a string of victories. Hasn't your Weibo or ST's official account mentioned the reason for your suspension? Why are they all asking me? Kuan Yi glanced over and saw her phone screen. No, it's just a 10-day break. As for my hand injury, that's classified information. The team members haven't disclosed it to avoid affecting morale or sponsorship. Typically, professional teams have a first and second squad. The first squad comprises the main players, while the second serves as substitutes. If a first team player encounters an accident, the second team fills in occasionally against weaker opponents. The second team may also be deployed to conserve strength and strategy, therefore, there is no need for a special explanation. Mu1 nodded and continued browsing Olan's Weibo. She found a harmonious atmosphere, with only a few people questioning why he had stopped streaming recently. Olan's contract with Xingchen lacked a guaranteed streaming clause, so his hiatus was inconsequential. If Olan could remain with SA, the viewers would surely be taken aback to see him become a professional player. Mu1 remarked to Kwang Yi, who replied, ST's streaming contract is also with Xingchen. When he officially announces his streaming date, he will undoubtedly receive a plethora of gifts. Mu1 scoffed, you're so mercenary. Kwang Yi pinched her nose, I'm being pragmatic. The better the response, the more likely he is to secure endorsements, which are quite lucrative. Muwan raised an eyebrow, then why haven't I seen any of your endorsements? Kwang Yi scoffed, the old man from the Kwang family has likely warned the industry to avoid embarrassment. Muwan responded, he's truly devious. Kwang Yi nodded solemnly. Indeed, however, he himself has never particularly enjoyed taking endorsements. Since becoming a professional player, I have never lacked for money. As they chatted casually just as Muwan began to feel drowsy, a message suddenly came through on her WeChat. Miss Mu, the situation with Zhuxing has been resolved. Li Yu wishes to meet you, will you see her? The phone number that Muwan had previously left on Li Yu's phone belonged to one of the lawyers from the Mu Yun law firm. She had already informed her brother about it. She quickly searched for Zhuxing on Baidu and discovered it was trending. Clicking in revealed a recording exposing illicit dealings. Li Yu, Mr. Wang has taken a liking to you. Please tidy yourself and go to the hotel tonight. Here's the room key. I don't want to go. Li Yu, I made it very clear earlier, either accompany the sponsor or be blacklisted. You wouldn't want 10 years of your life to be wasted, would you? What you're doing is a crime. A crime? What you consent to is not a crime. Zhuxing has engaged in such practices more than once. If you wish to challenge the establishment, consider your own capabilities. The recording succinctly unveiled Zhuxing's malfeasance. In the related searches, other musicians from Zhuxing came forward to disclose their experiences. Suddenly Zhuxing was vilified, becoming the target of public outrage. With public support and the recordings backing, Li Yu, with the assistance of Muyun's lawyers, successfully terminated her contract, liberating herself from that parasitic confinement. What does she want to see me for? It should be to express her gratitude. If Miss Mu is unwilling, I can assist in declining. Muwan pondered for a moment and replied, I am willing to meet. Let us arrange it for tomorrow. The following day, as Kwang Yi anxiously contemplated how to face Mu Jianawa's inspection, he noticed Muwan preparing to leave. Where are you going, Wan? Muwan tousled her hair, stood on her tiptoes, and gave Kwang Yi a peck on the cheek. I have some matters to attend to today. Please assist me with my fatherly fighting. Kwang Yi exclaimed, bewildered. Wait for me. Take me with you. Upon arriving at the agreed location with Li Yu, Muwan found her already present. Liu donned a black satin blouse paired with a khaki trench coat, sunglasses, and striking red lips, exuding an air of sophistication. Hello, I am Muwan. I heard from lawyer Zhou that you wished to meet me. Muwan seated herself opposite Li Yu and initiated the conversation. Liu removed her sunglasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Upon recognizing Muwan, her eyes widened in surprise, seemingly taken aback that the person aiding her was so young. However, she quickly composed herself, standing to bow deeply to Muwan. Miss Mu, I have only one purpose in meeting you, to express my gratitude. At that moment, Li Yu had been cornered, and without that unexpected message, she truly did not know what choice she would have made. Muwan felt Li Yu's gratitude was a bit excessive and hurriedly helped her up, only to hear Li Yu earnestly inquire, Miss Mu, what do you wish for me to do? I will certainly assist in any way I can. Muwan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. You believe I am helping you so that you will work for me? Li Yu was equally astonished. If not, why would you help me without reason? You must know that Muyun's law firm is notoriously expensive. Had it not been for your intervention, even if I revealed the recording, it would have been as futile as trying to challenge a giant. She gazed intently at Muwan, then murmured, could it be that you are after me personally? Are you planning to establish a classical music agency? Muwan hesitated, pondering whether to admit that it was merely a whim. However, Li Yu's words sparked an idea. She had previously mentioned wanting to find a job but was reluctant to join an agency, especially with the Paganini competition looming. Why not start her own agency? Seeing Muwan lost in thought, Li Yu assumed she had misspoken and grew somewhat anxious. Miss Mu, Muwan came to her senses, realizing the potential in this venture, and asked Li Yu, are you currently in contact with other agencies? Li Yu shook her head, a trace of bitterness appearing on her face. While I am in the right. After the recording incident, who would want to sign a musician from a backstabbing company? Muwan's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Although Zhuxing was not a top-tier agency, it was capable of forming its own symphony orchestra. indicating a certain level of strength. Liu's reputation may not have been stellar, but she was destined to become the first chair violinist in 2 years. If Mu Wan were to sign her now. Miss Li, I am indeed interested in establishing a management company. If you are willing, would you consider joining me? Liu's expression brightened with astonishment. Establishing, Mu Wan smiled confidently, showing no signs of hesitation about recruiting staff before the company was even launched. Yes, you will be my first signed musician. Until we secure a working relationship, I can offer you a guaranteed salary. Liu inquired. How much is the salary? Given her current lack of employment, she could not afford to remain idle. Earning a guaranteed salary was certainly better than nothing. Mu Wan quoted a figure, causing Liu's eyes to widen as she suddenly grasped Mu Wan's hand. Boss, when do we sign the contract? Mu Wan chuckled. Sister, your persona is crumbling. I will call lawyer Joe to draft the contract, and you may also find a lawyer of your own to avoid suffering the same losses as Zhuoxing. Zhuoxing manipulates artists through oppressive clauses in their contracts, binding them for 10 years and prohibiting them from participating in competitions or accepting jobs independently. Liu smiled slightly. I trust you. If you were truly intending to deceive me, you wouldn't have gone through the trouble of rescuing me from Zhuoxing. Mu Wan raised an eyebrow. Then I appreciate your trust. Soon lawyer Joe arrived at their location, drafting the contract according to Mu Wan's specifications. Miss Li, shall we start with a 1-year contract? Is that acceptable? Mu Wan asked, to which Liu responded in astonishment. Just 1 year. In general, musicians typically sign contracts starting at 3 years. After all, musicians are essentially artists. And as their fame grows, so does their earning potential. If she were to switch companies after just a year, it would render Mu Wan's efforts futile. Mu Wan emphasizes honesty and transparency. As this is my first time establishing a management company. Its lifespan is uncertain. Should it falter, I wouldn't want to waste too much of your time. Liu contemplates the guaranteed salary offered by the other party and realizes that for a wealthy second-generation individual, this is merely a casual endeavor. Although the future of the company may seem somewhat bleak, it serves as a way to repay Mu Wan's kindness, and the salary offered is indeed quite generous. After signing 2 copies of the contract, Zhou Lu reminds Miss Mu, since your company is not yet established, this is a personal employment contract. I suggest you draft a corporate contract later. Mu Wan nods and smiles at him. Zhou Lu, do you know how to register the company? Oh, Zhou Lu adjusts his glasses, showing a modicum of understanding. Thus, Mu Wan takes the opportunity to ask, then I'll entrust this to you, and I'll have my brother consider a raise for you. Zhou Lu, previously, he was one of the lawyers handling the Olan case. The once esteemed Mu Yun legal advisor is on the verge of becoming the personal assistant of the boss's sister. Very well, Miss Mu, but it's alright. After all, the salary provided by the boss is sufficiently high. Moreover, the young lady is not difficult to cater to. She is gentle and charming, even treating him to coffee, which makes his life as a corporate worker quite pleasant. Chapter 82. The leader of the tour, Mu Wan and Liu exchanged WeChat contacts. Then, as the boss, she unhesitatingly issued her first directive to her employees: find an office building. Liu had long been prepared to tackle these trivial tasks and nodded, taking notes on Mu Wan's office requirements and budget. Upon returning home, Mu Wan eagerly shared this good news with Kuang Yi. Naturally, Kuang Yi wholeheartedly supported her endeavors and inquired if she had sufficient funds, offering to assist if needed. Mu Wan replied, I have my brother's supplementary card, but Zhou Lu mentioned that starting a management company can be quite costly, so I should inform him. Typically, expenses for clothing and such are trivial. However, in the realm of classical music, large instruments can easily cost several $100,000. It's best to keep her brother informed. Although starting a company was a spur-of-the-moment decision, Mu Wan still wished to excel. Being an adult, it wouldn't be appropriate to constantly ask her family for financial help. Kuang Yi, momentarily displeased, questioned why she wouldn't use his money. Mu Wan hesitated, feeling it was odd to use her boyfriend's funds, especially since they weren't married yet. Kuang Yi lifted Mu Wan's chin, his eyes sparkling with amusement. What about that 3 million you gave me in the car? Mu Wan, does that count as me being wealthy? Kuang Yi playfully flicked her forehead and teased her in a puppy-like tone. Sister, why are you so double-standard? It's alright for me to use your money, but not the other way around. He rummaged through his bag and produced a bank card, placing it in Mu Wan's palm. This is my salary card. Feel free to use it as you wish. Mu Wan, so easily relinquishing your salary card? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hesitated before ultimately placing the card back into her bag, realizing it was a testament to Kuang Yi's affection for her. If you give me your salary card, how will you manage your own expenses? I still have the 3 million pocket money you gave me. Mu Wan recalled the earlier scene where she had half-forced Kuang Yi to accept the 3 million. He must have been overjoyed then, but she playfully grabbed a pillow and tossed it at him. How can you still bring that up? Knowing I misunderstood you and not clarifying, Kuang Yi quickly embraced her, begging for forgiveness. Sister, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Mu Wan huffed. I want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Kuang Yi, now adept, replied, alright, I'll go make it for you. After that day, Muon became increasingly busy. As it was her first venture, she wanted to be hands-on. Although she wasn't short on money, her sense of achievement and fulfillment wasn't dictated by financial gain. However, after an extensive search, she still hadn't found a suitable office building. It wasn't merely about the price. There were countless companies in S-City, and prime locations had long been claimed given that it was a classical music management company. Having a concert hall was essential. To avoid disturbing the neighborhood, excellent soundproofing was also a must. Just these two requirements eliminated a vast number of office buildings in commercial centers, until one day Kwang Yi took Muon to a certain location. It was a commercial villa, spanning 2 floors. Upon entering the first floor, there was a reception area and a waiting room, leading into the office space and 3 meeting rooms. The second floor featured a spacious multimedia room of at least 300 square meters that could be converted into a small concert hall, with ample soundproofing. The location was exceptional, and it was conveniently close to the first concert hall, making it easy to rent venues for large events and transport instruments. Muon's eyes sparkled with delight. This villa perfectly matched her requirements in terms of both location and layout. This is a private villa that wasn't available for rent before. Luckily, I know the owner and inquired. He said it can be rented. Muon beamed with gratitude. Thank you. This location is truly wonderful. What's the monthly rent? Kwang Yi replied, 18,000. Given that commercial villas are generally much more expensive than residential ones, this price was quite reasonable, even somewhat cheap considering the villa's size and decor. Muon said, please contact the owner for me. Sure. He took out his phone and messaged the owner. My wife has taken a liking to your villa. Can we arrange a time to sign the contract? Boss, you're truly heartless. You didn't even come to see us when the company went public, yet now you want to occupy our new office. Didn't you say commercial villas weren't suitable for SU's operational model? Is this now acceptable? In any case, you're cruel. I'm free the day after tomorrow. I'd like to see who has captured our SU's boss's heart. Get lost. Muon felt anxious that the villa she had finally found might be snatched away. Noticing Kwang Yi hadn't looked up for a while, she nervously asked, is there an issue with the owner? Hearing his girlfriend speak, Kwang Yi immediately shut off his phone, dismissing any concerns. No, he said he is free the day after tomorrow. Muon's face lit up with joy. She then sent the company address to Liu to prevent her from continuing her search for a building. After carefully checking the villa's utilities, the time had nearly reached noon. The two of them locked up and exited the villa. Just a few steps away, Muon suddenly noticed 2 figures ahead dressed in shorts and flip-flops and asked Kwang Yi, don't those 2 look like your teammates? Kwang Yi grinned, an enigmatic smile on his face. Why don't you go see for yourself? Chapter 83, is there only one water cooler at your base? Muon felt he was up to no good and hurriedly pulled him along. To her surprise, it was indeed Xinlu and Jiang Shirshi. Both were taken aback to see Muon, with Xinlu being the first to speak. Sister Wan, what brings you here? Upon seeing Kwang Yi, Xinlu quickly connected the dots. Wait, you're here to visit the team with the captain? Right, come, I'll show you the meticulously arranged figurine area, Muon. Xinlu's remark held significant implications, and it took Muon a moment to comprehend, exclaiming in astonishment, your team is also here? Although she had previously sent flowers to Kwang Yi, she had copied the address online and had no real impression of it. Xinlu replied, what do you mean also? Our team has always been here. Muon looked up at Kwang Yi, who had his hands in his pockets, wearing a smug smile, surprised and delighted. This way, aside from being at home, they could visit each other at work, and perhaps he could even pick Muon up after work. Just thinking about it brought him joy. Muon playfully elbowed him. I knew you suddenly became so eager to help me find an office. Kwang Yi took her hand and placed it in his jacket pocket. Just tell me whether you're satisfied. Muon, wanting to avoid inflating his ego, turned her head away and said nothing. Deep down, she was indeed satisfied. Who wouldn't want to be closer to their beloved? Muon informed Xinlu about her plans to start a management company and that the office would be nearby. Xinlu promised to send a flower basket on the opening day and then invited Muon to tour the team. It is just around mealtime. Our SC team's chef is exceptional. Sister Wan, you should come. Muon, unable to resist Xinlu's enthusiasm and genuinely curious about Kwang Yi's working environment, agreed to join them. Upon arriving at the team, Kwang Yi guided Muon on a tour. In the first floor lounge, there was a gigantic figurine of a character from the HW game, remarkably lifelike, adorned with an ID that belonged to Kwang Yi. Sister Wan, this was given by fans when SC made it into the national top 10 last year. He proudly recounted how he had secured 5 Best Output awards with this character, showcasing it to the foreign critics who labeled their LPL team as amateurs. Seeing Muon taking photos of the model, Xinlu pushed Kwang Yi aside, eagerly seizing his moment to give a presentation. He excitedly led her to admire his figurine wall, explaining the arduous journey of acquiring each piece. Kwang Yi felt a vain throb on his temple, unable to contain himself. He pulled Xinlu's collar and playfully warned, go greet auntie, having an extra person for lunch means we can have more dishes. Xinlu, however, I have yet to finish my introduction. Zhang Shirshi abruptly pulled him away, stating that the boyfriend would introduce himself. And that there was no need for him to meddle, just comply and walk away. Kuang Yi, Zhang is indeed quite perceptive. He took over Xin Li's duties and continued to show Muwan around. The members of ST were dying of curiosity upon learning that Yixin's girlfriend had joined the team. They were eager to discover what she looked like, as the fleeting image that had appeared on Weibo remained an unsolved mystery. However, to rush over and look would be rather impolite. At that moment, a clever little rascal, with a cup in hand, headed to the water cooler in the living room. As he passed by Muwan and Kuang Yi, his eyes inadvertently flicked towards Muwan. Oh my, she is stunningly beautiful. After returning, the little rascal shared the news. This not only failed to quell everyone's curiosity but rather intensified their eagerness. Just how beautiful could she be? The group exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously picking up water cups from the table. Consequently, Muwan and Kuang Yi noticed a throng of individuals passing by them, all heading straight for the water cooler. Muwan hesitated. Is there only one water cooler in your base? Kuang Yi, these little rascals truly know how to embarrass me. After touring the team, Kuang Yi took her to the cafeteria for a meal. The SC base was not comparable to large companies with hundreds of employees. The entire base had fewer than 100 people, thus, the cafeteria was merely a larger dining hall. By now, the other official team members had arrived. After exchanging greetings, Muwan sampled the food and found it to be on par with that of any restaurant outside. Suddenly, she remembered something and smiled at everyone. I haven't had the chance to say this before, but on the day of my competition mishap, I am truly grateful for your assistance in procuring a backup piano. Thank you. Shinla felt a bit bashful being thanked so formally. There is no need to thank me. It was just a small effort, Zhang Yu added. The captain helps us a lot. When he first joined ST, he was unaccustomed and made slight mistakes, receiving a barrage of online criticism, thanks to Kuang Yi. He regained his composure. Sui Jin, during that competition, there was also an acid-throwing incident, but thankfully nothing serious occurred. Zhang Shirshi, it seems that any competitive arena is fraught with peril. Zhang Yu, indeed, I recall last year's competition when someone slipped laxatives into our captain's bottled water, after which the manager forbade us from drinking any water not within sight. Muwan looked at Kuang Yi with concern. Did that really happen? Kuang Yi patted her hand reassuringly. That's all in the past. The culprit was a die-hard fan from the opposing team. I noticed something was off with the first sip and immediately spit it out. Shinlu advised Muwan, Sister Wan, you should be cautious during competitions. Some individuals harbor ill intentions and are capable of anything. In any competitive sphere, such occurrences are common. For instance, a very famous singer was once silenced by poison. Muwan met the concerned gazes of everyone, her smile deepening. Alright, I will be careful. Chapter 84. Sister, we are returning to the villa tonight. After finishing their meal, the two departed the base and headed straight for a nearby cinema. With only a couple of days left of Kuang Yi's holiday, and Muwan's management company soon to be operational, both cherished their time together. After watching the movie, they strolled nearby without any particular destination, hand in hand relishing the gentle breeze on their faces. However, the weather took a turn for the worse. Just as they were halfway through their walk, dark clouds loomed, and heavy raindrops began to fall. Kuang Yi quickly pulled Muwan back to the car, though both were left with varying degrees of dampness. Muwan suggested, let's return to the apartment to change into dry clothes. The weather had already turned autumnal, and a cold now could linger for weeks. Kuang Yi nodded. I have a blanket in the back seat. I'll roll up the windows, and if you're uncomfortable in wet clothes you can change. The car Kuang Yi was driving had privacy glass. Muwan, feeling the discomfort of her soaked white sweater clinging to her, hesitated, knowing the trip back to the apartment would take half an hour. Ultimately, she decided to use the blanket, then focus on driving. To avoid being seen through the windshield, Muwan draped the blanket over the top of the front seats, creating a simple barrier. She then began to remove her wet sweater. Although Kuang Yi couldn't see her, he could deduce her actions from the rustling of fabric. His gaze darkened, and his throat constricted. Ever since that first intimate encounter in Muwan's room, they hadn't ventured into deeper intimacy again. Yet, the slightest hint of suggestive atmosphere could ignite a fervent desire. Kuang Yi inadvertently lifted his gaze, catching a glimpse of the scene in the rearview mirror. The sight of her removing her wet clothing, though quickly concealed by the blanket, was enough for him to catch a fleeting glimpse. His breath quickened. Kuang Yi hastily lowered his head, banishing any impure thoughts, and focused intently on driving. The car finally came to a steady stop in the apartment's basement. As it was a one-unit per floor system requiring a key card for access, they needn't worry about encountering others in the elevator. Kuang Yi used a plastic bag to gather Muwan's wet clothes, wrapping her up like a cocoon before lifting her into the elevator. Muwan, concerned that the surveillance in the elevator might expose them to the attendant, curled into a small ball, burying her head in the blanket and gripping its edge tightly. Soon, the elevator chimed open, and Muwan finally exhaled in relief. Kuang Yi unlocked the door with his fingerprint, and as soon as it closed, he eagerly lifted the blanket and pressed his lips to hers in a deep kiss. He had been yearning for this all the way home. Muwan, cradled in his arms, felt her body weaken, her delicate arms emerging from the dark blanket, clinging feebly to his clothing. Yi, let's shower first. Kwang Yi, still damp from the rain, and Muwan's hair was wet as well. After stealing a few more sweet kisses, he finally lifted his head and spoke, his voice hoarse, "I'll run a bath for you." Muwan nodded, expecting him to set her down. Instead, Kwang Yi carried her straight into the bathtub. He expertly balanced her in one arm while filling the tub with hot water. Muwan exclaimed. Suddenly, the air felt stifling. Tentatively, she suggested, "How about you let me down first?" But before she could finish her sentence, his tongue surged into her mouth once again. The bathroom had the air conditioning running, and he began to peel her from the blanket like an onion. Her skin, as smooth as cream, resembled a blank canvas, begging to be adorned with other colors. Kwang Yi's kisses traveled downwards, unimpeded by any fabric, his fingers skillfully caressing her body. Once the water was nearly filled, he slowly lowered Muwan into the bathtub. At that moment, her body was exquisitely sensitive. Even the gentle caress of warm water sent shivers coursing through her. Aye, Muwan bit her lip, her gaze shimmering with emotion as she looked at Kwang Yi. His body tightened further, his hand slipping into the water, disregarding his soaked sleeves, as he leaned closer to her ear. His voice a husky whisper, "Sister, shall we not return to the villa tonight?" Chapter 85. Splashes of water. Muwan felt her body grow weak and her head spin. Had Kwang Yi not been supporting her from below, she would have nearly slid down into the water. Meeting his fervent gaze, she raised her hand from the water and grasped the damp collar of his shirt, pulling down sharply. Instantly, the bathroom was filled with splashes as Kwang Yi was dragged into the bathtub. Fully understanding Muwan's answer, the tub was spacious, accommodating both of them comfortably. With affection glimmering in his eyes, Kwang Yi discarded one wet garment after another beside the tub. Before long, the water surged higher, waves cascading out of the tub, drowning out the secretive murmurs of their passion. That night, it was only natural that they did not return to the Mu family villa. After emerging from the bathroom, Kwang Yi helped Muwan dry her hair. They had intended to rest in the bedroom, but the allure became irresistible, leading them to embrace once more. Youthful vigor indeed. As Kwang Yi's holiday drew to a close and with Muwan's company based in the city, it was more convenient for them to stay in the apartment. Thus, they returned to the villa the next day to collect their belongings. Wan Lan, concerned about the dangers Muwan had faced, contemplated hiring a bodyguard for her. However, Muwan quickly declined. She wasn't accustomed to having someone constantly watching her. Wan Lan, not wanting to insist, instead returned to her room and brought out a bracelet for Muwan to wear. "Then please wear this, otherwise Mom and Dad will worry." The silver bracelet was flat, adorned with a four-leaf clover design, appearing like an ordinary silver piece at first glance. However, only the families of high-ranking military officers knew that this bracelet concealed a hidden secret. Muwan nodded. "All right, I want to take it off." On the last day of Kwang Yi's holiday, he took Muwan to sign the contract with the villa owner. Unfortunately, the owner had to leave for a business trip abroad at the last minute, necessitating a postponement of the signing. However, the owner had already sent over copies of the relevant documents, so it didn't hinder the processing of formalities on the Zhou Lu side. Muwan thought the owner was quite trusting, providing her with the property documents before signing the contract, seemingly unafraid of any potential misuse. "If I just up and leave, he would suffer a significant loss." Kwang Yi placed the freshly cut fruit onto the coffee table and forked a piece to feed her. "He is not worried. If you ran away, he would just have me take the blame." Muwan accepted the fruit with her mouth, realizing, right, he is your friend, so he must know you live there. At this moment, she was reaching out to designers online. Although most of the villa's decor would remain untouched, it was imperative to incorporate some elements related to music. Here are two designers I have in mind, both of whose styles I quite admire. Which one do you think would be the better choice?" Muwan turned her notebook screen towards Kwang Yi. The two designers represented two distinct styles, European and Chinese. Muwan leaned towards the European style, given that classical music predominantly features Western instruments, which might harmonize better with the overall aesthetic. However, the Chinese designer's past works were also commendable, and she was uncertain whether they would eventually recruit traditional Chinese musicians. Kwang Yi glanced at the designs and suggested, "If you're having difficulty making a decision, arrange meetings with both designers and have them present their proposals based on the villa. You can then select the one you favor and sign a contract." Muwan gasped softly. Is that really an option? She had never engaged in such work before. To put it bluntly, after her violin career faced setbacks in her previous life, she had merely been coasting along at home. Given her family's wealth, with virtually no social experience, Kwang Yi nodded affirmatively. "Of course, your villa is a substantial project. Just ask them to provide a rough sketch." Muwan's villa was a standalone mansion, and securing this commission would ensure the designer wouldn't need to work for 3 years. Moreover, such a significant project would undoubtedly enhance their portfolio. "Then I'll go ahead and send a private message to both designers now." After forwarding the villa's floor plan, both designers quickly responded with their agreement. Muwan then shared her contact information and scheduled a time for a site visit with them. Suddenly, Kwang Yi's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his biological mother, Zhou, prompting him to step aside to take the call. "Kwang Yi, find a time to come back. Recently, someone in the circle has been spreading rumors claiming that your swap was orchestrated by Shuyu's biological father, which tarnishes Shuyu's reputation. Shuyu is now the manager of the Kwang family and has even gotten engaged to a young lady from the Yuan family. You must publicly clarify this, do not allow others to belittle him. Kwang Yi's good mood evaporated in an instant. He hung up the phone and informed Mu Wan, who was seated on the sofa. Wan, there's a matter with the team. I need to make a call in your piano room. Believing it to be a team-related issue that required the captain's attention, Mu Wan nodded without suspicion. Alright, once inside the piano room, Kwang Yi shut the door and redialed Zhou Yun's number. As soon as it connected, Zhou Yun's voice came through, tinged with dissatisfaction and reproach. Why did you hang up just now? Are you unwilling to clarify things for Shuyu? Yes, I am unwilling. Kwang Yi's response was resolute as Zhou Yun's anger flared immediately. Why are you unwilling? Because the scoundrel you refer to as me. I am the one who spread those rumors. Chapter 86. Coward. Zhou Yun exploded on the other end of the line. What are you thinking, Kwang Yi? He is your brother. How can you slander his reputation like this? Kwang Yi retorted with a cold laugh. Mrs. Zhou, did you think you were carrying twins back then? Where would I have a brother? And whether I spread rumors or facts, you can simply ask his biological father in prison to find out the truth. Zhou Yun fell silent for a moment before finally responding. Even if this is the truth, so many years have passed, and Shuyu is innocent. Kwang Yi found it utterly redundant to return the call. Yes, he is innocent, and I am not. Is it my fault that I have endured beatings from his biological father for all these years? Mrs. Zhou, how did you react when the circle labeled me a rogue and a thug? You claimed it was true, yet it couldn't silence the tongues of others. Now, I return your words to you. The fact that Shuyu's biological father is a scoundrel is indeed the truth. And I refuse to tarnish my mouth clarifying it. Do not contact me again. I will no longer visit the Kwang family. Tell Shuyu that this is merely a warning if he allows Wan to suffer even the slightest harm again. I won't hesitate to turn his nightmares into reality and take everything from him. With a crisp click, Kwang Yi hung up the phone, dismissively muttering, coward, crying to mother over a few rumors. He had endured being framed for 5 years and was still living freely and easily. Occasionally, he could even practice his trash talk, displaying far superior mental fortitude than Shuyu. When Zhou Yun called again, Kwang Yi had already blocked her. Furious, she thought, this ungrateful child, I knew he wouldn't comply. She turned to the dejected Shuyu beside her and comforted him. Shuyu, don't worry, mother will always stand by your side. I won't take those rumors seriously. Shuyu shook his head. Mom, it's fine. Just don't let it affect your health. Seeing that he was still concerned for her well-being, Zhou Yun felt a surge of warmth. Indeed, her adopted son was far more considerate than her biological one. A glint of triumph flickered in Shuyu's eyes. Did Kwang Yi think that spreading those rumors could break him? He was mistaken. This would only solidify their parents' support for him. Just then, the sound of a car approached. Kwang Xingran, clad in a striking green spaghetti-strap dress and teetering on 8-centimeter heels, entered. His mom, I heard you want to host a banquet to clarify those rumors surrounding Shuyu. Zhou Yun's eyes darkened at the sight of Kwang Xingran's attire. What on earth are you wearing? And Shuyu is your brother. Show some respect and don't call him by his full name. Kwang Xingran shot a glance at Shuyu, who felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Indeed, Kwang Xingran proceeded to play an audio recording on her phone, featuring the voices of Kwang Daxiang and Kwang Xingran. Tell me, was it your intention to swap my brother and Shuyu? If you lie, I have ways to make you tell the truth. Recently, the people in prison have been beating me. It's all you're doing. Answer my question. It seems the lesson wasn't sufficient. The sound of furniture being moved echoed from the phone. And in the next moment, Kwang Daxiang's panicked voice emerged. Yes, it was my fault. I was working as a janitor at that private hospital when my wife and the Kwang family matriarch went into labor at the same time. I acted out of greed and stole the key to the nursery, secretly swapping the 2 children. I just wanted my son to enjoy a life of luxury. Please, don't let them torment me. I get beaten every night, and I can't sleep well. Just spare me. Following this, Kwang Daxiang's pitiful pleas filled the air. Shuyu's face turned pale as he stared at Kwang Xingran in shock. Unable to fathom that his sister would betray him like this, Kwang Xingran did not stop the recording, allowing it to play as background noise. Mom, when I first heard the rumors in the circle, my instinct was to investigate Kwang Daxiang. Do you know what kind of life my brother lived? At 12, he worked odd jobs to pay for school fees, and at 15, he was sold into a gambling den by Kwang Daxiang. After turning 15, he was all alone in City S, making a living by playing games in internet cafes. The competitive gaming we looked down upon was his only means of survival at that age. And what about Shuyu? He lived a life of luxury in the Kwang family, receiving the best education and love from his family. We often say that my brother is different from him. But given such vastly different environments, isn't it only natural that they would be dissimilar? But Zhou Yun's face drained of color as she realized she had never truly understood Kwang Yi's past. Yet even with her inner turmoil, she couldn't forget to defend Shuyu. But this has nothing to do with Shuyu. Do you know that Kwang Daxiang escaped from prison and kidnapped Wan to demand a ransom of 10 million? Chapter 87. A man cannot say no. Kwang Xingran's voice rose sharply. Shuyu had already received this information from the police but had not even warned his brother with a phone call. Moreover, he had spoken to Kwang Daxiang over the phone, inadvertently revealing that Wan Wan was his brother's fiancée, which led to her kidnapping. You returned from your trip abroad yesterday, yet you remained oblivious to this major issue concerning your brother. While you were eager to help clarify the rumors about Shuyu, this isn't favoritism. It shows you don't regard Shuyu as your biological son at all. Zhou Yun was left speechless by Kwang Xingran's accusations. She looked at Shuyu, her eyes filled with panic. Shuyu, is this true? Had she truly loved her adopted son more than her biological one, and was he really that despicable? Shuyu felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he shook his head. A look of confusion and sadness in his eyes, feeling a tinge of distrust. Mom, of course not. I thought the police would notify him as well, so I didn't call him. You know he has never liked me. He didn't even answer my calls before. As for the call from Kwang Daxiang, I indeed received it, but I thought it was a scam and hung up without any further communication. In fact, the day Kwang Daxiang called Shuyu happened to be the same day Kwang Xingran had argued with him that he had been in a foul mood, and upon hearing Kwang Daxiang's words, he had vented his frustration, but once he calmed down, he quickly deleted the call log and texted Kwang Daxiang to erase the records. The fact that Kwang Xingran had not obtained the recording meant that Kwang Daxiang had complied. He merely needed to deny everything. Zhou Yun's expression brightened significantly upon hearing his explanation as she looked at Kwang Xingran. Did you hear that? This has nothing to do with your brother Shuyu. Kwang Xingran's face turned pale, feeling a deep sense of betrayal. After everything she had said, her mother only sought to defend Shuyu. Had she ever considered how her brother felt when threatened? The events at the school have faded into obscurity, leaving no evidence behind. Even if she were to confess to mother, it is likely that she would remain incredulous. Thus, she turned off the recording and spoke plainly. Mother, while you may not wish to have Kwang Yi as your son, I still desire to keep this brother. She continued, if you hold a banquet to clarify this matter, I shall publish this recording online. Do not even think of letting my brother suffer unjustly. At that point, the Kwang family's reputation will be tarnished beyond the upper echelons of society. Zhou Yun, incensed by this threat, felt her face flush with anger. Before she could utter another word, Kwang Xingran had already left without a backward glance. In this toxic household, she could no longer endure even a moment. Kwang Xingran was not one to perform good deeds anonymously. As soon as he exited the Kwang residence, he sent the recording to Kwang Yi, summarizing the day's events. Brother, rest assured, if our parents do not stand by your side, I shall be your ally. I will not be deceived by that male green tea, Kwang Shuyu. I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding regarding you, and thank you for helping me eliminate a rotten peach blossom. Upon receiving Kwang Xingran's message, Kwang Yi felt the lingering gloom in his heart dissipate swiftly. Thanks to Zhou Yun, he had returned to the Kwang household solely to be near Mu Wan. Unaware that he would encounter such a delightful surprise, Wan Wan, I love you so dearly. Without any warning, Kwang Yi threw himself upon Mu Wan, showering her with affectionate kisses. Mu Wan likened his kisses to a golden retriever expressing joy to its owner. Pure and unadulterated, what splendid event has transpired to bring you such joy, Wan Wan? Had it not been for you, the misunderstanding between Xingran and me might have lingered indefinitely. This stroke of fortune is all thanks to you. Upon hearing this, Mu Wan raised her head with pride. You certainly owe me a debt of gratitude for this. You must treat me to a meal. Kwang Yi embraced her from behind, kissing her hair. Buddha jumps over the wall. I am quite adept at preparing that dish now. Mu Wan shook her head, turning back to meet Kwang Yi's sly-gazed. I desire boiled lettuce. Kwang Yi, you are raising the bar. Aren't you? Are you incapable? Kwang Yi. He draped a blanket over their heads and leaned in to kiss her lips. A man must never admit defeat. After lounging at home all day, Kwang Yi's holiday came to an end. The following morning, after preparing breakfast, he went to rouse the sweetly sleeping Mu Wan. Little lazy pig, it's time to rise. Did you not schedule a meeting with the designer this morning? Mu Wan, still drowsy, stretched her arms. Carry me. Kwang Yi complied effortlessly. Although his wrist was injured, his well-exercised arms lifted her with ease. Once she was wrapped in a thick robe, he cradled her down the stairs. Shall we eat first or brush our teeth? Mu Wan mumbled brush teeth. Thus, Kwang Yi carried her to the bathroom, handed her a toothbrush with toothpaste already applied, and once she began brushing her teeth, he headed to the kitchen to serve breakfast. After Mu Wan finished brushing and washing her face, she felt completely awake. Today's breakfast consisted of noodles. Upon taking a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Why is this so delicious? The broth for the boiled lettuce was simmered yesterday. Of course, it's delicious. Kwang Yi had indeed failed to prepare the boiled lettuce as intended, attributing the mishap to the quality of the lettuce itself. He resolved to personally purchase it from the market next time. Nevertheless, the broth, which he had perfected, was just right for the noodles. Mu Wan recalled the plethora of ingredients in the kitchen last night and deemed this breakfast quite extravagant. Chapter 88, Aye's birthday. After finishing breakfast, Mu Wan ascended to the second floor to change and apply makeup while Kwang Yi loaded the dishes into the dishwasher. They ultimately decided against hiring a cook, as Kwang Yi had been recuperating at the villa during his injury. Upon returning to their apartment, he would be able to reclaim his role as the family chef. However, both of them preferred to avoid dishwashing, thus they unanimously agreed to purchase a dishwasher approximately 20 minutes later. Muon took Kwang Yi's car to the fragrant flower mansion, the location of the ST base and her new company. Since the area was filled with commercial villas, each building was spaced apart for privacy, making it convenient for driving in. Fortunately, Muon's company was relatively close to the entrance, and after dropping her off, Kwang Yi said, "If you have time at noon, feel free to come to the team for a meal." I've spoken to the manager. Muon shook her head. "I'm unsure how long I'll be busy, and I might have lunch with Sister Liu." Kwang Yi nodded. "Alright." Muon watched as Kwang Yi's car turned towards the ST base. The SC base was particularly easy to locate, marked by a prominent artistic ST sign atop the roof. Looking around, nearly every villa had its own sign. Muon contemplated that once her company was renovated, she would like to create a sign as well. Soon Liu and the two designers arrived. It was Liu's first visit to the fragrant flower mansion, and to facilitate walking, she wore a casual outfit and styled her hair in a high ponytail. Upon seeing the luxurious mansion before her, her jaw nearly dropped, her voice trembling. Boss, is this the office building you found?" Muon nodded. "Indeed, it's perfectly located, and there's a small concert hall on the second floor." Liu, perhaps she had underestimated the extent of her boss's wealth. Considering the real estate prices in City S, the monthly rent for such a two-story villa would be no less than 200,000. The two designers were evidently excited as well. The fragrant flower mansion was renowned as a wealthy district in City S, with many large companies registered in its commercial villas. Securing this contract would significantly enhance their own value. The two introduced themselves to Muon, who shook their hands and shared her selective ideas with them. They expressed no dissatisfaction with her vision, as such arrangements were not uncommon in their industry. The larger the project, the more designers were typically involved. With only two of them, their chances of being selected were thus quite favorable. "Shall we enter the villa? Miss Mu, please share your renovation requirements." Alright, Muon led them into the villa, articulating her ideas. The designers took photographs and recorded notes with their voice recorders, keen to avoid missing any crucial details. Liu accompanied them as they explored the future office. Throughout the tour, she repeatedly exclaimed, "Wow, wow." Having previously worked at various opulent homes and events, she considered herself somewhat worldly, yet, at this moment, she felt dwarfed by the grandeur before her. Her previous experiences had led her to believe she understood wealth, but she realized her perspective was limited. The rent budget Muon had provided was 500,000, which she had assumed was annual. She thought it would be challenging to find a suitable office space in City S at that price. Now she suspected she had misunderstood. Perhaps her boss was quoting a monthly rental figure. Eager to secure this contract, the two designers promptly sent Muon the detailed design plans for the villa the very next evening. And they were not mere sketches but comprehensive designs. Initially, Muon had favored the European-style designer, yet she was taken aback by the captivating proposal from the designer specializing in Chinese style. Her design was not purely traditional, it embraced a new Chinese aesthetic centered around elegant ink wash themes, simplicity, and grandeur, employing reliefs and screens as decorative elements, imbuing the entire villa with an air of refinement. However, the European designer's proposal was equally impressive, opulent, and stately without sacrificing flamboyance. I still can't decide. Personally, I prefer the Chinese style, but the European one seems to resonate more with the essence of classical music. Kwang Yi examined both designs, refraining from declaring one superior to the other, and simply advised her, "Choose whichever you prefer. After all, this is your company." Muon blinked, realizing the wisdom in his words, even if it didn't align with the essence of classical music. What mattered most was that it resonated with her own character. "Then let us go with the new Chinese-style designer." She firmly made her decision and immediately contacted both designers, feeling a pang of guilt towards the European designer. She transferred 2,000 as a token of appreciation for their effort, knowing that such a large villa would have required a significant investment of time, though the European designer felt a sense of loss. The compensation was fair for the work put in, and they could only express hope for future collaborations. With the design finalized, Muon found herself busier than ever, visiting the villa almost daily to monitor progress and discuss renovation details. It was during this hectic period that Kwang Xingran called to inquire about how they would celebrate Kwang Ye's birthday, leaving her utterly bewildered. Ye's birthday, Chapter 89, The Pink Bag. Yes. His birthday falls on the same day as Kwang Shuyu's, at the end of next month. Muon tapped her forehead, realizing how busy she had been, causing her to forget. "Xingran, thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have been caught unprepared for a gift." Kwang Xingran replied, "Sigh, this is the first birthday I will celebrate for him since he returned, and I was hoping to discuss what gift we should get him." Having already gifted everything she could think of as apologies, she now found herself at a loss for what to give, regretting her previous generosity. Suddenly, a curious thought struck her. "Wan, have you and my brother used the gifts I sent you?" "How thrilling, Muon." She was taken aback. "What gifts are you talking about?" Kwang Xingran was stunned. "Has my brother not opened the gifts I sent?" Muon replied, "He opened them all the day he took them home. And he seemed quite pleased." Kwang Xingran, what was wrong with her brother? How could he have resisted using the lavish gifts she had prepared for him for so long? She subtly hinted to Muon, "Wan. There's a pink bag among that pile of gifts. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. It's a present for both you and your brother from me. Mu1, holding onto her curiosity, nodded in agreement, and after chatting for a few more moments with Kwang Xingran, she ended the call. Around 6 in the evening, Kwang Yi's car arrived punctually at the company entrance. Designer Zhang Ji informed Mu Wan, who was busy discussing the layout of the concert hall with the decorators, "Miss Mu, your boyfriend is here to pick you up." Turning around, Mu Wan indeed spotted the black Mercedes that Kwang Yi had driven that morning parked at the entrance. Not wanting him to wait too long, she quickly grabbed her bag and hurried outside. "Designer Zhang, you all should clock out as well. We can finish the rest tomorrow." Zhang Ji nodded. "Alright, I'll just wrap things up with the workers and then leave." At 32, Zhang Ji had made a name for herself in the industry, having previously handled several significant projects. However, she had never encountered a client as pleasant as Mu Wan. She never insisted on endless revisions, never proposed unrealistic ideas, nor did she pressure for expedited timelines to save costs. Undoubtedly, Mu Wan was the most delightful client Zhang Ji had encountered throughout her career. Upon entering the passenger seat, the black Mercedes swiftly departed from the bustling Huahua mansion. "We have a strategy discussion at ST tonight, so I might not be able to cook for you. Shall we dine at a private restaurant?" Kwang Yi inquired as he drove. Mu1 nodded, then shot him a glance. "If you have something on in the evenings, there's no need to pick me up. I can just take a cab home. It is not far, walking only takes half an hour." Kwang Yi turned his head to look at her, raising an eyebrow with a tender smile. "I can't bear to be apart from my sister for even a day. It makes my heart feel heavy. I need to take a breath in between to ease the longing." Mu1, is she some kind of special oxygen? After dinner, Kwang Yi escorted Mu1 back to her apartment. Before getting out of the car, Mu1 glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then tugged at the hem of Kwang Yi's shirt. Looking up, she boldly demanded a kiss, saying, "Didn't you say I need to take a breath to ease the longing?" Kwang Yi's grip on the steering wheel tightened immediately. His gaze darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he cupped Mu1's chin and kissed her deeply. After a while, their lips parted, strands of silver connecting them. Both breathing heavily, Kwang Yi gazed at Mu-Wan's flushed cheeks and glistening lips, almost succumbing to the urge to carry her upstairs and indulge in his desires. However, Mu-Wan had already playfully slipped away. She opened the door, exited the car, and winked at Kwang Yi through the window. "Stinky brother, make sure to get home early." With that, she swayed gracefully away, not looking back as she swiped her card to enter the elevator. Kwang Yi, this must be intentional. Of course, Mu-Wan was being deliberate. After all, this stinky brother of hers was like a ravenous wolf every night. It was time to discipline him properly to prevent him from becoming unruly. Having spent time at the renovation site, Mu-Wan inevitably got covered in construction dust. She retreated to her room to take a shower and wash her hair. Just as she finished drying her hair, she received a WeChat message from Liu, who sent her some photos of instruments to choose from. The orchestra recruitment was divided into two categories, those bringing their instruments and those not. Smaller instruments like violins and trumpets were typically brought by the musicians themselves, while larger items like pianos and harps were provided by the theater or the orchestra, although renting would be more economical. Mu-Wan, feeling financially extravagant, decided to purchase them herself. "Little boss, we could be a bit more economical at the start and not buy anything too expensive. We can upgrade once we start making profits?" Liu, while aware of Mu-Wan's wealth, was also concerned about wastefulness. After all, the talent agency was still not fully staffed, and the orchestra was yet to materialize. It would be a waste to buy instruments that would just gather dust. All right. Mu-Wan understood Liu's concerns. Rationally speaking, it was indeed unwise to purchase large instruments at this stage, yet, who could resist the impulse of having an entire symphony orchestra, furthermore, with large instruments? Even if the agency faced a temporary lull in work, renting out the concert hall on the second floor could still provide some income. At this moment, Mu-Wan was unaware that her extravagant decision would become one of the most significant highlights of her company's recruitment in the future. Chapter 90, Preparations for Opening. By the time Mu-Wan finished all her tasks, it was already 10 o'clock. Kwang Yi had yet to return. Suddenly she recalled the call with Kwang Xingran earlier in the afternoon. With a slight turn of her eyes, she stealthily tiptoed to the walk-in closet connected to her bedroom. She remembered that Kwang Yi had placed the items gifted by Kwang Xingran in the cabinet over here. After a thorough search, Mu-Wan finally located the pink bag mentioned by the other party. Eagerly, she opened it, only to feel her mind go blank in an instant. The bag was hastily closed. Warmth rising to her cheeks, that little girl, Kwang Xingran, how could she gift such intimate items as lingerie? And what's more, it was an angel and devil roleplay costume set. She was truly something else. Click, the sound of the door opening echoed from downstairs. In a flurry, Mu-Wan shoved the bag back into the cabinet, just as she stepped out of the closet and into the bedroom. She bumped into Kwang Yi, feeling a bit awkward. "You're back." Kwang Yi scooped Mu-Wan up and tossed her onto the soft bed. Mu-Wan felt dizzy, as if she had bounced on the mattress. However, the warmth of his embrace quickly enveloped her, and a fervent kiss found its way to her lips, assertively penetrating her mouth. The slick sensation stirred within, and the sound of their mingling breaths made her cheeks flush. It was unclear how long it had been before Kwang Yi finally released Muon. He then playfully nibbled her delicate earlobe, his warm tongue teasing her teeth, even managing to speak amidst it all. "Sister, this time you can't escape." As he spoke, his warm breath cascaded into her ear, making Muon feel as if she had been scalded, her body curling up like a shrimp, her bathrobe hung loosely, revealing her pearly shoulders, and the alluring curve of her chest was fully exposed to his gaze. Kwang Yi's breath grew noticeably heavier, the fire that had been ignited in the parking lot after a few hours of simmering had not diminished but instead intensified due to the anticipation. Muon gasped as her hands were pinned above her head, warm hands slipped into the gaps of her robe. In a flurry of rustling, countless articles of clothing were kicked off the bed. Beneath the orange wall lamp, two shadowy figures entwined, both enchanting and tantalizing. "I swear I won't flirt recklessly again." After the passionate encounter, Muon lay on the bed like a rag doll, gazing at the ceiling as she lamented her painful lesson. How could she have known that her playful spark would ignite a wildfire? She absolutely needed to find a way to discreetly dispose of that item from the closet. If she couldn't handle the ordinary version, how would she withstand an upgraded version? Suddenly, a hand slipped in behind her, providing a soothing massage to her back. Kwang Yi, satisfied, held Muon close. "Sister, are you still sore? Is the pillow not soft enough? I can add a couple more next time." Muon, is it possible that the pillow has nothing to do with it? If it weren't for the frequency of these encounters, she wouldn't be this exhausted, would she? Would Kwang Yi feign innocence? "But this time, it was you who seduced me first." Muon elbowed his chest. "What seduction? Can't you speak properly? This is about intimacy, and do not call me sister. It makes me want to hit someone." In bed, this rascal particularly enjoyed calling her sister. Whenever she complied, he would become overly excited as if he had taken a stimulant. Seeing that Muon's tone was harsh but her expression appeared somewhat relaxed, he focused on massaging her more attentively. Then he casually dropped a line. "Clearly, it was you who initiated the flirting. Yet you blame me as sister. You're so naughty, Muon." Suddenly, a hand beneath the covers moved slightly. Muon shot him a threatening look. "Sister can be even naughtier. Do you want to test that?" Kwang Yi. He let out a muffled groan, realizing that his dear sister perhaps truly did not comprehend the boundaries between flirtation and threat. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Sister, I was wrong. It's quite late now. Let us save the lesson on distinguishing the two for next time." In truth, Muon was simply caught up in the moment, and as soon as she completed that action, her ears flushed crimson. She huffed, feigning nonchalance. "I'll let you off this time." Kwang Yi leaned back slightly, lowering his gaze to Muon's fair skin marred with enticing bruises. A sense of inexplicable joy welled up within him. These marks were his handiwork, earned as Muon's lover. Approximately a month later, Muon's classical music agency was finally completed, with only the entrance and concert hall undergoing significant renovations. While the remaining areas were simply cosmetic updates, the process did not take long. The opening day fell on a Saturday, with no ST matches scheduled, allowing all the main players to attend the inauguration ceremony. As Muon personally unveiled the red cloth covering the sign, the elegant characters Jianjia emerged before the crowd. "Oh my, Wanwan, you named the company after your and the captain's couple name. How romantic." The players attending the ceremony playfully lamented. "I'm just a single dog. What did I do to deserve this?" The flower baskets had already arrived, and one of them remarked, "I'm off. I am going to pursue an online romance." The main players engaged in playful banter, and manager Zhang Shangnan playfully slapped Jian Yu on the back of his head for suggesting an online romance. "They are a legitimate engaged couple. What nonsense are you talking?" He then produced his own opening gift box for Muon, saying inside is an opening set of 2 practical items. "May your business flourish and all things go smoothly." Chapter 91. The dazzling stage. Muon accepted the gift and took a brief glance. It contained a lovely fortune cat figurine and a POS machine. "Indeed quite practical, thank you." Besides the entire ST team, Olan Orua and Chu Xiaoyin were also invited by Muon. She had initially invited Quang Xingran, but due to a last-minute engagement, she could not attend. Muon guided them through the villa, and Chu Xiaoyin was just as awestruck as Li Yu had been when they first arrived. In a splendid 3-story villa turned company, the goddess has truly outdone herself. "How does one join your esteemed firm?" "Having graduated, I wish to be a part of it as well." Coach Zhang nodded in approval while observing the villa's elegant decor. "Xiaowan, this decoration is quite commendable, both grand and graceful, far superior to our saint." At that time, I insisted on the timeless nature of Chinese style, while manager Zhang was adamant about an industrial aesthetic. "Now, it resembles a refugee camp," Zhang Shangnan retorted. "Just look at that pile of figurines in the corner and those foul-smelling socks that seem to have appeared from nowhere. What style remains? It is merely a refugee camp. Don't blame me." Unjustly ascending to the 2nd floor, Shenle gazed at the newly renovated and expanded music hall. Wow, such a place exists within the entire villa. The music hall was where Muon devoted the most thought. Designed primarily for performances, Muon had constructed a 1-meter-high stage with the rear wall treated for sound amplification. Opposite the stage was the audience area, comfortably seating over 200 guests. At that moment, a pristine white piano stood poised on the stage. Suddenly, with a click, all the lights in the music hall extinguished. Amidst the audience's bewilderment, a spotlight illuminated the platform. Unbeknownst to them, Mu-won, who had just been behind them, now graced the stage. She raised her hand, delicate fingertips resting upon the black and white keys. Instantly, a melodious and rich sound filled the entire hall. The crowd exchanged glances and, in silent accord, sought nearby seats. As the piano's notes crescendoed, another spotlight shone down, revealing Liu standing beside the piano with her violin. The two melodies intertwined beautifully, rising and falling like joyous dolphins frolicking upon a cerulean sea. Exuding exuberance and harmony. As the piece concluded, both musicians rose simultaneously and bowed to the audience. The first piece by the Jinja Ensemble, a duet of Ode to Joy. Thank you all for listening. The audience erupted into applause in unison. Sui Jin quietly inquired of Kwang Yi, does Wanwan also play the piano? Kwang Yi replied proudly, Wanwan is proficient in many classical instruments, though she is not as adept with the violin, Coach Yang remarked. I was unaware of such musical performances, I only knew of those noisy music festivals. Jiang Yu commented, it feels as if the performers on stage are glowing. Shin Lo leaned in and whispered. Although Sister Wanwan already has a captain, should I ask that lady beside her if she is single? Jiang Yu's gaze instinctively fell upon Liu, his ears reddening as he kicked Shin Lu in annoyance. I am not talking about that. Get lost, Shin Lu yelped from the kick. If she is not, then why kick me? Manager, Zhang Fatty is bullying me, do something. Zhang Shangnan chose to ignore the two fools. Orua watched Mu-won and Liu on stage, listening to Chu Xiaoyin's envious remarks, and her previously restless heart suddenly found peace. She grasped Olan's hand, saying, Xiaolan, tell the attending physician when we return that I am ready for surgery. Olan was immediately filled with joy. Sister, are you prepared? Though with Kwang Ye's assistance, Orua had already secured the funds for surgery, the doctor had previously stated that her negative mindset hindered the procedure's success. Given its mere 50% chance, naturally, Orua was anxious. However, after witnessing the simple duet, she came to a realization. She wished to continue playing the violin, even if it meant risking her life. She longed to stand upon that resplendent stage once more. 3 days later, at the Jinja villa, Mu-won received news from Olan that Orua's surgery had been a resounding success, even though Mu-won, due to her rebirth, already knew the outcome. She still sighed in relief upon receiving the news. That's wonderful. I hope your sister recovers swiftly. Sister Wan, thank you and Yishin for everything. I will strive to perform well in competitions and repay your kindness with my victories. A month passed, and Olan ultimately passed her trials, remaining with ST as a formal member of the second team. The O siblings had faced numerous hardships, yet they had now begun to reap the rewards of their perseverance. However, on Mu-won's side, boss, recruiting artists is exceedingly challenging. The moment they hear we just opened, they accuse us of being frauds. Liu lamented as she lay on the sofa, staring at the red exclamation mark of a sent WeChat message. It had been 3 days since the Jinja company launched, yet not a single artist had been recruited, nor had they secured a job. The classical music circle was too small, and confining it to the vicinity of S-City made it even smaller. While S-City boasted 2 music academies, students had to balance their coursework, which did not align with their current recruitment needs. Other amateur musicians could be considered, yet Mu-won's standards were rather exacting. As for securing work, given the Mu family's connections, Mu-won might not genuinely struggle to find opportunities. However, as this was her first legitimate job, she yearned to discover how far she could go on her own merits. I believe our lack of recognition is the issue. We must devise a strategy to enhance our visibility. Once our profile rises, trust will follow. Liu contemplated, suggesting, what about filming short videos, with your status as a 3-time Stern violin competition champion? It should garner some attention. Mu-won replied, that is not entirely unfeasible. She had previously allowed Chu Xiaoyin to film short videos, so she was not averse to this avenue. Yet, what Mu-won did not anticipate was that once the video was posted, viewers focused more on her looks than her musical prowess. Being too beautiful can also be a burden. Perhaps I should post one daily, if it attracts even one professional. It would be worth it. Thus, they proceeded with that plan. Chapter 92, a travel reality show. Mu-won's career faced setbacks, leaving her in a state of despondence. During the preparation phase, she had been filled with ambition. Yet now she felt utterly disheartened. Kwang Yi comforted her, such matters cannot be rushed. There must be a gradual process. Mu-won acknowledged, I understand, but it's disheartening to see such a large company appear so desolate. Just as she believed this state would persist for an extended period, she received an unexpected phone call. You wish to invite me to participate in a travel reality show? Yes, Miss Mu, we've learned about your establishment of a classical music agency. And this presents a splendid promotional opportunity. We hope you will consider it. How did you find me? Our casting director happened upon one of your Douyin videos. Subsequently, we discovered you studied in New York. Coincidentally, our travel destination is New York. This reasoning was insufficient to convince her. Many returnees appear on Douyin. The criteria for selecting participants for reality shows cannot be so arbitrary. Well, it's also because you are a champion of the Stern violin competition. We are preparing to craft an image of you as an elegant violin prodigy. After pondering for a moment, Muon inquired, how long is the program? 1 week. When does it commence? The day after tomorrow. Are you sure you're not being stood up? It's a long story. Send the company address to this number. I will bring my lawyer to sign the contract tomorrow. You agreed? Are you having second thoughts? No, we eagerly await your presence tomorrow. Muon ended the call, feeling quite pleased. The travel program lasted merely a week, and she would return just in time for Aya's birthday. A delightful trip with the added benefit of promoting her company. What could be better? Upon returning to her apartment, Muon immediately shared the news with Kwang Yi. He expressed concern. Is it safe to go abroad? What if it's a scam? Muon reassured him, it's a reputable entertainment company. I'll take Jolu with me tomorrow. If there are any issues, I won't go. Kwang Yi nodded, then playfully clung to her. I don't want you to go. I don't want anyone else to see such a beautiful sister. Muon playfully ruffled his hair. The audience of a television program would undoubtedly possess better quality than that on Douyin. This way, Yishan Woon T have to monitor Jianjia's company account daily. Reporting those comments, Kwang Yi stiffened. You found out, huh? It was clear that some lewd individuals had been particularly distasteful. Sister, give me your phone. I'll block those filthy-minded individuals, since Muon had already discovered his actions. He ceased feigning innocence, admitting that he had reported and cancelled several accounts. Muon understood that the audience of multimedia platforms could be quite varied. When deciding to appear on camera, she had prepared herself. Hence she avoided the comments section entirely. Of the fact that Kwang Yi engaged in such confrontations was something Liu had informed her of. A mere glance was enough for Muon to recognize Kwang Yi's handiwork. His speed was remarkable, his language foul, yet devoid of any vulgarities, all derived from his years of experience in the esports realm. The following day, Muon entered the entertainment company's building with Jolu. Jolu remarked, going out for work again, how blissful. Soon Muon met with the individual she had spoken to the day before. Upon seeing Muon, the person's eyes widened in astonishment. He expected her to be even more stunning in person. Hello, Miss Mu, I am Zhuang Xian, the producer of Travel the World. Our program has had many successful seasons. It primarily gathers individuals from various fields to travel to a destination, broadcasting live for an entire week without the option to exit midway. Here is the contract. He handed over the contract, and Jolu took it, flipping through before beginning his professional inquiries. The terms in the contract are not entirely clear. Will the camera be broadcasting during private moments, such as in the restroom? If we infringe on a foreigner's portrait rights, will the show bear the responsibility, or will it fall to Miss Mu? One cannot withdraw midway. Doing so constitutes a breach of contract. If Miss Mu falls ill or if an earthquake occurs abroad, circumstances not voluntarily initiated by her, would such a withdrawal also be considered a breach? Furthermore, given that the filming location is overseas, has a medical team been arranged in case of emergencies during the shoot? Barrage of questions flowed forth as if poured from a bamboo tube, with Joel speaking fluidly, as if he had rehearsed the lines beforehand. Zhuang Xian remarked, it seems we've invited quite an impressive guest. Chapter 93, recording begins. He swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of hesitation. However, with the broadcast imminent, it was too late to seek alternatives, so he turned to Muon and Joel. I might need to consult the company's legal team regarding these inquiries. Joel raised his hand, signaling agreement. Before long, the legal team from Zhuang Xian's company arrived, and the two lawyers began to discuss matters in rapid succession. Zhuang Xian then addressed Muon. Miss Mu, would you mind introducing yourself? Seeing that the other party was not intimidated by Joel's questions, Muon felt reassured and composed herself, for she genuinely desired this opportunity for exposure. She spoke with clarity and poise. Zhuang Xian nodded subtly at her eloquence, recognizing that if she could maintain this air of elegant confidence in front of the camera, even if the broadcast quality was not exceptional, her beauty alone would likely garner her a following. Wait, which institution did you graduate from? Juilliard School of Music, the foremost classical music academy in the world. Muon nodded, and Zhuang Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. There was no need to fabricate a persona. The image of a genius violinist was indeed a veritable truth. Approximately 2 hours later, Joel and the legal team revised the contract after Muon signed. Zhuang Xian added her on WeChat, hoping for a successful collaboration. That evening, Kwang Yi helped Muon pack her luggage. The thought of not seeing her for a full 7 days stirred feelings of reluctance within him. The timeline was rather tight. Signing the contract today meant they were departing tomorrow. Muon embraced his slender waist from behind, offering comfort. If it weren't so rushed, this opportunity wouldn't have come my way. Kwang Yi turned to her, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her forehead. Make sure to send me videos every day, and if you feel unwell, return home immediately. Though he rarely watched such programs, he was aware that some shows would go to any lengths for ratings, and he did not wish for Wan to endure such hardships. Alright, since she would be away for 7 days and the weather in New York was rather chilly, she packed 2 large suitcases. Although Muon had considered purchasing items locally, Zhuang Xian's notes stated that all expenses during the trip must be covered by the program, and personal funds could not be used. This made sense. If one could use their own money, it would hardly be different from a personal vacation. The following morning, Muon prepared her luggage and waited at the community entrance. Originally, they were supposed to film inside the apartment, but she preferred not to disclose her exact address, so they agreed to commence filming at the community gate. The program's cameraman was already en route, and the live stream had begun. Wow, the show is finally starting. This is the first fully live travel reality show in the domestic entertainment scene, so exciting. The introduction says the live stream will run for 24 hours, so there is no need to worry about the editing mishaps of the production team. Rumor has it that a well-known host declined the show for this very reason, probably fearing their true self would be revealed. I've heard the last guest is an ordinary person. Can't wait. Can't wait. Quickly, the camera focused on Muon. Who is this stunning beauty? The final guest of the show, with such beauty and presence, are you telling me she is an ordinary person? In 3 minutes, I want all of this beauty's information. The live chat was buzzing with excitement as Muon, with her hair elegantly pinned back, wore a khaki trenchcoat over a black sweater that showcased her delicate collarbone, paired with a plaid bodycon skirt that accentuated her slim waist, exuding both elegance and a laid-back charm. Kwang Yi, who was secretly observing from a distance, felt a surge of jealousy. This was the first time he had encountered such a languid yet intellectually alluring woman. Hello, are you Miss Muon? I am a staff member from the Let's Travel Together program. The staff member greeted Muon, who nodded with a perfectly timed smile and extended her hand for a handshake. Hello, I'm Muon. Since the live stream had commenced, the staff member wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. It is currently 8 in the morning, and the flight to New York is scheduled to depart at noon. In addition to you, there are 4 other guests on the show. You have a budget of 100 yuan, and you need to choose your mode of transportation to the airport. If the total expenses of the 5 of you exceed 100, your expenses for the trip to New York will be deducted tenfold. Muon asked, are we starting off with such high stakes? May I know how much the other guests have already spent? That is not permitted. Muon frowned. The airport is generally located quite far from the city center. If I take a taxi from the apartment to the airport, 100 yuan won't even cover my fare. The production team is truly ruthless. Even if someone is frugal and walks, any one of the others could easily exceed the budget. There aren't even shared bikes available at the entrance of this community. And considering she has 2 suitcases, this is quite the predicament. The most economical option would undoubtedly be the bus. I came from another live stream and I saw someone ask a passerby for a ride to the airport without spending a penny. I know, you must be referring to the celebrity Li Shuqin. She has high public recognition, making her imitation impossible for others. Ding dong. Suddenly, Muon's phone chimed with a notification. She looked down to see a WeChat message from Kwang Yi. Appearing slightly surprised, she then asked the staff member, as long as I don't use my own money, right? The staff member nodded, then added after a moment's thought, in principle, friends helping is not allowed, but assistance from ordinary people is permissible. The WeChat message is undoubtedly from her friend, who wants to help her get to the airport. But she didn't anticipate that the production team had already accounted for this. Of course, if external help were allowed, the 100 yuan transportation budget would be meaningless. Can I have the apartment send me? She inquired. Our community offers a shuttle service to the airport. Chapter 94, She is using the head tilt move? What is this? Such a niche term. Does the apartment management really provide this service? Some upscale communities do offer such services, especially those where the management fees are several thousand per month. The staff seemed momentarily taken aback at this. Muon tilted her head with a hint of mischief. The management doesn't count as a friend, right? Ah, she smiled at me. Quick, agree to her request. It's like my elegant Persian cat suddenly giving me a head tilt move. Ah, this contrast is simply too adorable. After a brief discussion, the production team ultimately agreed to Muon's request, recognizing that the nature of management services was indeed ambiguous in terms of categorizing as a stranger or a friend. Soon, a car from the apartment management arrived, a sleek black Lincoln sedan, with a driver dressed in a suit and white gloves, resembling a British butler. Miss, I am the driver sent by the apartment management. Allow me to assist you with your luggage. Muon nodded. Thank you. After the driver placed her 2 suitcases in the vehicle, Muon settled into the back seat, with the program's cameraman following suit. The management sends people in such luxury cars. This young lady must be from a wealthy family. I just checked, this community starts at 1.5 million yuan, and that is for pre-sale prices. The current market price for second-hand properties is over 2 million yuan. The common folk watched with envy. The cameraman, noticing the live chat, asked Muon, would you like to see the comments from the viewers? Muon hesitated. Can guests see them? The cameraman nodded, so she leaned closer to the camera. Beauty filter activated. Her skin is so flawless. Is that even possible? The cameraman was taken aback and once he steadied the equipment, said, "Miss, our live stream is on Xingqian Live, you can simply search for it." During solo live streams, guests are allowed to view and interact with the audience. Mu1 quickly sat back, murmuring an acknowledgement, and casually opened her phone. She is so cute, I can see her ears turning red. When people feel awkward, they tend to pretend to be busy. Ha ha ha. In just a few minutes, she transitioned from an elegant sister to a cute girl with a head tilt move. And then to a silly beauty. This persona is impossible to pin down. Muwan found her name on Xingqian Live and discovered a streaming room dedicated to her, just as she was about to click in. She hesitated and quietly logged out, entering as a guest. As a VIP on Xingqian Live, her entry would have special effects. Upon seeing the comments, her ears flushed with embarrassment as she mistakenly believed she was concealing her feelings well. Is the Wan in her name the one that means graceful, as in Wanyu? No, it's from Suyu Tsongji, the Wan in the water. This young lady is so beautiful, is she a newly signed artist from a company? Muwan shook her head, patting the violin case beside her. No, I'm a violinist, I run a classical music agency, the producer said I could promote my business, which is why I'm here. What a sincere young lady. So you came on the show just to promote your business, ha ha ha. The esteemed guest this time is the renowned star Li Shuqin, could you possibly procure an autograph for me? I truly admire her. Mu1 furrowed her brow. Li Shuqin, isn't she? The young lady frowned. Does she wish not to be overshadowed by the star's brilliance? Is there going to be some sort of rivalry among women? That would be quite bothersome. Dear lady, focus on yourself and do not concern yourself with others. Although Li Shuqin is more beautiful and famous than you, you are uniquely yourself. Mu1. She highlighted the last comment. I do not know whether you are a fan or a critic, but please refrain from instigating trouble. I am acquainted with Li Shuqin. I simply did not expect her to participate in this program. Subsequently, she inquired with the cameraman, surely our guests are not exclusively celebrities, right? The producer assured me that we would have guests from various fields. She emphasized the phrase various fields, the cameraman, in the earpiece. The director exclaimed, this is a disaster. Did the producer deceive her? Her presence is crucial for the program's appeal. We must change the subject swiftly. The cameraman thus complied, indeed, we have guests from various fields. By the way, here is the upcoming itinerary, take a look. He hurriedly presented the schedule. Upon seeing it pertain to the forthcoming arrangements, Muwan promptly turned off her phone and began to study it. Dear lady, you have been deceived. 2 actors, a singer, and an idol, how can this be called various fields? Wan, look at the comments. What they mean by various fields is a ruse, they are all from the entertainment industry. With you being the sole ordinary person. The production team did not inform you in advance. I feel a bit sorry for her when she discovers the truth. Chapter 95, Exposing a Relationship right after debut. An hour later, Muwan arrived at the airport, where the driver assisted her in placing her luggage onto the transport vehicle. Due to the presence of a cameraman, airport personnel frequently glanced at Muwan, speculating about her celebrity status. Soon, Muwan joined the other guests. Li Shuqin was adorned in a white dress complemented by a beige knitted outerwear. Her beauty and gentle demeanor momentarily captivated Muwan when their eyes met. Hello, I am Li Shuqin, an actress. Muwan shook her hand. Greetings, I am Muwan, a violinist, currently managing a classical music agency called Jianjia. A violinist, that sounds impressive, you look quite young, did you just graduate? Muwan observed the smile on her lips and the unfamiliarity in her eyes. And she instantly understood that the other party did not recognize her. This was for the best. She did not wish for any awkwardness stemming from Quan Shuyu's involvement with Li Shuqin. Yes, I graduated just last year. Afterward, Muwan greeted the other 2 guests. Safong Ro, a rookie idol, age 21. Zhou Mi, a serious actor, age 36. After exchanging pleasantries with both, Muwan felt a sense of foreboding. Why were they either actors or idols? Finally, when the last guest made their entrance, Muwan's anxious heart finally found solace. It was a rock singer clad in punk attire, sporting sapphire earrings. He was quite popular. Muwan had come across his posts on Weibo. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Yang, a rock singer. Yang Bao, so handsome, and he brought a guitar. Will he sing on the show? The production team must have invested significantly. They have the top star Li Shuqin and the popular singer Zhou Yang. This must be an expensive cast. Muwan, all of them, are artists. Wan is on the verge of breaking down. Where are the guests from various fields? I suggest downloading a scam app. Once everyone had gathered, the production team cut off the individual live streams, leaving only the program's main broadcast, where the audience convened. What scam? Someone revealed the situation regarding Muwan being deceived by the production team. Laughter erupted, yet there were also critics among the crowd. No way, did you all genuinely believe that? Let us not kid ourselves. Li Shuqin and Zhou Yang are currently hot celebrities. How could an ordinary person possibly be included? They must be new artists signed by an entertainment company. Indeed, I find it hard to believe that they were unaware that the other guests are artists. Starting off with lies to present themselves as unique comes off a bit like green tea behavior. With some time left before boarding, the group awaited in the lounge when Zhou Yang suddenly noticed the platinum ring adorning Muwan's finger. Wow, is that ring from HW merchandise? It looks stunning. Do you have a link for it? I also play HW.Muwan shook her head. No, I bought it at a mall counter. After a moment she added, it's a couple's ring. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhou Yang's eyes. And both Li Shuqin and Zhong Yi looked up, astonished. What? She has already announced her relationship before debuting? Explosive. Zhou Yang glanced towards the direction of the live stream. Does your company allow you to date? I hope you're not just fabricating excuses to avoid sharing the link. He intended to remind Muwan that they were live. Muwan realized he had mistaken her for an artist and hurriedly clarified. I am not an artist, I run a classical music agency. The producer told me it would be good for promoting the company, so I came. She pointed to the director behind Zhuang Xian. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he told me that the guests would be from various fields. I expected to see a pianist or a financial manager, something of that sort. Zhuang Xian sighed. Well, this is an entertainment program. I thought you were aware, the crowd, so Muwan truly had no prior knowledge. The producer has admitted it. No wonder she could directly expose her relationship. Those who called Muwan green tea earlier should prepare for a reckoning. Is there such malice towards beautiful women? Zhou Yang is great. Initially, I thought he misunderstood Muwan's comments and suddenly reminded her to say it was a joke. Zhou Yang, our little angel. Fang Rou subtly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Muwan was not from the entertainment industry, she posed no threat. Her gaze flicked over Muwan's unremarkable attire and then to her plain bracelet. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing a Cartier bracelet, and approached Zhou Yang. Yang, good. Do you also play HW? I do too. Since we have some time, shall we open our phones and play together? Zhou Yang nodded. Sure. The two took out their phones and entered the game interface. Muwan, puzzled, asked, is there a mobile version of HW? Just as Zhou Yang was about to explain, Fang Rou interjected, yes, Sister Wan, you play HW too. Don't you know, the green tea tactics are so low that I not only find them irritating but also somewhat amusing. Let me analyze this. Is she trying to show off her HW merchandise ring? Not realizing that HW has a mobile game and she knows nothing about it? Quite accurate. She probably wants to showcase her superior knowledge of the game to gain Zhou Yang's admiration. The prophet has spoken. Her next line will be about her rank. Yang Go, what rank are you? I just need 2 more stars to reach king rank. Can you help me? The earlier prophet. Are you perhaps a worm in her tummy? Chapter 96. Why doesn't the airplane provide sanitary napkins? Zhou Yang glanced at Fang Rou and diplomatically complimented her. Wow, king rank. That's quite impressive. He then explained to Muwan, the HW mobile version was just released this year. It's simpler to operate than the computer version. How about you download it, and we can rank together on the plane later? Fang Rou hesitated. To Sister Wan, a new mobile account probably won't match with us. So Zhou Yang replied, it's fine. I just downloaded the mobile version a few days ago, and I'm pretty much a beginner. Your rank is too high. I wouldn't want to hold you back. You can play on your own. And Fang Rou's smile immediately stiffened. Was Zhou Yang doing this on purpose? Not sure. Let's observe more. Well, okay then. Fang Rou sulkily returned to her seat. Li Shuqin shot Zhou Yang a discreet glare and he shrugged. Muwan is still downloading HW. She seems completely oblivious to Fang Rou's targeting. I honestly don't understand why Fang Rou is targeting Muwan. She's not an artist, so there's no competition. The view from above is too narrow. Precisely because Muwan is not an artist, Fang Rou uses her as a foil to highlight herself. Without the worry of retaliation, even if Muwan retaliates, all the attention would still go to Fang Rou. The young lady is quite clever. HW has a mobile version. I had no idea. It's quite terrible. I wouldn't recommend downloading it. Please elaborate, brother. Just as Muwan's game finished downloading, everyone began boarding. Their luggage had already been checked in, leaving only Muwan and Zhou Yang carrying their respective violin and guitar cases. Suddenly, Muwan noticed Li Shuqin pressing her abdomen, her complexion slightly pale. After a moment's thought, she avoided the camera and approached her to quietly ask, are you feeling unwell? Li Shuqin looked at Muwan with surprise. Glancing at the camera, she frowned and replied, it seems I'm about to start my period, but my sanitary napkins are in my suitcase. With boarding approaching, I have no way to buy some due to the long hours of intense work. Her menstrual cycle was hardly regular. She was dressed in a light-colored outfit, which, while slightly thicker for autumn, still made her anxious about potential leaks, given that they were live-streaming. An unfortunate incident could see her trending on social media, leading to criticism for wasting public resources. Muwan, I don't have any on me either. You can use my bag to cushion your seat for now, and I'll ask the flight attendants if they have any for sale. Li Shuqin nodded. Thank you very much. She had initially intended to inquire with the flight attendant after boarding, yet she feared that she might miss the opportunity midway, resulting in an even more awkward situation. Muwan shook her head, not perceiving this as something deserving of gratitude, although she had once held a disfavor towards Kwang Shuyu due to their scandal, that was all in the past. Moreover, he was not even acquainted with her. She harbored suspicions that the scoundrel Kwang Shuyu might have deceived someone. After boarding, Muwan immediately sought out a flight attendant, but the attendant shook her head, indicating that the airplane did not sell such items. Muwan, are you certain? They don't sell such essential feminine products on the plane. The attendant nodded firmly. Madam, it is indeed true. The flight is about to take off. Please return to your seat. Muwan glanced at the snack cart displaying various brands of playing cards, a shadow crossing her brow. How long until the plane took off? Approximately 15 minutes. Consequently, Muwan turned around and surveyed the gentleman in business class. She first approached Fang Yu, who shook his head, prompting her to part the curtain and venture into the economy class. 10 minutes later, she finally obtained a sanitary pad from a female passenger in economy. Thank you. The girl, sporting a ponytail, raised an eyebrow and smiled. No need to thank me. Girls help girls, right? A smile blossomed on Muwan's lips. Upon her return, she handed the item to Li Shuqin. As the plane took off and the restroom became available, Li Shuqin hurried inside. I'm so curious, what were they whispering about? Li Shuqin and Muwan had muted their mics earlier. Muwan even ventured to economy class. What was that about? You two women have certainly caught my attention. After Li Shuqin emerged from the restroom, she exhaled in relief. Had it not been for Muwan's assistance, her clothes would have surely been stained. Due to the overwhelming curiosity from the audience, the production team approached Li Shuqin to inquire about the earlier conversation. Li Shuqin felt a tinge of embarrassment, but remembering Muwan's kindness, decided to speak the truth. There were no sanitary products available on the plane. Wan went to economy class to ask the passengers for one. I am truly grateful to her. Oh my, I've encountered such an embarrassing situation before. I was utterly panicked back then. Muwan is so considerate, immediately noticing Shu Shu's predicament and lending her a sanitary pad. As a fan of Shu Shu, I must admit I was a bit loud earlier. From today onward, I'll be supporting both lovely ladies. How can there be no sanitary pads on a plane? Isn't that a necessity for women? Fun fact, high-speed trains don't have them either. Before long, a trending topic swiftly surged to the top of Weibo. Why aren't sanitary pads provided on airplanes? Chapter 97, Gaining fans. This subject ignited fervent discussions among many. Indeed, I find it puzzling. Why are such essential items absent from high-speed trains and airplanes? It's quite ironic that the snack cart can accommodate sunflower seeds and even playing cards, yet lacks space for sanitary pads. Women's needs have never been taken seriously, much like how women's restroom times are invariably longer than men's, yet nearly all tourist attractions have restrooms of equal size for both genders. Here's a shout out to XX Airlines. Please provide an explanation for this unreasonable phenomenon. The girl in the video is simply wonderful. She practically asked every passenger on the plane to borrow one. Her name is Muwan. She is a violinist participating in the Let Us Travel Together program, broadcasting live. Tune in. Muwan's actions garnered her a wave of goodwill, with unsolicited praise flooding in. Soon, countless netizens flocked to the live stream of Let Us Travel Together out of curiosity. However, once the official broadcast commenced, the director prohibited the audience from viewing the comments on screen to prevent the guests from being influenced by online remarks, ensuring they wouldn't act timidly in the show. After all, there are far too many keyboard warriors online. Sometimes, even a normal action by a guest could be magnified beyond reason. At this moment, the plane had taken off, and the cabin was relatively stable. To ensure the live broadcast's gimmick remained intact, the production team had chosen a flight with consistent internet service. The guests sat close together to fit into the frame. Joan Yi, being the eldest and participating in such a program for the first time, asked the group, "How much did you all spend getting to the airport?" The production team had previously stated that if expenses exceeded 100, our budget for New York would be reduced tenfold. Fang Yu immediately panicked. Tenfold? That's 1,000. Please tell me that's not in US dollars. She hurriedly distanced herself from the situation. My hotel is near the airport. The taxi only cost me 16 yuan, based on a standard of 20 per person. I should be fine. Zhong Yi. He glanced at Fang Yu, trying to ascertain whether she was genuinely naive or merely acting. Fang Yu blinked innocently. 5 people exceeding 100 yuan was certainly insufficient. In this moment, anyone who fell behind would be criticized, and she certainly didn't want that. Li Shuqin gently interjected, "Gu. I believe you were merely trying to assess whether anyone exceeded the limit, without intending to blame anyone. You don't need to worry, Xiao Yu." Indeed, the way she said it made it seem like anyone exceeding 20 yuan would be guilty. She is a bit annoying. Why must she complicate things? Can't we just keep it amicable? You've even flustered Gu, fearing others might misinterpret his words. To be fair, Even if someone did exceed the limit, it's quite normal, considering the airport's distance from the city and the luggage. Zhong Yi felt relieved when Li Shuqin clarified his intentions. Yes, I merely wished to gauge the situation and have a rough idea. I live further away and took the subway plus a bus, which cost me 12 yuan. Li Shuqin. I happen to have a fan who also went to the airport. So I got a free ride. Yuan. My apartment offers a shuttle service, so I spent nothing. Zhou Yang. I took a taxi. 70. Everyone. They abruptly turned to Zhou Yang. Goodness, he had spent 3/5 of the total fare. Was he truly not concerned about being penalized? Zhou Yang raised his phone, exasperated. Don't look at me like that. I'm not so inconsiderate, alright? I was the last to depart and used the live stream to confirm with fans that I still had 72 yuan left before taking a taxi. I can attest, I was the one who informed him of the expenses from others. Wow, the earlier group was so diligent, saving Zhou Yang quite a bit. Zhou Yang, just tell me if anyone exceeded the limit. Muon sighed. I can't believe I didn't think of that method, Li Shuqin. I didn't consider your approach either. My apartment has a shuttle service, so my hotel must have one as well. I completely overlooked that. Shushu is beautiful and kind. She can always find a way to reach the airport safely. Once they confirmed there were no overspending issues, everyone sighed in relief. Subsequently, Li Shuqin took the lead in creating a group chat for easier communication going forward. Fong Yu was the first to message in the group. Feeling wrong. JPEG.my apologies, Igu. I didn't mean it that way. Muon and the others, I can only imagine their inner thoughts. Sister, that part has already passed. Please stop trying to stay relevant. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to improve is commendable. Our Xiaoyu is young, and it's inevitable to speak imprecisely at times. Let us all be forgiving. On behalf of Xiaoyu, I apologize to all the older brothers and sisters. Fang Yu, being an idol, also had her own fanbase. Given her youth, netizens were relatively forgiving, thus they did not hold it against her. Once the production team confirmed their accounts were accurate, they presented the task list for this outing. Zhou Yang took it, quickly skimming through the contents before summarizing. Our trip spans 7 days, exploring New York in depth, so the schedule is relatively open. However, we have daily tasks that need to be completed. Otherwise, we'll incur budget deductions. Additionally, there are some must-visit attractions, such as the Statue of Liberty. Zhong Yi inquired of the director, what is our budget for this event? The director, not one to keep secrets, replied, $6,000. Zhou Yang exclaimed, that is quite a lot. Our program is so affluent. How much is $6,000? Is that a lot? Equivalent to over 40,000 yuan, for 5 people over 7 days. That is not excessive, but certainly not trivial. The director smiled mysteriously, and Zhou Yang felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a potential pitfall. Sure enough, the director's next words confirmed his suspicions. Chapter 98, Dividing the Money. Every day there are tasks. If any task fails, we'll deduct $1,000. If we run out of money early, you'll have to fend for yourselves in New York. Everyone, Zhou Yang, can I call the police director if you think being sent back home would be dignified? Ha, poor Yang Yang. Having seen his electrifying performance on stage, I assumed he was a cool boy. Turns out his true personality is this silly? The production team handed them $6,000 in cash, neatly packaged in an envelope. After Zhong Yi received it, the first thing he did was count the money. Very meticulous, ensuring the production team doesn't pull any fast ones. Once he confirmed the amount was correct, Zhong Yi looked at the money and then at the group. Should we entrust the money to one person and they dispense it when needed, or should we divide it equally and then split the expenses for places that require payment? Fang Yu felt that the person managing the funds would likely receive the most screen time. Given the numerous interactions with other guests, however, being the youngest, she doubted they would assign such a critical task to her. As she pondered her words, Muon spoke up. Let us go with the latter approach. But we should also allocate a portion for communal and emergency funds. Li Shuqin looked at her. What do you mean? Muon took out a notebook and pen from her bag, writing as she spoke. A total of $6,000, from which we shall set aside 15, amounting to $900, as a reserve fund. Given that it is winter in New York, we must take precautions to ensure that no one falls ill without the means for treatment. This is quite crucial, as medical expenses abroad can be exorbitantly high. The remaining $5,100 will have 40 allocated for communal funds, as travel expenses for food, lodging, and transportation are bound to be substantial. Since we are all traveling together, splitting costs individually could become cumbersome. Therefore, it is more convenient to draw directly from the communal fund. The leftover amount will be evenly distributed among everyone, approximately $612 each, allowing for personal discretion in spending. This way, no one will need to seek out others for money just to buy a loaf of bread or a bottle of water. Upon hearing her analysis, Everyone nodded in agreement, finding this method of financial distribution quite acceptable. As Zhou Yang remarked, I believe this is feasible, but who will be responsible for the communal and reserve funds? Fang Rou quickly raised her hand. I can handle it. My father is an accountant, and I am adept at bookkeeping. I assure you every transaction will be meticulously documented. The others turned to her, remaining silent and non-committal. Zhou Yi felt somewhat uneasy, concerned that the young girl might mismanage the funds, leaving them to face dire consequences, but since she had volunteered, he found it difficult to refuse. After all, this constitutes more than half of their total funds. Is she certain she can safeguard it? What if she misplaces it and faces severe reprimand? Why take on such a burdensome task? Perhaps she seeks the spotlight. Let us not jump to conclusions, she might simply be enthusiastic. Li Shuqin and Zhou Yang exchanged glances, and neither was particularly keen on managing the funds, yet Fang Rou's exuberant personality did not inspire much confidence. Just as Zhou Yang was about to voice his skepticism, Mu Wan interjected. Given that the reserve and communal funds together constitute half of the total amount, it would be unwise to entrust them to just one individual. Therefore, Rou, you shall manage the reserve fund, and Yi Ge, you shall oversee the communal funds. Being the oldest and youngest in the team creates a balanced dynamic, ensuring stability. Fang Rou had sensed the group's mistrust from the outset, initially thinking that Mu Wan intended to refute her. She was pleasantly surprised by the suggestion, which alleviated her concerns somewhat, allowing her to acquiesce. All right, if we were to manage the entire amount, I might feel a bit pressured. The group then turned to Zhou Yi, who was met with their expectant gazes, leading him to nod in agreement. Fine, my spouse often claims I lack financial acumen. Perhaps this will serve as a practice in bargaining. The others erupted in laughter, the atmosphere turning jovial. This vibe is delightful. I previously feared they might disagree and enter a cold war over this matter. Indeed, I was concerned they might actually let Fang Rou manage the funds, which would leave me perpetually anxious. Wan's suggestion is quite astute, as it provides Fang Rou with a stepping stone while placing the funds in Zhou Yi's hands, the eldest member, ensuring no objections arise. Did you notice, with 4 artists present, it is surprisingly Mu Wan, a civilian, who is steering the conversation. Her composure is remarkable, she exhibits no signs of nervousness whatsoever. I can't help but admire how she effortlessly articulated everyone's financial allocation. Her mental arithmetic is impressive. I'm a fan now. The flight to New York takes over 10 hours. Mu Wan rose early that morning, stifling a yawn, ready to catch some sleep. However, the others were engaged in discussions about where to stay upon arrival. With internet access, they could easily research available accommodations and prices. Li Shuqin, feeling a bit tired, requested a blanket from the flight attendant. If you're tired, just sleep for now, we can handle the lodging arrangements. Mu Wan accepted without hesitation, nodding in appreciation, then promptly draped the blanket over her head and fell asleep, anxious that she might embarrass herself if she dozed off and was captured on the livestream. I prefer to sleep like this, otherwise I feel insecure. We 1T get to see the beautiful slumbering visage, which is quite disappointing. Chapter 99, A Quiet Conspiracy. Around 9 p.m. New York time, the plane finally touched down in New York. Mu Wan had slept for several hours, feeling utterly lethargic. After stretching, she promptly informed Kwang Yi of her safe arrival. I have landed in New York. Kwang Yi, who was awake at 10 a.m., quickly replied, I saw it on the livestream, it looks like so much fun, I'm waiting for you at home. Mu Wan's eyes sparkled with joy. Great. Who is Wan chatting with? She looks so radiant, I might become jealous as a new fan. Her boyfriend. Her boyfriend Wan. What? Boyfriend? I just became a fan of her boyfriend. Fang Rou, noticing the blissful glow on her face, teased Sister Wan, you look so sweetly smiling. Are you chatting with your boyfriend? She aimed to remind the audience of Mu Wan's relationship status, knowing that if any management companies were interested in her appearance, they would tread carefully. To her surprise, Mu Wan responded candidly, indeed, my fiancé, Fang Rou. Earlier, I was a fan of her boyfriend, now she has a fiancé, and my chances are gone. Crying in the restroom. While Mu Wan was asleep, the others had finalized their lodging arrangements. They opted for a 2-bedroom suite in Manhattan, reserving one standard room with 2 beds for the 2 boys, and a family room with a king-sized bed and a smaller bed for the 3 girls. The director announced, as it is already late, there will be no tasks for today, here is tomorrow's task list for you to collect. Zhou Yang replied, let us discuss tomorrow's tasks tomorrow. Come on, director. The director responded, shall I assign you a last-minute task for today? Mu Wan quickly seized the task card, a smile brightening her face as she feigned excitement. Wow, are we already receiving tasks? Thank you for your hard work, director. Now let us take a look at tomorrow's tasks. She exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Yang, who understood immediately. Yes, let us check the tasks. Ha, it's obvious Wan doesn't want to do any tasks today. She swiftly grabbed the task card and signaled to Zhou Yang. So cute. The group gathered to review the tasks. The destinations for tomorrow primarily included free attractions in Manhattan, such as Times Square and Fifth Avenue. The task was each person must ensure that at least 5 foreign friends recognize them, the group collectively questioned. Zhongyi asked, what does it mean to recognize oneself? Are we supposed to find our foreign fans? This would be disadvantageous for him, as most of his roles were in serious dramas, with few reaching international audiences. And even then, he was rarely the main character. The director clarified, no, tomorrow, you need to make friends while sightseeing, ensuring at least 5 people can correctly call out your Chinese names. Zhou Yang quipped, is it that simple? I could just charge $1 for each person who calls my name, the director replied. Zhou Yang, the king of exploiting loopholes. Zhou Yang, there's no game bug I can't find. The director added, of course not, that would be cheating. If caught, the penalties will be doubled, that means $2,000. The director is quite ruthless. This task is extremely unfriendly to those with social anxiety. We might just crumble under pressure. Li Shuqin and Muwan exchanged glances, with Li Shuqin softly asking Muwan, do you think foreigners watch XXX or XXXX? Those are her 2 most renowned works. Muwan pondered, perhaps, it seems many abroad enjoy our period dramas. Casting a glance at Zhou Yang, she discreetly added, if all else fails, we could have Zhou Yang perform, sticking our names on him so that the audience can shout them out when they request a song. Li Shuqin exclaimed. Zhongyi suddenly emerged from behind them, chiming in, good idea. The 2 turned, and 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on Zhou Yang, who was still engaged in a verbal spar with the director. Rock culture is far more prevalent abroad than at home. Zhou Yang would undoubtedly have an advantage in performing. Yang has been quietly sold out. He remains oblivious. He. Wan is delightfully mischievous. Fang Rou, feeling excluded as she observed the trio whispering, immediately approached and exclaimed, Sister Qin, what are you all discussing? The 3 swiftly covered her mouth, signaling for silence. Zhou Yang turned at the sound, noticing the 3 gazing at him with benevolent expressions. Haha, I'm dying of laughter, they're so amusing. The meme has already emerged, secretconspiracy.jpg. It was an animated GIF capturing Muwan covering Fang Rou's mouth while the trio turned their heads. Looking sheepish at Zhou Yang, the producer, observing the rising viewer count in the livestream, felt a surge of satisfaction. He thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have given up on the show due to Muwan's challenging nature. The program's impact was exceptional. Moreover, the initial surge in viewership stemmed from trending topics. Chapter 100, Are You Gay Too? The next day, the group rose early. As the oldest member, Zhongyi naturally assumed the caregiver role. He set out to buy breakfast for everyone first thing in the morning. Once Muwan got up and tidied herself, she found bread and milk on the table and expressed her gratitude to Zhongyi. After breakfast, the group embarked on the route they had agreed upon the previous night to check in at various landmarks. Today's attractions were all free, featuring bustling markets and unique architecture. As they strolled, taking photos and exploring intriguing little shops, their spirits were buoyant. Initially Fang Rou was tense, concerned about appearing unflattering on the live stream, but upon witnessing Muwan and Li Shuqin so naturally taking pictures of one another, her mood shifted. Did they truly perceive this as a vacation? This was a reality show. Such mundane content surely could not captivate the audience. Is this Times Square? So many foreigners. Upstairs, is it possible that we are the real outsiders? Wow, so many second-hand shops I am eager to explore, and there are numerous shoes, jewelry, and bags. No bickering, no quarrels. The ambience of this program is delightful. Who can comprehend? I have been in the live broadcast room since yesterday and haven't stepped out since. One Zhou Yang, is this the photo you took for us? Indeed, isn't it splendid? Muwan and Li Shuqin gazed at the 2 expressive faces in the photograph. Falling into silence, Fang Rou cast a glance at the picture. Feeling slightly embarrassed, let me handle it, the 2 looked at her with expressions of desperate hope. Fang Rou, who had just been internally mocking them, felt a twinge of guilt under their scrutinizing stares. Once the photo was taken, she nervously handed her phone over. After Muwan and Li Shuqin reviewed it, they both turned to her with serious expressions. Fang Rou's heart skipped a beat. Were they dissatisfied, not wanting to? Muwan patted her shoulder and said, from today onwards, you are the grand master of our team's photography. Li Shuqin nodded in agreement. Indeed, your photography is exquisite. Rivaling that of professional photographers. Fang Rou felt a blush creeping over her as she was praised, secretly delighted within. Well then, I shall continue to capture moments for you. The environment truly plays a crucial role. Had she been in another team, Fang Rou would undoubtedly be perceived as an insufferable schemer, yet within this team's embrace, she appeared adorably naive. I am not particularly fond of her, her scheming is quite evident. And rumors have circulated about her bullying fellow team members. No way, she looks like such a sweet girl, please refrain from spreading rumors. Do you have any evidence? Previously, she had breached a contract during a program's performance? causing quite a stir, resulting in her being blacklisted by the entire network. That was due to her dreadful management agency. The comments quickly erupted into a frenzy, yet the travelers remained unfazed. The five enjoyed a day of happiness, checking off all the designated spots from the production team's itinerary before finally remembering today's task. Zhongyi, suppressing his embarrassment, approached a passerby and said, "Hello, can you befriend me?" The young man, taken aback, replied, "Are you gay too?" Zhongyi felt as though lightning had struck him, momentarily lost for words. Zhao Yang beside him was on the verge of laughter, rushing over to clarify several times with a fervent no. Before pulling Zhongyi aside, "Haha, I can't, I was just drinking water, and I nearly laughed it out. Could someone translate that?" Translation in question: "Hello, can we be friends?" Response: "Are you also homosexual?" "I can't help but laugh out loud." Zhongyi remarked, "A moment of openness has led to a lifetime of introversion." Yuan and the others watched the entire scene unfold, unable to contain their laughter. After the laughter subsided, they all exchanged glances. Li Shuqin noted, "If we approach strangers on the street like this, we might easily be mistaken for flirting." The director interjected, "There is still an hour left before the task concludes." Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. "You never mentioned there was a time limit," the director replied. "Now I have everyone, a shameless individual." The director continued, $1,000. The group felt a mix of indignation and silence, their gazes shifting towards Zhou Yang. "Rock God, we need you." Zhou Yang felt an ominous premonition rise within him. What? 10 minutes later, at Times Square, Zhou Yan, guitar slung over his back and covered in sticky notes inscribed with names, stood on the street, strumming with a sense of resignation. He questioned why the others had insisted he bring his guitar that morning. The rest of the group acted as recruiters, informing passersby that if they could pronounce the names on the notes correctly, they could request songs. It didn't matter if they didn't speak Chinese, they could teach them. Thus, a complete industry chain was formed. Yuan and Li Shuqin were the recruiters, Fang Rao and Zhongyi taught pronunciation, while Zhou Yang was responsible for playing and singing. Zhou Yan was rightfully dubbed a new generation rock god, his unique voice captivating many from the moment he began to sing. The rock god finds a new job performing on the streets of Times Square. "Thanks to Wan, my singing is splendid. These songs are ones I have never sung before. I had no idea my repertoire was so extensive." In less than half an hour, the group exceeded their task expectations. They all showered Zhou Yang with praise for his contributions that day. Initially, Zhou Yang appeared unamused, but gradually a smile crept onto his face. Clearly relishing the compliments, once the task was completed, a weight was lifted from everyone's hearts, and they prepared to joyfully dine, marking the end of their day's journey. Suddenly, Muwan heard a phrase spoken in English near her ear. Her smile instantly faded. She looked up sharply. The person across from her shot her a provocative glance and repeated what they had just said. Without a word, Muwan strode over and delivered a sharp slap across the person's face.